Am I a goblin? Although Kokiki had watched few anime and played even fewer games, the stereotypical goblin in Western fantasy should have a huge aquiline nose and inverted triangle face, thick meaty brows, and sparse hair, shouldn't it? She lowered her head to examine her hands and feet. The lean, calloused limbs did admittedly carry a hint of goblin about them. Looking back at the mirror, her face was somewhat inverted triangle in shape, yet from the slightly protruding cheekbones and sunken cheeks, it was clear this was purely the result of being too thin. Her nose was not an exaggerated hooked beak at all, rather it was straight without being prominent, with a slight modest curve, almost delicate. Her two eyes did feel disproportionately large, and the blinking nictitating membrane was undeniably strange, yet the goblins in anime never seemed to have such a membrane, and if she ever managed to put some weight on, perhaps her eyes would look a bit better. However, the pair of long, sharply pointed ears and that wide mouth full of fangs truly did resemble a goblin's visage. In fact, this set of teeth might even surpass them. At last she picked up the wooden comb that had belonged to the archer and tried to tame her slightly short yet unusually thick and unruly hair. The comb snagged and stopped the instant it entered. Afraid of breaking the comb, Kokiki had no choice but to give up for the moment. When she tried to pull it free, she realized it was stuck fast. Her large eyes attempted to roll in exasperation, only to startle herself. The pupils were too big, making it hard to roll her eyes at all, yet another goblin-like trait. In any case, Kokiki had never seen a real goblin. Everything she knew about such creatures came from a handful of anime and games. The memories of this body were fragmented and chaotic, like something suddenly forgotten. Unless she actually saw or heard related information, she could scarcely recall anything clearly. From the moment she saw herself in the mirror, the word goblin had sprung into her mind. Kokiki did not wish to be entangled in such pointless questions. Finding a magic capable of sending her home was what truly mattered. She closed the mirror box, tucked it into the small pouch, and pulled the drawstring tight, only then realizing that wrapped in nothing but an unknown scrap of cloth or leather, she had nowhere at all to carry it. Almost completely naked and yet utterly unbothered, Kokiki felt a flicker of wariness rise within her. Was this the influence of her new physiology or of those muddled memories? Just moments ago, she had been terrified by these corpses. In the next, she was sitting calmly beside them, studying herself in a mirror. It seemed she had already begun to change. She looked again at the half-elf archer beside her, yet felt not the slightest fear or panic. Kokiki bared her teeth in a grimace that was somewhere between a bitter smile and grief, and that faintly desolate emotion vanished as quickly as it came. This time fear returned, a pure terror born of the threat to her very existence. She was afraid she might forget that her soul had once been human, afraid she might forget her parents. What difference would there be between losing her original will and losing her life? As this fear welled up, Kokiki suddenly realized that her dread of death and killing had returned to her heart. It was faint, but the archer's corpse before her truly made her hair stand on end. Keeping her mouth tightly shut, she drew out one of the bone arrows with trembling hands and slowly used it to lift the archer's hood. A pair of lifeless eyes, silver irises so pale as to be barely visible, appeared before her. Seeing a dead person face for the first time, a rush of horror shot straight up her spine. Good. Just like this. Remember this feeling. Kokiki told herself this silently. She suspected that no matter what, she would gradually lose this fear if she etched it into her memory now. Remembered it forever. Perhaps she would never forget she had once been human. The hood was completely pushed back, and the unsupported head lolled to the side under its own weight. A mane of disheveled yet non-greasy black hair spilled out, revealing amidst the strands a pair of ears longer and sharper than a human's, quite beautiful. Her skin, now visible, was a pale shade of gray. Mixed blood, missed elf. The judgment rose in Kokiki's mind, and she was not startled at all. It seemed that from the shape of the archer's neck muscles, she had already known what she would see. Those tangled memories told her this was entirely normal. Gritting her teeth, she tossed the bone arrow aside, crouched down, and reached out to pull down the archer's face, forcing herself to meet those vacant silver eyes. Bracing the archer's forehead with her left hand, she hooked the upper edge of the mask with the claws of her right and tugged downward. As the mask came away, a proud, handsome nose and thin lips were revealed, and the blood that had been held back suddenly gushed forth. Still, she felt no fear. The blood, which should have reeked of iron, instead carried a fresh, almost clean scent to her nose. Her stomach began to churn, and the memories from the cave flashed through her mind. A violent wave of nausea instantly crushed the nascent hunger rising from her body, and Kokiki bent over and vomited directly over the archer's beautiful head with a loud retch. The stomach acid, thick with a pungent sourness, sprayed from her mouth onto the archer's head. The still not quite cold gray-white skin could be seen corroding before her eyes. The brutal visual impact and the smell in her nose, somewhere between putrid stench and cloying sweetness, only made Kokiki feel sicker. In a panic, she twisted away, braced herself on the ground, and retched again. It was miserable, yet Kokiki felt a deep, quiet happiness within. This was good. At least her soul was still human, not a blood-drinking beast. Only after the nausea finally faded did Kokiki stop vomiting and collapse to the side. She gasped for breath, then began to laugh in a harsh, rasping kaya sound. Laughing and laughing, she suddenly started to cry, sobbing just as harshly. So I really have become a monster. After a brief bout of tears, Kokiki gazed up through the gaps in the canopy at the star-studded night sky and this thought rose within her. Forcing herself to ignore both her craving for flesh and her fear of the corpses, Kukiki silently stripped the 2 mixed-blood mist elves and the half-orc of anything useful. The pile of spoils looked impressive, but all she could truly use were the half-elf's clothes and cloak. Only when she took them off did she realize the half-elf had not worn a mask, but a scarf. Unfortunately, both scarves were so soaked in blood, they were unusable. The half-orc's shield was far too big. The weight of the single-handed sword was manageable, and she could just about wield the hilt with both hands, but its quality was still questionable. More importantly, as she tried swinging the sword, both the jumbled memories and the body's ingrained habits told Kukiki that somewhere in that dark cave there should be a weapon that had accompanied this body its entire life. The filthy memories of the cave could no longer truly sway her, yet she still hesitated at the thought of entering that foul place again. With her head lowered using her claws, she hacked the half-elf's cloak and clothes into roughly her own size, only then realizing she had no needle and thread. The cloak posed no problem, but the clothes were useless without stitching, especially the trousers. After fussing with them for a long time, Kukiki could only drape the coarsely cut garments over herself and bind them with strips of cloth. As for her lower body, there was no helping it. Walking was fine, but any real movement would certainly expose her. I'll buy some once I get outside, she thought. With that, she stood and headed toward the cave. She had no idea what the outside world was like, but judging from the fate of these 3 unlucky souls, a weapon was absolutely essential. Letting the body's own habits take the lead mingled with those chaotic scraps of memory, Kukiki carefully controlled her pace so as not to tear her only set of clothes. Here there was pure darkness with no moonlight at all. Kukiki could not fathom why she could still see so clearly, though her sense of color was greatly diminished. Everything was reduced to subtle gradations of black, white, and gray. She was nothing but an ordinary liberal arts student from a third-rate university, utterly lacking the ability to analyze or deduce the cause. She promptly abandoned such useless speculation and focused on whatever strange thing she might find ahead. Twisting and turning through the dark passageways, she did not consciously try to remember the route. Yet as the body's habits blended with the chaotic fragments, every corridor, room, and altar, whether visited or not, was etched into her mind. Along with the influx of these static images came all manner of jumbled scenes from the past. Even though she had been forced to accept the identity of a monster, the memories, almost entirely of hunting and killing, still made Kukiki feel sick at heart. She shook her head, and the drooping ears, pulled down by her low mood, slapped against her face and head with a smack, leaving her so embarrassed she could only give a strangled little laugh. She pulled up the hood, hoping to keep those big ears in line. Yet the moment the hood settled, Kukiki felt her vision grow hazy. Things were no longer so sharp. She halted, blinked her nictitating membrane, then closed her eyelids for a moment before opening them again, still not as clear as before. Tilting her head in puzzlement, she removed the hood, and her sight immediately sharpened once more. An absurd idea surfaced. She raised both hands and covered the openings of her large ears, and this time her vision did not merely lose clarity. It was as if she had suddenly become severely nearsighted again. Do goblins somehow have bat blood? Kukiki's eyes went wide in astonishment. She lowered her hands and waited for her vision to stabilize, then lightly clapped her palms together. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Her sight was neither clearer nor blurrier than before. If only I'd studied biology and the sciences properly back then, she sighed inwardly. A little disappointed, she quickly let it go. At least this small episode had stopped those memory images from being forced into her mind. That was something. Steadying herself, she continued along the passageway. She should be there soon. The little axe was found in a small room. When she discovered it, it was wedged deep into a massive lizard-man skull. Facing this small axe with an oval handle and a thick tapered spike on the back of the head, Kukiki had no idea what sort of expression she ought to make. She had imagined a huge greatsword, or perhaps some grotesque cleaver, even a short spear or a scythe-like weapon. No, she had imagined an axe too, but at the very least a sizable two-handed battle axe. What was this supposed to be? With the strength of this body, did such a tiny axe really suit her? Yet the body's memories insisted this was the one. This was the weapon that felt wickedly smooth and effortless to use. Baring her teeth still full of dislike, Kukiki stepped forward, planted her foot on the poor lizard-man's skull, and grabbed the axe, ready to wrench it free. The instant her hand closed around the haft, she understood. She had disliked it so much she had never looked closely before, but when her right hand fit the handle perfectly, she realized it had been crafted specifically for a hand armed with sharp claws. For an ordinary human hand, without claws, whether the handle was round or oval, the ideal shape was one where the 4 fingers could press neatly into the palm when grasping a shaft. That way there was enough contact area to increase friction and ensure a secure grip while still allowing maximum strength during intense movements. Goblins, however, were different. Their long, sharp claws that could not retract meant such creatures could never truly clench a normal fist. A handle designed for a human hand would be troublesome for a goblin, whereas this axe's broader, thicker, oval haft allowed her to hold it steadily, without her claws scraping her own skin. But this axe is still way too small, isn't it? Even with this revelation, Kukiki's disdain barely lessened. Her mind grumbled, but her hands did not stop. With a sharp pull, there was a loud crack as the decayed skull gave way. If not for the body's habitual reflexes, Kikiki would have been yanked off balance and toppled over by the axe's weight. "Wow, that's heavy," she exclaimed in delighted surprise, hefting the little axe in her hand. She continued to play with it, and her muscle memory quickly returned. With chopping, hooking, slicing, lifting, sweeping, and hammering from every angle, the axe grew more and more natural in her hand, and the blood in her veins surged faster and faster. Gradually, Kikiki began to rasp out a hoarse hark, 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 without realizing it, swinging the little axe madly and shattering the pile of decayed bones on the ground into fragments. Only when the last thumb-sized piece of bone was crushed beneath the heavy spike did Kikiki finally stop. As the racing blood in her body settled, she gazed silently at the wreckage-strewn floor and let out a soft sigh. This volatile body and its easily stirred emotions might bring her endless trouble, but if she wanted to chase the hope of going home, she would have to tame this savage strength as best she could. Perhaps some mage might know a way, she thought. It was nothing more than a desperate hope, but it was the only comfort she had. After that, Kikiki faced a new problem. The axe was far too heavy. The cloth belt at her waist could not possibly hold it. She would have to see if she could use the Halfwerk's half breastplate and helmet to cobble together some sort of box to carry it in. When she stepped out of the cave and back into the moonlight, the world before her eyes bloomed with color once more. Kikiki walked over to the chaotic heap of belongings and casually tossed the axe to the ground. With a dull thump, the axe sank straight into the stone. She curled her lip, yanked the axe out, and laid it flat on the ground. Only then did she notice faint patterns beneath the sparse metal wrapping around the haft. Picking the axe up again, she used her sharp claws to pry at the metal bands and examined it carefully. They were not simple decorations, but a string of simply twisted tadpole-like characters. Crown of Redcap. Kikiki was still puzzling over how an axe could be associated with a crown when a surge of agony exploded inside her head. Within her barely maintained consciousness, she could clearly sense it. Countless fragments of embedded memory were beginning to tremble all at once. The axe slipped from her grasp once more and buried itself in the stone. Her entire body curled and collapsed, both hands clutching her head. Her big ears drooped limp, her eyes stared blankly wide, and her gaping mouth hung open, trembling as drool dripped unceasingly. The pain radiated outward from her skull into her torso, then spread to all four limbs. Her hands could no longer hold her head, and her entire body began to convulse. Yet instead of shattering under the stress, her consciousness grew preternaturally clear. On one side was an indescribable torrent of intense mixed discomfort. On the other, her intact human memories were being sliced apart, embedded, and fused with the chaotic goblin fragments. Her instinct to seek fortune and evade calamity drove her consciousness to retreat, tracing backward through her life. Scenes buried so deep in her cortex, they might never have resurfaced now played in her mind like a revolving lantern. At the same time, the human and goblin memories intertwined more gently as they were drawn into this backward flow until both strands returned to a single warm place. Her convulsions slowly eased and the pain ebbed away. Her curled body gradually unfurled. The tattered cloth wrappings, bindings, and cloak were all soaked with oil and sweat. The fresh scent of crushed grass on the stone under her drifted into her nose, with each heavy breath soothing her spirit. "Amai." The word that had always been mom in her mouth unconsciously emerged in a new language, and the two competing wills that had fought for dominance these past few hours seemed to have reached perfect equilibrium. Wiping away the excess oil that had seeped over her face, the girl rose once more, tearing the soaked cloth scraps, bindings, and cloak from her body and tossing them aside. She took out the mirror box and held it at arm's length. Compared to a short, warped, and lecherous male primal goblin, the creature in the mirror was a little taller and more proportionate. Her face and figure were fuller and smoother. Words like cute and beautiful, utterly incompatible with male primal goblins, seemed to fit this creature. She was a perfect female primal goblin, only somewhat more willowy and tall. "Redcap, I'll find your Amai, and I'll find a way to go home as well," the girl said firmly to the creature in the mirror. "From this moment on, I am you. I am Redcap." Fragments of goblin memory had granted the girl some battle experience, while the sturdy physique and peculiar bodily structure bestowed upon her an agile body and extraordinarily keen senses. Yet even with the knowledge of modern society added in, she still took a wrong turn when it came to figuring out how to carry the axe. She fumbled for a long time with the axe holster she had imagined, an axe sheath of sorts, only to finally realize that if she twisted several more strips of cloth together to increase their strength, slung one diagonally across her shoulder, and slid the axe and handlock blade down, she could secure the little axe at her waist with relative firmness. After hopping and skipping about for a while to make sure this was indeed the correct way to carry an axe, a swirl of mixed feelings rose in the girl's heart. The goblin blood within her was purely filled with joy, yet her human soul was so exasperated it almost wanted to laugh, driving her to wonder whether inheriting the goblin's body and memories had made her foolish. After cutting openings on both sides of the cloak's hood and testing to ensure her ears could poke through, she stuffed every little trinket she thought might be useful into the small pouch taken from the archer earlier and hung it at her waist. She bounced on her feet again. Nothing seemed amiss, so she finally began to ponder what to do next. She checked her supplies, an empty leather water skin reeking faintly of rot. Though to goblin senses it resembled the aroma of spiced braised meat. Inside the small pouch were 2 fire-starting kits, a little mirror box, a wooden comb, for which the girl had directly shaved off a layer of her own hair with the axe to remove it. A small bag of grayish-white irregular crystals with a strong salty tang, 9 dark brown metal coins stamped with goblin heads, 17 reddish-brown metal coins bearing human profiles, and 33 identical flat shells pierced with 2 tiny holes. There was no concept of currency in the memory she had inherited, but it did not matter. The mere fact that shells were still in circulation was enough for her to infer that this otherworld's metallurgy and mining were underdeveloped. A piece of good news for a girl with such a powerful physique. If she wanted to learn magic or find a mage, she would inevitably have to venture out. The goblin memories had gifted her with a new language, a scant understanding of measures and distances, and the characteristics and tribe names of some creatures. Yet regarding the world as a whole, she possessed no information at all. The pitiful goblin girl seemed to have been born in that underground palace, and her farthest range of activity had been no more than a radius of 4 stadia around the cave entrance, about 3,600 meters. She had always lived here alone for a very, very long time. Should she follow the road that had been almost entirely swallowed by the forest? She could easily discern a path within the dense jungle. The road also appeared in the scenes within her memory, winding endlessly, broken and repeatedly devoured by the forest, with the remaining stretches bearing scattered traces of adventurers. It seemed not a bad option. According to the logic of those Western fantasy novels, even a long-abandoned road would eventually lead to some sort of settlement at its end. Just as she was about to step forward, she glanced back at the cave entrance, and the 3 corpses lying there paused for a moment, then turned and darted away. The girl did not recognize the various plants in the jungle. She only knew that low vegetation was rare, most of it being ferns. The trees were tall, yet their crowns did not form the impenetrable canopy described in wildlife documentaries she had once seen. Moonlight still filtered through the gaps and spilled down in patches. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, and beneath the surface layer lay a thick stratum of humus into which each step would sink deeply. Fortunately, to goblin senses, this smell was not unpleasant, but the girl still chose to leap from tree to tree instead of walking on the forest floor. Perhaps due to her physique, the girl moved at an astonishing speed. To her, it felt as though only a short moment had passed before she had already bounded to the very edge of the range marked in the goblin's memories. Clinging to a tree, she looked down at the spot where the road had been entirely swallowed by the jungle. From here on, she could only advance by following the road's general direction, lest she lose herself in the dense woods. She continued her leaping passage between the trees, but her speed clearly dropped. Even with the goblin's heightened senses, the former road was hard to distinguish beneath layers of fallen leaves, humus, ferns, and fungi. More than once along the way, the girl was forced to drop to the ground and tear aside the soggy humus layer to confirm that the road still existed. She did not know how much time had passed. A prolonged intense exertion gradually raised her body temperature, and instinctive biological urges made the scent of water vapor grow ever more prominent in her sense of smell. She stopped atop a not particularly tall young tree, panting, her 2 large pointed ears standing ramrod straight. Saliva was being produced in great quantities and swallowed down again and again, yet not a single bead of sweat formed on her body. Only then did she realize something was wrong. Goblins had no sweat glands at all, relying entirely on those 2 big pointed ears and copious saliva evaporation for heat dissipation. Are goblins descended from dogs, or what? As she gasped for breath and grumbled inwardly, she noticed the sebum on her skin had diminished, her formerly grayish complexion flushing red, with small subcutaneous blood vessels starting to bulge. What a damned primitive cooling system. Once disgusted to the extreme by sweaty, dripping bodies, she now began to miss the human race's peerless surface-level cooling system. Perhaps humanity's ascent to the top of the food chain was not owed solely to the brain, but also to this very trait. She took off the cloak and wedged it under the diagonal strap across her chest to hold it in place, then briefly oriented herself toward the direction of the moisture in the air. She drew the little axe and made a few testing motions, but soon felt it was unwise and put it back again. After a brief frown and moment of hesitation, she slid her fingers into her mouth, forcing them deep toward her throat, making herself retch a small amount of gastric acid onto the tree trunk. She wiped her fingers, sniffed the scent of the corroded bark, and only then leapt toward the source of the moisture at a relatively slower pace. Even with goblin sharp senses, it was easy to become lost in a dense forest seldom traversed. As she followed the moisture in the air and studied her surroundings, she secretly gave thanks for the trail of scent marks she had been leaving behind. Perhaps she had bounded for 3 or 4 minutes, roughly 3 stadia in distance, though she was not entirely sure, before the faint murmur of running water finally reached her ears. She paused briefly in the tree, panting and knitting her brows. Whatever the accuracy of her estimate, at a distance far beyond the cave surroundings, she had still not seen a single wild beast, not even birds, small rodents, or reptiles, only the occasional insect sound. It was far too strange. She recalled the supplies carried by the half-elf and the halfwerk. They had brought no rations or jerky of any sort. For them to enter such a vast forest without food, the only reasonable explanation was that they could obtain abundant provisions through gathering or hunting. From the legends and fantasy works of modern society, she could barely accept the idea that a half-elf might be vegetarian or able to go long without eating, but for a halfwerk, that was far less plausible. Yet she had been leaping through the forest all this time, and with her powerful vision, hearing, and sense of smell, had detected nothing. That meant with high probability that the food source lay beneath the ground or within the humus layer. But why were there no animals? The girl rummaged through the goblin's memories as hard as she could. Back then, whenever she ventured out, hunger had driven her to forage for food. What kind of food had that goblin girl found? She searched her recollections for a long time, long enough for her body temperature to drop somewhat, yet still found nothing. She remembered clearly the jungle terrain where she had once roamed and wandered, but the moments of actually finding food and eating were inexplicably blurred. The only thing she could be sure of was that it had indeed been connected to the ground. Had her human memories with their fear and revulsion toward blood and flesh forcibly erased those parts? As that thought arose, a wave of nausea, not too intense but undeniable, surged up. Not only the meals consumed after her soul had crossed over, but also the scenes of gnawing on various creatures long ago in the underground palace flooded back all at once. She shivered, slapped her head hard, and dared not think further on it. She resumed her sprint toward the sound of the stream, though her speed grew slower and slower. She reached yet another tree, but this one was exceptionally tall, its lower trunk carpeted in thick mosses of bright and deep green. Clinging silently to a thick branch at the very bottom of the lofty crown, she poked out half her head to observe the small stream below. Her long ears stood rigid with the occasional twitch, while her olfactory organs worked busily to sift through all the mingled scents. By now a faint glimmer of dawn had appeared on the horizon, shining directly toward her head. Even that sliver of pale light felt distinctly piercing to her eyes. Regret stirred within her. She had never expected that the goblin's night-adapted vision would be so fragile in daylight. She could not afford to wait any longer. Once in her youth, she had climbed high mountains to see the sunrise and knew how quickly the morning sun rose. She circled swiftly down the trunk, and as she neared the ground, her right hand flicked out, gripping the small axe firmly. With a twist, she landed on an exposed tree root back, pressed tightly against the massive trunk. Listening warily, eyes fixed on the carpet of fallen leaves, she inched along the tree root toward the stream. She had chosen this great tree while part of its thick root system thrust directly into the stream, allowing her to avoid the risk of sinking into the unknown depths of the humus. The stream was shallow and crystal clear. She could see the stone-strewn bottom at a glance. What demanded her greater attention, however, was the thick humus on the opposite bank, only a single stride away, and the jungle stretching beyond the tree there. She abandoned the idea of rinsing out the foul-smelling water skin. Instead, she unfastened it with her left hand, bit down on the tough, unknown wooden plug, switched the water skin to her right hand, then turned sideways to face upstream, and slowly crouched, lowering the skin into the stream. Lacking any real experience in wilderness living, she made an obvious rookie mistake. She thought that simply holding the opening of the water skin against the current would fill it, easily forgetting that plunging it horizontally into the water would cause the air inside the leather to repel most of the water. With the resistance of the current confusing her sense of touch, she could not tell whether the water skin was full. She simply kept it there for a while until the weight in her hand increased noticeably, then lifted it out, only to realize the moment it left the water that the heft was wrong. By this time the sun had already risen. She had no leisure to fuss over details. She hastily switched the water skin to the other hand, shoved the stopper between her teeth to plug it, jammed the small axe back at her waist, and turned to scramble up the tree once more. The girl climbed to the middle of the tree crown using a small axe and her claws to carve out a tree hollow just large enough for her to fit. She placed her small pouch and leather water skin into the hollow, then climbed down a bit and jumped to another tree where she ascended to the crown and cut some branches and leaves to bring back to the large tree. After burrowing into the tree hollow and using the branches and leaves to nearly cover the entrance, the girl picked up her water skin and removed the stopper, drinking a couple of sips with the mindset of as long as it's not filthy, it won't make me ill, despite the evident briny taste. This was her first drink after her soul had crossed over. The cool water, slightly salty, flowed down her throat, prompting a soft hum of comfort from the girl. Due to the size of the tree trunk at the top, the hollow was not very large, barely enough for the girl to curl up. However, she was unconcerned. This body, possessing both flexibility and strength, allowed her to adopt many positions without discomfort, perhaps also due to the subconscious influence from being a goblin. Her body felt no fatigue, but the mental tension and the remnants of her former human routine still brought a strong wave of sleepiness. Adjusting her position to keep her ears directed toward the hollow's entrance, the girl gradually fell into a dream while gripping her small axe. As the stars slowly rotated with the planets crossing 1/3 of the earth, brilliant light filtered through the not-so-dense tree crown and the chaotic branches at the tree hollow, illuminating the girl's slightly reddened eyelids. The warmth of her body and the discomfort in her eyes finally roused the girl, who raised her hand to shield herself from the blinding sunlight, and in her curled position awkwardly stretched without fully extending her limbs. "I must find a way to make sunglasses," she muttered, angrily squinting as she tucked the small axe back into her waist, picked up the water skin, and drank the remaining briny water clean before tying it back to her waist along with her small pouch. Lowering her head to poke her ears out of the tree hollow, the girl listened for a while before turning her back to the hollow and pushing aside the branches, striving to maintain her back to the sunlight as she quickly descended the tree. Only when she reached the lower part of the large tree did her eyes begin to adjust somewhat. Yet the girl insisted on trying to keep her eyes fully open as she needed to adapt to the brightness of daylight quickly, or else she would struggle to move normally in most inhabited areas. She was convinced that most intelligent beings remained nocturnal, and she had discovered that if she closed her eyes or looked away from bright spots, her auditory system could not clearly see things. Though it was somewhat uncomfortable, the girl remained vigilant, grasping her small axe tightly as she crouched at the tree roots, carefully observing and listening to the sounds from beneath the layer of humus. It was still very quiet, with only the slight rustling of worms and other insects. Frowning, the girl shifted her attention to the thicker layer of humus across the stream, listening intently and finding nothing unusual. Tilting her head in thought, she returned the small axe to her waist, took off the water skin, and began to fill it with water, albeit her mind remained tense and her movements sluggish. After filling it about halfway, she squeezed and shook it, then emptied it, repeating this process 4 times before finally refilling the water skin, sealing it, and tying it back to her waist. Bending down and tilting her head back, she focused on listening to the sounds from across the stream as she dipped her chin into the cool water, letting it flow into her throat, which lifted her spirits a bit. After drinking heartily for a while, she slowly stood up, feeling satisfied and letting out a water burp. The wretched goblin memories and the previously suppressed physiological responses gave her misleading signals. Only after drinking so much water and feeling the clear physiological pleasure did she realize that this body had been in a semi-dehydrated state for a long time. The powerful and astonishing digestive and circulatory systems swiftly transported the fresh water from her stomach to the organs that had long been parched, the slightly excessive sense of invigorating pleasure almost making the girl feel as if she could hear the joyous cries of her cells. But soon the girl's expression changed, perhaps due to the rehydration. A subtle weakness mixed with a strong sense of hunger surged upon her. Her sense of smell suddenly became exceptionally sharp. Unfamiliar aromas that she had never sensed before wafted into her nostrils, stimulating her brain and stomach. The earlier hunger-driven frenzy in the hollow did not occur. The girl's rational mind could clearly perceive the embarrassment and turmoil from the goblin memories, and the vague recollections of foraging in the wild began to sway, as if wanting to become clearer. So is it because of embarrassment rather than too bloody or something? The hunger was overwhelming so much so that her curiosity only had time to emerge as a fleeting thought before she could no longer resist and lunged towards the layer of humus across the stream where the aroma was strongest. The dry, brittle leaves crumbled and scattered while the sticky humus was flung away like cannonballs by her sharp claws. Plump white worms were expertly extracted and stuffed into her toothy mouth before her mind could catch up, quickly numbing her brain with their soft texture and sweet juices, ensuring a smooth eating experience. The hungry girl tore through the seldom trodden forest like a powerful plow, carving out a winding, deep trench. Leaves and humus rained down in the air, shattering the long-standing tranquility alongside the joyful sounds of her eating, adding a touch of vibrant life to the vast jungle. In a wider, deeper stream, a petite girl with a dull complexion and a pair of lively, large, pointed ears was desperately washing her toothy, yet somewhat cute mouth. Occasionally, she would spit out some mucus that floated on the water's surface, quickly carried away by the current. Feeling as though she had washed enough, the girl sat bewilderedly in the stream, letting the slightly chilly water wash over her waist. Her tear glands began to produce glistening liquid, and the corners of her large mouth pulled down slightly due to the muscles in her jaw. First came the intermittent soft sobs, which quickly escalated into loud wails of wah-wah. The sounds of her crying harmonized with the earlier noise of her digging, elevating the vitality of the jungle to another level. Only the most primitive goblins would resort to eating insects when they could not find food. Even the stupid and primitive ones would only do so furtively. After all, it indicated a lack of food, which was very detrimental in terms of competition within their clan. The girl had eaten insects before. There were plenty of ways to prepare insects in the former land of the Divine Land. Wash them, peel them, fry them, they were delicious. However, the idea of grabbing live wriggling insects and wolfing them down, making sounds akin to a certain gluttonous creature, felt excessive. The collapse of her humanity and the shame of being a goblin weighed heavily on the girl's fragile soul. Even as her body began to emit warnings of hypothermia, she remained unresponsive, wailing uncontrollably. Ultimately, perhaps due to the biological instinct that could no longer be ignored, driven by the survival instincts from goblin memories, the girl crawled back to the shore while continuing to cry. She stripped off her wet clothes and cloak, rolling in a pile of dry leaves to dry her body, but at this point she was powerless. The girl lay sprawled on the soft leaves, continuing to howl. The prolonged crying not only released a great deal of negative emotions, but also exhausted her spirit. As her cries grew quieter, her body began to curl instinctively, and she entered a dream while still sobbing. Evidently, this jungle was not as dangerous as the girl had previously imagined. She curled up in the pile of dry leaves and slept until the gentle moonlight fell, awakening after an unknown duration. Amai, turn off the lights. Anarotisa, straighten out the order. A new language mixed with Chinese emerged from the girl's still drowsy lips as she irritably grabbed a pile of dry leaves to cover her eyelids. Crackle, crackle. The continuous sound of breaking dry leaves provoked her sensitive large ears, increasing her morning grouchiness. The girl sat up in anger, opening her eyes, but froze. Oh, still groggy, she realized she was not in the warm home, nor in the dark familiar underground palace, but on a lonely road searching for hope. After a moment of stupor, the feelings of disappointment and sadness quickly vanished, and the girl inexplicably grew stronger. She stood up as if nothing happened, brushing off the leaves and some sticky humus caused by fermentation. Still feeling dirty, she directly stepped into the nearby stream to start scrubbing. Simple cool water could wash away dirt, fragments of leaves and humus, but it was ineffective against natural secretions of oil. The girl didn't dwell on it, drinking a few more sips of water and walking out of the stream to the shore, where she had discarded her clothes and cloak. Since she hadn't wrung them out or hung them to dry, her clothes and cloak were still too wet to wear. She draped the fabric over her bare body, readying the water skin and pouch, then tucked the small axe back in. Looking up to identify her surroundings, it didn't matter if she didn't recognize them. She just needed to follow the trench she had dug back, hoping the scent markers would still be effective. The girl leaped up the trees, no longer glancing at her clothes and cloak, racing along the trench. Fortunately, the scent of tree bark and sap from her stomach acid still lingered in the air, though faint. The girl's keen sense of smell immediately caught onto the direction. Returning to the road consumed by the forest, the girl climbed up to the tree crown and looked at the moon, which was enormous, nearly twice the size of what she remembered from Earth. It was beautiful, yet it carried an eerily familiar feeling. In the unpolluted, cloudless sky, the twice-large moon and her enhanced vision allowed the girl to see the moon's blurred terrain more clearly, even distinguishing the number of craters. Could this also be Earth? With the scientific knowledge instilled in her from a handful of serious educational videos, having a satellite so similar to Earth's moon was almost impossible. So is this a peculiar parallel world? Her heart began to race. For a completely unfamiliar world, familiar things and possibly unchanged rules provided a sense of security. After a moment of excitement, the girl reined in her wild thoughts. Even though she had once been a science prodigy, understanding soul crossing and parallel worlds was beyond her. Examining the moon's position closely, she turned to look at the direction she had come from, but the girl ultimately gave up on immediately determining the cardinal directions. The twisted route made it difficult for her to discern where the sun rose from her current position. However, if this world was like Earth, then the direction the moon descended would be the west. Climbing down from the tree crown, her stomach reminded her through contractions that it was time to eat. Pouting, she decided not to be overly fussy this time, but she would absolutely not swallow insects whole. She dug into a large patch of humus, clearing out a barely fireproof area. Mixing the dry leaves with a huge pile of white worms in the center, the girl took out flint, tinder, and a fire starter, preparing to attempt her first outdoor fire. A traveler proves a truth to many wise beings through her own experience. Without matches, lighters, or any foolproof means of starting a fire, those with no outdoor firemaking experience should not expect to eat cooked food. High humidity, damp tinder from soak bags, inferior iron fire steels, and chaotic attempts at striking fire will guarantee failure. Even with such a powerful physique, the girl felt waves of soreness. Her patience was truly remarkable. Holding the wriggling tinder maggot and inhaling its sweet aroma, she savored the soft yet chewy burst of flavor, her recently fortified spirit struggling intensely. Reluctantly standing and gazing into the endless jungle, the girl finally closed her eyes, steeled her resolve, and shoved the maggot into her mouth. Before she could force herself to swallow, the maggot's 6 strong legs began to tickle her, making her chew instinctively. The fresh, sweet juice filled her mouth, enveloping every taste bud on her tongue. Before it could slide down her throat, her stomach began to churn with anticipation. The girl completely abandoned her resistance, numbly grabbing the maggots one after another and stuffing them into her mouth. Her large eyes glistened slightly red, but her tear ducts refused to produce any liquid. With a mix of determination and defiance, despite not being that hungry, she forced all the maggots into her stomach, unwilling to stop, even as she began to burp and felt nauseated. Her will compelled her stomach to secrete a copious amount of acid, and her body finally began to yield to her soul. The powerful gastric acid decomposed the almost throat-sized chunks of maggot and the bacteria and fungi mixed within. The strong muscles of her stomach sent the digested proteins into the intestines, while the pancreas and intestinal mucosal cells worked overtime to secrete various enzymes, and the resident bacteria began to work frantically. The girl sat on the ground with her legs apart, panting, as the intense digestive process caused her brain to receive less blood. Still carrying some grievance and defiance, her thoughts lagged, preventing her from noticing the changes in her body. Her originally lean muscles began to slowly swell, and the almost non-existent subcutaneous fat started to accumulate. The excessive energy intake and the heat generated by digestion triggered rapid evolution in her body under the compulsion of human memory. When the first itch appeared, the girl paid it no mind, simply scratching it before preparing to stand and continue her journey. But before she could rise, another wave of itching struck. At this moment, the girl became somewhat alert as she turned to check what was happening at the itchy spot, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain and collapse to the ground. The impact with the ground did not alleviate the itch, rather it exacerbated the pain. In an instant, almost every part of her body was in agony and itching. With her mouth half open and eyes wide, the itch made her reflexively want to scratch, while the intense pain tightened her muscles and a series of muscle spasms completely immobilized her. What tormented her most was that such intense discomfort did not render her unconscious. Her mind was incredibly clear at that moment, and every twinge of itch and pain communicated clearly to her will. Stimulated by the intense sensations, her thoughts froze, and without any possibility of distraction, she could only helplessly await the end of her hell in endless pain. Sweat soaked the girl's disheveled hair and drenched the soil beneath her, which emitted a foul odor. So, have to suffer for so long, just to sweat. Compared to the previous hellish torture of being burned like fire ants, the feeling of weakness now was like paradise. The girl lay limply on the ground, who knows how much suffering she had endured in just over a day. Struggling to turn over, she found herself lying on her back, and through the gaps in the tree canopy, she saw the moon had risen overhead. Is this scientific? Is this magic? In just an hour or two, and I've completely mutated. The girl stared wide-eyed at the branches swaying in the breeze, revealing the moon intermittently. What's next? Will my claws become nails, or will I grow taller? By the way, does growing taller count as a mutation? My ears won't shrink, right? That should count as degeneration, right? A series of incomprehensible and painful thoughts made the girl start to daydream, even wondering if she would ultimately evolve into an immortal capable of crossing the galaxy. Her body did not respond to the girl's chaotic thoughts, it simply worked diligently to recover rapidly. The emergence of sweat glands not only signified a more powerful cooling system, but also indicated changes in the fluid circulation system, the degeneration of outdated functional tissues, and the inevitable evolutionary transformations to adapt to the new system. All of this would eventually achieve a final balance over time, with the most crucial aspect being the guarantee of energy intake and behaviors that align with the new system. As the feeling of weakness slowly dissipated, the girl climbed back up, and the mixture of sweat and grease made the dirt on the ground cling more easily. Cursing under her breath, the girl slapped at the dirt, yet her tone was filled with uncontainable joy. The continuous onslaught certainly caused her mind and body immense pain, but deep down there was a sense of elation. Not because her body had grown strong, but because she was becoming more human. Unable to endure the dirt, the girl began searching for a water source again, hoping to find a stream as clear as before, safe and transparent. Just as she was about to mark a tree with stomach acid, she suddenly realized a new problem. Despite having consumed countless foods and plenty of water over the past day, she had not excreted once. Recalling the anime and games she had seen or played before, she distinctly remembered that such a damn little thing should also have normal urges. Trembling slightly, she reached out towards the dirt beneath her, but stopped looking at her yellow-black claws, ultimately abandoning the unsanitary action. She left her stomach acid mark as usual, and with keen senses dashed through the jungle. The water source was close this time. She estimated that in less than a minute the humidity in the air had become unusually dense. The lack of the sound of flowing water made her worried, and her concerns quickly turned into reality. Climbing a tree and looking at the almost boundless lake, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Though she hadn't seen any animals who knew what might happen in this unscientific world. The lake's water was also very clear, but the dim moonlight at night was obviously insufficient for her to see the depths of the lake. She carefully jumped to the nearest tree by the lake, starting to look for a gentle shallow area. After hopping along the lake's edge for a while, the girl finally found a more suitable spot. The rocky shallow slope was not as gentle as the girl had hoped, but the farthest visible part was over 10 meters from the shore, and she thought it would be fine to wash herself in water that didn't exceed her ankles. Hanging strips of cloth, a small axe, a pocket, and a water bag on a tree, the girl carefully approached the water's edge, testing the temperature with her foot before slowly stepping into the water. The water in the shallow area was a bit warmer than the stream, satisfying the girl as she stared into the depths of the lake while gently scooping water to wash her body. Whether it was the sweat diluting the grease or the development of sweat glands occupying the space of the oil glands, the dryness felt during washing made the girl realize it was much easier to clean this time. A small surprise slightly diverted the girl's attention, but as she lowered her head to check her body, a huge shadow swiftly and quietly approached from the depths of the lake towards the shallow area. The shadow did not immediately attack the girl. It smoothly turned around just before reaching the shallows and re-entered the depths of the lake. Just as the massive tail was obscured by the dark waters, the girl happened to lift her head. The surface of the lake remained tranquil, with ripples expanding from where she splashed and then disappearing into the distance. Lowering her guard slightly, the girl sat down and seriously scrubbed the dirt off her body. At that moment, the shadow surged from the depths of the lake towards the girl, its streamlined body and massive tail fin giving it tremendous explosive power. Perhaps the murderous intent of this shadow was strong enough, or perhaps it was the goblin's primitive danger sense. The girl inexplicably broke out in goosebumps. She pushed off the lake bed with her feet, her entire body flying backward like a cannonball. At the same time, the massive shadow burst through the water's surface, landing exactly where the girl had just squatted. The girl, flipping in midair, landed on the shore with her limbs. Before her was a colossal creature struggling to escape the shallows. It was a monster resembling a crocodile with a head full of sharp teeth that matched the length of the girl's body. Its short webbed limbs, which were entirely mismatched with its massive body, frantically clawed at the stones of the shallows, while its streamlined body continuously slapped with a flattened tail. The girl was not afraid, although she did not recognize this monster. Her sense of smell kept telling her that this was delicious food. She quickly jumped back into the nearby trees, pulling out her small axe, then leaped down directly onto the giant creature that had failed to hunt and was now stranded. At that moment, its massive and heavy form became a burden, and its eyes near the top had already spotted the girl descending from above. However, the body structure of an aquatic creature prevented it from tilting its head at a large angle like a terrestrial creature. Trying to twist to evade danger was ultimately too late, and the small but sharp and heavy axe struck fiercely between its eyes. The intense pain immediately sent the monster into a frenzy, violently shaking its head and hurling the girl into the lake while the axe was firmly lodged in its thick skull. The girl was greatly alarmed as she could swim, but if there were other monsters in the lake, she was doomed. Goblin Princess is online, seeking segment reviews for free power generation. The lake water farther from the shore was significantly colder, yet the girl who had fallen in burned with feverish heat. The moment she hit the water, she fought desperately toward the shallows. Not because she believed the stranded creature would wait for her to reach land, but because that direction offered the shortest path. A rapid surge of adrenaline granted her explosive strength beyond human limits, while the bloodthirsty fearlessness inherent in this body allowed her mind to swiftly overcome adrenaline's inhibitory effects and regain composure. Her legs churned like pistons, churning up frothing waves behind her, her arms sliced through the water at a frantic rhythmic pace, and her nictitating membranes shielded her eyes as they darted ceaselessly between the shallow-dwelling beast and the dark expanse of the lake. The girl was fortunate the wounded creature, driven into frenzied spasms by its injury, had twisted slightly toward the shore, stranding itself even more thoroughly, and no other life stirred within the lake. As she neared the shallows, she deliberately slowed her pace, shifting her focus entirely to the deeper waters behind her, to avoid drawing the monster's attention. She crawled ashore at a point farther along the shallows, well away from the creature, then crept silently around to face it head-on. Now she confronted a grim reality. Slaying this colossal being was plainly beyond her reach. That posed no insurmountable problem. She could always return to eating insects, but the small axe still embedded in the creature's skull was impossible to abandon. The beast possessed immense strength, and though its head and back were armored with coarse nodules and overlapping scales, they were slicked with viscous mucus, reminiscent of amphibians and fish alike. She could not grip firmly enough with her claws before the creature hurled her aside, nor could she guarantee pulling the axe free in time. The girl scanned the surrounding jungle frantically, hoping for anything useful, a sturdy vine perhaps. Alas, this was reality, not fiction, and her so-called protagonist's aura proved insufficiently radiant. Had she paused to sift through memory, she would have recalled never once seeing vine-like flora in this forest. Her initial wariness curdled into urgency. The creature appeared to have regained lucidity, ceasing its self-destructive thrashing, and instead laboring to drag itself back into the lake with its absurdly short, stubby limbs. Utterly helpless, the girl flushed with frustrated rage and hurled a stone with all her might at the creature's head. Thud, crack. A dull thud followed by a sharp snap. The blow, skewed by blind fury, missed its intended target, but struck one of the creature's diminutive legs with uncanny precision. The stone carried tremendous kinetic energy, while the creature's leg bones had clearly atrophied to a fragile, brittle state. Perhaps not fully shattered, but judging by the creature's renewed frenzy and the grotesquely twisted angle of its limb, the girl retained just enough protagonist's aura to turn calamity into opportunity. Even goblins aren't this dumb. She giggled foolishly, slapping her own forehead before snatching up another stone and hurling it with renewed fervor. Earth's eons of evolutionary competition have long affirmed that truly dominant species possess at least two core competencies: throwing stones and boiling water. With stone throwing alone, humanity ascended to an apex no other life form could surpass. This petite girl, endowed with strength far exceeding human limits, launched stones akin to miniature artillery shells. While thick bone and hardened carapace might shrug off superficial wounds, relentless repeated impacts overwhelmed even carbon-based physiology. Its organs and brain simply could not endure. Fueled by surging hope, and perhaps hunger's primal pull, the girl hurled stone after stone until the creature's wrath devolved into feeble gasps and near-death stillness. Perhaps stunned, senseless, the beast now lay almost entirely out of the water, almost as if offering in grim courtesy to spare her the effort of dragging it ashore. Before her lay a creature whose eyes were pulped, whose nodules and scales had been all but stripped away, and whose 3 stubby legs lay broken and motionless. Yet she did not rush forward. It looked profoundly unintelligent, but feigning death remained a perilous possibility. Breathing heavily, she circled to the opposite side of the shallows and pressed her ear close, listening intently. Hearing no heartbeat, she nevertheless picked up another stone and struck again, repeatedly, even though the creature no longer reacted. Only when nearly half buried beneath a mound of rocks did she climb a nearby tree draped with cloth strips and rest upon its branches. Once her breath steadied, she leapt down some distance from the corpse, removed her small pouch and waterskin, then unraveled the cloth strip and fashioned a slipknot noose. With painstaking care, she cast the noose toward the axe embedded in the creature's skull several times before finally catching it. She gently tightened the loop, secured it around the axe's haft, and began pulling backward with steady force. The axe handle was slick with the creature's mucus. The cloth slipped free the moment tension increased. With no alternative, she scaled the tree once more, broke off a long forked branch, and positioned herself beside the creature's flank, then prodded cautiously from directly in front using the forked tip. After multiple futile jabs elicited no response, she drew a deep breath, sprang onto the creature's skull, seized the axe, and kicked off powerfully, executing a flawless backward somersault to land lightly on her feet. The axe, however, remained stubbornly lodged. Shaking the viscous slime from her hands, she rolled her eyes. Yes, the beast was unmistakably dead, yet retrieving the axe would still demand considerable effort. Only after repeatedly scrubbing the axe handle with damp earth did she finally wrench it free, and upon prying open the wound, discovered the blade had failed entirely to penetrate the creature's skull. Now came the stage of gathering spoils, and her body, drained of energy, growled with ravenous hunger. She moistened her lips. Though utterly unfamiliar with such a hybrid creature, part reptilian, part amphibian, she reasoned confidently any being with legs offered edible legs. With a single brutal swing of the axe, she severed one stubby leg, nearly half her height, and rich, fragrant blood welled instantly. Ignoring all else, she bent low and drank deeply, her revulsion toward raw blood utterly forgotten. The corpse, dead for some time, held no residual blood pressure. After only a few gulps, she wiped her lips and turned to cradle the massive limb, gnawing into it with fierce appetite. Compared to the delicate frailty of pale grubs, this creature's sinewy muscle possessed remarkable resilience. Yet her formidable bite and razor-sharp teeth met the texture with evident delight. Once I find a town, I must secure proper fire-making tools, she mused between great tearing bites. A sharp shush pierced her ears just as the arrow severed the tendon she was tearing, embedding itself upright beside her. A goblin. Ugly. Shameless, wretched vermin. A voice, melodious in timbre but vicious in tone, emerged from the jungle. The girl snatched up her small axe and ducked behind the carcass. Her acute hearing had already pinpointed the voice's origin, but dense foliage and layered echoes obscured the attacker's form. Foolish thing, leave the elven dominion at once. Another arrow followed the voice, curving unervingly mid-flight to embed itself in the corpse mere millimeters from her nose. Startled, she instinctively cowered, even as ancestral instincts urged defiance, and cried out, "I don't know where I am. Nor do I know how to leave." A speaking primitive goblin. How peculiar. Though the murmur seemed self-directed, her keen ears caught it clearly. Emboldened, she called again, "I seek and I don't eat." Goblin, common tongue meaning mage, but I'm lost. Could you point me in the right direction? Do goblins commune with deceased kin? Truly strange. Another hushed aside. She rolled her eyes. Confused by the conflation of mages and spirit summoning, she insisted, "Only an Idoni can help me return home. Please, will you guide me?" "Oh, by Emer's grace. What goblin seeks death for family's sake? It cannot be a goblin." "No, I mean it should not die thus. It is the very hope of foolish goblins. But we cannot redeem it. Shall we return it to the greater goblin kingdom? 3 of them." Her hair prickled upright. If the first had arrived unnoticed while she lowered her guard, fine. But there were 3. Yet these beings, apparently elves, seemed remarkably benign. And what precisely was the greater goblin kingdom? The voices continued debating. One agonized over principle, another advocated returning her to the greater goblin kingdom. The third suggested taking her in and instructing her, though none knew precisely what instruction she required. "Hey, or, if pointing the way out is easier, which direction leads beyond this place?" she interjected, growing impatient. Were these elves this verbose? All 3 voices fell silent. Then, amid rustling foliage, 3 humanoid figures emerged, strikingly similar to the half-elf archer slain earlier at the cave mouth. To the girl's eye, they were near identical, differing only in infinitesimal variations of brow or nose. Compared to the slain half-elf archer, their features were markedly more refined. Their ears tapered sharply, their skin bore a deep gray hue, their eyes shimmered with faint silver light devoid of discernible pupils. Pure blood mist elves. Instantly, goblin memory identified their race. Seeing that the 3 mist elves held their bows loosely with arrows still nestled safely in their quivers, the girl cautiously raised her hands and stepped slowly from behind the carcass. No sooner had she risen than all 3 simultaneously pivoted sideways, shielding their eyes and crying aloud, "Oh, shameless wretch! You are unworthy of redemption. Depart the elven dominion immediately." Blinking in bewildered silence, she realized, too late, that she stood completely naked. Human shame flooded her consciousness. Clutching herself, she scrambled back behind the corpse and lied indignantly, "You're the shameless ones. This creature ruined my clothes. They vanished into the lake." "Ah, is that so? Poor creature. It must have suffered terribly. We misjudged it. Indeed, it is the hope of goblins." Stunned and speechless, the girl reeled. These mist elves' logic defied all comprehension. "So, just like that, you trust me? Are these guys not fools?" The girl hiding behind the corpse of the monster thought to herself, slightly revealing half of her head, with a strange expression as she observed the 3 expressionless, but vividly speaking fog spirits. We truly cannot redeem it. We should return it to the elder brother Goblin Kingdom. But even if we send it back, it will still follow its kin into the afterlife, right? That would be such a pity. It must have been cursed by some Mikashifu dark sorcerer to have such thoughts of sacrifice, right? Or we could tell it the direction to the Xianling continent and let that white-skinned fool Cohen white sorcerer or priest baptize it. As the girl was about to speak up to ask the fog spirits for clothes, she suddenly realized that although she had learned that new language, some synonyms were still not quite clear to her. While she didn't fully understand what the fog spirits meant by Mikashifu and Cohen, she presumed that Yadongni was probably not the type of sorcerer she imagined. Rarely encountering what seemed to be somewhat foolish but information-rich NPCs, the girl did not want to miss this opportunity. She poked her head out and asked, "So what are the differences between Mikashifu and Cohen compared to Yadongni? I'm not very good at studying." Emir's Midsummer. It actually received an education? Incredible. A primitive goblin can actually gain wisdom through education. This must be Emir's miracle. Oh no, doesn't this prove that the white-skinned fool was right? As soon as this was said, the three fog spirits suddenly fell silent and turned to look at the girl hiding behind the monster's corpse. Adrenaline surged through her, and while the girl's mind was still preoccupied with these three fools are wasting time, her body had already spun around and leaped into the water, disregarding whether there were monsters in the lake, holding her breath and desperately diving down. A dozen arrows followed the girl's form into the water, but all were dodged just in the nick of time by the girl twisting her body or turning sideways. Fortunately, these arrows could not change direction once they hit the water, exhausting their energy in a straight trajectory and then floating up. In the slightly cold depths of the lake, the secretion of adrenaline was quickly suppressed by a negative feedback mechanism. The girl's thoughts completely calmed down as she did not know how far she had swum or even which direction she was going, but she had to surface for air. Whether it was the heavy axe in her right hand or the powerful muscle density, the girl found it difficult to float naturally, which increased the danger she would face when trying to breathe. With her feet treading water and hands paddling to keep her ascent as quiet as possible, she gradually began to see the faint glimmer of moonlight, and even though the feeling of suffocation was making her slightly dizzy, the girl's movements remained cautious and slow. Her wet head slowly emerged from the water's surface, suppressing the urge to take a deep breath. The girl turned her head to observe her surroundings while slowly inhaling. There was nothing around, just like in the disaster movies she had seen before. Everything was water with no sign of forest or land. Perhaps it's too dark. Looking up at the huge moon that had begun to descend, the girl abandoned this foolish self-comfort. Drifting alone on the vast lake surface with only a heavy axe, she hadn't encountered any creatures so far, but in such a large lake it was not surprising, and it did not rule out the possibility of other giants. Are all fog spirits insane? Cursing in her heart, she recalled the position of the moon when she was at the shallows. Good, she hadn't paid any attention to the moon at that time. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she consumed nearly half of her body weight in a monster's short legs, storing a considerable amount of energy, and figured she should be able to swim to the shore slowly. Right? The girl chose the direction in which the moon was setting. Even if it was the farther side, at least she knew it was definitely west. The heavy axe was quite a burden. To save energy, the girl could only paddle with one hand while dragging the axe, switching hands every so often, which further slowed her swimming speed. Until the moon began to dip below the horizon and the dawn slowly appeared behind her, a distant, uneven shadow finally came into her view. The girl suppressed her excitement, maintaining her swimming speed, and swam straight towards that shadow. This was a strange, yet vibrant, and not rugged mountainous forest. Although the girl still had not spotted any aquatic creatures by the time she reached the shore, the claw marks, hoof prints, and the familiar, yet strange scents in the air told her that this was a normal place. The energy she had absorbed at midnight might have been depleted due to prolonged movement and low temperatures. Even if she was exhausted, the girl still had to find something to eat to appease her growling stomach. Rolling a few times on the not-so-thick layer of fallen leaves, the girl, still holding her axe, leaped between the trees. It turned out that running around on the trees was indeed a good habit. The girl discovered numerous unfamiliar rodents and reptiles. Capturing them was not difficult for her, but in the end she chose various eggs. The various nests were rich and scent, easy to catch since they couldn't run or jump, convenient to eat, and nutritious and clean. Aside from their small size, they were practically the best food in the wild. The girl was so immersed in the joy of self-service that she didn't realize how far she had wandered until a familiar yet enticing aroma entered her nostrils, and she suddenly realized that the mist from the lake had long since vanished. Holy crap! The aroma of carbohydrates. After discerning it for a moment, the girl exclaimed excitedly in her native tongue. But after the excitement, she quickly calmed down, and the fog spirits might indeed be insane, but goblins were probably truly unpopular. Looking at her filthy, naked body, a sense of human shame reclaimed its ground. Coco, don't rush, first take a look around. At worst, I'll steal some clothes. Thinking this to herself, the girl bit the axe and jumped up the tree, swiftly weaving through the forest, following the familiar scent. In less than a minute, the girl, covered in dirt with a resentful expression, abruptly found herself at the edge of a dense forest, gazing at a large field with a few crude houses of varying sizes, among which the largest had a chimney emitting grayish-white smoke. Considering the psychological shadow brought by the fog spirits, she quietly sat on a high tree branch rubbing her bottom while staring intently at the house with the smoking chimney. Various crude snares had given the inexperienced girl some rather unpleasant experiences, but not encountering a beast trap was already very lucky. Before long, a filthy, oversized burlap, hoodie-wearing half-orc child with a cloth belt messily tied around his waist and a bare head with short tusks ran out of the house barefoot. He was also holding a black chunk, flipping it between his hands. Following that with a roar, a tall female half-orc wrapped in a headscarf and wearing a similar but larger hoodie, also barefoot, emerged holding what appeared to be a black stick that could be a fire-poking rod or something else. The girl's keen hearing clearly caught the half-orc female, shouting, "Glenn, you little brat, don't think you're getting dinner today." Before she could react, another person came out of the house. Yes, a person. A man in a similar hoodie and cloth belt, barefoot with greasy short brown hair, and whose face and hands were so dirty that his skin color was indistinguishable. With a high nose bridge and gray pupils, his face was slightly square and seemed somewhat deformed, standing almost 2 heads shorter than the female half-orc. Surely this other world is populated by Western races, right? The girl smirked, then froze in surprise. This tall female half-orc was actually cuddling the man and acting spoiled. Taking a deep breath, "It's fine, at least this indicates that the people here seem to have less severe racial discrimination than the fog spirits." The man and the female half-orc didn't indulge for long before a male and female pair of humans walked out of the adjacent house. Both were a bit shorter than the previous man. The male wore a dirty, greasy flat cap, while the female was wrapped in a headscarf similar to the female half-orc, and they appeared to be a couple holding hands. "Marta, can we eat now?" The woman called out to the half-orc couple ahead, looking up. The female half-orc immediately wriggled out of the man's embrace, seemingly a bit shy. She opened her mouth, but her voice was too soft and distant for the girl to hear clearly. However, the way the human couple walked toward the half-orc couple's house suggested a positive response. Until both couples entered the house with the smoking chimney, no other sounds came from the remaining 2 houses. The girl turned her gaze to the half-orc child, who had not run far, happily stomping in mud while gnawing on the black chunk. From the comparison of sizes with the 3 humans, it seemed that the hoodie the little brat wore could fit her. Watching the 5 bratty children share the black chunk and start to frolic, and as they moved further away from the burrow, the girl took cover among the crops and stood up to look at the direction of the houses, confirming that no adults had come out. She focused on the smallest boy with light yellow hair. All their hair was dirty and short, making it impossible to distinguish between genders, and as all 5 children turned away from her, she suddenly leaped across the muddy path. Tomato novel Goblin Princess online, seeking feedback for free power generation. Heart. Is he a child of the Finlafindo family? Certainly not. The Finlafindo family has red skin, while this fellow has gray skin. I also like not wearing clothes like him. Then Mom won't keep scolding me for getting my clothes dirty. Your mom's clothes aren't clean either. Is this guy a street kid? The voices of the mischievous children chattered away as the girl lay flat on the barren ground, her face flushed with embarrassment. Heaven knows why this wasteland has so many well-hidden pitfalls. Look, his ears and face have turned red. He should be from the Finlafindo family, right? Glenn, you fool, hurry and flip him over as he's stuck in the mud. Feeling one of the children approaching, the girl hurriedly rolled over and ran towards the nearby thicket. Then, predictably, she stepped into 2 more pitfalls and fell to the ground with a thud. How did he manage that? He stepped into every trap dug by the Dorado. Indeed. So impressive. The mischievous children gathered around again. One of them approached the girl, wanting to help her up, but after tugging at her arm, he couldn't pull her up. "Glenn, come help, he is so heavy." This was a comparatively youthful and pleasant voice, probably that half-elf kid. The embarrassed girl certainly wouldn't let this group of mischievous children help her up, but the child's grip on her arm was a bit tight, and worried about hurting the child, she had to say, "I'm fine. No need to help me." How about that? It sounds like he is from the Finlafindo family. Indeed, it does resemble them. But don't half-goblins all sound similar? Dorado, I'm going to tell your father that you called someone a half-goblin. Don't. I didn't. I'm not. Several mischievous kids were clamoring, while the one holding her arm seemed to squat down and quietly asked, "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" The girl tilted her head, exposing one eye to look at this child, who turned out to be the smallest human child. For a moment, she felt guilty about the thought of tearing this child's clothes off. "No, sister is fine." The child's eyes widened at her words. "You're a girl." Without waiting for the girl to respond, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Glenn, Dorado, you two carry her over. Don't look. She is a girl." The noisy voices of the mischievous children immediately stopped, and then a slightly rougher voice came through. "Hey, Maka, you can't look either. You come here too." "Of course," the child replied as they rustled away from the girl. "Zizha, you put my clothes on. Harmonia, you go home and bring me a new set of clothes. Remember not to let Mom find out." "Why can't I wear my clothes?" That was the slightly rough voice again. "Are you saying to let a girl wear your clothes that haven't been washed for a month and are filthy and stinky?" The child's voice was very assertive. Several boys were still arguing, one foot already running far away, while another foot walked up to the girl. "Hurry and put the clothes on." The girl's voice was a bit rough, but she seemed to be trying to be as gentle as possible. The girl, blushing, remained silent for a moment before finally propping herself up to take the pullover and clumsily put it on. "Wow, you're so pretty." Perhaps out of surprise, the girl forgot to suppress her rough voice, causing the girl to involuntarily look up. Indeed, she was a half-beast, but her features leaned more towards human with a messy, thick mane of gray-black hair and bigger eyes and softer facial lines than that Glenn. Her nose was not particularly sharp, but it wasn't a flat turned-up nose either. She had two short, thick, outwardly curved tusks, but they were not protruding. Her somewhat dirty skin showed a healthy rosy hue. Thank you. Feeling the half-beast girl's innocence, the girl finally revealed a smile. You are also very pretty. The half-beast girl blushed at the compliment covering her face, and speaking a bit shyly, you must be joking. Where am I pretty bright? At this moment, the girl noticed the half-beast girl's hands, which were slightly large, but had primate-like nails, truly hands in the literal sense. This made her feel a bit inferior about her own claws. However, the girl still raised her left hand, which wasn't holding the axe, formed a fist to cover her claws, and gently stroked the half-beast girl's cute nose, saying, "You are beautiful and adorable." The half-beast girl was filled with joy, shyly replying, "You are much prettier than me." The girl smiled, and turned her head to look at the three boys who had their backs to her now, stopped arguing, twisting their bodies, but refusing to turn their heads. She raised her hand to pat the half-beast girl's head, saying, "You are Zizha, right? Please thank Maka for the clothes for me. I have to go now. Can you tell me where the nearest town is?" Before Zizha could respond, the slightly juvenile voice of Maka rang out, "Hey, are you crazy? You'll get caught." Then Zizha somewhat nervously grabbed the girl's arm and said, "You are a street kid, right? Please don't go near our town." The father of the Finlafindo family was captured by the guards in the town. By Rafa Maka, "Zizha, don't lie. We all know that Luka was captured for stealing." The rough voice immediately rebutted the two belonging to the half-beast boy Glenn. Didn't they say Luka was captured by the Holy Knight for offending the church's assistant? The voice of the half-wood elf was soft and pleasant. Regardless, Luka was captured in the town. Maka seemed to lack confidence now, but still firmly stated he was right. Zizha ignored the boys' off-topic debate. She held onto the girl's arm and said with concern, "If you have nowhere to go, just stay here. In any case, the people in the town do not welcome street kids." Listening to the half-beast girl's kind advice, the girl felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and she smiled and said, "Won't your parents mind having a half-goblin like me?" Zizha shook her head like a rattledrum, shouting a bit loudly, "You are so pretty, and your common tongue is so fluent. How could you be a half-goblin? You must definitely be a Reviate goblin 1/4 mixed blood." The half-beast girl's continuous praises of the girl's beauty finally made the boys unable to hold back, and although it was just a profile, the three boys simultaneously exclaimed softly, "Is this a mist elf?" The term mist elf immediately triggered a defensive response from the girl. She abruptly turned her head to glare at the three boys and said fiercely, "I am definitely not a mist elf kind of my Shijia male lunatic." The primitive and fierce momentum startled the children, causing the three boys to retract their heads immediately. Zizha also let go of the girl's arm, but she hesitated for a moment before grabbing it again and quietly said they didn't mean it. The girl also realized she had overreacted, a smile returning to her face as she stroked the half-beast girl's messy hair and said, "It's okay, I got a bit excited. I just really hate mist elves." Zizha then noticed the girl's claws. She curiously held the girl's left hand, which had been stroking her head in front of her eyes, frowning slightly, as she said, "You need to trim these. If they are too long, they will be mistaken for half-goblin claws." As she spoke, her eyes glanced towards the small axe held in the girl's right hand. The claws were indeed looked down upon, and the girl felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed, but wouldn't take it out on the child. She knew too little. If those adults were as friendly as these children, this place would indeed be a good temporary home. Putting aside the thought of leaving immediately, the girl withdrew the axe from the half-beast girl's hand and raised it in front of her claws, asking, "How much do I need to trim off? Is there anything wrong with being a half-goblin?" Watching the girl's actions, Zizha was startled and hurriedly grabbed the girl's axe-holding right hand. "Be careful." The half-beast girl couldn't pull away the girl's right hand, which had slightly tensed from holding the axe, causing Zizha's attention to shift. She tried again to pull away the girl's axe-holding right hand, but found it still wouldn't budge. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the somewhat puzzled girl, enviously saying, "Wow, you're so strong." The ease with which the girl switched her focus made the girl almost laugh and cry. Using her left claw to pull at the axe blade with a sharp sound, the tips of her foreclaws were sliced off. Only then did she hurriedly continue to ask Zizha, "Is being a half-goblin very unpopular?" Although the sound of the axe-cutting claws was unpleasant, the girl's smooth movements still made Zizha believe in her ability. While demonstrating somewhat clumsily, she told the girl how long the claws of a Reviate goblin should be, and under the girl's guidance, she intermittently shared the knowledge she knew. The girl's claws were somewhat different from those of the cats and dogs in her memory. They had no nerve endings, even when carefully trimmed close to the fingertips. And when the children saw that the originally over 1 joint long claws could be trimmed this short, they all agreed with the judgment of the Reviate goblin. Maka, now dressed in clean clothes, stood in front of Zizha and asked the girl who had just stood up after trimming her claws, "Street kid, do you have a name?" Having realized that street kid was the term for all abandoned mixed bloods, the girl accepted this identity and smiled at the suddenly adult-like Maka, replying, "Reed Kipu." "Reed Kipu, you really have a name." Maka was somewhat surprised. Generally street kids wouldn't have names, and his intention was merely to come up with one for her. "Of course, you see, this is my name." The girl turned the axe around, displaying the handle to Maka, carefully pulling aside the somewhat loose metal wrapping to reveal the tadpole-like characters beneath. Maka's eyes showed some astonishment. He merely glanced at the axe handle and grunted, "It is indeed Reed Kipu." "Maka, you lied. You can't read at all. The half-beast boy Glenn immediately burst into laughter. You aren't able to read either. Maka retorted, his face flushed. The mixed blood tree elf boy named Doroto leaned in to take a closer look at the axe handle and then exclaimed in shock, "It's Reed Kipu. You actually have a surname. Are you a noble?" With Delajuo's shout, the children's noisy chatter seemed to be pressed by a time-stopping key. Immediately everyone except Delajuo took a few steps back, their eyes filled with panic and a hint of confusion. Seeing the children's reactions, the girl couldn't help but silently curse Delajuo for being talkative while pretending to be bewildered and asking, "What is nobility? Who taught you to read? Do you remember?" The girl's expression of honesty made the half-blood treant somewhat uncertain about her answers. She tilted her head in thought, then shook it again, her eyes becoming a bit vacant, and the smile that once graced her lips faded. "I don't know. The earliest memory I can recall is being in a large dark cave. There was no food, I was very hungry. There was no water, I was very thirsty. I climbed for a long time, and there were bugs to eat and water to drink in the forest, which was great." As she said the last part, the girl laughed again. Although her sharp teeth were frightening, she was very beautiful, and her laughter was equally enchanting. The girl's rich expressions affected the still immature children, and both Zizha and Mengya had begun to shed tears. Even the half-blood beastman Glenn felt his eyes redden. The half-blood treant felt a bit guilty, but the knowledge inherited from the treant lineage made it quickly realize. With a somewhat strange and conflicted expression, it said, "I'm sorry, but you might really be a noble. Only elves and giant serpents, along with nobles passed down through many generations, could imprint a portion of knowledge in their bloodline. In any case, you know how to read because your parents are nobles. But what is nobility? Am I not a goblin?" The girl still wore a naive smile as she asked. Even though some knowledge had been inherited through blood, Delajuo was still just a child, and the concept of nobility was too profound and complex. To them, the lowest class of mixed-blood commoners, nobility meant bad people, but Delajuo felt that it couldn't be put that way. Just as Delajuo was still conflicted, the quick-witted Maika shouted, "Nobles are bad people." Zizha and Mingya, still wiping their tears, widened their eyes at Maika. They felt that Maika shouldn't say such things, but they didn't know how to explain it. The half-blood beastman Glenn's thinking was much simpler. Upon hearing Maika's shout, he nodded in agreement and shouted, "Yes. Nobles are bad people. No, don't listen to their nonsense." Delajuo immediately shouted to the girl, then turned around angrily to glare at Maika, only to see Maika winking at him. "Delajuo, you're the one talking nonsense. Nobles are bad people." Maika continued to shout, while winking at Delajuo and the two girls. Glenn beside him foolishly chimed in, "Yes. Nobles are bad people." The girl observed all of this, sensing Maika's ill intentions, the girl's hesitance, and Delajuo's silence after receiving Maika's signal. The warmth in her heart cooled again, but she still clung to a glimmer of hope, maintaining a bewildered expression. Moreover, what Zizha had just said was not enough. Aside from knowing that this place belonged to the rear town of the Jaijimi Empire, and that these guys were the lowest commoners who came here to clear land for their own, she knew nothing else. The girl naively looked at Maika and asked, "So what are bad people? Are goblins bad people?" Hearing her question, a glint of excitement flashed in Maika's eyes as he loudly replied, "Of course goblins are bad people. Even lizard men know goblins are bad people." After saying this, he glanced around, and this time even Delajuo nodded. What Maika said was indeed true. Primitive goblins were notoriously stupid and wicked. But what exactly is a bad person? The girl tilted her head, and this small motion made her even more adorable in the eyes of these children, while Maika's greed was no longer hidden. "Bad people are the slaves of humans. Understand? You are my slave." Maika shouted even more excitedly. Still just a child, and a foolish, illiterate child at that, even with some cleverness, she did not understand the need for gradual learning and only reached out to take what she wanted. The girl turned to look at the few houses. The adults had not yet come out. She sighed and did not pay attention to Maika, but instead looked at Delajuo and asked, "Why don't you stop Maika from being foolish? This will also involve your family, right?" Without waiting for the half-blood treant to answer, the girl turned to the half-blood beastman girl and asked, "Why don't you stop Maika from being foolish? Is it because you like him?" After asking these two questions, the children felt a bit panicked, and only the half-blood beastman boy Glenn mumbled in confusion, "Nobles and goblins are inherently bad people." Weighing the small axe in her hand before Maika had a chance to turn around, she slapped him hard across the face, knocking him unconscious. Then in a swift motion, she punched and slapped Glenn and Mingya, finally grabbing Zizha by the neck and choking her unconscious. Only then did the girl look at the trembling half-blood treant who did not run away and say, "I once thought there was peace in the world, but I did not expect it to be filled with dangers. I'll give you a chance to save their lives. I ask you answer, and you can choose to lie. I will return to kill these fools. After all, I haven't tasted the flesh of humans yet. I've heard it's very delicious." The half-blood treant boy ultimately told a few lies, hoping that these fabrications about the Lafa Sun God cult would lead the girl to be captured by the Holy Knights. After all, the cult would not care whether a desecrator was a noble. However, his wish soon fell flat, and after the girl knocked him unconscious, she weighed her axe and headed towards the few houses. It must be said that adult half-blood beastmen and half-blood elves have combat talent, but they could only dodge the girl's slap and axe handle once. For intelligent beings lacking education, the wisdom of medieval peasant identities shows that violence is indeed the best way to communicate. even for half-blood elves with bloodline inheritance. The girl, as she wished, obtained enough common knowledge through snarls and fists, but she did not spare these pitiful people. The sight she saw in the farthest house completely extinguished her hopes for these foolish commoners. The most direct and intimate relationship between beings is always blood. The brutality of conflict within the same clan may far exceed external conquests, yet most beings will not tolerate the ravaging of their kin by outsiders. Finlafindo is not a surname, but the name of a goblin boy of the Leviath tribe. His father is a half-goblin named Wyvloka, and his mother is an unnamed wandering goblin of the Leviath tribe. The farthest house is their home, where Finlafindo and his mother hang there completely naked and covered in wounds. The children did not lie about Wyvloka's situation. He was indeed captured by the holy knights in town, but that was due to the false accusations of the half-blood beastman boy Glenn's father. Like all Leviath hybrids, Leviath goblins also possess relatively good looks. Zizha is a half-beastman of the Leviath tribe. Perhaps due to the goblin bloodline, human nobles would not accept a Leviath goblin as a plaything, but it was different at the more chaotic bottom. Delajuo's parents remained silent, but indeed did not participate in the violence against Finlafindo's family, becoming the only surviving intelligent beings in this remote settlement. After freeing and burying Finlafindo and his mother, the girl set off towards the rear town, wearing clothes and short boots tailored from the best fabrics and leathers available by Delajuo's mother, carrying some money. Though the coarse black bread might smell wonderfully starchy, it was definitely not delicious. As for what would happen to the other bodies, perhaps the reluctant yet greedier gazes of Delajuo's family could reveal the answer, but that was not within the girl's considerations. The settlement is indeed the farthest frontier of the Jijimi Empire, and the girl walked for a long time on the muddy and dry dirt roads, in somewhat uncomfortable short boots, crossing an entire forest before finally seeing a large expanse of fields and high wooden walls as the sun was about to set. Even after experiencing disappointment, the girl, as someone who had long lived in modern society, couldn't suppress her excitement. Even if they were all foolish medieval natives and charlatans, it was still far better than being alone. She immediately followed the vapor to find a small river, washed her entire body thoroughly, then put on her clothes and short boots, hiding the small axe under her cloak, as she quickly headed back to the dirt road towards the wooden walls. No matter how many farmers are poured into the vast fields, they will become sparse, and with the girl's eyesight, she could see that various races were present here. In addition to pure-blood humans and the mixed-blood beastmen goblins and elves she had seen, there were even gnomes, mixed-blood gremlins, half-blood lizardmen, and even mixed-blood lizard goblins and half-blood snake beastmen. One cannot help but marvel that humans truly are the life form with the most complex habits without exception. As she approached the opening of the high wooden walls, the girl checked her attire once more. Beneath her deep gray linen pullover short-sleeve shirt, she wore loose long pants made of the same fabric tightened with a shaped cloth strap, and on her feet were short boots made of dark brown leather. A cloak cut from some unknown material draped over her shoulders with pockets containing money and the small axe secured on either side, hidden beneath the cloak. Very good, a standard adventurer's outfit. According to those farmers, being an adventurer is advantageous as long as one is not a desecrator. With full confidence, the girl walked towards the opening where a small wooden house stood, and beside it stood a nonchalant male human in leather armor, holding a spear, probably a guard. The carefully rehearsed lines she had woven in her mind went completely unused. From approaching the guard post to entering the opening, the guard didn't even glance at her, busy picking his nails. The girl, who had prepared herself psychologically for various outcomes, felt a bit disappointed, but soon the peculiar animals in the fields behind the high walls attracted her attention. Goblin Princess Online, seeking a segment review for free power generation. Beyond the outer ramparts lay more fields, though on a much smaller scale. Between the plots moved strange behemoths harnessed to farm implements and driven by various humanoid hands. The girl glanced along the road. In the distance, a highland, as if a mountain had been sliced away and ringed with stone walls, rose up. From her vantage, she could only make out another taller wall beyond the nearer one, the precinct that must be Liaoer town. She withdrew her stare and walked on, curiosity tugging at her as she studied the peculiar beasts in the fields. No name for these creatures surfaced in her memory. They were vast, resembling rhinoceroses, but their limbs were markedly stouter, almost like elephantine legs. Their torsos were more proportioned than a rotund rhino's, cloaked in a dense layer of short hair, and their heads sported 3 pairs of coarse, stubby horns of differing sizes. Compared with the adults leading them, these beasts were about 2 sizes larger than the water buffaloes she recalled from memory, yet they appeared equally docile. A smile crept unconsciously across the girl's face. The scene stirred memories of the countryside from her childhood. She snapped back to the present and quickened her pace. The sun had already sunk low. If Liaoer observed any curfew arriving late could spell trouble. Perhaps because this was a frontier, or because the populace was so ethnically mixed here. The guards at the stone gate merely glanced at her appearance, then by custom collected 20 tong bulang, the brownish metal coin stamped with a human visage she had once taken from 3 attackers, and let her through without asking her name. What lay beyond the wall differed from the medieval towns shed seen on television or in books. It was a broad, elevated plateau. Along the wall, the ground for some distance was compacted earth intermittently pierced by stone steps or wooden ladders leading up the ramparts. Beside them stood carts, shrouded by large felt covers, the contents beneath indistinct. Most houses seemed concentrated within the tall inner walls at the plateau's center, while the wide space between the dwellings and the outer wall served as pens for odd beasts or leveled lots of uncertain purpose. She walked along the flagstone road from the wall toward the center. The way was filled with dirty, disparate farmers returning from the fields, a few adventurer types dressed like herself, and some men in slightly more elaborate garb who looked like merchants. The farmers kept to the muddy ground at the left, while the adventurers and suspected merchants took the roadway to the right. Noticing she was striding carelessly down the middle and drawing stairs, the girl angled herself toward the right-hand side. But not everyone was entering the town. Some were leaving, and their conduct put a sourness in the girl's chest. Those going out were scarcely farmers. They were adventurers, would-be merchants, and others whose identities the girl could not discern. They walked along their right-hand road, and when passing the incoming farmers, often wore looks of contempt. Some even leaned deliberately toward the right, causing the farmers in the mud to start. If a farmer overreacted and stumbled, those men would break into jeers, and the townsfolk entering would laugh along. She tugged her hood lower to avoid such sights that stirred her anger and hurried past one person after another into the town. There were none of those unhinged fools often found in anime or novels, those who fly into rages for no reason or at the slightest slight. Even though the girl was indeed diminutive in stature, she was not used to soft-soled leather boots. From the outer ramparts onward, she had been walking lightly on the balls of her feet, an instinctive, almost goblin-like gait. Only when completely relaxed does a goblin place its heel to the ground like a human. Concealed beneath her short boots and cloak, that gait lent her a certain buoyancy. Several adventurers she passed were whispering among themselves. Can you tell her bloodline? I thought she was a Liweite goblin, but now she seems like a hybrid, some sort of mist elf cross. Hard to say. Those ears and that broad mouth don't fit a mist elf, yet goblins aren't usually this delicate. Yes, such a nimble step. And goblins don't normally have so much hair, do they? Honestly, if it weren't for the lack of hair, many Liweite goblins would be quite pleasing to the eye. Man, your tastes are odd. You don't seriously find Liweite serpent beastmen attractive, do you? Hiss. I've never seen a Liweite serpent beastman. Who can say? Hey, you over there. Look like a traveling pet merchant. Have you ever seen a Liweite serpent beastman? The girl suddenly regretted having opened a hole in her hood for an ear. She only wanted to hurry and find the adventurers guild the half-elf father had mentioned. The inner city's walls were enormous and exceedingly thick. In the girl's mind, such fortifications belonged to ancient China. Other lands might have them too, but she had limited experience. There was no moat. The flagstone road led straight to the gate. She looked up at the enormous metal portcullis set within the wall and could not help worrying it might suddenly drop. Hey shorty, don't block the way. The guard's shout snapped her back. She offered a small apologetic bow and hurried through the gate. Only after she had passed did she realize they had neither registered her nor inspected or charged her. Frowning and puzzled, she cast a glance behind to confirm she had not been singled out for special treatment, then continued on her way. Liaoer was more city than town. Aside from lacking a grand central castle or towering structures, the scale and bustle of its inner precinct exceeded the girl's notion of a mere town. Within the inner city, the stone road grew smoother and broader. She could let her heel fall confidently, her callous soles acting almost like hard shoe soles. This is what a town in anime should look like, she thought, slowing to take in the thronging crowds and the houses packed in row upon row along the street. Most buildings were 2 stories with pitched roofs. The occasional 3-story house stood taller, and street-facing ground floors were largely shops. Even without entering, she could see shelves brimming with goods from what customers carried out. Most wares were not agricultural produce. If this is the frontier, I'd sooner believe it's the capital, she muttered. The population and variety of goods contradicted any notion of a backwater. When a single light came on in a second-floor room, she realized she had wasted too much time. Glancing at the distant spire of the Lafa Sun God Church, she ran toward it. By the time she turned through a maze of alleys and found a vast 3-story building, the sunset had bled into a sheet of red. She brushed dust from her garments, removed her hood, and approached the wide double doors of the heavy wooden entrance. Beyond the doors, an arched stone wall soared up through the floors. 2 immense, circular metal emblems hung at its center. To the left, a simple sun sketch. To the right, a barely discernible reclining man. Flanking the emblems a little lower were 2 thick arrow-shaped signboards, each inscribed with 2 lines of different script. She could only read the top lines, tadpole-like script. The sun emblems board read Sanctuary of the Faithful's Everlasting Life. The reclining man board read Administrative Hall and Lodging Registration. Without hesitation, she went to the Administrative Hall on the right. God knew what that everlasting life nonsense meant. Beyond the curved wall lay a genuine hall, its lofty ceiling clearly spanning both the first and second floors. Unlike conventional halls, this one had no counters around the perimeter. Instead, the walls were lined with bulletin boards and benches where cloaked figures, adventurers of various humanoid races, sat exchanging news or waiting in silence. Others studied the notices on the boards. Dozens of small insect-winged folk in coarse tunics fluttered busily above, replacing the postings. 9 square counters rose neatly at the hall's center, reaching up toward the ceiling. Adventurers queued around these stations while the winged little folk worked at the second floor level, changing the notices. She circled read the wooden plaques above each window, found the lodging registration, and took her place in line. The person before her appeared to be a halforc, though wrapped tightly. His considerable height and the distinctive Orcish scent betrayed him. She felt uncomfortable. Her small stature placed her head just under the halforc's rear. The strong odor, a mix of body scent and an indescribable staleness from long, unwashed flesh, made her lightheaded. Worse, she realized her sense of smell was somehow shifting to that of a normal human's. Now the jumble of smells presented itself as fermenting mash, savory brines, floral notes, sour rot, and a trace of pickled vegetables' salty tang. Pinching her nose tight, she longed, just like in the animes and novels, for someone with discerning eyes to arrive and grant her special treatment. Alas, when it was finally her turn, and she could only show half her head over the counter, no such benefactor had appeared. Lodging was offered in 5 tiers. A single room in the 3rd tier cost at least 60 tong bulang per night, and included 1 evening meal. She rummaged in her pouch and, relieved to find a few Intumu silver coins stamped with a human profile, handed one over. The half-elf woman at the desk returned 2 tong neat, dark copper coins bearing a gnome's visage, and gently advised her that the Adventurers Guild preferred gnome currency, while transactions with the Sun God Church required human coin. She thanked the attendant, registered her name, took the key, and ran toward a small door into the hall in the direction the half-elf receptionist had indicated. The small door mentioned by the half-elf receptionist is a private passage for 2nd and 3rd tier accommodations. Upon entering the door, one finds a deep and winding corridor filled with a mix of various scents, though still relatively bearable. Hanging in the corridor are several objects resembling oil lamps, but they contain candles. A female figure about a quarter the height of a girl and possessing transparent butterfly-like wings hovers beside the door. She merely glanced at the key clutched by the girl and waved her hand, saying, "Oh, dear traveler, please follow me. Your room is in this direction." Then she leisurely flew into the corridor, her fluttering wings scattering tiny starlights. The girl curiously followed, her mind racing through memories, but she couldn't recall the name of this race, so she directly asked, "Hello, may I ask what race you are?" You don't know." "Poor traveler, I am the cutest and most popular fairy in the world." The little figure turned in surprise to look at the girl, but her flying speed didn't decrease, as if she had eyes on her back, continuing to drift leisurely through the corridor. "Fairy." The girl searched her memory again and truly did not know. "Oh, have you been living in a damp goblin cave all this time?" "Oh, no, wait. You are a Leviathan goblin and have a strange name. Recap, right? Don't you have any fairies at home?" The little figure's words seemed a bit dense, and she spoke without regard for others' feelings. "How do you know my name?" The girl caught the key point she had just registered and rushed over right after. "Euramora told me she saw you register." The little one spun in the air twice, pointing towards a beautifully carved door that looked somewhat exquisite, saying, "Here we are, dear traveler." The girl did not pursue the matter further, nodding at the little figure as she prepared to open the door. "Recap, do you need fairy services? Only 10 copper nights." The little one did not leave immediately, but circled around the girl's head. The girl blinked, instinctively feeling that what this little one was selling might not be very legitimate, but she still asked, "What are fairy services?" The little one flew around the girl while circling and said, "It's a very pleasant service. Travelers love it." "Oh, are you female?" The little one suddenly stopped at the girl's waist, made a sniffing gesture, then flew in front of her chest to take a closer look, and with a look of regret said, "What a pity, all the fairies here cannot provide you with services, so do you need dinner delivered to your room?" The girl, feeling awkward, nodded hard, and only after the little one flew away did she open the door and enter the room. The single room is small without windows, but the air is relatively fresh, though there is a faint and mixed smell unique to toilets. To the left upon entering is a rectangular wooden table against the wall and a wooden chair. Directly opposite the door is a single bed against the wall with a bedside table. There is a row of hooks on the wall at the end of the bed, and above the hooks is a rectangular wooden lattice through which a gentle breeze wafts. There are 2 candle lamps similar to those in the corridor, one on the table and the other on the bedside table, both already lit. To the left of the table is a small door, and the mixed smell of the toilet comes from within. The dim light did not affect the girl. She placed the key on the table and walked to the small door to open it, revealing a smaller bathroom. Inside is a cylindrical stone sink and a stone toilet. With her eyesight and sense of smell, the girl could tell it was very clean, but a hint of odor from the toilet was unavoidable. Curiously walking up to the sink, she noticed a small shelf recessed into the wooden wall above the sink, seemingly meant for placing candles or other small items. There is also a copper pipe with a simple valve. The girl turned the valve, and indeed it was a water pipe that seemed quite clean based on its smell. She turned to look at the stone toilet, which also had a pull cord beside it. Unable to resist the temptation, she pulled it, and a loud rush of water echoed from within the wall, splashing some onto her face as it forcefully gushed from an unknown spot inside the toilet. Letting out a startled yelp, the girl quickly turned around and turned on the copper pipe valve at the sink to wash her face vigorously. After realizing her foolishness, the girl suddenly thought of her own need to relieve herself. Her previously satisfied mood was instantly clouded, and she touched her stomach side and closed the small door. She took off her cloak and hung it on the hook, placed her axe and coin pouch on the inner side of the table, and sat down on the wooden chair, taking the candle lamp to examine it closely. As she moved it, the candle flame flickered, but not violently. The entire candle lamp is made of rough copper and slightly mottled glass with visible bubbles in the glass. Although rough, the design of the candle lamp is somewhat ingenious, with a slightly elevated base and an outer frame that seems to hold a concave container for melted wax. The glass lampshade has a clear air inlet at its bottom, while hot air escapes from the top of the lampshade. Looking around, she stood up again to compare with the candle lamp on the bedside table, finding that the two lamps were essentially identical, appearing more like mass-produced items than handcrafted products. What a strange era. The girl, who did not quite understand the evolution of industry, could not gauge the technological level of this world from this small object, merely speculating that it might be nearing the peak of the first industrial revolution in some aspects. After placing the bedside lamp back, the door was knocked upon, and the little one's voice came through. "Dear traveler, your dinner has arrived." Upon opening the door, the little one was still hovering in midair, and below her was a tray floating steadily in the air, filled with various foods. The girl's pupils shrank. Steadying her nerve, she accepted the tray and thanked her. Just as she was about to close the door, the little one spoke again. "Dear traveler, aren't you going to wash up in the bathroom?" The girl immediately looked up and asked, "The bathroom? Is there a bathroom here? Where is it? Do you want to go to the bathroom first, or have dinner first?" The little one asked cheerfully while doing a spin. The girl placed the tray on the table, grabbed the key, and shouted, "Bath, bath. First to the bathroom." Oh, what a clean freak traveler. Hola loves that. So do you want to go to the public bath, or the mating bath, or the single bath? The little one's voice became even cheerier, seemingly delighted by the girl's choice to wash up first. Did she just hear something outrageous? No matter, it had nothing to do with her. The girl turned around with her coin pouch and asked, "The single bathroom is definitely just for me, right? How much does it cost?" Wow, a wealthy traveler indeed. The single bathroom is completely private and also offers free towels and fairy scrubbing services. Only one silver card for you. The little one's eyes sparkled. The girl blinked and twitched her big ears. Did she hear that right? A single room with dinner costs 60 copper blondes, which is 3 copper knights, and a bath costs 1 silver card, which is 60 copper knights. What? How much for the public bath? It won't be co-ed, will it? Her ears drooped, feeling as though she was going to be scolded as a poor wretch. It turns out to be a poor traveler. No need to worry, Hola won't look down on you. The public bath is free, the sexes are separated, but bathing supplies do cost a tiny bit of money. The little one leaned and cupped the girl's face with both hands and gave her a kiss, seemingly to comfort her. The costs for bathing supplies were indeed very low, and according to Hola, it was because the girl was too small and looked very clean. Buying a bathing block was the most expensive, costing a whole copper knight, while renting a towel scrubber, small bucket, and entrusting laundry and quick cleaning only costs half a copper knight. When it came time to pay, the fact that half a copper knight could only be paid with copper blondes made Hola somewhat unhappy, so the girl, seeing this, kindly gave 2 extra copper blondes, which made the little one smile. The public bath is located underground, accessible from the deepest part of the corridor, and one must use the room key at the registration and changing area to indicate accommodation status. There are 2 changing rooms divided into bathing and post-bathing. In the bathing changing room, one collects the purchased and rented bathing block, scrubbers, and small buckets, while handing over their clothes and room key to the fairy for safekeeping. When exiting the bath, the fairy will take the scrubber and small bucket, while providing the rented towel and cleaned clothes. If the washing is done quickly, one must wait a while in the post-bathing changing room. The bathing changing room smelled rather unpleasant and opened the girl's eyes, who had previously lived in the south and had never been to a bathhouse. There were quite a few female adventurers bathing at this time, almost all of them well-built, and even if their high muscle content made them appear somewhat smaller, their towering figures and fully matured ages gave them a grandeur far beyond the girl's reach. None of that mattered, as she could endure even the mingling of various body odors, but it was too much when every female adventurer wanted to come over to pat her head or even attempt to kiss her. The dozen or so fairies responsible for the bathing changing room had no choice but to surround the girl and raise the fines for harassing customers from 10 copper knights to 1 silver card to disperse the increasingly gathering female adventurers. Even the ones who were bathing rushed over upon hearing the news. This is indeed quite a dilemma, dear traveler. You must understand this is not a guild issue. You absolutely cannot complain. A fairy slightly smaller than Hola flew around the girl, seemingly worried she might file a complaint. Can I get a refund? I shouldn't be able to go into wash, right? The girl was already frightened with the fairies surrounding her. What if she entered the bathing area? No refunds, absolutely no refunds. The fairy immediately shook her head like a rattle drum, seeming a bit troubled. After flying around the girl 2 more times, she suddenly cheerfully said, "Aha, I'll go in with you, and ya trust me, none of these poor folks are willing to pay a silver card just to harass you, but you'll need to pay me, and ya 1 copper knight each." So I spent 3 copper knights, 60 copper blondes for lodging and dinner, but to wash in the public bath, I end up spending 3 copper knights and 12 copper blondes. The girl gritted her teeth in resentment, but ultimately agreed as she didn't have her coin pouch with her. The 2 copper knights would be collected by that earlier Hola after she finished washing. The public bathhouse was immense, nearly half the size of the main administrative hall. At its center, shrouded in swirling steam, lay several colossal bathing pools where the majority of female adventurers lounged immersed. Though the water appeared only faintly turbid, the pungent aroma pervading the entire bathhouse betrayed that many had entered without proper rinsing. Along the perimeter, except for the farthest inner wall, stood rows of shower stations fitted with copper pipes. At the very back stood dozens of low platforms where numerous female adventurers reclined or knelt scrubbing one another's bodies. To the young woman, it all resembled the bathhouses she'd glimpsed in television dramas or novels, save for the startling intimacy among the female adventurers. The moment she stepped across the threshold, dozens of eyes turned toward her. Even the barest touch of their gazes sent waves of raw, palpable desire rippling across her skin. Yet the presence of her two fairy companions proved remarkably effective. Though the adventurers stared at her with smoldering intensity, none dared approach, or even utter a teasing word. Nervously, she selected a shower station near the entrance, unoccupied on either side, and turned the valve. Warm, soothing water cascaded over her body, so pleasurable, she nearly moaned aloud. After rinsing for a while, she shut off the water and reached for the bathing block. To her, it resembled soap, though it lathered poorly, emitted an unpleasant oily scent, and left a dry, gritty residue on her palms, requiring frequent rinsing with hot water to restore slipperiness. Once she had coated her body, she picked up the body brush, a large, stiff implement seemingly crafted from animal bristles, yet softer than expected given her slender frame and delicate hands. After several vigorous strokes, she reopened the valve to rinse, then washed her hair, using nearly half the bathing block and repeating the process multiple times before her tresses finally lay smooth and clean. Just as the fairies assumed she had finished, she seized the body brush once more and began scrubbing anew. Only after the bathing block had neutralized most surface oils did the brush truly fulfill its purpose. Layers of grime, previously invisible, rose from her skin and vanished beneath the torrent of steaming water. Finally, she washed her entire body twice more with the remaining sliver of bathing block, until it was nearly spent. She shut off the water, lifted the nearly useless bucket containing the brush, and turned to her two fairies, whose eyes shimmered with starlit delight. "Mia adores you so much. Travelers who cherish cleanliness are the most beloved of all." Ya pressed close to the young woman's cheek, inhaling deeply, then impulsively planted two quick kisses upon her skin. "Ya, no teasing guests, please," chided the other fairy, but her own yearning was unmistakable. "Dear traveler, are you ready to leave the bath? Would you not consider soaking a while in one of the pools to ease your weariness?" Though unbothered by their affection, the young woman glanced toward the bathing pools, where dozens of female adventurers watched her with predatory intensity, and shuddered, involuntarily shaking her head firmly before hurrying toward the exit. She dried herself thoroughly, donned freshly laundered clothes and short boots, retrieved her key, and hastened back to her room. Letting out a long, trembling sigh, she finally turned her attention to dinner. Before her sat a large goblet, enormous relative to her stature, filled with an emerald green juice exuding a tart, sweet fragrance, two dense coarse loaves resembling whole grain bread, and three massive slabs of roasted meat, each roughly the size of her head, liberally seasoned with aromatic spices. Her utensils consisted of a copper knife and fork. The meal was astonishingly generous, so much so that she couldn't help but wonder uneasily about the origin of those three enormous cuts of meat. Ravenous hunger and the irresistible allure of cooked food silenced all hesitation. She sliced the meat into bit-sized pieces and devoured it with ravenous speed. In less than 2 minutes, she had consumed the entire feast, equivalent to 4 times the volume of her head. Though still only a quarter full, the long-missed carbohydrates and savory warmth filled her with profound, quiet satisfaction. With a long, dexterous tongue rich in digestive enzymes, she meticulously licked every trace of grease from her lips and the tray, then opened the door and placed the tray outside. At that very moment, Hohulele soared in, accompanied by Ya and the other fairy who had attended her bath. She tapped her temple, then retrieved her purse, only to find within a single copper netty 4 silver thumbs and 11 copper browns. Hohulele instantly pouted. The fairy, whose name she did not yet know, fluttered closer and said, "Human coin is perfectly acceptable, dear traveler. So long as you grant Ninanini a small favor, you may pay as little as 1 copper netty." The young woman blinked uncertainly. This favor. Is it perhaps wanting to cuddle with me?" Cuddle. Goblin pronunciation Hadbeck to Beck, shortened to Deb. Ninanini paused, then spun joyfully in midair. "Wow, what a wise traveler you are. You've just taught Ninanini a new word, both elegant and refined. How shall I repay such wisdom?" "Ya has learned it too." Ya declares the dear traveler owes no payment to Ya. Do you accept this exchange, traveler? Ya drew near, eyes gleaming with hopeful eagerness. "Then if you permit Ninanini and Ya to use this word, no further payment shall be required. Does that sound agreeable to you?" Ninanini eagerly interjected. "Oh, really? Yes, it's just a word." The young woman, bewildered by the fairy's logic, hesitated. "So, you still wish to cuddle?" "Indeed. What compensation would you require for granting us this privilege?" Having secured permission to adopt the new term, Ninanini executed a joyful aerial somersault, nearly colliding with Hohulele. But really no compensation is needed for mere cuddling. Though sensing some nuance might elude her, she felt it would be excessive to demand recompense for so simple a gesture. None at all. Wow, such extraordinary generosity, Ninanini gasped, delighted. If no payment is required, Hohulele wishes to cuddle too, until now quietly observing Hohulele's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. All right. Though baffled by their fervor, the young woman kindly acquiesced. It was a night both indescribable and undeniably exquisite. When she awoke, she had no sense of how long she had slept, only that the 3 fairies had vanished without a trace. 10 copper nettles was actually quite reasonable. Still dazed, she lay supine, musing idly, then blushed deeply at her own thought. Tossing and turning for a while, she finally sat up. Her funds were scarce. If she overslept again, she might well owe another 3 copper nettles. She dashed into the washroom, turned on the cold tap, and briskly scrubbed herself, then returned to bed to air dry, pondering what to do next. Last night, though swept away by pleasure, she had also questioned the fairies extensively about the mercenary guild, yet her naivety only seemed to enliven them further. She sought not Itoni, the wizard aligned with spirit communion and necromantic arts, but rather Korn the white mage or priest, or Mekashev the black mage. Alternatively, Kozum, the seer or prophet, and Hakam, the sage, might also offer guidance. Regardless, she would need substantial wealth whether or not she mastered magic. Both study and hiring came at great cost. Some seers or sages might offer aid freely, driven by curiosity alone, but it was wiser to possess the means to pay adequately. Intelligence gathering and safe passage permits, required to navigate rival factions, were especially expensive. As a mercenary, her primary income would come from accepting publicly posted assignments at the mercenary guild, unless her reputation and connections had already risen to the level where nobles of every race actively solicited her services. She had not yet gleaned details about available tasks. Her interrogation had been cut short by distraction, so she would need to visit the administrative hall herself. Once her damp skin had dried under gentle body heat, she dressed, tidied her rumpled bed, and stepped out toward the administrative hall. At the small door leading into the dimly lit circular corridor, she noticed Hohulele was absent, and casually asked after her. "Oh, it's you, the exceptionally clean Goblin. You truly possess remarkable beauty." This fairy gazed at her face with evident excitement. "Might you be staying another night? If possible, I too would like to cuddle. Oh, I haven't yet compensated you for using that word. What form of recompense would you prefer?" "Oh, no compensation is necessary. You're welcome to use it freely. As for tonight, I'm not certain I'll stay." Flustered once more by the request, her cheeks flushed crimson. She stammered a reply and fled, forgetting entirely to ask about Hohulele. "Truly a magnanimous traveler, wishing you a splendid journey." Ah, and Hohulele. The door swung open, flooding the threshold with brilliant light that forced her to squint. The hall's clamorous din drowned out the fairy's final words. Shielding her eyes, she tilted her head upward and saw countless square apertures in the ceiling, each emitting intense intersecting beams that illuminated the entire chamber. Unsure of the light's origin, she waited until her vision adjusted, then began methodically scanning the densely packed bulletin boards lining the walls. The posted tasks were astonishingly diverse. The monster slaying and herb gathering quests she'd imagined constituted only a minuscule fraction. There were no grand quests to vanquish dark lords, yet numerous assassination contracts lent a measure of gravitas to the genre, salvaging some dignity for anime and Western fantasy tropes alike. The 3 innermost walls were broadly categorized: rare or bulk material procurement, personal vendettas, tribal or privately commissioned military or exploratory missions, and miscellaneous temporary labor assignments. On the curved rear wall, facing the hall's entrance, hung high-tier bounties targeting mid to high-ranking nobles across all races, assassinations, intelligence gathering, and even matrimonial matchmaking. Her gaze lingered upon one posting: assassinate Duke Horton of the Gakamir Empire, a staggering bounty that plunged her into deep contemplation. A teammate. The bulletin board overflowed with quests and bounties, so many that dozens of Zionlings continuously updated them. The young woman observed that the Zionlings refreshed the quests without pattern or warning. Some adventurers glanced briefly at the board before hurrying away, while a few even submitted completed tasks at one counter while scanning new ones at another. So even as new quests replaced old ones, the latter weren't necessarily withdrawn immediately. That seemed terribly wasteful of manpower. She tucked the thought away and focused solely on newly posted quests. Truth be told, most were beyond her reach, such as material acquisition requests whose ingredients she couldn't even identify, let alone locate. As for assassination assignments, she knew no one, not even well enough to navigate Lear Town without getting hopelessly lost. After scanning the entire board, she slumped in dismay. Nothing suited her. Even temporary hires demanded specialized skills. After all, unskilled manual labor was left to the underclass. Could she survive by hunting? How much could hunting possibly earn? The weight of reality settled back onto her shoulders 3 sunsets later, as if the abyss of pragmatism intended to swallow her whole once more. Yet she refused to surrender hope. First, she would explore the town to familiarize herself with its layout and absorb as much practical knowledge as possible along the way. At worst, she'd stay a few more days. The silver tum she held was more than sufficient. She trusted her own agility. Should funds dwindle, she could always perform clever non-lethal acts that cost coin but spared lives. Having resolved this, she turned toward the arched entrance, only to be abruptly blocked after 2 steps. Before her stood a pair of powerfully built legs, their muscularity unmistakable even beneath segmented leather greaves stretching from thigh to shin. The figure's scent was faint, clean, faintly redolent of bath soap, far more pleasant than most. She looked up, and there stood a female Reviate elf, her skin a delicate rose pink, marking her as a rare half-blood blood elf. Hi. Interested in making some coin together? The half-blood blood elf flashed a dazzling smile, utterly at odds with the refined grace expected of her noble lineage. Ah, so directy. The girl reacted with wary confusion. The half-blood tilted her head. Aren't goblins always direct? The girl rolled her eyes, realizing with quiet chagrin how little she truly knew about her own kind. At least introduce yourself, and the quest first. With a slight pout, the half-blood furrowed her brow and called over her shoulder to the left, Boohoe. Didn't you say primal goblins were all fools? This one doesn't seem so foolish. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment and followed the half-blood's gaze. There stood a hybrid serpent Therian, his bloodline diluted, yet still bearing faint Therian lower fangs and scattered lizard scale patches across his skin, hands covering his face, waist cocked in exasperation, clearly stunned by the half-blood's sheer audacity. Perhaps because it was still daytime, the tavern on the second floor of the guild side wing remained hushed. Though the girl didn't mind the candlelight's dim glow, a window-side seat was naturally preferable. So Gianni, you're not a blood elf at all, but a goblin. The girl stared astonished at the figure she'd earlier mistaken for a half-blood blood elf seated to her left. Hey, I'm a Shimonite, 1/8 goblin. Practically human, okay? The tall goblin half-blood protested indignantly. The girl turned to Boohoe, the serpent Therian sitting directly opposite, and asked, then you're a Shimonite serpent Therian too? No, I carry a 16 Therian bloodline and a Shimonite great serpent lineage. Strictly speaking, I'm a Shvishite serpent Therian. He waved his hand proudly. She pinched the acupoint between her brows, suddenly certain agreeing to meet these two had been a grave mistake. Before she could speak, however, a new voice chimed in beside the table. Oh, what do I see? A Reviate goblin, and a rare female one at that. Boohoe, how much are you selling her for? With a sharp thud, the girl erupted upward, her fingers locking precisely around the newcomer's throat and slamming her into the floorboard's splintering wood. Say that again, I didn't catch it. She pressed her grip tighter, leaning close to whisper into the woman's ear. Hey, ease up. Don't panic. Redkelp. Jonaho's just foul-mouthed. Boohoe and Gianni sprang up shouting as they pulled the girl off. Her strength was extraordinary, but her stature small. No matter how tightly coiled her muscles or dense her bones, she could not outweigh an adult goblin half-blood or serpent Therian in raw physical mass. Just then reason reasserted itself. Yielding to Gianni's tug, she released her grip and rose, only to realize the fallen figure was a black-haired, pure-blood human woman. Cough, 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 damn cough, that was something. Joni Jo lay sprawled on the floor, coughing but grinning. Boohoe produced a cloth, perhaps overly grimy, to press against Jonaho's bleeding neck. She shoved it aside with disdain, gasping for breath before finally allowing Boohoe to help her stand. The wound, though painful, appeared shallow. The girl returned silently to her seat beside the table, staring into her wooden mug. Assuming she remained angry, the trio tended to Jonaho's injury first. Was she reacting instinctively to talk of trafficking? Why? She reflected quietly. This outburst echoed her earlier slaughter of the 3 attackers at the cave mouth, yet differed profoundly. Just now her emotion had surged, fiercely laser-focused. At the cave it had been pure combat reflex, devoid of such layered awareness or conscious cognition. She mentally retraced every memory tied to being a goblin. Nothing relevant surfaced. Was this a deliberately buried trauma? Redkelp? She asked inwardly, receiving of course no reply. Hi, Redkelp. I apologize for my earlier offense. Jonaho's voice came again, muffled now. The girl looked up to find her seated directly across her neck, already swathed in clean linen. Where had that come from so quickly? The girl merely nodded, then turned her gaze to Boohoe on her right. Boohoe scratched his head sheepishly. That's Joni Jo. She's just sharp-tongued. Don't worry, half-bloods never traffic in people, right? My parents, and Boohoe's father, were sold as slaves to Gakamel. We'd never touch human trafficking. Gianni nodded fiercely. The girl fixed her gaze on Johnny-Ho. You're a pure-blood human. Hey, pure-blood humans get sold into slavery too. Don't even mention the Goblin Kingdom or those green-skinned fools Dunk Kingdom. What about the Gakamel Empire or the Veth Kamala Empire? Human slaves fill their markets too. Joni Jo rolled her eyes, snatched Gianni's cup and drained it, then winced sharply as the motion tugged at her neck wound. This world truly wasn't ruled by humans, she mused, and asked aloud, why approach me? Is it my build? If it's theft, we'll split the haul, but I might keep it all. Honestly, had the tavern's floor repair fee not exceeded 4 silver she'd have beaten the 3 unreliable fools senseless and walked out. Who thinks like this? To post a bounty 4 female Reviate goblin specimens, and then walk straight up to her. Simple. That idiotic lord has no real military force. We'll just rescue you again. When Joni Jo uttered those words, the girl nearly severed her head on the spot, but restrained herself for a second. Sentence followed. The reward is 10 gold auras, 240 silver or 20 silver carves. We'll split it 50-50. Guidance was invaluable when exploring a new world, especially one possessing advanced civilization. It certainly wasn't about the money. Given the unknown number of adventurers pursuing the bounty, the quartet needed to depart without delay. Even so, hearing the three fools propose walking the full 200 stadia, roughly 180 kilometers, left her speechless. And that was the map's straight-line distance. The actual road would stretch at least twice that far. Do you think I'm unusually beautiful among Reviate goblins? She asked. Absolutely. You're a true rarity. All three answered in unison. Then we needn't rush, she said, and nodded decisively. They pooled funds to rent a Barak beast, a colossal creature she'd glimpsed in the fields, for 1 month, and purchased a covered 2-wheeled cart, 2 spare wooden wheels, a spare axle, and a tin of grease whose purpose she couldn't fathom. The cage meant to hold her would be assembled en route using local materials. Buhoi and Gianni alternated riding the Barak beast to pull the cart, while Joni Joe taught the girl common tongue inside the canopy, essential since fewer folk spoke Gunum tongue near human kingdoms. The cart jolted violently, not only due to poor roads, but because it lacked any suspension system and its wheels bore no rubber coating. Merely clearing Lear Town's outer wall left her exhausted. Enduring such shaking was worse than scaling mountains on foot. So she hauled Joni Joe onto the broad back of the Barak beast and began learning both horsemanship and language simultaneously. Buhoi and Gianni misunderstood her intent, assuming only that primal goblins couldn't sit still, and happily retreated to nap inside the canopy. The back of the Balaki beast was not as flat as a water buffalo's, yet its far larger bulk still afforded ample room for the girl and Chow to sit cross-legged. This colossal creature's thick limbs walked with unshakable steadiness, and because of its long stride it moved with surprising speed. Sitting or lying upon its back was far more comfortable than enduring a jolting wagon. The trio's treasured map was spread across the girl's folded knees, and Chow taught her in 2 languages by narrating the map and the customs of each place. Exactly the method the girl had requested, insisting that a story-like approach suited someone who had never been schooled. In truth, the girl's method proved effective, but only to a limited degree. The grammatical gulf between the 2 tongues was wide. The common tongue relied on simple rules of prepositions and word order, while the human lingua's myriad plurals, tenses, and inflections felt like a complexity from another dimension. To Chow, the girl seemed nothing short of a prodigy. She repeatedly asked whether the girl was a Luite 1/4 mixed or a Xyemonite 1/8 mixed, even speculating that she might be some variant of a Shiwizite 1/16 mix. Faced with Chow's prying, the girl merely replied in a childlike tone that she was clever and forced Chow to admit it before she would let the guessing end. As the sun sank and the wagon rolled into the woods, the light grew dim, yet the girl continued to point at the map and pepper Chow with questions. Do goblins really have such strong night vision? Chow asked reproachfully, reminding the girl that she was a full human, though meat might not be scarce for her. The forest at dusk already strained her eyes. The girl stroked the map's slightly raised patches where inferior ink had dried, and at last relented. She asked only that they speak more in the common tongue from now on, for it would speed her learning. Although the Balaki beast likewise possessed keen night sight, it was after all a carbon-based life form that still required proper rest. When the huge moon rose full, the wagon came to a halt. For safety and the sake of the wagon, the 4 chose a more circuitous old road, one whose villages and settlements had long since relocated, leaving the path somewhat desolate. Ji Wangni, who also had good night vision, led the Balaki beast to graze while Chow and Buhui cleared a patch of ground and kindled a fire. As Buhui set the flames, the girl crouched close, watching intently and asking questions without pause. Observing his expert movements and listening to his cautions, she finally understood why she herself could not coax a fire to life. Chow quickly gathered plenty of dry leaves and tinder, and the fire slowly took hold, steady and warm. The 2 stared at the girl and found her looking back with an innocent, bewildered expression. Chow hesitated, then asked uncertainly, "Aren't you going to catch some game?" "Huh, me?" The girl suddenly remembered she had not brought any rations, and that no one had mentioned it before. Ji Wangni led the Balaki beast away to feed. "Neither Buhui nor I have much night vision. If you don't go hunt, shall we eat insects?" Her reproachful tone was hard to resist. Truth be told, Chow found that voice oddly bewitching when she spoke like that, a natural, alluring quality. Oh, all right then." Slightly embarrassed, the girl rose. She took 2 steps, then dashed back to the wagon to strip off her cloak and boots and stow them with her purse. Grabbing her axe, she leapt into the dark forest and vanished. Perhaps because this road had been abandoned for so long, game was closer than it seemed. Not far from the path, she found many animals that looked and smelled appetizing, though none were large. Counting her appetite, the girl judged that apart from Chow, the other 2 would likely eat as well. She hoped to find one sufficiently large beast to solve their needs at once. Silently and expertly, she bounded through the trees. 10 minutes later, the foolish girl still had not found any prey that might rival the Balaki beast in size. "I'll make a few more runs," she sighed, turning back. She had already spotted several litters of boar-sized creatures. Making a few trips to fetch them would do. These animals resembled tapirs. Thanks to short video apps, the girl surprisingly remembered what a tapir looked like. The largest among them were not small, comparable to a 400 boar. They clustered in groups like wild hogs, engrossed in rooting up plants. The smaller young were unusually docile, mostly staying close to their parents to feed. Finding a perch in the trees, she waited until the largest lowered its head, then kicked off with her feet and flashed down like lightning. With her little axe raised high, she cleaved the creature's skull before it could react. Using the momentum of her dive, she somersaulted, drew another small axe, and hurled it at a second large beast that had just begun to turn. Without seeing the outcome of the throw, she sprang, driving herself off the ground and sweeping forward to knock a third to the earth. She locked her arms around the beast's throat and squeezed inward, bracing against its shoulder so she could wrench its head aside. With a sickening crack under the girl's grotesque strength, the creature's neck gave, and it went limp. Breathing hard, she rose and looked toward where she had thrown the axe. The second beast lay not far off, the little axe embedded precisely in the side of its skull. The rest had fled without a trace. The girl recalled their panicked cries were little different from wild boars, and she guessed the meat would be good. She stepped forward, pulled the little axe free, and glanced at the tears in her clothing. Frustrated to see several large rips, she wiped the axe on the carcass and sheathed it at her waist. After surveying the scene, she tried to lift the largest beast by a foreleg, testing it, and then abandoning the attempt. Not because she could not lift it by weight, she easily could, but because its bulk made hauling or carrying impractical. She turned, grabbed the hind legs of the smallest animal, planted her feet, swung, and hoisted the beast onto her back. With uneven steps and muttered curses, she trudged toward the wagon. When Bu Hui and Xiao and I Xiao saw the girl emerge from the wood bearing a medium-sized tappy, they were elated. They had expected that the dazed girl might at best catch rodents or plunder a bird's nest. She dropped the tappy at her back, glanced at the two, and then pointed at Bu Hui, saying, "Come on, there are two more." Both men blinked in unison. Xiao and I Xiao could hardly believe it, and asked, "You mean you caught 3 in total?" The girl raised an eyebrow. "Is that hard to believe? Hurry up, those 2 more need carrying back, and we still have to hunt. I don't even know if it will be enough to eat." That single tappy would barely fill Bu Hui and Ji Wengyi's bellies. The two exchanged a look. Bu Hui rose at once to follow, while Xiao drew his short knife to process the carcass. 2 minutes later, under mottled moonlight, Bu Hui fell silent as he looked at the massive lump on the ground and the other great bundle the girl was dragging. "Hurry up, there are several more litters," the girl called impatiently as she hauled the second largest tappy past Bu Hui. Swallowing, Bu Hui clapped his hand to the carcass and dragged the largest tappy toward the wagon. Tappy. Tappy Russ. Why are the names in the two tongues so similar? The other words look completely different. The girl stared, puzzled, as Bu Hui and Xiao and I Xiao struggled with the meat. "By the way, will these 3 really be enough?" "They will," Xiao and I Xiao replied with a wry smile as he hacked through thick hide. "We do not have that much salt to cure meat. Wasting what we can't eat would be a shame. Besides, which side named it first? Probably the goblins, so humans added a few extra letters. TCH, humans and their damned competitiveness." Though she teased, the girl remained uneasy. She pointed to the smallest tappy, maybe 200 gene, and said, "This one is mostly for me." "Bu Hui and Ji Wengyi, are you sure it's enough? Given their size, they probably eat a lot." "It's enough. Trust me. You eat nearly as much as the 2 of them together." Xiao and I Xiao did not bother to contradict the girl's exaggerated claim. As long as she sat quietly, it was fine. Handling more carcasses now might attract too many poisonous insects or predators that night. The girl pursed her lips in feigned disdain, drew her axe, and walked over. "All right, need any help? You look like you're struggling." By the time Ji Wengyi returned with the Balaki beast, the first batch of tappy meat was nearly roasted to perfection over 4 separate fires. She stared in astonishment at the huge bone-in slabs above the flames, feeling suddenly that the small creatures in her hands, those little tooth-lipped rabbit-like things, were of little use. The girl, who had been salivating moments before, took what Ji Wengyi held and turned it over playfully for a moment, then looked toward Xiao and I Xiao. "Those are tabbage. Humans call them Lipu." Xiao and I Xiao answered out of reflex, then puzzled, "You've never seen them?" "They're very common." The girl shook her head. "I've never seen ones with those fangs. Their ears are usually much longer, and they tend to be a bit smaller." Xiao and I Xiao and Bu Hui exchanged a shrug. "I'm really curious which tribe you're from. Never seen a tappy or a tabbage before." Xiao and I Xiao muttered, then added loudly, "You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. Everyone has their secrets." The girl nodded and began to skin the tabbage. The girl, under the astonished gazes of the 3, indeed managed to take down an entire tappy and even devoured 4 tabacs. She also wanted to use the soft fur of the tabbage, though gray, to make a pair of gloves, only to be stopped by Kainikyo from such a foolish act of using rawhide directly. Upon realizing that the fur required complex tanning processes before it could be used, the girl immediately lost interest and climbed onto the back of the Balak beast to sleep. Gianni and Bu Hui took turns to tidy up and keep watch, while Kainikyo hurried back into the carriage to sleep. Under the enormous round moon, the night passed quietly. As the morning sun shone down, it filtered through her not-so-thick eyelids and stirred the sleeping girl awake. The impatient roll brought a sensation of weightlessness, instantly activating the girl's body's stress response. She landed steadily beside the Balak beast, and still groggy, climbed back up, intending to continue her nap. After a while, the movement of the Balak beast standing up startled the girl awake again. She rubbed her eyes and yawned, immediately discomforted by the sticky feeling in her mouth and the unpleasant taste. Half closing her eyes, she turned and snatched the water pouch from Kainikio's waist, took a big gulp, swished it around, and spat it out, feeling much better afterward. Kainikio took back the water pouch and hung it at her waist, saying with a somewhat casual tone, "This is the worst part of the morning." "Exactly. I should really get a mid-name in Goblin language, a toothbrush to carry with me." The girl agreed wholeheartedly, but suddenly she thought of something, turned her head to look at the ground, searched around, but found nothing. Hey, the fur of the tappy should be usable for a toothbrush, right? A hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. Kainikio laughed, pulling the reins of the Balak beast, and replied, "Don't think about it, the body has already been dealt with. We can catch another one later." "All right then." The girl spread out the map, continuing to let Kainikio teach her the common tongue of humans and some basic knowledge. Note the rough map of the world can be found in this segment's review. The author says the editor cannot insert illustrations. The Ymir continent is the largest continent in this world, located in the southern part of the entire world. To the north of the not-so-wide strait, and even further north, lie the Celestial Spirit continent and the Draken continent. The three continents, along with the Glazed Ring Islands to the southeast of the Draken continent, and the Oak Isles located near the middle and eastern parts of the Ymir continent, carry various civilizations of the entire world. The northernmost Draken continent is home to giant lizards, giant snakes, and lizardmen. The backward lizardman kingdom of Reptilian and the Serpent Kingdom occupy the central region of the Draken continent, while the Glazed Ring Islands to the southeast are completely dominated by giant snakes. In the central part of the Celestial Spirit continent from west to east are the human kingdom of Dunteras, the Celestial Forest, Celestial Spirit Forest, and the human empire of Eurysvet. The southern mountainous region belongs to the Kingdom of Light, elves known as the Land of Light. The girl almost thought Ultraman was here. The western part of the Ymir continent, directly opposite the Celestial Spirit continent, is also the territory of the Light Elves, while the center of the human Rifa sun god sect, the Rifa religious kingdom, completely separates the Light Elf kingdom from the Vit Kumular Empire. Located in the middle of the Ymir continent from north to south are the Goblin kingdom, the human Vit Kumular Empire, and the human Gakimi Empire. In the eastern part of the Ymir continent, the northern Kobold Empire, Goblin Empire, and the southern Dunk Kingdom, Greenskin Orcs, are divided, while the Dark Elf Kingdom, known as the Dark Forest, completely separates the two human empires from the Goblins and Orcs. Finally, the Oak Isles, looking north across the strait from the middle to the eastern part of the Ymir continent, are the Kingdom of Various Beasts. The girl's current location is in the middle of Lior Town, the northeastern part of the human Gakimi Empire, with the strongest empire Vit Kumular directly to the north at the southeastern border of Hosa. The eastern part of Lior Town in the Gakimi Empire and the eastern part of Hosa in the Vit Kumular Empire form two angles to the north and south, together with the Dark Forest to the right of the two empires, enclosing the largest inland lake of the Ymir continent, the Ahaya Sea, and the vast Ahaya Forest. Ahaya in Goblin language means lifeless. In human language, it's an Alamar. As the name suggests, this super large lake and forest have no animals at all, only insects and plants. Everyone believes that this was done by the Dark Elves, but they have never made a statement about it. At the center of the Ahaya Forest is where the girl's current body once called home, Shikahut, the Forgotten Land. The destination of this journey is an honorary knight territory located in the northwest of Lior Town in the Gakimi Empire. Although it is less than 30 stadia, approximately 27 kilometers from the northern border, it has become exceptionally prosperous due to the recent easing of diplomatic relations and foreign trade factors. The lord who issued the bounty naturally reaps great rewards. As is well known, intelligent beings always pursue enjoyment. This lord has a particular inclination towards certain pleasures, to the point where he sometimes disregards the dignity of nobility. Although the honorary knights aren't exactly proper nobles. So this guy can collect some taxes, but in reality he's just a hog raised by the empire. Oh no, a Seuss in human language, pig. The girl took a big gulp from the water pouch, carefully capped it, and hung it at her waist, having walked for a whole morning. Judging by the moisture in the air, there wouldn't be an easy water source within at least 10 stadia. Kainikio lightly tapped the girl's head, took a small sip of water, and said, "You're quite clever." After saying this, she glanced around, pulled the reins, and turned the Balak beast towards the shade of the trees by the roadside. Once the covered wagon had completely entered the woods, Kainikio jumped down and called Buhoi to take out 4 or 5 water bags from the wagon to feed the Balak beast. "We'll be entering the wasteland soon, and at that point we'll all have to hide in the wagon, or otherwise we won't be able to withstand this sun," Kainikio explained to the girl while helping Buhoi feed the Balak beast water. "Can't we travel at night? The moon should still be quite large tonight." The girl looked at the cloudless sky, somewhat puzzled, and asked. To be honest, she felt that this temperature wasn't hot at all, similar to the early summer temperatures of modern society, referring to a time when there were still 4 seasons. "Ride Kaipu, I admit you are great at hunting, but the wasteland has." Buhoi began to say tauntingly, but suddenly paused, uncertain, and asked, "By the way, you truly are a primitive goblin from Leviath?" Now Kainikio also reacted. She put down the water pouch, climbed back onto the back of the Balak beast, pinched the girl's face to examine it, and then took her hands to inspect closely. She even planned to take off the girl's short boots, but was dodged away by the girl. "What are you doing?" The girl knew Kainikio didn't mean it that way, but she had a bit of public bath syndrome. Although she was a woman without a beard, Kainikio stroked her chin and thought for a moment before asking, "Did you file your claws?" Ultimately, the girl took off her short boots, feeling somewhat shy as she sat on the ground, while Kainikyo and the others watched her hands and feet in astonishment. From your claws, you should be a half-goblin. A Leviath-goblin would never have such feet. The question is, female half-goblins wouldn't possess her appearance and intelligence, right? That's true. Although they are much better than male half-goblins, female half-goblins are equally foolish. Besides, she doesn't even have tusks. Even Leviath goblins should have tusks, right? Gianni opened her mouth and pointed at her own teeth, which had already degenerated into longer canine teeth and no longer protruded. The girl took this opportunity to observe the specific condition of this hybrid big goblin's teeth. Her overall teeth were quite similar to the girl's, with the prominent ones being serrated and interlocking, while the back row was different from the girl's, consisting of 2 rows of smaller round teeth. She should still be a Leviath goblin, but there's a case of mutation. Can you still communicate with primitive goblins in this state? Kainikyo pried opened the girl's mouth to take a look and frowning asked with uncertainty. The girl finally understood what they meant. The danger in the wasteland must be the primitive goblins that are accustomed to night activities. She frowned, saying, I don't know, I've never encountered primitive goblins. Is that so? Kainikyo thought for a moment, and then dismissed the girl's suggestion of traveling at night. Let's rest for a bit before setting off, if unsure it's still too dangerous at night. Okay. The girl pouted, put her short boots back on, and was about to say she would go look for a water source when she noticed the 3 exchanging glances while giving water to the Balak beast. She lowered her head, checking her clothes that didn't need checking, and shouted loudly, you all rest, I'll go see if there's a water source nearby. After saying this, she raised her head to look at the 3. Kainikyo seemed to want to say something, but waved her hand, continuing to help Buhoi with the water pouch. The girl said nothing more and turned to dash out. Not understanding Buhoi and Gianni's capabilities, she could only analyze based on her own experiences and the animal documentary she watched. Firstly, in terms of smell, the 2 must be relatively sensitive and their hearing wouldn't be too poor. However, the most important question was whether Buhoi had strong infrared thermal perception or even infrared vision. The girl headed downwind, and as long as she remained concealed, she needn't worry about sound and scent. Regarding Buhoi's possible infrared sensing ability, she could only try to keep her distance. Without hesitation, she dashed far away, hanging her clothes and small axe on a tree, and then used stones and larger trees to bound back to a close distance where she could hear the 3 talking. Crouched behind a large tree with her body pressed against the damp ground, the girl slowed her breathing as much as possible to stabilize her body temperature. Her large ears perked up against the somewhat disordered wind. You mean this guy could possibly be a noble descendant of the big goblins? This was Buhoi's voice, who was completely oblivious to lowering his volume. Impossible. Big goblin nobles don't have gray skin. Gianni's voice was also loud. Do you think there could be a mist spirit hybrid involved? Or could it be a product of a goblin and human hybrid born from dark elves or night elves? Kainikyo's voice was also quite loud, indicating that these 3 really believed in her. Stop worrying about that. What exactly are you trying to say? Are you not selling her to Hans? Buhoi seemed a bit impatient, fitting the traits of orc bloodlines, but not matching lizardman traits. Selling? Of course we are selling, but it has to be for a higher price. She must be a noble descendant. I saw the words on her axe. Her name is Ride Kaipu, not Ride Cape. Kainikyo's voice was tinged with unmistakable greed. What if that axe was stolen by her? Primitive goblins love to steal. Buhoi raised a doubt. Everything else could be a facade, but one thing, do you know what midden is? Kainikyo's voice carried a triumphant tone, slightly lowering her volume. What is that? Midden what? The Skopadani must know, right? Kainikyo's voice rose again, and she chuckled. Of course, only nobles would use that item. Only human nobles would use it. Big goblins, and... Wait, are you saying midden refers to Skopadani? Buhoi, being somewhat clever, reacted immediately, but it seemed he still didn't understand the implications. So what? Exactly. Even big goblin and goblin nobles basically wouldn't use toothbrushes, and you all completely don't know this term, so how could the adorable and ignorant Leviath goblin say it so smoothly and naturally? Kainikyo's laughter became quite unrestrained. Brushing teeth. Even a modern layabout who only reads light novels knows that this was a rare occurrence in ancient times. Perhaps both the East and the West had such customs early on, but in practice it was quite uncommon at the lower levels of society. The girl had long been psychologically prepared for the various troubles her ignorance would bring her, but feeling defeated over the matter of brushing teeth still struck her hard. After listening for a while longer, the discussion was basically about how much to sell for and preparing to drug themselves. This is really boring, the girl thought as she slowly got up and cautiously retreated into the distance. After putting her clothes back on, the girl thought for a moment, glanced at herself, and then took off her clothes again to hang them up. Grabbing her small axe, she dashed toward the direction of the cart. Hunting intelligent beings is different from hunting beasts. A few days ago, the girl relied on her instinctive combat skills and surprise tactics, but now it was a different story. Well, for her, who possessed immense strength and speed, the distinction wasn't significant. Still crouching in the tree, the girl continually adjusted her posture, waiting for the moment when the 3 men were at their most relaxed. Xiao and Xiao had already hidden in the cart, while Ji Wang and I seemed to be in high spirits, sitting cross-legged on the ground and sharpening a straight branch with a short knife, seemingly making an arrow shaft. Why make this without a bow? The girl in the tree felt slightly puzzled, but didn't dwell on it, shifting her gaze to Buhua-yi, who was lying under the cart. Before long, Buhua-yi pulled out a large bag from under the cart and began to take out various weapons from it. The foolish girl finally realized something was amiss. Throughout, she had only seen the short knives carried by these three men, and as adventurers in a Western fantasy setting, how could they possibly lack sufficient weapons? Looking at the pile of small round shields, single-handed swords, crossbows, iron-head arrows, and grappling hooks, the girl blinked. She began to feel that perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to just run away. Just as she hesitated over whether to make a tactical retreat, Buhua-yi checked and organized his things before putting them back. Immediately after, he stood in front of Ji-Wang-ni and unbuckled his pants. The girl moved her body behind the tree trunk, not out of shyness, but because Buhua-yi had lifted his head. After quietly waiting for a while, feeling somewhat embarrassed while holding onto the trunk, she finally heard the sound of him putting on his pants. Go. Let's go. With this brief exchange, the sounds of the two swiftly running into the jungle reached the girl's ears. She continued to listen intently until the sounds of crunching leaves and twigs gradually faded. After a rustling sound, a suppressed moan emerged. The girl peeked her head out to look at the source of the sound. It was a bit far away, and being upwind, she quickly and quietly climbed down the tree. Inside the cart, Xiao was sleeping soundly, and the girl was very quiet. She gently stroked the Balak beast, slowly climbed onto its back, then gently swung her small axe down, splattering red and white all over her. Pressing down on the still twitching Xiao, the girl perked her ears to listen carefully. The faint moans in the wind had a rhythmic quality, yet were not rushed. With the small axe pulled out and weighed in her hand, the girl pondered for a moment, took Xiao's belt, tied it around her waist, then stowed the small axe, flipping over to pull out the large bag hung underneath the cart. This was a metal hand crossbow, perhaps made of other metals or alloys, but it was quite heavy, fitting comfortably in the girl's hand like a standard crossbow. There were 16 bolts, 12 were wooden shafts with iron heads, and 4 were entirely metallic. The metal arrows showed signs of multiple uses from their heads and slightly bent shafts. The girl's immense strength was more than enough to draw the string, but her fingers ached. She found nothing similar to a trigger or grip on Xiao. The throwing spear was a bit too long for the girl, so she put it back. She returned to the tree, but chose a different one that was along the route Buhua-yi and the others would return. Not far away, the sounds had turned into heavy breathing, and the rustling of clothing was intermittent. The girl adjusted her breathing, raised the crossbow, and loaded a wooden arrow into the groove, ensuring the fletching was secure before aiming in the direction of the two. Soon Buhua-yi and Ji-Wang-ni appeared in the girl's line of sight. The height of the branches and the cover of the treetops, combined with the two's attention being on their low, playful banter, nearly eliminated the risk of being discovered. The two men slowly approached, walked beneath the tree, and inched toward the cart. Suddenly they halted, and at the same time a crossbow bolt shot with a whoosh thud into Buhua-yi's nape. Ji-Wang-ni immediately dove toward the front of the cart, and then crawled under it, hiding behind the Balak beast. Buhua-yi, on the other hand, stood there, his whole body beginning to tremble before toppling forward onto the ground. Bright red blood seeped out from the wound where the bolt penetrated, as well as from his mouth and nose, slowly staining the earth. The girl nonchalantly drew back the string, readied another bolt, and took aim. With her left hand holding the crossbow, she used her right to take a stone she had wedged in her belt and tossed it toward the Balak beast. She was well aware of her strength, so she didn't throw it too hard. The startled Balak beast immediately stood up and began to move around restlessly. Ji-Wang-ni, unable to dodge in time, was hit hard by the cart while exposing her lower half. Whoosh thud, a bolt struck fiercely into Ji-Wang-ni's right knee. Following that, another whoosh thud hit her left ankle. A roar of pain and anger finally erupted from her mouth. The sudden and loud noise startled the Balak beast again, and it began to run forward. The cart was pulled open, leaving Ji-Wang-ni completely exposed. The girl did not perform any unnecessary actions typical of a villain. The third bolt immediately pierced Ji-Wang-ni's back as she was exposed, followed by the fourth and fifth, which struck her shoulder and nape. Only then did the girl put away her crossbow and chase after the panicked Balak beast. Though the Balak beast's mind was reluctant to return to the place that had just frightened it, its tamed body faithfully obeyed the commands of the reins in the girl's hand. After soothing the Balak beast with some petting and scratching, the girl jumped into the cart. The jostling left the inside of the cart in disarray, with red and white matter scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a sweet scent. Throwing Xiao out of the cart, the girl abandoned the idea of cleaning up immediately, deciding to wait until she found a river. Due to renting the Balak beast and buying the cart when leaving the city, the three men had little money left, but all were in goblin currency: 5 silver Karfu coins and 23 copper netties. For the impoverished girl, this was still a significant sum. As for the three men's leather armor, clothing, and weapons, they could not be wasted either, so she pulled the bolts from Ji-Wang-ni and Buhua-yi. 5 bolts were unusable, 2 were damaged, with the heads of the ones that struck the nape clearly broken and twisted, but they should be salvageable at a blacksmith. Climbing up the tree, she retrieved the large bag and began to identify its contents. Unfortunately, the girl's small stature made items like small round shields and single-handed swords quite impractical. There was also a double-handed battle axe and a pair of dual knives that Buhua-yi had not brought out, but they could only be sold or reforged. The only usable items left were a blow dart grappling hooks and the short knives the three men carried. The girl was very fond of the blow dart. Her Botus combat instinct allowed her to quickly adapt to any weapon, except for the bow, which she couldn't draw due to her arm span. Buhua and Jiwang and I were both wearing vests with belts for hanging various equipment. Given her size, she had no way to do anything without needle and thread or other tools, so she could only stow them away like the other weapons. This harvest was substantial. The next consideration was whether to continue toward the territory of the Lord Hance. That's right, the Hance that Buhua mentioned, or return to Rear Town. It's a tough choice. The girl patted her head. Let's eat first. It turned out that learning with demonstrations and guidance from others was very effective. The girl poured moist earth over the fire to extinguish it, kicked the remains apart, then gathered all her rock salt fire-starting tools and other items and tossed them into the still sweet-smelling cart. She patted her flat belly and jumped onto the back of the Balak beast, heading toward the wasteland. The adventure of Xiao and her party came to an end. After the girl walked away, the lurking shadows slowly approached, leaving little behind, not even bones. Not every adventurer needs to hang their head on a belt to earn a meal, it's just a matter of different choices. Choosing to continue toward Lord Hante's territory was a deeply considered decision by the girl. Not really. While she just wanted to meet the primitive goblins she had never seen before, and as for what would happen afterward, she would deal with it when the time came. With each steady step of the Balak beast, a faint moisture began to fill the air. The girl tugged at the reins, and the Balak beast, also sensing the moisture, willingly turned its direction, striding forward toward the source of water in its nostrils. The water source was a bit far away and was just a small stream. The Balak beast would cause it to dry up as soon as it buried its head. However, the Balak beast didn't mind, nor did the girl. A huge creature bent down by the stream, drinking deeply, while a small and slender figure tidied up the cart. When the Balak beast lifted its head and stepped back 2 paces, the girl threw a pile of clothing into the small stream. The blood had already congealed, and she could not expect to wash it clean by scrubbing. The girl didn't care. She cut open the parts that looked fairly clean after washing and twisted them dry, hanging them on a nearby tree, while the dirty ones she continued to scrub before tossing them onto the cart to begin cleaning. The girl was quite small, but the cart was rather large. Scrubbing, beating, then scrubbing again, the laborious and tedious task was nothing under her good mood and strong physique. As the sunset began to disappear, the cart was finally cleaned up to a reasonable extent. The dirty cloths were casually discarded, and the still damp clothes were draped over the cart. The girl rode on the Balak beast, which had eaten a fair amount of ferns, pulling on the reins, full of curiosity about the primitive goblins, and set off toward the wasteland. Tomato novel The Goblin Princess is online, seeking a segment review for free power generation. Sending love. A vast, slightly imperfect moon ascended into the sky, illuminating a cloudless, unobstructed night strewn with countless stars, breathtaking in its serene splendor. Seated atop the Barak beast, she gazed across an endless steppe blanketed by herbaceous plants taller than half her own height. In the distance, scattered unknown creatures glinted with luminous eyes. From the grass came a symphony of rustling whispers and skittering murmurs. The girl mused that the map's label, Wasteland, felt somewhat disrespectful to life itself. Though if measured solely by the presence or absence of sentient beings, it was indeed profoundly desolate. The Barak beast appeared wary, or even repulsed, by the steppe. Ever since entering the wasteland's domain, it had clung rigidly to the center of the road, though its immense bulk already filled the entire thoroughfare, and frequently snorted sharply, its gait growing increasingly restless and unsteady. The girl took the beast's agitation seriously. After its 29th sharp snort, each more agitated than the last, she reined it to a halt. She leapt back into the covered wagon and retrieved a pair of hand blades. Though their hilts were oversized for her slender hands, they served perfectly for cutting through tall grass. At first her swings were stiff and hesitant. She feared her arms might collide midair, but soon, guided by an uncanny instinctive combat rhythm, she spun and leapt through the grass like a dancer, whirling in perfect, effortless motion. Giddy with novelty and exhilaration, she bounded playfully around the Barak beast for a long while before pausing. By then the felled grass formed an irregular circle nearly 8 meters in diameter. Standing atop the tangled greenery, she swept the twin blades fluidly through the air, twisted her torso, clamped her thighs together, held her left hand low and close to her right thigh, raised her right hand to shield half her face, and in a deliberately affected voice declared to the Barak beast, "Behold, the sovereign embodiment of beauty and wisdom. Ho ho ho." Immediately afterward, she turned expressionless, strode back into the wagon, tossed the blades inside, crouched beside the road, pressed a finger deep into her throat, and retched violently. As before 4 days prior, nothing emerged but saliva and gastric fluid. The scorched herbs released an oddly fragrant aroma, subtly tempering the sharp, acrid tang. Having expelled her distress, she slumped against the wagon wheel, tears welling in her eyes. She did not wail aloud, only sobbed silently, tears streaming endlessly, unstoppable even when she squeezed her eyes tightly shut. A sudden whiff of roasted meat pierced her senses, mingling incongruously with the sour rotten scent. Then a charred, smoky morsel was thrust deep into her mouth. Simultaneously, a hoarse, halting voice rasped into her ear, "Eat meat. Eat, happy." When the girl finally regained her bearings, she found herself encircled by a throng of diminutive, grotesque, grimy creatures, broad-eared, wide-eyed, and clad in every hue imaginable. They resembled goblins from her memory, yet subtly distinct, standing in point like beasts, rarely grinning, with that sly, crooked smirk lacking the exaggerated hawk-like noses, and most strikingly standing far shorter than she. Unconsciously, she had already devoured half the roasted meat. Unseasoned, overcharred, and frankly unpalatable, yet she continued chewing until not a shred remained. Upon seeing the girl finish her meal, the goblins erupted into ecstatic gibberish, leaping and waving their arms. She strained to decipher their words, catching only a few: meat, happy, kill, eat. Was this truly the primitive goblin, brainless and brutal, undeniably foolish? Yet their absurdity made her laugh. Do you understand me? She ventured cautiously. At her voice, every goblin fell instantly silent. The nearest red-skinned goblin stared at her bewildered, scratched its armpit, glanced around uncertainly, then hesitantly uttered: meat, kill, happy, eat. Only these 4 words, each emerging slowly, laboriously, as if seeking confirmation of their meaning. A gentle smile softened her features, not recoiling from the creature's greasy, grime-caked hide. She reached out and gently stroked its nearly hairless, bony skull, slick with oil, yet alarmingly thin beneath her fingertips. The red-skinned goblin did not comprehend her gesture. Instinctively, it tilted its head upward, sniffing tentatively at her hand. Then in its clouded eyes a faint spark seemed to kindle. Pointing to itself, it asked: meat. At this, the other goblins watched it with unmistakable envy, and the red-skinned one, emboldened, began to brim with excitement. It lifted a clawed hand, softly guiding hers to its own throat, tilting its head back with a guttural chuckle: meat, eat. She grasped its meaning instantly, stunned by this primal sacrificial gesture. Frowning, she rose, withdrew her hand, and tenderly ruffled the red goblin's scalp once more, then spoke slowly, deliberately: goblin, not eat. Goblin. The goblin stood frozen for a long moment before grasping her intent, then exchanged baffled glances. The red-skinned goblin panicked utterly, dropping to its knees, frantically scraping its claws across its own body while shrieking: meat, eat. Its frenzied motion startled her. She seized both its wrists at once. Her heart ached as she watched crimson droplets well from its tiny raw wounds. With one hand restraining it, she tore a strip from her garment and clumsily bandaged its injuries. Then, stroking its head again, she raised her voice to address the whole group: goblin, not eat. Goblin. Her strange conduct left the goblins utterly perplexed, yet their envy flared anew upon seeing the red goblin now adorned with cloth. Suddenly, a green-skinned goblin farther back leapt up, shouting: meat, as it dashed headlong into the grass. Instantly, many others caught on, some sprinting after the green goblin toward the grass, others crying: meat, as they bolted toward the forest from which she had come. She couldn't fathom their logic, only guessed they were fetching food. Shrugging, she crouched again to inspect the haphazard bandages on the red goblin's wounds. The remaining goblins now fully understood her meaning. The red-skinned goblin, suddenly elevated by special favor, strutted proudly among them, baring its teeth at random, issuing meaningless, swaggering threats. Lying atop the barak beast, whose demeanor remained profoundly placid, she watched them, pondering whether she still qualified as human or whether in this new world humanity was a choice she need no longer uphold. In just 4 days, she had endured more than in all her previous 2 decades. Wholly alien customs, and a moral compass diametrically opposed to her old world, had assaulted her senses with overwhelming force. The bizarre scenes from grotesque manga and fantasy novels had become stark reality, dreamlike, surreal, ineffable. Soon her attention was seized anew by a clamorous, jostling crowd of goblins, dragging and brandishing several black and charred objects that resembled roasted meat. Foremost among them, the green-skinned goblin raced ahead, hoisting a slab of burnt flesh larger than its own body. A faint smile tugged at her lips. She slid off the barak beast and lightly tapped the red goblin's head, just as it prepared to puff itself up before the green one, then stepped forward to meet the little green creature. From afar, the green goblin executed a flawless sliding kneel, stopping precisely before her. Its abrupt, theatrical gesture sent her into peals of laughter. Meat, eat, happy. Its speech flowed more smoothly now, though the massive black chunk obscured its face entirely. With a single heave, she lifted the slab, nearly half her size, its acrid carbonized scent intensifying. Cradling it in her left hand, she drew a small axe and cleaved it cleanly in two with rapid, precise strikes. The brittle, charred crust shattered and scattered, revealing within a warm, slightly congealed layer of fat and ruby-red meat, releasing a rich, savory aroma that billowed outward. She did not eat immediately, caring little for goblin hierarchies. Stroke by stroke, she divided the slab into portions, then accepted more blackened morsels from other goblins, slicing each with the same methodical precision. The goblins watched in hushed silence as she performed this strange ritual. Saliva pooled thickly beneath them, soaking the felled grass, but none dared move. Once all the meat was roughly portioned, she offered the first pieces to the green-skinned and red-skinned goblins. Then she tossed morsels to the others, keeping the largest piece for herself, biting down hard as she proclaimed, "Meat, eat." A riotous feast erupted, filled with ragged shouts, tearing jaws, and frantic chewing. In that moment, every goblin radiated pure, unadulterated joy. All contemplation of goblin-human distinctions dissolved, until the second group returned from the forest. Gazing at the severed limbs and mangled remains, the dozen goblins held aloft with pleading, eager eyes. Her stomach churned once more, though far less violently than before. This time she could not plead. Goblins do not eat goblins. Such a notion contradicted their very nature. Feeling drained and dispirited, she simply distributed the remaining charred meat to the latecomers, and turned away indifferent to how they handled the grisly bounty. She reclined atop the Barak beast, gazing up at the stardust heavens, a vast tranquil tapestry that soothed her turbulent spirit. As she watched the stars and listened to the goblins' raucous clamor, a voice rose from beneath the beast. Alma. Curiosity about the strange word momentarily eclipsed her weariness. She leaned over the beast's flank to peer downward. Beyond the red-skinned goblin, many others had gathered there, straining upward, their eyes gleaming with unmistakable devotion. The girl pointed to herself and asked uncertainly, Alma. At once the goblins erupted in jubilation, chanting in unison, Alma, Alma, mother by milk, Pa, mother by meat. She had no idea what these diminutive creatures were thinking. She certainly had no intention of raising such a vast brood of monsters. Something feels off. Squinting, she scrutinized them one by one. Indeed, they all appeared strikingly young. Though she couldn't verify the accuracy of that impression, curiosity stirred within her. She leapt down and addressed the small green-skinned goblin. How old are you? The goblin blinked slowly, then after a long pause replied, Alma. She shook her head. Their vocabulary was painfully rudimentary, or rather she simply did not speak goblin at all. She held up a charred outer layer of meat before the green-skinned goblin's eyes, then pointed toward the thicket where it had darted moments earlier. Cave. Meat. The goblin paused, then vigorously shook its head. She too shook her head, pointed to herself, then gestured again toward the thicket. Cave. Go. This time the goblin seemed to grasp her meaning. It pointed first at her, then at the thicket. Alma. She rolled her eyes and nodded, abandoning further correction. Alma. The green-skinned goblin immediately leapt with exhilaration, dashing into the thicket, then halted mid-run, bouncing on the spot as it cried, Alma. Alma. All the goblins understood at once. The entire pack surged forward, racing toward the thicket while shouting in unison, Alma. Alma. Watching their unrestrained fervor, she sighed inwardly. She would not stay to become their Alma, yet turning away without seeing for herself felt impossible. Without hesitation, she pushed off the ground and sprinted after the green-skinned goblin. At her movement, the goblins burst into fresh cries of Alma and scrambled ahead into the depths of the thicket. Keeping pace through waist-high grass, where the goblins darted with agile familiarity, was no simple task. Fortunately, they frequently paused to wait for her. After weaving through the thicket for 3 or 4 minutes, a burrow entrance appeared, low enough for her to crawl into. For goblins stood guard at the mouth, holding aloft a woven grass mat used as a cover. A faintly pungent sour odor mingled with the delicate aroma of roasted meat wafted from within. Without pausing to deliberate, she ducked inside. The tunnel's initial stretch twisted sharply. Her height forced her to crawl. Though no supporting pillars were visible, the earthen walls were densely packed and remarkably firm. After crawling swiftly through over a dozen sharp turns, she finally emerged into an immense cavern, a natural chamber connected to the burrow. From the exit, both left and right corridors stretched deep into shadow, winding and obscure. The floor was uneven, studded with stalagmites. Above, the ceiling bristled with stalactites. Seems like a promising place. The air remained refreshingly clear, not stale, and the goblin's sour musk had noticeably faded while the scent of roasting meat grew richer. The goblins bounded confidently toward the source of the aroma. After a quick survey of the cavern, she followed closely behind. Within moments, flickering firelight shimmered ahead, and the fragrance of roasting meat intensified. They had entered a colossal cavern hall, its height unfathomable, its vaulted ceiling hung thick with stalactites. Massive stalactite columns lined the periphery. Unlike the narrow, jagged passages leading here, the hall's floor was smooth and nearly free of stalagmites. The goblins gathered on one side of the hall, where 2 roaring bonfires burned fiercely. On the opposite side lay mounds of bones, so thoroughly picked clean and roasted that only the faintest trace of decay lingered. No new goblins appeared, only those who had previously surfaced. Yet something lay between the fires, obscured from view. She could not make it out clearly. The echoing cries of Alma, Alma, reverberated through the cavern hall, ringing painfully in her ears. Wary, she approached, until she circled past the nearest fire, and froze in horror. Between the 2 flames lay the desiccated corpse of a female goblin. The corpse was incomplete. Its legs were splayed wide, severe rot marred its thighs and groin. Light gnaw marks dotted its torso and limbs. Alma, a red-skinned goblin bounded beside her, pointing excitedly at the corpse, then at her. Alma. As the red-skinned goblin drew near, the others ignited with renewed frenzy. They began leaping around the twin fires, chaotic at first, but soon settling into a rhythmic, almost musical cadence. Her small axe was already clenched tightly in her hand, so tightly her knuckles whitened. She longed to slaughter these revolting little things, but sensed not a shred of malice from them. She hesitated for a long time, watching the red-skinned goblin whirl around her in ecstatic leaps, watching the others accelerate their frantic dancing. yet still could not raise the axe. Suddenly the red-skinned goblin lunged at the corpse, wrenched its skull free with a savage tug, and hoisted it high, roaring, "Amma!" The others descended into utter madness, one after another rushing the corpse, tearing at it, until nearly every goblin clutched a fragment. Though stunned by this primitive ritualistic act, she remained paralyzed, until a sudden, overwhelming sense of peril triggered her body's reflexes anew. A rapid series of rolls, then a backward leap and pivot, ended with a single decisive axe stroke. A gray-skinned goblin hiding behind a nearby stalagmite was cleaved cleanly in two. In its hand the blowgun she'd left in her cart. She scanned the corridor, carefully retrieved the blowgun, and slid it into her belt, then fixed the goblins with a cold, unwavering gaze. The goblins by the fires froze, then dropped their grisly trophies and charged toward the corridor, faces contorted with fury, some barehanded, others gripping blazing torches, all shrieking, "Amma! Kill!" As they surged forward, she darted sideways, raised her axe, then realized they ignored her entirely and vanished into the corridor. After a brief moment of stunned confusion, she sprang after them, keeping cautious distance, ever vigilant. The goblins moved with unnerving precision, no hesitation, no pause, racing relentlessly along the corridor, bypassing every branching passage in the labyrinthine cavern without slowing. Watching dozens of tiny figures vanish into chaos, she accelerated, closing the gap, but never letting them out of sight. After passing 8 junctions, she caught a new sour stench in the air, and instantly the goblins grew even more frenzied. Their earlier silence shattered into guttural cries of "Amma" and "Kill." She drew closer. These wretched little creatures disgusted her to the core, yet they belonged to her alone to dispatch. Their clamor left no room for surprise. At the next junction, a far larger horde of pure gray-skinned goblins erupted forth, slamming headlong into the first group. Claws met claws. Fangs clashed against fangs. Charred heavy branches struck splintered leg bones. Sparks flared, illuminating droplets of blood and severed entrails. She remained motionless behind a stalactite column, axe held loosely in readiness, observing silently as the two monstrous hordes fought to the death. She watched the green-skinned goblin gouge out an enemy's eye, then take a shattered stalagmite through its abdomen, yet still clamp its jaws onto the foe's throat and shoulder. She watched the red-skinned goblin, its ragged clothes drawing concentrated assault, torn open by 6 or 7 gray-skinned attackers, yet still biting through throats, ripping out viscera. She watched one goblin's skull crushed by a femur, another snap an enemy's neck with a brutal kick. After only a short while, she lifted her gaze toward the dark recesses of the junction, where no sound emerged. She holstered her axe, snapped off a stalagmite, tested its weight, and hurled it hard toward the junction. A thunderous thud echoed through the cavern, startling every goblin. Mid-battle, they all turned, staring toward the junction. Instantly, the gray-skinned goblins broke ranks and withdrew toward the junction, while the mixed-hued goblins surged after them. She stepped from behind the column and walked slowly into the battlefield, where 10 mangled goblin bodies lay scattered. The green-skinned goblin still lived, but barely. Torn nearly in half, only its upper torso remained, and yet its eyes fixed upon her blazed with fierce clarity. Blood choked its throat, silencing whatever final cry it meant to utter. Surely it would have been "Amma." She crouched, smiled, gently stroked its head, and brought the axe down in one clean stroke. Rising, she surveyed the remaining dozen goblins. So ferocious had the battle been that only 2 still drew breath, one blinded, the other gray-skinned, their scent unmistakably belonging to the opposing faction. She granted them swift release, then walked steadily toward the junction, where the sounds of slaughter continued unabated. It was a much smaller cavern hall, but several low-set chambers pierced the walls. In the mere 2 minutes since she'd entered, few goblins remained standing. Roughly 20 gray-skinned ones still held their ground, while only 9 of the mixed-hued goblins survived. The red-skinned goblin's head and upper torso lay severed near the hall's entrance. She picked it up, studied it for a moment, sighed, and cast it aside. Both factions noticed her arrival. The 9 mixed-hued goblins panicked, retreating rapidly to form a protective ring before her, shrieking wildly, "Kill! Amma! Kill! Amma!" The 20-odd gray-skinned goblins, however, did not charge. Hesitant, they shifted restlessly in place, apparently wary. She glanced upward. The gray-skinned goblin stood directly beneath 2 of the wall chambers. After a brief pause, she called out clearly, "If you understand me, make a sound." She glanced upward. The gray-skinned goblin stood directly beneath 2 of the wall chambers. After a brief pause, she called out clearly, "If you understand me, make a sound." As the girl shouted, a faint sound emerged from a higher cave chamber, but there was no response. Raising an eyebrow, she continued to yell, "Are you a goblin, or what? I know you can understand me. If you don't reply, I'll set this place on fire." Immediately, rustling sounds came from the cave, but it seemed they were still unwilling to answer. The girl became somewhat impatient. To be honest, she was still struggling with her attitude towards these little creatures. On one hand, she appreciated their friendliness. On the other hand, she could not accept such primitive monsters. It was quite impressive that she had been able to endure this long under the violent influence of the goblin's warlike genes. Pushing aside a brown-skinned goblin blocking her way, the girl angrily walked closer to the gray goblin near the fire pit, grabbed a stick, and threw it into the higher cave chamber. To her surprise, although her action made the gray goblins restless, they did not seem to mind much. A gasp echoed from the cave. Though it was quite hoarse, the girl could tell it was likely not a goblin's voice. She could no longer be bothered with this group of goblins. Lowering her body, she kicked off vigorously and shot up into the higher cave chamber. Her force was slightly excessive. As she leaned forward, her back slammed against the cave's ceiling, and she crashed into the chamber, wincing in pain. She merely glanced at the long-haired female creature crouched in the innermost part of the cave, too scared to do anything other than make a sound before turning her attention back down. The two groups of goblins were clearly more agitated now, but they did not act out. Either you speak, or I'll throw you down. The girl squatted about 2 body lengths away from the female creature, shining the nearly extinguished firewood at it. This should be an elf. Its slender ears were impossible to conceal. No, please don't. The female creature, suspected to be an elf, immediately spoke upon hearing this. Very well, do you need me to rescue you? Finally, this creature spoke. The girl sighed in relief. Out. The female creature's tone seemed somewhat confused. The girl tilted her head, guessing that this creature might have been in this state for too long, and her brain was a bit muddled. So she raised her voice slightly and said, "Yes, out to the surface to go home. Do you understand?" The female creature was silent for a while before cautiously asking, Will you treat the children well? Moi. The girl felt as if she might be hearing things. What did you say? Can you please not kill the children? The female creature raised her head, which had been bowed low, with a hint of pleading. Despite her gaunt cheeks and sunken eyes, she could not hide the near-perfect beauty of a light elf. The girl was somewhat stunned. Part of her was shocked by the elf's words, while another part was captivated by the light elf's appearance. She pinched her brow, her mouth opening and closing as she took a while to finally ask with a strange expression, "You mean those gray-skinned creatures below are your children?" The elf immediately nodded, showing no signs of shame or anger, only urgency and worry on her face. The girl slapped her forehead, feeling a bit breathless. "So you weren't captured by the goblins?" "No, The elf suddenly became shy. Even in her emaciated state, the blush creeping onto her face was visible. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she calmly said, "I am a sage. I believe goblins are the closest descendants of Ymir, so I came here after my 80th birthday to seek the truth of Ymir. They are my 19th to 23rd generations of children." The girl looked at the elf calmly, as she did not understand the lifespan of light elves, nor did she know the lifespan of goblins, or their gestation and growth cycles, but she knew this elf was quite something. At the same time, she no longer felt any sympathy for the elf. It was not about whether she was captured, but rather that despite showing such concern for her offspring, she had never thought of leading them towards civilization. After all, she was a sage. In the language of goblins, she was a Hakam, a being that could even help the girl return to the top cultural tier of Earth. "If I kill you, these goblins will probably go extinct due to the lack of a female, right?" The girl weighed the axe, asking expressionlessly, "Don't you care for them? Aren't you the goblins, AMA?" The elf seemed indifferent to her own fate, more concerned about the goblin's survival. Having received her answer, the girl ignored the elf, put away the axe, and turned to peek out of the cave entrance. Below, the two groups of goblins had already begun to feast on the corpses of their kin. She climbed into a lower cave chamber to take a look. Inside were a few eggs piled on some dry grass, along with several broken eggshells, emitting a sour odor scattered on the ground. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly left before the two groups of goblins could react. The first thing she did upon returning to the surface was to check the belongings in the cart. Fortunately, perhaps in a hurry, the gray goblin had only stolen a blowgun, which she had now brought back. Climbing onto the back of the Balak beast, she tugged at the reins as she did not want to stay in this place for another moment. With a loud crunch, it seemed the wheel had run over something. It must have been due to the high density of muscle and bone. The girl's weight was actually quite substantial. After all, when she impulsively climbed onto the head of the docile Balak beast, it caused a great deal of dissatisfaction, resulting in the girl running around for quite a while looking for various plants to soothe its anger. The sun had slipped behind some gray clouds, making it somewhat muggy today, and the air was filled with heavy moisture, which worried the girl about whether the unknown tarp on the cart would be able to protect against the rain. Due to the girl's aimless directing, moving from one side to another, it had been quite a while since daylight passed, and she and the Balak beast had just left the plains and entered a hilly forest. It seemed they would not reach the Hans Morvale territory until after sunset. I should be a bit braver. The girl lay on the back of the Balak beast, idly thinking this. She knew that her aimless wandering was indeed due to her curiosity about various plants and animals, but more so from a fear of interacting with intelligent life. Even after having left the ivory tower and mingled in society for 2 years, the innocence and naivety of a college student had not been completely erased. The deranged fog elf, ignorant farmers, scheming adventurers, and selfish light elves seemed to present her only a small amount of goodwill, without reservations, from the half-elf clerk at the Lyle Town Employment Guild and the fairy spirits. Thinking of the fairy spirits, the girl couldn't help but blush. She suddenly felt that reaching Morvale territory sooner might not be a bad idea. Finally, the heavy rain began to fall, and the cart proved to have very good rainproof capabilities. After a lengthy and successful communication with the Balak beast that taught it to walk a little slower, the girl, with a slight blush on her face, fell asleep to the sound of rain inside the cart. In such an era with the level of technology, one should not expect to sleep too soundly in a cart pulled by livestock. Of course, one should not expect a beast that had only been in service for 2 days to truly obey. Uncertain whether she had run over something, the cart jolted violently, almost throwing the girl off. The girl, still drowsy, leaped onto the wet back of the Balak beast, only to be chased back into the cart by the pouring rain. Perhaps the girl's recent jump onto its back made the Balak beast aware that she was awake as the pace of the cart noticeably slowed. With an annoyed glare at the Balak beast's rear, the girl clung to the cart and looked at the scenery outside. Then she was surprised to discover the fields around her and the town in the distance, barely visible through the rain. After studying the map for quite a while, the girl reached a conclusion: the Balak beast must have taken off and run wildly while she was asleep, covering nearly half a day's distance. Although she wasn't sure if that wall-less town on the plain was Morvale territory. Since the bandages for the red-skinned goblin had long been torn to shreds, and the clothes of the 3 adventurers were also ripped into large and small pieces due to being stained with blood, she certainly did not want to be seen as a naked runaway slave. She spread out the cloth pieces and began trying to tie them to herself in various ways, at least to make herself look somewhat presentable. After half a day of busy work, the girl finally wrapped herself into a long, narrow bundle, unable to move her legs at all, so she had to tear it off using several pieces of cloth tied tightly with a belt as a long skirt, and finally draping a cloak over herself, which seemed all right. Just then a creaking sound began to come from beneath the cart. A sense of foreboding surged in the girl's heart, and she decisively jumped onto the back of the Balak beast, pulling on the reins to stop. Facing the rain, which had not yet reached torrential levels, the girl began to check the wheels and axles of the cart. There was a noticeable crack in the axle, and one side of the wheel was already a bit crooked. Rising to look around, she saw a few farmers in the fields busy with something, but they were very far away, while on the main road, she was clearly the only one traveling in the heavy rain. Sighing, the girl planned to attempt to replace the axle and wheel by herself, but she gave up at the first step. She had no idea how to untie the knot binding the reins to the Balak beast without damaging anything. I'll just leave it by the roadside and find someone to fix it later, right? The girl thought as she raised the axe in her hand, beginning to cut the reins. Ultimately, the lazy girl stuffed the cloth pieces, leather armor, and other items from the cart into the large sack, tying it to the side of the Balak beast with the cut reins, then jumped onto the Balak beast and urged it to run quickly towards the town. The cart that had accompanied her for 2 days and nights stood alone in the rain, uncertain if it would wait for the girl's return. The girl discovered that the Balak beast was actually a creature that loved to run, at least this one did. Freed from the constraints of the cart, and with the girl's approval, the Balak beast ran joyfully, its sturdy limbs crashing heavily into the solid mud, splashing water over 10 meters. The Balak beast sneezed happily, occasionally making low jumps, but it restrained itself a bit after the girl tapped its head. As they approached the town, the girl pulled on the reins to slow the Balak beast down. She looked back at the cart, which was a bit blurry in the distance, still sitting there all alone, perhaps waiting for her return. This town started to resemble a blend of traditional Western fantasy and a modern small town, neither built on high ground nor surrounded by long walls, with no distinction between inner and outer city. Countless houses gradually concentrated from sparse to dense, giving the girl a rare feeling of familiarity. The outer houses were similar to those of the farmers she first encountered, like Dorado, with various sizes, most having a yard and pens for poultry and Balak beasts. Perhaps due to the heavy rain, only a few people peered through the windows at the girl riding alone on the Balak beast, most of whom were human, with a few mixed-blood individuals. Gradually, the houses became denser, resembling the 2- or 3-story spires of Real Town. Various shops and signs began to appear, and more people started to gather by the roadside, watching the rain or dashing through it. The girl did not rush inside. To prevent the Balak beast from bumping into anyone, she jumped down and led it to a 3-story spire building. The sign hanging outside the shop read in human language, "Uter's General Store with Accommodation. Is there anyone who can repair 2-wheeled carts?" After instructing the Balak beast to wait quietly outside for a while, she stepped inside and asked in human language. The layout of the shop was quite simple, with a long wooden counter dividing the relatively large room into front and back areas where all manner of goods were displayed on shelves behind the counter. One side of the counter was against the side wall, while the other side was shorter, serving as an entrance, next to which was a door frame with a curtain. An old man sitting on a high stool behind the counter smiled with a scrutinizing gaze as he looked at the girl and said, "Oh, traveler, welcome to Tysola Town and human language Treasure Town. Old Uter is getting old and can't help you, but you can stay here for a night until the rain stops before looking for a carpenter. Moio leads Tysola Town. It seems the foolish giant hasn't strayed." The girl thought to herself and shook her head in reply, "Thank you for your concern. If possible, where can I find the carpenter?" As she spoke, she took out 2 copper bronze and placed them on the counter. "Oh, this damned height. Oh, of course. Old Uter certainly knows where the carpenter is." Quickly taking the copper bronze, the old man's smile became much more sincere. "Just go straight ahead for about 100 passes, around 150 meters, or perhaps 90 passes. There is a small square. You just look to the left along the edge of the square, and you'll see the greedy Velchaka's carpenter shop. You must not believe the nonsense of that greedy fellow, who just cut his quoted price by 2/3. Thank you." The girl said no more, thanked him, and turned to leave. The petite girl walking slowly in the rain, leading the Balak beast, still attracted the attention of passers-by and shopkeepers. But the girl ignored them. She hoped to minimize her interactions with unrelated people. This was a wide and sturdy stone road, spacious enough even for two Balak beasts to walk side by side. The girl walked along the right side of the road, as was customary for pedestrians, while the houses became increasingly dense and exquisite, and the number of people grew as well. Finally arriving at the small square mentioned by old Uter, the girl took a glance around. It was a very ordinary circular square paved with stones not very large, and in the center stood a metallic knight statue riding a monstrous creature. Looking at the monster, the girl's mouth twitched as she swore she had not expected to find something like a dinosaur here. She couldn't tell what kind of dinosaur it was, but it resembled the velociraptors from movies. Its hind limbs were shorter while its forelimbs were longer and sturdier, and its neck had a distinct mane with short hair visible from the metallic carving on the rest of its body. The knight, clad in armor resembling that of the medieval period, raised a single-handed sword high as he rode on the back of the dragon, displaying his might. The plaque beneath the statue bore the inscription in both Goblin and human languages: "The Great and Brave Hans, Keldon La Moyle, Honorary Knight." Raindrops fell on the girl's upturned face as she wiped them away, lowered her head, and led the Balak beast toward a row of shops on the left side of the square. The greedy Velchaka's carpenter shop mentioned by old Uter was located right in the middle of the shops on the left side of the square, with a sign reading "The Best Carpenter in Tysola Town, Velchaka." After giving the Balak beast another reminder, the girl walked straight into the carpenter shop, ignoring the gazes of those seeking shelter from the rain nearby. The arrangement inside the carpenter shop was similar to that of old Uter's general store, except the counter was shorter and the displayed items were all wooden products. Behind the counter stood a young man with chestnut curly hair and brown eyes who welcomed the girl with a loud voice as she entered. "Welcome to the best carpenter shop in Tysola Town, dear traveler. How can I assist you?" The familiar trope of Western fantasy characters made the girl feel a bit dazed, and she replied somewhat absent-mindedly, "Is it free help from a kind-hearted person?" The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, but the young man, clearly experienced, maintained his enthusiastic smile. "Of course. If it's just a small favor, it is indeed a virtue of humanity. But if it involves professional skills, reasonable charges are also a sign of respect for the best carpenter shop in Tysola Town." The young man's quick reaction and appropriate response earned the girl's favor. She nodded and asked for a two-wheeled cart. "I need to replace the axle and wheels. The harness is also broken. I have spare axles and wheels there on the road. Now how much will it cost?" The young man quickly calculated and replied leisurely, "If your spare axle and wheels fit perfectly, considering the heavy rain and the weight of the cart along with a set of harness, it should be at least 6 silver tums. However, as a new customer, we can offer you a discount of 30 copper bronze, so the total would be 5 silver tums and 70 copper bronze. I'm strong enough to help 2 silver tums." The girl walked to the counter and effortlessly lifted it up before gently placing it back down. The young man, startled by the girl's sudden action, twitched his mouth, but still maintained his enthusiastic smile as he replied, "Dear guest, you truly possess enviable strength, but you should know that strength is the least valuable commodity. A set of harness alone requires 4 silver tums. The Velchaka carpenter shop does not deceive. The harness is not a product we sell. How about this? Removing the rough work fee, you only need to pay 5 silver tums." The price of 4 silver tums for a set of harness left the girl in silence. Perhaps the young man was still quoting a high price, but this product not made by the shop probably wouldn't be worth much less. She remembered that when Jojo and the others pooled money to buy the cart, the entire cart with harness cost only 18 silver tums. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Do you buy carts?" After some negotiation, the girl exchanged the broken cart with the severed axle and wheels, 2 pairs of wheels, 1 axle, a can of lubricant. She finally realized what that can of grease was for. Thankfully, she hadn't tried to eat it before, and a set of damaged harness for a new riding saddle for the Balak beast, complete with a detachable rain cover and cargo frame. Although the new saddle was made of leather and the rain cover was well crafted under the influence of old Uter's words, the girl always felt she had been cheated. After extracting some words from the girl, the owner of the carpenter shop, Velchaka, and the young man, who had rushed over, loudly cursed old Uter at the entrance for a long time. Meanwhile, the girl, having inquired about the locations of the tailor shop and blacksmith, hurriedly left with a sense of shame that others could not detect, leading the Balak beast away. Perhaps due to the universality of large animals like the Balak beast, the girl found that the roads in the town were very spacious. She also saw many other monstrous creatures used as mounts, among which were some dinosaur-like monsters that made her unable to control her shocked expression. They were not like the carnivorous dinosaurs resembling velociraptors from the statue, but more like ankylosaurs and ceratopsians. These creatures varied in size, but generally did not exceed the size of her Balak beast. There were also a few medium-sized strange beasts, all of which had massive heads and long tusks, and from the girl's perspective, their balance and running speed were questionable. The tailor shop recommended by the carpenter was not far. After crossing the square, it took about 30 passes, around 45 meters, to reach. After giving the Balak beast the usual reminder, the girl took out various cloth pieces, leather armor, and tactical belts from her large pocket and walked into the tailor shop. The owner of the tailor shop did not speak like the young man at the carpenter shop, but he seemed very earnest. He carefully examined the cloth and leather armor and tactical belts the girl had brought. Then, after inquiring in detail about the girl's needs and measuring her size, he stated that if she paid 3 silver tums and 36 copper bronze on top of these materials, she could pick up 3 sets of clothing, a cloak, and a complete set of tactical gear from top to bottom the next day. Faced with the tailor shop owner's overly straightforward and seemingly decisive words, the girl hesitated for a moment before taking out a silver tum to pay the deposit. Holding the receipt given by the tailor shop owner, the girl glanced at the gradually dimming sky and turned back to ask the owner for the location of an inn with large mounts before leaving. The velociraptor-like creature in the text is the protagonist's perception. In reality, it is a type of theropod. This was an inn situated on the western outskirts of Tessera town, boasting a notably large and independently partitioned stable for mounts. A massive mount resembling a young woman, akin to a Baroque beast, cost only 20 copper bronze per day to board, a remarkably fair rate considering the Baroque beast's prodigious appetite. With coin in her pocket, the young woman resolved not to skimp on herself. She booked a deluxe suite for 2 silver thumbs per night, inclusive of dinner and breakfast with unlimited bread and fresh fruit. Yet upon entering the so-called deluxe suite on the second floor, she felt deeply disappointed. To her eyes, it offered little beyond generous space, a window, and a carpet. Worse still, the washroom contained only a wooden tub, and hot water required an additional fee delivered by staff upon request. As for a privy, a porcelain commode scrubbed clean yet faintly redolent. Fortunately, the young woman had thus far experienced no need to relieve herself, though she could not fathom why. At that moment, she bitterly regretted not simply heading straight to the Adventurers Guild instead. Surely they too offered boarding for large mounts. Oh well, I'm already here. That strangely potent sigh dispelled all thoughts of checking out. She meticulously inspected the bedroom bed, the soft garments in the antechamber, and the bathing tub in the washroom, confirming all were acceptably clean, then settled by the window to watch the street as dusk fell. Perhaps because the inn lay on Tessera town's periphery, though buildings on both sides glowed with lamplight and shops remained open, the nocturnal street exuded profound stillness and solitude. Then came the clatter of a trolley rolling down the corridor. Dinner had arrived. She ambled over and opened the door to find a dwarf, or rather a half-goblin, pushing the cart. She clicked her tongue, then cheerfully carried each dish into the antechamber, set them upon the table, and instructed the dwarf to arrange for hot water. But the dwarf lingered awkwardly in the doorway. Drawing upon her vast experience with short-form videos, the young woman took a slow breath and silently urged herself to remain patient, to adapt as custom demanded. She retreated to the bedroom, retrieved 2 copper bronze from her pouch, hesitated, then added a third, before returning to the door and placing 1 coin into the dwarf's outstretched palm. No reaction. She placed a second coin, and with keen observation noted the dwarf instinctively curling his fingers slightly, yet keeping his palm rigidly open. Her gaze turned icy, identical to the one she'd once cast upon Gianni and Buhoi. The dwarf met her eyes, flinched, and bolted away in a single fluid motion. She sighed, left the door ajar, and strode to the table to begin her meal. Though beset by minor irritations, the inn's dinner proved surprisingly satisfying. Likely accustomed to hosting adventurers, the portions were generous, even for her diminutive frame. 4 thick steaks of unknown origin, a steaming bowl of rich meat and grain stew, a large salad of unfamiliar greens and pungent dressing, a whole rustic loaf, and a pitcher of what was presumably some kind of ale. As she ate heartily, she mused whether food was unusually abundant in this world, a surfeit utterly defying her understanding of medieval scarcity. Hot water cost another 30 copper bronze. She said nothing, offered no further tip, and resolved firmly henceforth she would stay exclusively at the Adventurers Guild. On the 7th day since arriving in this world, she rose at dawn, not waiting for breakfast in her room, but descending directly to the ground floor dining hall. Every patron wore hooded cloaks. Each bore at least 2 weapons. Silently, she grumbled that this dining hall resembled the Adventurers Guild more than the guild itself. After presenting her key to the human server at the entrance, she registered a secluded corner table and quietly took her seat. While awaiting her meal, she idly speculated whether some cliched encounter, flirtation, or provocation might unfold, until a Revite lizardfolk server arrived with her food, jolting her back to reality. As customary, she tipped 2 copper bronze. First, she rinsed her mouth thoroughly with plain water, then began savoring the lavish breakfast. Though slightly smaller than last night's dinner, it was richer, more refined, and abundantly portioned. Thick slices of coarse wheat toast were perfectly charred, crisp and fragrant with no trace of bitterness, slathered generously with honey fruit jam studded with tender fruit bits. One bite yielded a sublime contrast, golden crunch yielding softness within. The floral sweetness of honey, perhaps honey, mingled exquisitely with the bright tart tang of wild berries, the perfect delicate prelude to any meal. After devouring 2 slices of jam toast, she lifted another, then boldly draped a colossal fried egg across its surface. Layer upon layer followed savory marbled strips of smoke-cured meat, a broadleaf plucked from the salad, a succulent roasted meat cube crisp outside and tender within, a dollop of fiery, unidentifiable sauce, a few diced fruits scavenged from the salad, another enormous fried egg, more roasted cubes, more smoke-cured strips. Finally, she drizzled a splash of sharp vinegary sauce over the summit, and crowned it all with a second slice of toast. Thus, the otherworldly sandwich was complete. Here the goblin's wide maw proved a distinct advantage. Gripping the towering creation in both hands, she opened wide and devoured 1/3 in a single triumphant bite. Oh, exquisite. The pure, unctuous fat of smoke-cured and roasted meats fused seamlessly with the molten yolk of the fried egg, the very apotheosis of richness. And the salty, spicy heat and bright acidity of the sauces elevated that richness into dazzling multidimensional harmony, while the crisp green leaf and refreshing fruit cubes deployed with uncanny precision cleansed the palate of any lingering greasiness. Lastly, the toasted crust, crunchy caramelized sweet with simple carbohydrates, brought the symphony to a resonant, satisfying close. At any hour in any land, fine food remains the sovereign remedy for sorrow. In 3 bites the sandwich vanished. She then crumbled the remaining toast, diced the smoke-cured and roasted meats, and tossed them all into the stew. She paused, then decided against touching the salad further. This body clearly favored meat and starch above all else. She slurped down the entire bowl of stew, finished the salad, and leaned back in her chair slowly, sipping milk from some unknown creature while casually surveying the dining hall. Brutish, crude, unclean. That was her quiet verdict on how the adventurers dined. Only the few with discernible elven lineage used utensils. Everyone else seized food barehanded, cramming it greedily into their mouths, without regard for grime or grease. After eating, most merely wiped their palms haphazardly on their clothes, or even licked them clean. The napkins provided with meals were routinely stuffed into pockets and used, leaving her queasy with revulsion. She hastily finished her milk, wiped her hands fastidiously with the napkin, and rose to leave. Riding atop her Barak beast, she made her steady way northward through the town. The blacksmith recommended by the carpenter's shop lay in that direction, or rather all privately run smithies clustered there. By day the streets teemed with life, locals, travelers, adventurers, merchants, and countless others of diverse races and attire. Utterly unlike the desolate quiet of night. Riders mounted on equally exotic beasts passed her Barak beast constantly, each casting looks ranging from astonished curiosity to undisguised disdain. Clumsy oaf, you're being scorned. She leaned down and patted the Barak beast's broad flat back, earning a loud snorting sneeze in reply. The riding harness acquired from the carpenter's shop proved excellent, reminiscent in function of elephant saddles found at earthly tourist sites. Yet the Barak beast's saddle sat lower and offered far greater stability and secure anchoring. Soft leather cargo baskets hung on either side of the beast. Each basket featured 2 short vertically slotted tubes, one near the front, one near the rear, attached to the Barak beast's flank. For rain or sun protection, 4 canopy poles could be inserted and locked into place. Unwilling to bake under the morning sun, she'd already erected the canopy, making her appear more like a traveler than an adventurer atop her mount. By the time the Barak beast ambled into Tessora town's northern district, the sun hung at its zenith. She sipped from her water skin while scanning for the blacksmith's shop, Master Smith Moxinia, as recommended by the carpenter. Perhaps due to the hour, every forge stood cold and silent. Not a single clang or ring disturbed the air. Do these folk observe Siamese midday naps? Could it truly last 2 full hours? She peered warily at each shop front, her nerves prickling. After circling for nearly 20 minutes, she finally spotted Master Smith Moxinia, tucked into the northeast corner. Compared to neighboring forges, this one was modest, a standard 2-story stone house, with a peaked roof, 5 walls and 4 columns, its ground floor featuring 3 fully open bays. Its forecourt was smaller than those of other shops, and her acute senses detected no sign that the forge had been lit today. Uncertain whether Master Smith Moxinia was napping, she halted the Barak beast just outside the forecourt, neither calling out nor dismounting, but instead listened intently for sounds from within. Soon her cheeks flushed. The sound emanated from upstairs, a rhythmic, muffled chant interwoven with tender whispers. Suppressing her temper, she waited a moment longer, yet the upstairs activity showed no sign of ending. With an angry stamp of her foot, she vaulted onto the Barak beast and rode off to collect yesterday's commissioned garments. Her purse held only 1 silver thumb and 57 copper bronze. Fortunately, the tailor accepted Goblin coin, and the exchange rate matched that of Lior town. Paying 10 copper nerts and 36 copper bronze, she collected her clothes without issue. Matthew the tailor, apparently a Sylvan elf of Shviat descent, proved genuinely kind. He kindly offered her access to a fitting room, suggesting she change out of her peculiar attire before departing. Yet eager to locate the Adventurers Guild, she politely declined. Now riding the Barak beast with renewed urgency toward the town's center, she lamented the wasted time, having traveled from the southern tailor's shop in a huff. Pedestrians and mounts thickened steadily. She was forced to slow again and again, until astonishingly she experienced something akin to terrestrial traffic congestion in this alien world. Amidst a procession of ceratopsian-like beasts, ankylosaurian mounts, wolf-like predators with massive heads and metal muzzles, and even several avian riders astride creatures resembling legendary terror birds, her Barak beast drew conspicuous attention. She pulled her hood lower, sat cross-legged obediently upon the padded saddle, and dared only glance sideways, stealing furtive, wary looks at the chattering onlookers. Most mounted riders gazed with mere curiosity, whereas pedestrians mocked with unrestrained candor. Where did this bumpkin crawl from? Doesn't she feel ashamed? Some backwater province perhaps. Look at her garb, it's bizarre. Likely a half-breed goblin savage. How could a goblin afford travel? A primal goblin wouldn't wear clothes. More likely a runaway Revite slave escaped from its master. Could she be a female goblin? Are you mad? Without guild protection, no female goblin would dare enter Tessora town. The young woman rode on the murmurs fading behind her. The young woman carefully guided her Barak beast forward at a slow pace, quietly absorbing the banter and idle chatter of the passers-by. Compared to the occasional remarks from those riding mounts, the unfiltered offhand comments from pedestrians proved far more useful to her. Perhaps I am already being watched. Since most people here clearly perceive her as a traveler, and given this region's notorious hostility toward female goblins evident even from Lord Hunter's bounty notice, she may well have drawn suspicion the moment she entered the town. She turned her head slightly to observe that most adventurers openly displayed their weapons, then bent low and retrieved a massive two-handed battle axe from a side cargo pouch mounted on the beast. The moment she drew the axe, the surrounding chatter instantly hushed. When she casually spun it with one hand and settled it across her lap, as though it weighed no more than a reed, the tone of the murmurs shifted entirely. She must be a hybrid variant, either a half-goblin or a halforc. What inhuman strength is this? Could she be a famed adventurer from distant lands? Likely an adventurer from some remote barren realm. Just look at that worn axe blade. Unimaginable, such a delicate frame concealing such prodigious might. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. In this age of cold steel displaying raw power truly served as potent deterrents. No wonder the trope of the heavy sword-wielding lass persisted so widely across Western fantasy realms. Glancing skyward then ahead at the sluggish procession, she estimated she would not reach the blacksmith's forge today. A fresh wave of irritation welled within her, and her observations of other adventurers grew bolder, less furtive. It could hardly be pleasant to suddenly find oneself under the unwavering gaze of a figure radiating icy stillness, unnatural strength, and a two-handed battle axe resting nonchalantly upon her thigh. The foolish girl had no inkling that her sudden intense scrutiny would sow such profound misunderstanding. The atmosphere chilled the instant her gaze locked onto a Similizardman adventurer astride a medium-sized armored dragon-like creature, slightly shorter than her own Barak beast. Most adventurers near her fell silent and sat upright, several tensed their bodies readying themselves for confrontation. The overtly combative postures of those mounted adventurers immediately resonated with the wider crowd. Non-adventurers, and adventurers keen to avoid trouble, began discreetly moving away from her vicinity, while the more confident ones tightened their grips on weapons and sought advantageous positions. Sensing the shift, the girl misinterpreted their behavior entirely, muttering inwardly, "So they're dropping the act, are they?" She lifted the axe with her left hand and shifted from sitting to a crouching stance. This unmistakable preparatory posture further heightened the tension. Her vigilant, sweeping glances were now perceived by others as a hunter methodically selecting prey. Out of wariness toward her extraordinary strength, many mounted adventurers halted and began repositioning their steeds, while even the boldest footbound adventurers instinctively retreated beyond her potential leaping range. The suddenly widened thoroughfare delighted the Barak beast, calm, or perhaps merely obtuse. It snorted joyfully and, seizing the opening, surged forward with surprising speed, stopping abruptly nose-to-nose with the armored dragon-like creature directly ahead, whose size matched its own. The sudden advance startled the human adventurer atop the armored dragon, who hastily steered her mount aside and raised a hand, shouting, "No! No!" The Barak beast's movement and the adventurer's panicked reaction convinced onlookers beyond doubt of the girl's aggression. Those nearest instinctively stepped back. As the armored dragon veered aside, the Barak beast, misinterpreting the gesture, advanced again, pressing its snout flush against the muzzle of a massive wolf-like predator ahead. She fears even the Tota beast, called Bayur in Goblin tongue. This Barak beast is a war beast. A footbound adventurer whispered in astonishment before swiftly retreating. Adventurers possessed keen hearing, and all had witnessed the Barak beast's bold maneuvers. In moments, even those who'd been poised between vigilance and provocation now withdrew deliberately. The Tota beast's rider leapt down and with visible effort dragged her reluctant mount aside. The newly spacious street seemed to elate the Barak beast, which now strode forward with unabashed confidence, heedless of whatever obstacles lay ahead. The girl heard the hushed exclamation clearly from the crowd's immediate actions. She realized her unwitting companion had triggered widespread misapprehension. So the cliched plotline has finally found me. She sighed inwardly, maintaining her half-crouched, axe-ready stance as she tugged the reins, guiding the dim-witted giant forward with careful restraint lest it spark true calamity. Under the spreading rumor that her mount was a war beast, the remainder of her journey unfolded with astonishing ease. So effortless was her passage that she began fretting over what chaos might ensue if the rumor were ever dispelled. No one dared obstruct the unremarkable albeit large Barak beast. The mere sight of it approaching prompted instant inventive clearance. Thus, while the sun still blazed high, she arrived at the mercenary guild of Tessora town. This three-tiered structure built of colossal stone blocks bore striking resemblance to the guild hall in Lior town. Same height, same vast footprint, same wide-open entrance flanked by two massive metal emblems. The sole distinction lay in the sheer number of adventurers queuing at the door. At the Barak beast's arrival, the line parted smoothly. The riders nearby led their mounts 2 paces aside to clear space. Looks like I won't need to worry about parking, she mused wryly, guiding the beast into the vacated spot. After another round of earnest instructions to the dim-witted giant, she hoisted the battle-axe onto her shoulder and entered the mercenary guild carrying the garments collected from the tailor. The moment she crossed the threshold, a fresh whisper reached her ears. See, that war beast must have a vicious temper, otherwise she wouldn't have spent so long calming it. Rolling her eyes, she turned through the arched corridor into the main affairs hall and quickly located the lodging counter. Thanks to exceptionally courteous deference from multiple adventurers, she slipped seamlessly into the queue, completed registration, and, with gritted teeth, booked a first-tier private suite. Last night's ordeal had left her utterly unwilling to endure such hardship again. When she confidently produced a silver Curvaire coin and tipped the stunningly beautiful Revite blood elf clerk 1 copper netter from her change, the surrounding adventurer's demeanor grew markedly more reverent. A fey spirit previously darting midair descended at the clerk's gentle summons and courteously escorted the girl toward a small door nestled within the hall. Wealth truly is wonderful, she reflected inwardly. Indeed, the guild's accommodations surpassed expectation. Stepping into her suite, she nearly believed herself returned to her former world. Though still configured as a single-bedroom layout, the space was significantly more spacious and luxurious. An entryway featured a broad wardrobe opposite a weapon rack. The living area sat 1 step higher, preventing dust from the entry from drifting inward. She shed her cloak, set aside the battle-axe, removed her short boots, and stepped barefoot onto the thick carpet covering the entire floor, its plush softness overwhelming even the calluses on her soles. Entering the front chamber, she was captivated by exquisite wooden furniture, elegant stained glass chandeliers, sumptuously cushioned armchairs, heavy, ornate drapes, and breathtaking portraits of fey spirits adorning the walls. Tossing her garments beside a circular cushioned armchair adjacent to the armchair, she eagerly opened a single door adorned with intricate carvings. A copper pipe shower. A perfectly odorless toilet, though admittedly the latter held little practical use. She felt euphoria threatening to overwhelm her senses. Twisting the valve, she endured a brief cascade of cool water, then surrendered blissfully to the air-defying warmth of the steady, soothing stream. Drawing a deep breath of steam, she noticed neatly arranged towels, large fragrant bath blocks, several sizes of body brushes, and a gleaming mirror above the wash basin. Her lips refused to settle into neutrality. Giddy, she dashed on slender legs toward the bedroom and flung open its equally ornate door. A vast bed dominated the room, draped in luxuriant satin shimmering bedding that looked irresistibly soft and smelled faintly of blossoms. Her smile deepened yet further. A vanity table. A full-length mirror. Good heavens, was this truly a medieval Western fantasy realm? Wealth truly is magnificent. After meticulously cleansing herself in the bath, she began trying on her custom-tailored garments. 3 sleeveless mid-length gray pullovers, woven from unknown animal hair and plant fibers offering subtle elasticity. 3 durable multi-layered brown trousers, crafted from resilient plant fibers. 3 soft, slightly elastic sleeveless undershirts. 3 equally supple boxer-style undergarments, and a rich brown, tightly woven, felt hooded cloak. The tailor Matthew demonstrated exceptional skill. She remained baffled as to how he had produced such refined attire in under a day. What pleased her most was the 2-piece tactical leather belt ensemble. The upper piece, a vest-style belt, featured 2 sturdy shoulder straps fused securely with 3 horizontal waistbands. Both straps and bands incorporated precise pin buckles for fine-tuned adjustment. Each end of the lowest horizontal band bore a short, downward-hanging strap with buckle holes. The lower piece, a thighring belt, had corresponding buckles sewn along its sides designed to interlock precisely with the hanging straps from the upper vest. The thigh rings and belt were stitched on one side only, but each ring itself employed a pin buckle mechanism ensuring swift, intuitive wear. Every buckle hole was reinforced with an unidentified metal edging, vastly enhancing durability. The tailor had deliberately omitted weapon holsters from the ensemble. Knowing she intended to commission custom arms, he advised returning after their completion so he could tailor holsters to match their exact dimensions and balance. He also gently suggested she consider ordering 2 pairs of custom-fitted footwear, if her finances permitted. His phrasing carried a faint, ambiguous undertone, but she paid it no mind. Discarding her old battle belt, she collapsed onto the cushioned armchair. Settling into a comfortable pose, she intended to rest her eyes, only to wonder vaguely whether she'd forgotten something. Unable to recall, she drifted into sleep. A spirit pressed her gently awake. Still drowsy, she did not react when it mentioned a battle beast, but the instant the compensation of 3 silver coff was announced, she snapped, fully alert. Dressed and shouldering her battle-axe, the girl arrived at the door of the Employers Guild and nearly had a heart attack at the sight. Several injured, trembling mounts and a once beautiful flower bed reduced to ruin. Nearby stood a Balak beast confronting a dozen adventurers armed with long pole forks much larger than riot forks. When it saw the girl, it scampered toward her with pitiable thumps. It did not come too close, but from the bottom step it raised its head and bawled out, like a foolish donkey caught in mischief and now tattling on itself. To be honest, this was the first time she had heard a Balak beast cry. Had the timing been different, she might have been curious. She stepped forward, grabbed the Balak beast's upper lip, and clamped its howl shut. Turning to the spirit with an edge in her voice, she asked fiercely what on earth happened. Who bullied my big, clumsy one? Talutifu. Oh, your battle beast has such a unique name. The spirit gaped at her question in disbelief, then answered more incredulously. Dear warrior, no one dared bully your beast. Your beast ate the guild's flowers and also knocked other people's mounts. The girl raised an eyebrow. Well, she had no eyebrows, but she made the gesture anyway, and realized spirits did not always speak bluntly. If no one bullied it, why was it so miserable just now? She decided to haggle a little. 3 silver cough was worth the trouble, even if she felt slightly uncertain. The spirit leaned closer and whispered, Dear warrior, spirits can understand animals. It was complaining that you abandoned it. The girl's face flushed with a healthy color, perhaps from a bath and a good sleep. Is 3 silver cough not a bit much? She lowered her voice, inexperienced in bargaining. Dear warrior, 3 silver cough is a bargain. The guild grants a discount because it failed in its management and warning duty. The flowers your beast ate alone are worth 4 silver cough. The obliging spirit drew even closer, its voice softer and more intimate. With a click of her tongue, the girl coughed softly, patted her purse, and counted out 3 silver cough, handing them to the spirit with a sting of reluctance. Before she could ask about boarding the Balak beast, the spirit did not take the money, but instead said, Dear warrior, if you accept a special commission from the guild, you need not pay compensation and will earn 20 gold zaff in commission. Moreover, while employed, you may stay in a single suite free of charge. The girl did not pocket the silver back. She watched the spirit warily. Meals included. 3 a day, the spirit added with a mischievous blink. Securing her purse and hefting her battle axe, the girl's tone grew cold. Since when have you been watching me? The spirit twirled happily in the air. Dear warrior, you are the first female goblin to enter Tysola town in 2 years. All life is speaking of the elegance of your breakfast this morning. Oh, I can hardly believe a goblin could dine so gracefully. The girl, ready to bolt, froze. She glanced about awkwardly and cleared her throat. Shall we discuss this in the suite? All right, but first you must take your battle beast to the guild's boarding house. Spirits in general are simple creatures. If you show no overt malice, they will chatter freely and tell you everything they know. The only problem is their thoughts jump around, and they often misunderstand anything, even slightly complex. Rumors of a battle beast and the girl's disproportionately great strength led the employer's guild to mistake her for a warrior. A broad label, but one that implies having faced extreme danger. Being judged a battle-hardened warrior greatly increased her value. The assignment was not complicated, but required time. The guild wanted a powerful individual with a favorable disposition toward goblin blood to temporarily station in Tysola town. This would curb the rampant kidnapping of freeborn mixed goblins within the Mauir territory and curry favor with the Dage Goblin Kingdom. Rumor had it Lord Hant's reckless bounty stirred great displeasure and even affected the guild's interests in the kingdom. Under normal circumstances, finding someone capable of indirectly intimidating an honor-bound knight like Hant's would not be difficult. But most sapient beings dislike foolish goblins who a simple hire might lead to collusion or even raising a tiger to protect oneself, which the guild was keen to avoid. Then came the miracle, a Liwiite goblin warrior female, and from a barren region. Poor and seemingly unremarkable. It was like a rain of gold zaff from heaven. Once in the Kabod Empire, such a shower had occurred when an emperor flaunted his treasure and a sudden storm followed. So the real price should be 20 gold zaff per quarter, with 10 gold zaff paid up front for the first installment, right? Dear Yanakaka. The girl narrowed her eyes and watched the flustered spirit. She had just won a bargaining point. No. Oh, I mean yes, no? Yanakaka did not mean to deceive, no. Clearly Yanakaka was an unusual spirit, and in some ways resembled the girl. The girl rolled her eyes, a truly impolite roll, and stopped quibbling about small matters. What she needed was to ensure the price was reasonable and to anticipate any nastiness from the lord. She cleared her throat. I will accept the rate for only 1 quarter. After the first quarter I will reassess, and then we can discuss further arrangements. And I will not do foolish patrols. Intelligence should be provided by the guild, and my role should be execution, after I evaluate the operational risks. Yanakaka blinked and replied uncertainly, Are you really from a small place? This assignment differed from public tasks posted in the job hall. It required a contract sealed under the witness of light elves and spirits, one involving a form of mental magic. 10% of the transaction would be paid to the light elves and spirits as witness fees. A party that breached the contract and refused to comply would face global pursuit by the light elves and total refusal of cooperation from spirits. When the girl had to sign the goblin name Rada Kaipu in Gnomish, and under a mental magic verification it miraculously took effect, because the name had previously failed, the employers guild immediately raised the first quarter pay to 30 gold zaff and paid 15 gold zaff upfront, generously covering the witness fees as well. Seeing a flicker of fleeting puzzlement in the girl's eyes, the guild's contracting representative, a graceful Liwiite light elf, smiled and said, Any named bloodline does not vanish because the dawn line droops briefly. The girl inwardly thought she ought to have read more foreign classics. That cryptic poetic line was her only reaction. Despite suddenly coming into wealth, she was not ecstatic. The light elves and spirits' magical witnessing had touched something in her, and she made a foolish request. Yunakaka, do you know magic? Of course, every spirit and elf is born with magic. Then could you conjure a fireball for me to see? Or a cone of ice? Air, a light spell? Is it because of differing magical systems? Have you heard of draconic magic or necromancy? You haven't. What magic do you even know? Yunakaka, rattled by the rapid-fire questions, grew insecure. She dimly stirred a candlelight, made the candle wobble and lift, then set it down again. Does that count as magic? Isn't it telekinesis or a levitation charm? That night, the third floor of the Employers Guild was abuzz. A host of spirits abandoned their duties and crowded the girl's suite. After they alarmed a resident light elf of near Coern rank, the girl was respectfully escorted to an underground chamber. The chamber was more like a spacious round study. A heavy stone door, half-hidden vents in the ceiling and floor, and bookshelves ringed the room, filled from floor to ceiling. Two desks faced each other on opposite sides of the room. A large round table occupied the center, its middle inlaid with a circular world map. The girl and the light elf sat across the table, separated by about 2 paces. Honored Warrior I and Delakanka Ymir on the light elf, permanently stationed in Tysola Town for the Employers Guild. As a near Coern, I am intrigued by the magic you mentioned and would be grateful to exchange a little knowledge with your permission. He was an impeccably presentable light elf, elongated yet soft-pointed ears, pallid skin, glowing with life, pupilless eyes that radiated warm golden light. Almost every girl's dream of beauty. Considering his looks, she decided not to complain that he dragged her into such a chamber and requested permission to speak. Most importantly, she felt guilty and small. Swallowing, she averted her eyes and nodded nervously. Let me be clear. I do not know magic and I cannot use magic. The handsome near Coern smiled gently and said that is all right. Even a named goblin need not possess a magical bloodline. What matters is your broad exposure. She wondered hopelessly whether his notion of wide exposure meant many anime and films or a lot of games. The warrior label had placed a shell on her, and now a layer of magical pretense was being draped over it. She felt increasingly hollow. Could you tell me what a fireball or an ice cone is? Sensing her anxiety, Delakanka softened his tone and offered a gentle opening, assuming in her homeland mages enjoyed high status. Taking a breath, she forced herself to recall the anime and books she had seen and began. Well, a fireball, as the name implies, is a ball of fire formed by guiding one's magic to gather fire particles, then launched. As for an ice cone, it's a bit more complex. Some mages condense ice element directly, while others gather water element first, then form it into ice, and then, well, launch it. Delakanka's golden eyes brightened. He summoned a large ledger inkpot and quill from the desk. The items floated over to the table as he motioned. Dipping the quill, he wrote something, and then looked up. You mentioned fire element, water element, and ice element. Leave the latter two for now. Fire is a phenomenon produced by combustion. Why then do we speak of elements? She was stunned. This was a high fantasy world with very rational questions. It was nothing like she had expected. Words once spoken cannot be swallowed back. The girl had to keep going even though she did not truly understand. She gritted her teeth and improvised, Well, actually, fire is a general term for an energy release phenomenon. Strictly speaking, fire is the macroscopic manifestation visible to the eye. On a microscopic level, fire is the process where tiny particles are struck by energy, break apart, and release further energy. Such a description is too technical for beginner mages, so we use the collective term fire element. Different mages can gather different particles to varying degrees. Calling them fire element simplifies elementary teaching. By the time she reached this point, she had grown exhilarated, whether it was magic or science, anime, or novels, if the logic held, it would pass. Delakanka listened with rapt attention. With no easy way to refute her superficially logical rambling sounded surprisingly professional. Still, he harbored a small suspicion. Quite an inventive idea. But Miss Rueda, did you not say you know nothing of magic? She replied with frank puzzlement. Isn't this common sense? Everyone learns. Even without pupils, she could tell he was shocked, almost joyful. You mean your homeland teaches these things as common knowledge rather than arcane lore? Delakanka's voice betrayed excitement. Suddenly, she realized her mistake. In this age, education could not be so widespread. Peasants and coarse adventurers were proof of that. She did not panic. Maintaining an honest, calm expression, she said, well, our tutor taught it that way. That explanation made some sense. A named Goblin could plausibly have had a mage tutor despite poverty. Delakanka's disappointment softened into delight. Her account bolstered her credibility. Then could you explain water element and ice element? Especially ice element. Isn't ice simply water frozen? She inwardly protested, too scientific. She was a humanities student after all. She adopted a serious expression and spoke slowly. Most common ice is indeed water frozen into a crystalline form, but not only water can form such crystals at low temperatures. Many substances can crystallize under cold conditions into structures identical to what the eye perceives as ice. Thus arose the collective term ice element. Its principle mirrors fire element, gathering particles that can freeze and extracting their heat to form solid frost. Ordinary mages, whether cone or mecha chef, can usually summon water element to create ice. But to become a great mage, one must be able to gather a distinct ice element. As for higher archmages and the like, they no longer bother with low-level spells such as ice cone. She leaned and whispering conspiratorially, my teacher said the most fearsome ice spells are the frost breath of the undead bone dragon and the archmage's pure frost, utterly freezing world-shattering magic. As she spoke, Delaconca's expression shifted from focused to astonished to incredulous and finally to something amused. After her final whispered sentence, he had to cough to avoid laughing aloud. It seemed necessary to reassess this young warrior. She could not distinguish real knowledge from fanciful tales told to children. Yet the kind, gentle Nir did not wish to shatter her illusions. To him, such stories, especially those steeped in magic, were precious childhood treasures. Under his kindly guidance, the girl nearly let herself run wild, ready to spout notions of spell slots, the magic weave planes, and even the difference between demons and devils. At last, persuaded by the light elf, she reluctantly rolled back to her room, to sleep, still half filled with wonder. Perhaps it was due to conversing with the light spirit too late, but when the girl awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Groggy, she climbed out of bed and stumbled into the bathroom, turning on the faucet to splash some water into her mouth, which provided a bit of relief. As she hesitated over whether to take a shower, she heard the sound of the door opening. Startled, she fully awakened and cautiously cracked the door, only to find it was Unica delivering breakfast, or was it lunch? Relaxing at her appearance, she didn't care that she was only wearing a pair of shorts as she walked out of the bathroom, smacking her lips. You should at least knock before entering. The girl took a big sip from a cup of milk that seemed to be the same brand as yesterday's hotel and asked, by the way, how did you know I was awake? Unica circled around the girl before saying, a little bird told me. Oh, by the way, I can now use fireball. With that, she cupped her hands together, and with a fizz and a bang, a fireball no larger than a mung bean exploded between her hands, but quickly extinguished. Lord Conca said that fireball is a teaching type of magic and not very practical, but it's great for practicing magic control. It seemed she had overexerted herself a bit. Unica sighed, and the sparkle in her wings dimmed. The girl's pupils shook. She suddenly remembered her casual bragging from last night. That was just a random boast. Why did it actually work? Was this the rise of magic unfolding right before her eyes? Oh, Unica is very well, very smart, learning quickly. Forcing a smile, the gluttonous girl suddenly found her appetite vanishing. Of course. Unica praised joyfully flew in circles in the air, almost making the girl think the spirit had transformed into a bee. The spirits and fairies are all very grateful for Reed's generosity and selflessness. Lord Conca said that once his preliminary research is complete, he will report to the Elven King of Emer, and Reed will gain the friendship of the light spirits. Is that so? The girl lowered her head, taking small bites of the soft white bread. Her worries having let herself go had stolen her appetite, but despite her determination to keep a low profile, things were getting worse. The crazy mist spirit and that light spirit Seiji from the primitive goblin nest were still etched in her mind. The logic of the fairy race could not be inferred by common reasoning. The spirit's logic also seemed lacking. Will they capture me for interrogation? Will they imprison or even kill me to monopolize the secret of the new magic? No, the spirits are such gossipers. They surely can't keep a secret, right? Since they will teach the spirits, they wouldn't harm their own right. Should I escape quickly? Can I even get away? I should be able to write. What about that foolish giant? Will I be hunted down? The after effects of her foolish bravado began to set in, and the girl anxiously started gnawing on her fingers. Unica didn't understand the girl's gnawing behavior, but could sense her unstable emotions. She gently held the girl's tightly clenched hands and asked, what is Reed worrying about? Your generosity has been etched into the bloodlines of all spirits. You can seek help from the spirits if you have any troubles. The spirit's actions brought a flicker of warmth to the girl. She temporarily set aside her anxiety, cradling Unica in her hands. She gently kissed her and teased, thank you. It's great that the gossiping spirit can keep my secret. With the girl's words, Unica's eyes suddenly glimmered with a green light as she solemnly replied, as a generous and selfless return for Reed, Cape the spirit will keep Reed Cap's secret until all life fades away. What miraculous magic is this? The girl thought to herself, smiling as she kissed Unica's cheek again. With the spirit's company and comfort, she ultimately suppressed her anxiety and finished her meal. Confirming that as long as communication messages could be conveniently transmitted within Tysora town, she wouldn't have to loiter at the Adventurers Guild, she rode her Balak beast towards the blacksmith shop in the northern part of town. Hearing from the passers-by on the road that she had gained the title of Goblin Warrior made the girl feel even heavier as the various foolish actions weighed down on her shoulders. Today seemed to be somewhat fortunate. As the girl's Balak beast arrived at the blacksmith shop, the weaponsmith Moxinia happened to come down from the second floor. This should be a similar big goblin to Gioni, though its skin was a more common light green, and it was male. Perhaps because of the rumors surrounding the Goblin Warrior, when the girl dragged her bag and carried her battle axe into the front yard of the blacksmith shop, the mixed-blood big goblin blacksmith broke into a friendly smile. Judging by those 2 rows of somewhat rounded inner teeth, it should be a Sheminate. What a waste. Such a blacksmith can only be an apprentice, huh? The mixed-blood big goblin blacksmith looked at the battle axe from various angles, his disdain clearly unhidden, and he added with a hint of skepticism, besides, this is actually your trophy, isn't it? The girl calmly admitted this, feeling that most adventurers likely had such speculations, but were unsure. He then picked up a double sword and a short knife to examine, shaking his head as he asked, "Do you wish to have a two-handed weapon like a heavy sword or battle axe? But I see that you seem more suited to a spear or a one-handed sword." Without replying, the girl swung the battle axe in the air, creating a gust, then handed it back to the somewhat stunned blacksmith without breaking a sweat. "Indeed, the legendary strength," the blacksmith had to admit, then shook his head again. "But you clearly have no experience using a battle axe. As a weaponsmith, I personally recommend that you showcase your true combat skills so we can match you with the most suitable weapon." "But how do I showcase that?" The girl furrowed her brows and hesitantly replied after recalling, "I only know how to kill." "Shalina," the blacksmith shouted towards the second floor, "come try out this warrior's skills." A rather charming voice responded from above, causing the girl to shiver. Immediately, a figure leaped out from the second-floor window, landing gracefully next to the blacksmith, a slender arm draping over his shoulder as she extended a long forked tongue to lick his ear. Is there some remarkable bond between big goblins and lizard men? Looking at the enchanting Levia or Shiminate female lizard man before her, the girl was at a loss for words. "Oh, what a cute warrior. This is my first time seeing a goblin warrior. I am truly honored." The mixed-blood lizard woman, named Shalina, clung to the blacksmith like a boneless creature, her vertical pupils revealing unabashed desire as she gazed at the girl. Patting Shalina's arm, the blacksmith said to the girl, "Shalina is a fighter. If using wooden weapons, there should be no problem. Just a small spar here will do." The girl looked at Shalina's delicate and boneless posture and blinked, casually picking up a small stone from the ground, saying, "I think I should first demonstrate my strength." With that, she swung her arm and hurled the stone forcefully into the slightly distant front yard. With a bang, the stone shattered instantly, creating a fist-sized crater in the ground, sending debris flying and ringing against the various iron sheets, forges, and other objects in the yard. "Oh, warrior, you've piqued my interest." Shalina, instantly snatching the double sword from the blacksmith's hand, looked at the girl with excitement. The girl's pupils contracted, slightly astonished by the speed of this mixed-blood lizard woman, which was entirely unmatched by the half-elf at the cave entrance, or Gioni. The bloodthirsty instinct was ignited a little. The girl suppressed her restless body and cautiously said, "Or should I try my speed next?" Feeling slighted, Shalina's vertical pupils quickly narrowed, locking onto the girl as she twirled her less than ideal double swords, responding with a somewhat unfriendly tone, "Perhaps a real battle will help this young warrior understand what it means to be a fighter." The blood within her body was somewhat stirred by Shalina's clear hostility, and the girl licked her lips, but still turned to the blacksmith first. The mixed-blood big goblin shrugged, glanced around, found a short sword and a one-handed war hammer, tossed them to the girl, and retreated while calling out, "Don't break anything." The girl took the weapons and tried them out. Possibly due to their weight, they felt barely manageable. Holding the sword in her left hand and the hammer in her right, she followed the mixed-blood lizard woman to the center of the front yard. Although the front yard was rather small, they maintained a standard distance of about 1.5 paces apart. However, the irregular and cramped space just behind them meant that once the duel began, it would inevitably turn into a fierce and brief, close-quarters fight. Both stood in a stance with bent knees and leaning forward, the difference being that Shalina held her dual swords with her right side forward, clearly a left-hand fighter. Under the scorching sun, both were intensely staring at each other without moving, their robust alien physiques granting them extraordinary endurance, making it difficult to initiate the duel. The blacksmith squinted his eyes, yawning, glanced at the shadows on the ground, raised his brow, without eyebrows, and suddenly became alert, his gaze towards Shalina, facing the house, now tinged with concern. As the sun slowly began to set, the shadows of the house gradually expanded to cover the girl's figure, while Shalina's vertical pupils also showed slight changes. At that moment, the girl suddenly pushed off with her legs to the left front, her left hand thrusting the short sword forward, quickly sweeping Shalina's right-hand blade to the left, while her right-hand hammer charged straight towards Shalina's wide-open center. Caught off guard by the sudden and fierce force, Shalina miscalculated the girl's explosive power. Her right hand felt not a mere push, but a nearly full-force clash. The unexpected and powerful impact left her no time to withdraw her blade to protect herself, and her left hand couldn't keep up to guard against the girl's initial linear assault. Yet she remained calm, shifting her weight to the left, squatting down on her left leg, and suddenly pushing off her right heel to angle her body quickly downward to the left. At the same time, her right hand leveraged downward, flipping her sword in an arc to slice upwards at the girl's hammer trajectory on her right arm, while her left sword withdrew to guard her chest and abdomen on the right side. Normally, with limited maneuvering space, if the girl reacted quickly, she should have immediately sidestepped to the right and countered Shalina's right arm with her left sword. However, with a loud thud, the girl's forward momentum was abruptly redirected as she kicked off the ground, making a sharp 90-degree turn to the right, grazing Shalina's right-hand sword, and completely bypassing her left sword to strike her left side. The tremendous force sent Shalina spinning through the air, crashing into the wooden fence behind her, splintering it, and landing directly in the adjacent yard. The blacksmith raised himself up on his toes to take a look, then glanced at the girl whose left boot was now damaged, commenting with a somewhat exasperated tone, "You truly have no technique, relying solely on your physical strength." The impact of the girl was quite strong, but Xia Lina reacted swiftly. Although she felt dizzy from the spinning motion in the air, she managed to deflect most of the force, and after lying on the ground for just 2 seconds, she flipped over and jumped up. The blacksmith next door seemed quite afraid of her. After she crashed in, he walked back, without making a sound. Rubbing her left chest, she shouted, "Hey, I really underestimated you." However, upon hearing Xia Lina's voice, the blacksmith immediately turned his head and shot her a glance, interrupting her somewhat loud call. Patting the girl's shoulder, the half-blooded big brother goblin blacksmith walked towards the room with stares, saying, "Come on, we might need to talk." The girl, somewhat confused, still followed him. The second floor of the blacksmith shop had a rather strange and rough layout. After climbing up the side stairs, there was a railing-free indoor platform dividing the second floor into 2 rooms. Facing the first row was a storage room, while the other side had a huge bedroom separated by curtains. The blacksmith took out 2 stools from the bedroom and placed them on the second-row staircase platform to sit down, looking at the girl and saying, "You are not a warrior." The girl calmly nodded and replied, "I never said I was a warrior. No wonder I thought that Balak beast didn't look like a battle beast at all." The blacksmith nodded thoughtfully. The girl shrugged indifferently and replied, "That was one I rented in Liao Town. I don't know why this big guy is so stupid. A Balak beast doesn't have to be a battle beast." The half-blooded big brother goblin put down his chin-scratching hand and looked at the girl seriously, "But since you've enjoyed the treatment of a warrior, you must be a warrior." The girl pursed her lips, not refuting the blacksmith's words, but instead asking, "Are you planning to help me?" The blacksmith nodded, saying, "I heard you accepted the task of guarding Taisola Town, so starting tomorrow, take Xia Lina with you to patrol. This way she can teach you combat skills." "Can't you teach me? You seem to be more skilled than her, right?" The girl showed some resistance to the female half-blooded lizard person. The blacksmith revealed a strange expression, "I am indeed better than her, but my expertise lies in blacksmithing and nighttime affairs. Which one do you want to learn?" The girl was caught off guard by this statement, her ears turning red. The half-blooded big brother goblin smiled and said, "Your strength is incredibly powerful, and your physical coordination and reaction surpass most adventurers and even warriors. However, apart from barely knowing when to seize the opportunity to strike, you were mostly relying on your physical endurance, explosive power reaction, and speed, without considering force application, deflection, and path protection. Moreover, you made the most taboo mistake of pitting long-distance actions against short-distance actions in terms of speed. If it weren't for catching Xia Lina off guard, you probably wouldn't have won against her." Seeing the girl still looking conflicted, the half-blooded big brother goblin patiently continued, "Perhaps in an encounter your unfamiliar enemies might fall victim to misjudgments, but considering your current situation in Taisola Town, how many ambushes would you survive if even one person doubts your identity? Even if these guys suspect your identity, they will still attack you with the attitude of confronting a warrior." With a sigh, the girl looked up at the half-blooded big brother goblin and asked, "Are you helping me just because of our shared heritage?" "Of course not." The blacksmith showed an astonished expression, "Are you not planning to pay? The reward for the guarding task should be quite high, right?" Then he looked at the girl's face, which quickly turned red, took a deep breath, and said, "Don't tell me you really don't intend to pay." After careful discussion with Xia Lina, Maxinia still prioritized Xia Lina's suggestions and the girl's wishes while considering the existing materials. Maxinia would first craft a custom all-iron elongated axe and 2 small arm iron-spiked shields for the girl. Once these were crafted, about a month would have passed, and depending on material availability, strong crossbows and armor would be made for the girl. To ensure the warrior maintains face while also considering heavy weapon practice, the battle axe could not be reclaimed for now, and the dual knives and short swords could only be reprocessed, not worth much, so the gold zafu recently acquired by the girl would have to be honestly taken out. A custom all-iron elongated axe crafted by a master, Maxinia claimed, and it would cost 4 gold zafu, while the 2 custom small arm iron-spiked shields would cost her 3 silver kafu. This wasn't the main point. The main point was Xia Lina's hiring fees. Due to the girl's firm refusal to live with Xia Lina, which caused significant emotional damage to her, she was dumbfounded listening to Maxinia sternly state this reason. Therefore, the original reward of 1 gold zafu per month must be raised to 5 gold zafu. The pressured girl was so furious she nearly exploded. In the end, Xia Lina voluntarily lowered it by 1 gold zafu and proposed that both the weapon and salary only needed to pay 1 gold zafu as a deposit to be considered a peaceful resolution. However, Maxinia still proposed a sensible suggestion to the girl: only fragile human bodies need shoes. We only need to protect the tops of our feet, ankles, and soles. This suggestion was actually very reasonable. Regardless of goblins, orcs, gnomes, lizardmen, or even elves, the skin on the soles, especially the front and back parts, is very thick and dull to pain, even if they do not have calluses. Thus, in most cases, thick binding straps not only protect the tops of the feet and soles, but also maintain the flexibility and sensitivity of the feet. This trait is also evident among hybrids. Even those with thin bloodlines down to the level of Shuizite still have many hybrids who possess this advantage. The girl, barefoot after tossing her short boots aside, angrily climbed onto the Balak beast, heading towards the tailor shop. She thought that bindings looked better with shorts, and on the other hand, the bindings and foot armor would also be crafted at the tailor shop. By the time the girl hurried back from the tailor shop to meet the waiting Delakunka at the entrance of the employment guild, the sun had already shrunk to just half a red face. Surrounding adventurers and pedestrians looked at the resident light elf of the Employment Guild personally welcoming the girl with a sense of awe and envy, yet they were unaware that she was very anxious inside. Could it be that the identity of a warrior has been exposed? Was last night's boasting discovered? Did the new magic practice kill someone? Maintaining a seemingly natural smile, the girl followed Delakunka into the underground chamber, lost in her thoughts. Wow, so handsome. This was the girl's first reaction upon seeing Angrito Yulika Ymir Yucha, the fog elf warrior, in the underground chamber, surpassing even the psychological shadow cast by those three lunatics. His face bore a resemblance to Delakunka, but his features were sharper. A pair of beautiful eyes radiating a gentle silver light were set in skin of a light gray hue similar to the girl's. What conflicted with the girl's aesthetic was his relatively darker gray hair, which was oddly styled into braids like a Russian updo, seriously damaging this cool guy's image. Little RYD, this is Angrito Yulika Ymir Yucha, a powerful fog elf warrior, and in the coming days he will teach you how to become a true warrior. Delakunka said gently with a smile. Oh. The girl whose identity as a warrior had been seen through was not surprised. She just felt sorry for the gold zafu she spent in the afternoon. Don't worry about your gold zafu. Xiao Lina is indeed a qualified warrior, and her combat style differs from mine. The handsome Angrito Yulika said coldly. The girl's expression visibly darkened as she could accept her foolishness being exposed, but being monitored felt unpleasant. Seeing the girl's expression, Delakunka immediately spoke to comfort her. Oh, little RYD, don't misunderstand. Although I am a longtime friend of Yulika, it is still quite difficult to have him teach a non-magical foreign student. At the very least, we need to assess, right? We've been friends for 216 years, 9 months, and 4 days. The handsome Angrito Yulika quickly added. All right, even if the fog elf is handsome, he's still a lunatic. The girl pouted and looked at the light elf, asking, so does this count as a kind of indirect reward? No, dear little RYD, you underestimate your selfless contributions too much. This is just a personal thank you from Yulika and me to you. Although it may take me a while to complete the research, I believe such a significant innovation will certainly attract the attention of both elven kings. Delakunka responded with a smile. So does that mean starting tomorrow I'll have to study with Xiao Lina during the day and with this Mr. Yulika at night? The girl suddenly realized a terrifying issue. Even though she had money, she had no time to be close to the celestial spirits. Of course not, dear little RYD, you will start learning from Yulika tonight. Delakunka's smile remained gentle. Your body is quite strange. After taking the girl from the Employment Guild near the center of Taisola town, they jumped from rooftop to rooftop until they reached near the edge of the MO territory. About 17 stadia, approximately 3 kilometers. Angrito Yulika said this. Although the cooling system had started working and sweat was pouring out, the girl was merely breathing lightly, looking at this fog elf with some confusion. I think your endurance and explosive power don't need testing anymore, so let's start with stealth tonight. The fog elf warrior didn't explain his earlier words, but directly began teaching. Stealth. The girl's eyes lit up. Was it the kind of stealth that could make one invisible? But didn't she not have any magic? Yes, as a half-blooded goblin, without magic it will be quite challenging. First you need to learn action meditation and silent breathing. Looking up at the half-moon, the fog elf said, I hope you can learn it before dawn. Action meditation. According to Mist Elven warriors, this is a technique that forcibly suppresses the accelerated heartbeat during physical exertion through sheer willpower, attainable only through prolonged rigorous training. To the young woman, who in her youth had retained a solid grasp of biological knowledge, this concept struck her as pure fantasy. Without magic or advanced bioengineering, such physiological control was utterly impossible. How could one simultaneously sprint, or even engage in violent motion, while drastically slowing both heart rate and cardiac cycle duration, yet also amplifying stroke volume and dramatically enhancing blood oxygen carrying capacity? It defied all reason. Then what of silent breathing? On its own, it seemed deceptively simple, merely slowing respiratory pace while deepening each inhalation. Yet the problem lay precisely in its integration with action meditation. One demanded massive oxygen delivery, while the other required suppressed gas exchange. The contradiction was absolute. Why not simply demand fructose metabolism instead? At least that pathway operates entirely without oxygen. After being forced to practice all night by the Mist Elven warrior, the exhausted young woman could contain her frustration no longer. She bluntly demanded that the strikingly handsome elf demonstrate the technique, without employing any magical energy whatsoever. In truth, elves possessed this physiology inherently, at least the dark elven lineage did, and truly required only disciplined training to manifest it unaided by magic. Finally wearied beyond measure, the young woman asked plaintively, Dear Master Eureka, have you ever witnessed a non-elven race achieve what you describe? The formidable Mist Elven warrior pondered deeply before granting her permission to retire for sleep, then immediately set off to consult his erudite friend, whose wisdom spanned 216 years, 9 months, 4 days, and half a day. By the time the waning crescent moon neared the western horizon, the young woman at last collapsed onto her soft bed. And just as the first pale light of dawn crept across the sky, Unikaka rushed in to rouse her, half dead from exhaustion. She announced that a Shemanite lizard folk named Sharina was loudly demanding an audience at the guild's main gate. The young woman responded by pulling the blanket over her head, rejecting Yunakaka's untimely wake-up call outright. Just as she drifted once more into slumber, her mind suddenly cleared, utterly free of drowsiness. She threw back the covers to find Delikanka standing beside her bed wearing a gentle smile, while Angrito Yurika sat upon the padded circular chair before the vanity absorbed in the slow, meticulous turning of pages in a thick, weighty tome. Dear little Reed, Delikanka said, the path of the warrior is arduous and demands unwavering perseverance. Closing her eyes, she drew a deep breath, then accepted the freshly washed foot bindings from Yunakaka with a quiet smile, tying them carefully before striding briskly from the suite and slamming the door shut behind her. Isn't Reed going to eat breakfast? Yunakaka murmured, puzzled. During instruction, Sharina displayed none of her earlier coquettishness. Instead, she was patient, precise, and attentive. Yes, excellent. Exactly like that. Though your strength is considerable, true mastery of heavy weapons lies not in brute force slashing. Rather, it lies in harnessing the weapon's inherent mass and dimensions, executing the most potent and efficient strikes with minimal bodily motion. As she spoke, Sharina adjusted the young woman's stance. Still, this is a standard symmetrical double-bladed axe. Many techniques won't apply. Once Moxinia finishes forging your long-bladed battle axe, I'll teach you truly formidable forms. At that moment, the young woman was learning how to use a two-handed battle axe to peel the delicate rind from fruit suspended on a branch, doing so repeatedly, with maximal efficiency and minimal exertion. Though she did not fully comprehend its purpose, she sensed its profound utility, especially in close-quarters combat. Even augmented by superhuman musculature and instinctive combat reflexes, peeling the thin skin from a swaying fruit using a blunt battle axe, relying solely on instantaneous explosive force, proved extraordinarily difficult. Most critically, that explosive power had to be channeled primarily through the axe's own weight, not drawn from her own physical reserves. The sun burned fiercely that day. Though actual caloric expenditure remained low, the intense concentration required, and the unfamiliar high-frequency motions, soon left her drenched in sweat. Sharina's vertical pupils contracted sharply. She had never seen a Shvishitier or higher goblin blood hybrid sweat, nor had she ever witnessed Moxinia, a Sheminite elder goblin, do so. Externally, the girl appeared no more than a Reviate goblin, but much of her behavior aligned far more closely with Shvishite traits. Fluent speech, keen intellect, sensitive and nuanced temperament, and habits nearly indistinguishable from those of humans. Even her comically naive social cognition signaled how faint her feral bloodline had become. A goblin raised as human, or perhaps elven, a most peculiar being. Recalling last night's rumor that Delikanka herself had greeted the girl at the guild gates, Sharina ceased her speculation. Climbing the social ladder was acceptable. Entanglement in overly secretive affairs, however, amounted to slow suicide. Perhaps I should advise Moxinia to settle for steady coin, nothing more. Hearing Sharina's outlandish demands, the young woman recalled the mist elven warrior. What do you mean, predicting movement by sensing thermal signatures with your eyes? You're not using your eyes at all. You do well to glance in a mirror and notice those scaly little pits flanking your nose. She began to suspect collusion between the two instructors. Their bizarre training regimens were nearly identical. Infrared perception is your innate racial gift. As a lizard and serpent kin, why on earth would you expect me to replicate it? Utterly refusing to attempt it, she sank to the ground and stared up at her instructor with the same aggrieved expression she'd worn at dawn. Sister, have you ever seen anyone lacking lizard or serpent ancestry accomplish this? Unlike the mist elven warrior, Sharina didn't pause in deep contemplation. Upon hearing the question, she instinctively turned her head aside, eliciting a wry, helpless smile from the young woman, who guessed this wasn't the first time such a reaction had occurred. Flustered, Sharina hastily proposed two additional techniques she deemed vital: temperature mimicking, concealment, and feigned hibernation, death. The young woman merely gazed at her in silence, too weary even to speak. Very well, then you shall remain a pure warrior. The half-lizard folk sighed, somewhat deflated. Though she herself embodied the unyielding warrior archetype, her predatory bloodline, and the goblin girl's astonishing agility and reflexes, had stirred a desire to impart something more. I am a goblin. I possess dark vision, acute hearing, and keen olfaction. I climb trees, dig burrows, and swim with ease. Why must I be confined to the path of the pure warrior? She tilted her head, questioning. But my teacher taught me only the pure warrior's way. The half-lizard folk declared resolute. What race is your teacher? The young woman asked, perplexed. Surely not a mindless orc. What kind of beast would instruct you? A halforc warrior of the Duchy of Dunk. The half-lizard folk replied, pride evident in her voice. Having skipped breakfast in a fit of pique, and with Sharina insisting on hunger conditioning a demand the young woman failed utterly to counter, by sunset she was fantasizing about darting into the woods to dig up grubs. Dismissing the plump, lethargic Barak beast, whose sluggish pace annoyed her, she entrusted it to Sharina and dashed back toward the guild. Under Yunakaka's stunned gaze, she devoured 3 full meals' worth in one ravenous, undignified sitting, hunger overriding all sense of taste, driving her only to cram food into her mouth. With visible effort, she swallowed the final strip of smoked meat, then slumped into the padded circular chair, belching softly. Patting her gently rounded belly, the first time it had swelled since her last sullen grub feast, she grinned, dazed and content. That fragile, slightly uncomfortable bliss lasted only briefly before Unikaka, alarmed by the girl's state, summoned Delikanka. Under the young woman's terrified stare, the near-cone light elf placed her pale hands lightly above the girl's distended abdomen, and before her eyes the soft swelling visibly receded. A surge of revitalizing energy flooded her limbs, arriving as swiftly as the mist elven warrior himself. His first words upon entering were, "I've specifically researched stealth methodologies suited to goblin physiology. Training begins now." Angrito Yuriika was indeed a consummate specialist warrior, mastering stealth, tracking, assassination, ambush, trapcraft, battlefield, decapitation, Oni against mini combat, and breakout retreats alike. Yet this mastery had been forged over more than a century, tempered in life and death crucibles. As one of the Dark Elven Realm's core pillars, his time available for instruction was severely limited. Thus Delikanka had expressly instructed him to focus solely on equipping the girl with foundational knowledge sufficient to evade most assassinations, ambushes, and traps. Yet, as is widely known though seldom acknowledged, the Mist Elves' neural architecture tends toward eccentricity, and elite warriors often exhibit pronounced obsessive tendencies. Angrito Yuriika had neither intention nor capacity to overwhelm the girl with every facet of his expertise. Nonetheless, he refused to overlook such a promising assassin. Save for her conspicuously unusual appearance, her innate talents aligned perfectly with the art of shadow killing. After an entire day immersed in research, the Mist Elven warrior synthesized a preliminary, albeit rough, curriculum, tailored precisely to goblin physiology, covering stealth, disguise, surveillance, stalking, ambush, assassination, and blind-range sniping. How much of it would the young woman master? He did not know. His duty was to teach, hers to learn. Under the intentional protection of the permanent light elves at the Mercenaries Guild in Taisola Town, the girl was taken by the hybrid lizard men for patrol from dawn until dusk, and as soon as the moon peeked out, she was captured by the Mist Elf soldiers for special training until midnight, making her days very safe and fulfilling. Thanks to the diligent patrolling of the goblin warriors, although she did not actually carry out any tasks regarding intimidating and capturing rogue hybrid goblins, the guild had not provided even a single piece of suspicious information. However, during the 24 days since she entered Taisola Town, at least 6 free hybrid goblins had indeed come to the Mawel territory and left safely. After a complete cycle of gains and losses, the great silver disk in the sky once again restored its fullness and grandeur, just as it was when the girl first arrived in this world. Under the bright and gentle moonlight, the Mist Elf soldier, finally free from the girl's nagging, looked quite handsome, with his long hair flowing freely after undoing his braid. "Ah, are you really leaving?" The girl, holding a specially made long-bladed axe almost her height, looked reluctantly at the handsome man, whom she thought had some mental issues. Angrito Yuriika looked at the girl who had just received a new weapon today with a complex expression. Is this how an assassin should behave? Look at that axe that is twice the size of the girl's head. Look at that long blade that is almost the same length as the axe handle. And that sharp axe head definitely isn't just for show with such a weight distribution. Thinking about the blacksmith and warriors who had been tortured by the girl and had a look of constipation as they commented this should be called a heavy-duty guillotine, Angrito Yuriika soothed his heart with magic. The girl was actually quite clever, as she had indeed learned more than half of what the Mist Elf soldiers taught her. Even if she couldn't perform many techniques, yet she could at least see through most of them, fulfilling the entrusted task of Delikanka. There was just one thing that always made him uneasy. "Teacher, please don't worry about me. I won't embarrass you. My actions will never be discovered by anyone," the girl said loudly after taking a deep breath. Yes, that's the sentence. Why does it always feel like something is off? Angrito Yuriika couldn't figure it out, but didn't voice his doubts. He mimicked Delikanka's manner and patted the girl's head somewhat stiffly, saying, "Although time is short, you are my only non-human student. I hope your name will also shine in the glory of the Dark Elves in the future." After saying this, the Mist Elf soldier vanished from the girl's sight like smoke under the bright moonlight. Perking her ears to listen carefully, and then sniffing hard, the girl turned to wave at the nearby forest. "Teacher Yuriika, I will come to see you when I have the chance." Truly such keen perception. A soft exclamation floated into the girl's ears as the Mist Elf soldier completely disappeared. If only I could learn magic. Muttering enviously, the girl swung the unusual axe a few times and broke into a happy smile. Regardless of how much the blacksmith and warriors disliked it, she herself was very fond of this weapon. Back at the Mercenaries Guild, the girl sat cross-legged on the bed, emptied her pouch of coins, sorting them into categories, totaling 61 coins. After paying for the axe and arm shield as well as settling the tailor's bill, she had 9 gold zaff, 3 silver koff, and 22 copper net in goblin currency, and because she exchanged for a silver koff, she had 6 silver tum and 21 copper brown in human currency. Today is the 24th day, so I should have 6 or 7 days left to pay Shalina 3 coins, which means I have 6 gold zaff left. I'm really poor. Putting the coins back into her pouch, the girl lay on the bed, troubled, thinking about needing to find a tailor to customize a pouch with internal compartments while considering what to do during the less busy nights ahead. As the girl closed her eyes and drifted off, she suddenly realized, did the Mist Elf soldier leaving mean she could now cuddle with the fairies every day? Will that sneaky old man Kanka be peeking at her? As her consciousness gradually sank into slumber, Unikaka quietly slipped into the room, circling around the girl silently before settling above her bed to watch over her. After more than 20 days of biological clock synchronization, the girl woke up with the morning sun, looking at the neatly folded clothes on the circular chair by the bed, exuding a faint fragrance, and couldn't help but smile blissfully. In a daze, she inexplicably thought of her mother suddenly alerting her that it seemed she had completely forgotten about home since entering Tysola town. Although she knew where she came from, and her knowledge and experiences had not vanished, she had not thought of any family or friends at all. The girl suddenly sat up. She didn't understand why this was happening. Was it due to merging with this body? How can I forget? Absolutely not. She didn't know the reason or the solution, but regarding memory, as long as the brain was not damaged and there were enough anchors, it would never be easily lost. This world, no matter how backward, should have things like tattoos, right? Any personal item could be lost. The girl planned to be a bad girl for once. For the past 20 days, she had run all over Tysola town with the Mist Elf soldier, visiting every place outside the Rafar Sun God Church and the guards. But because it was late at night, she had only familiarized herself with the general layout of the functional buildings, not understanding the specific situations. Quickly dressing, fastening her tactical belt, wrapping her leg straps, and putting on her foot armor, the girl walked to the full-length mirror to check herself, turning to pick up the small axe to insert it into the crossbody sheath, but paused. She had even forgotten Shikahat. No, this didn't seem to be just a memory anchor issue. She had always carried the small axe with her. Looking at the small axe firmly grasped in her hand, the girl furrowed her brow, deeply wondering where the problem lay. Standing quietly in front of the mirror, she began to recall the events from when she first entered Tysola town. It was a rainy day, the first rainy day after coming to this world. The silly Barak beast ruined the carriage by letting itself go, forcing her to ride the Barak beast into Tysola town. First, she went to Wilchaka's carpenter shop, then to the tailor's, and finally checked into a very shabby inn. After that, she went to the guild and chatted up that old man Delakanka. Then she was extorted by that bastard Moxinia, and spent each day learning diligently, but warmly and fulfillingly until today. Could it be that her life during this period had caused her to start integrating in such a way that she began to selectively forget? The girl recalled a few more times, but didn't find anything suspicious. At that moment, her keen ears caught Shalina outside the guild door, complaining angrily. Shaking her head, the girl hurried to the entrance, donning her arm shield and picking up her massive axe as she stepped outside. Yanakaka didn't come looking for me. She must be busy with something. Tattoos. Are you referring to totem engravings? How could there be anyone doing that kind of business? Shalina looked at the girl strangely. Totem engraving was a very sacred tribal faith act. Who would think of doing business with it? Totem engraving. Something like that. Where can I find someone skilled in that? The girl didn't quite understand, but had no intention of explaining. Shalina circled around the girl twice, examining her from head to toe before hesitantly asking, "Are you sure you want a non-human to engrave for you?" "As long as the skill is good." The girl nodded, appearing indifferent, but halfway through she narrowed her eyes. "And it can't be a black market dealer." Shalina lightly pushed the girl, laughing. "With Moxinia's skill and my abilities, it's not really black, right? There are indeed two people in Tysola town who can engrave. One is an old shaman who moved here from the Reptilian Kingdom, and the other is a Halford priest sent from the Dunk Kingdom. Which one do you plan to find?" "Oh, if you plan to convert to the Sun God Church, you can go directly to the church. Their assistant can help you with the faith engraving." No. Who has better skills, the old shaman or the Halford priest?" If we're talking about skills, the Halford priest is much better, but the old shaman is well experienced and should understand your meaning more easily," Shalina replied after thinking for a moment. "Then let's go find the Halford priest." The girl grabbed Shalina's hand and jumped onto the back of the Barak beast, using the massive axe as a cushion beneath her, sitting comfortably on top. Since this Halford priest was officially dispatched by the Dunk Kingdom, he lived in the eastern part of Tysola town, which was largely inhabited by foreigners not from the Gajimi Empire, and most of the trade merchants also resided here. Compared to the uniformly rectangular pointed roof buildings in other areas, the architecture in the east of the town was somewhat eclectic. Previously, when the girl learned stealth, disguise, and surveillance with the Mist Elves, this area was a focus of care, an instance of Angrito Eureka not forgetting his duties during personal time, while also gathering information about various countries. The place where the Halford priest resided was a massive tent, which was also characteristic of the goblins and beasts, and in the middle of this tent stood an unimaginable high-rise shaped like Lego blocks, which seemed out of place in a medieval context. This 11-story building measuring over 50 meters belonged to the Kobold Empire, constructed from immense stone blocks piled into a large base, with the upper 6 stories made of bricks and massive timber. Facing the sun, the girl looked up at the strange building, ignoring the Halford guard's hesitant gaze, and walked into a huge tent with Shalina. Although it looked like a tent from the outside, the interior was arranged much like a normal single-story building. Upon entering, there was a hall dedicated to a statue of the legendary Goblin Emperor, where under the tall tent's roof, the peculiar Goblin Emperor statue, dressed in a style between steampunk and feudal European royalty, appeared less imposing. Regarding the so-called Goblin Emperor, who draped in heavy ornate robes, wore a crown and goggles, and was clad in a work shirt and suspenders adorned with various mechanical trinkets, and was sporting a pair of fancy high-heeled pointed boots. The girl truly felt that her aesthetic senses were assaulted, and she began to be curious about the technological level of the goblins. Did they already have firearms? When Shalina pulled the girl to bow 3 times before the statue to express respect, the girl's desire to complain peaked, but the words engraved on the statue's base, she saw, while bowing, startled her. The base of this peculiar statue was inscribed with the words, "We shall conquer the stars and the sea under the guidance of His Majesty the Kobold Emperor." Tomato novel Goblin Princess seeking feedback for free power generation. Heart. Zyalina glanced at the girl's gaze and leaned in to whisper disdainfully, "Such words are only for show. Goblins are madmen and egotists dreaming of flying and gazing at the stars." The girl returned her gaze with a smile. "Yes, they can't even fly." She reached out to block the giant axe that swung towards her as Zyalina pulled her towards the left curtain door. This so-called door is a huge cloth curtain that hangs down from the top of the tent, more accurately described as a passageway left between 2 massive wooden walls. The 2 wooden walls are each about 10 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters high, constructed from multiple pieces of solid wood intricately carved with various patterns depicting tales and figures from orc legends. Just from these 2 wooden walls one can see that the Dunk Kingdom, this orc nation, possesses a certain degree of economic strength, and the layout on the opposite side of the hall is similar. Next to the huge cloth curtain, there are still orc guards standing watch who assist visitors or officials by pulling aside the heavy curtain. Noticing the giant axe on the girl's shoulder, one of the orc guards could not help but bend down and said softly, "Respected goblin warrior, you can completely leave your magnificent and exquisite weapon with us for safekeeping on orc territory. Your honor, as a representative of all goblin clans, ensures that safety is not a concern." This long string of fluent and appropriate words stunned the girl, regardless of her past memories or those of this body or the evaluations from other beings in this world. Purebred orcs are known to be quite foolish. The orc guard discerned the girl's confusion at a glance, but maintained a respectful yet dignified attitude as he explained, "We orcs who reside abroad actually have some human ancestry, so you needn't worry about your weapon bumping into anything inappropriate." The girl pursed her lips and politely nodded. "All right, but this axe is quite heavy, so please be careful with your body." The orc guard looked at the giant axe, estimated its weight in his mind, and confidently replied, "Respected goblin warrior, if you do not mind, as an orc I can manage to lift something weighing 300 ma." The girl politely returned a smile, offering the giant axe horizontally to the orc guard, only releasing her grip once she confirmed that he had secured it. The axe suddenly dipped down heavily, yet the orc guard managed to hold it steady with both hands. He exhaled in admiration, saying, "You truly deserve the title of warrior. I can merely lift it after all." The girl nodded again, and after the orc guard shakily carried the giant axe behind the wooden wall, she followed Zyalina inside. After quietly walking quickly through several rooms separated by wooden walls and curtains, Zyalina unexpectedly glanced at the girl and quietly asked, "Did something happen today?" "No, not at all," the girl replied, slightly tilting her head to look at Zyalina. Patting the girl on the shoulder, Zyalina offered her a comforting smile. "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, but if there's something troubling you, don't hide it from us." A genuine smile appeared on the girl's face. She nodded and gently linked her arm with Zyalina's as they continued walking forward. Faced with the girl's display of intimacy for the first time, Zyalina was momentarily taken aback, but did not ask further. After walking for about 2 more minutes, the two exited the sprawling tents and entered an area with several independent tents. Zyalina pointed to one particularly eye-catching tent with deep blue and yellow stripes, saying, "The priest Grigmu Mutuo resides here." After saying this, she pulled the girl to the entrance of the blue-yellow tent and tugged at a thick hemp rope hanging beside the door, which was tied to a small wooden carving pendant. A series of pleasant bell sounds rang out, and a heavy, typical orc voice came from inside the tent. "Is there a guest? Why not announce your name? Grigmu, do you want me to tell the teacher where you are? Or have you grown strong enough to be disrespectful to a warrior?" Contrary to what the girl expected, Zyalina was quite audacious, but her tone suggested she was joking with an old friend. "Is that him? The famous goblin warrior has arrived." Wait. The person inside seemed pleasantly surprised by the girl's visit, and their originally heavy voice became slightly sharper. The girl's large ears clearly heard the person inside bustling about, making clattering noises while mumbling, "Oh, the warrior has come to see me. Is this attire not formal enough? What about my beloved giant snake's teeth? Will the warrior think these teeth are too small?" She looked up at Zyalina and quietly asked, "Is he really reliable?" Clearly, Zyalina heard the priest's impolite reaction. Her mouth twitched as she pulled the girl and forcefully pushed aside the heavy felt door curtain to enter. The space was wide open and rugged without any partitions. A somewhat messy large bed was placed towards the back, next to which was a rough long table that completely contradicted the fine style of the large tent, with 2 books resting on it, suggesting the priest usually worked while sitting on the bed. 3 large stools were placed on the other side of the long table, and several rows of bookshelves and cabinets lined the edges of the tent, filled with various types of books and strange objects. In the center was a large round carpet, completely empty. On the other side of the tent was a large wardrobe and a pile of junk resembling a small mountain, with a large green but sticking out from the haphazard pile rummaging through. Suddenly the girl was taken aback as she heard Zyalina's furious shout, Grigmu, why aren't you wearing clothes? Bang! Clatter! Clatter! A series of chaotic sounds erupted, and the girl pushed Zyalina's hand away from blocking her, looking at the green-skinned giant amidst the mess struggling to cover himself with scraps, and she couldn't help but laugh. She tugged at Zyalina and turned to walk outside laughing as she said, Priest Grigmu, could you hurry a little? After joking outside the tent with Zyalina for about 10 minutes, Grigmu cautiously lifted the felt door curtain and said, Respected warrior, I am ready. Grigmu Mutuo, the priest of the Dunk Kingdom, a Reviate orc, though notably with human bloodlines, thus technically classified as a halforc rather than a pure Reviate orc. If not for these small tusks, he would be indistinguishable from a pure green-skinned orc, the girl evaluated, gently flicking Grigmu's small tusks. Right? I told you I was ruined by these tusks. Though still half squatting and bending over, Grigmu felt a bit burdened by the warrior's praise still made him very happy. I am currently researching how to attach giant snake teeth to my tusks. It will be particularly impressive. What do you think? Respected warrior, have you considered adding a pair of giant snake teeth too? Enough. Forget about your tusks and get to the point. Zyalina, sitting cross-legged on the bed at the side of the tent, impatiently exclaimed. She didn't mind the two's mockery of their faith, but the issue was that they had already discussed their appearances for quite a while and seemed to be enjoying it. Ahem. All right. Grigmu felt that Zyalina was a bit of a buzzkill, but he still dared not truly delay the warrior's business. So how may I assist you, respected warrior? Hearing this question, the girl momentarily spaced out again, then immediately snapped back to reality. She had forgotten the purpose of her visit once more. Taking a gentle breath, the playful joy from before quickly dissipated. The girl revealed a polite smile and extended her hand, saying, I hope you can help me engrave 2 totems. Moi. Grigmu was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zyalina, and then at the girl, uncertainly asking, You mean you want me to engrave totems for you? Yes, if convenient, please help me engrave it on the back of my hand. The girl glanced around, seemingly not seeing any paper or writing instruments. Could you please hand me a pen and paper? I will draw it for you. All right. Sure. Just a moment. Ha ha ha. Grigmu laughed like a madman as he swung his large behind, turning and rummaging through the pile of junk temporarily stacked in the corner. The girl looked at Zyalina with some confusion. To be able to engrave a totem for you, even if it's not an orc totem, is a great honor for him. Zyalina jumped down from the halforc's bed, walked over the long table and large stools to the girl, bending down to look at her. You seemed off just now. Orc magic may be messy, but Grigmu has decent skills in mind magic. Do you need him to take a look? Perhaps. But is he really reliable? The girl's expression was calm, her eyes filled with skepticism. Zyalina nodded. That's the only reliable area for him aside from totem engraving. After the halforc priest cheerfully brought over paper, a pen, and an ink bottle, the girl did not bring up the matter of mind magic again, but took the stationery and placed it on the long table. Then she jumped onto the large stool and slowly wrote a small seal character, Q. The feather quill strokes were fine, aligning perfectly with the characteristics of small seal script. Grigmu picked up the paper, examined it, and nodded at the girl, saying, Respected warrior, please briefly explain what each line of this totem represents. The girl did not understand these rules, but did not ask further. Instead, she showed Grigmu the position and orientation of the engraving on her hand. With a hint of melancholy and nostalgia, she slowly said, It is a whole. It represents bloodline's kinship and the direction of home. Grigmu did not ask further. His expression turned serious as he turned and retrieved a beautifully crafted wooden box from the shelf, solemnly placing it on the long table and opening it. Inside the wooden box were 4 neatly arranged objects resembling cones, along with 3 rows of equally orderly small wooden bottles. Grigmu first placed his hands over the items, then closed his eyes, and began to chant something quickly and indistinctly. After a while, he finally opened his eyes, took out a small wooden bottle, opened it, and then turned to indicate the nearest large stool to the girl, saying, Respected warrior, please take a seat here. The girl nodded, sitting on the large stool, then seemingly recalling something, changed to a kneeling position and extended her hands towards Grigmu. Grigmu was startled by the girl's kneeling posture. He opened his mouth to say something, but said nothing, merely taking several deep breaths to steady his trembling hands as he picked up one of the cone-like objects from the wooden box and stirred it in the small wooden bottle. Respected warrior, please chant the prayer in your heart. The engraving is about to begin, Grigmu said with unusual seriousness as he held the girl's hands. The girl nodded and closed her eyes. She noticed Grigmu's reaction, knowing he had misunderstood something, but she did not care. Her kneeling was out of guilt for forgetting her loved ones, unrelated to anyone else. The sharp tip pierced the skin on her hand, and an unknown substance was introduced into the dermis. The macrophages surged frantically, engulfing these foreign bodies before bursting. Other macrophages continued to charge recklessly to the front line, swallowing, bursting, then bursting again, seemingly an eternal cycle until the fire of life extinguished. She gazed at the small seal script character etched upon the backs of her hands, each stroke crisp and distinct, barely perceptible even to her keen youthful eyes. Such a tattoo could never be explained by science. Clearly some wondrous magic had wrought this marvel. Her radiant smile returned in full force as she asked, Then how may I repay you? Grigmod instantly shook his massive head like a child's rattle-flustered no. Please, no. It is I who must thank you. Honorable warrior, your trust and respect for Mudo are the most precious reward he could ever receive. Shaking her head gently, she reached up and patted Grigmod's calf with a warm smile. Then let it be said Raid Cape owes a debt to the kingdom of Dunk. With that she bowed deeply to the elated half-beast shaman. Then hand in hand with Sharina, she returned to the grand hall crowned by the strange statue of a goblin emperor awaiting the orc guards who would bring the great axe. If you truly remain uneasy about Grigmod, you might consider visiting the Church of the Sun God. Though humans possess no greater magical aptitude than ours, they do excel in soothing the spirit. Sharina bent low and whispered softly. The girl merely offered a quiet, knowing smile. I am quite all right. Some things must be unraveled slowly within oneself. Soon the same orc guard reappeared bearing the great axe accompanied by another orc cradling a large wooden chest. Honorable warrior, this is your weapon. The orc guard carefully lifted the axe before her, keeping it aloft, never touching the ground, yet within easy reach. She took it gracefully and smiled politely. Thank you. May I ask your name? Oh, honorable warrior, I am Bazahok. The orc guard stood utterly stunned by her question, replying at once with reverent haste. Very well, I shall remember it, she replied, nodding gently. The second orc guard stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and presented the chest with both hands, his voice thick and resonant. Honorable warrior, this gift is bestowed upon you by the kingdom of Dunk. Raising her eyebrowless brow, she tilted her gaze upward toward the orc guard with whom she'd grown slightly familiar. Honorable warrior, every newly awakened goblin warrior embodies the pride and hope of the goblin race. The keyboard empire, the kingdom of Dunk, the Orcish kingdom, and the greater goblin kingdom each present a gift to every newborn warrior. Sensing her confusion, and guessing she hailed from a remote tribe, the orc guard hurried to explain the empires and the greater goblin kingdom's gifts will arrive shortly. As for the Orcish kingdom, they maintain no outpost in the Moel territory, so theirs may arrive somewhat later. She gave a slight thoughtful nod and replied with a soft smile, then it seems I owe the kingdom of Dunk not one, but two debts. Seeing her acceptance, Bazahok shifted subtly and gently restrained the other guard's motion to open the chest, then bowed respectfully. Surely the honorable warrior has pressing matters. Might Laralaka deliver this gift to the mercenary guild on your behalf? She raised her brows again, studying the clever Bazahok for a long moment before turning to the guard, holding the chest. Then please, Laralaka, I thank you. It is Laralaka's highest honor, he replied, voice trembling with emotion and thick with resonance. Barak the beast slowly departed Tesola town, crossed golden fields, and entered the hushed embrace of mist-laced mountains. The girl sat cross-legged, her gaze distant, lost in silent contemplation, while Sharina guided him forward without haste, calm and steady. Within the goblin memories she now carried, there was no echo of the vast tribal consciousness the orcs displayed. In her former life, the kinship between greater goblins and goblins was unremarkable, but the origins of orcs remained profoundly complex. These fictional beings had once been mere fragments of entertainment, fleeting diversions unworthy of deeper inquiry or origin tracing. Thus orcs, now a staple of Western fantasy, were remembered only as vague echoes, first entwined with undead legions, then inexplicably transformed into green-skinned brutes. So, do greater goblins, and orcs alike all descend from primordial goblins? Truly this world dances precariously along the edge of scientific plausibility, a realm of breathtaking wonder. She pulled herself from such idle musings, glanced once more at the sigil on her hand, then ran her fingers over the small axe at her waist, only relaxing slightly when she sensed its tangible power. En route home, she had unwittingly become a goblin warrior. By sheer chance, she had forged ties with the magic-wielding elven race. Clearly her fortune had ascended to the very tier of protagonists. Her spirits lifted anew, she scrambled onto the hybrid lizardman's back, wrapping her arms around her neck with playful affection. Sharina, shall we take a break today? Even training thrives best with rhythm, tension, and release. The hybrid lizardman responded instantly, seizing her by the nape and tossing her off with a single effortless motion. Your time grows shorter. A warrior, who cannot best even a common fighter, holds little sway with greater goblins, or goblins. Orcs at least are blunt and predictable. Silver light flashed, sharp as a blade's whisper. Wind shrieked, thunderous as a storm's fury. Her stance was immovable as granite, her motion sudden as lightning. Though even a famed warrior found the great axe cumbersome, Sharina clenched her jaw and swung it with roaring visceral force. Sharina's reflexes ranked among the finest of warriors, yet the girl's were nearly 3 times swifter. To fully demonstrate the heavy weapon's mastery, the girl deliberately slowed her reaction speed by half. Yet even at that reduced pace, her strikes overwhelmed conventional melee opponents, forcing them into desperate defense. Yet facing the girl, dual blades flashing with lethal speed and cunning, Sharina bore no burden from the axe's weight. Instead, she turned its mass against her, using it to counterpress and deflect, driving the girl into frantic evasion. Crack. As Sharina used the axe's downward momentum to evade the girl's low strike, she yanked with her left hand and thrust with her right, spinning her body twice midair, alternating slashes of blade and axe, half forcing the girl backward step by step. At the moment the girl leapt backward, suspended midair, Sharina exploded forward, legs coiling like springs, hurling the axe in a blinding arc. But the girl was too swift. The blade cleaved only a boulder in two, missing her by a hair. Sharina shoved the axe aside, panting heavily, arms raised limply, face flushed crimson, her forked tongue lolling ungracefully as saliva dripped freely. The girl, though drenched in sweat, breathed steadily and calmly. Seeing Sharina pause, she dashed to a nearby sapling where her waterskin and cloak hung, snatched the skin and bounded back, splashing water generously, then stripping off her tunic to fan the exhausted warrior with vigorous, earnest strokes. Sharina gasped for breath, gazing at the girl's glistening form with undisguised envy. As a semi-knit lizardman, she could sweat only faintly across her face and along her underarms to mid-flank. Her master had long doubted she'd ever become an exceptional warrior. Indeed, her preferred tactics revolved around ambush and overwhelming, wide-sweeping blows designed for rapid, decisive kills, her primary weapon being a versatile two-handed longsword far lighter and more agile than this monstrous axe. After a long while, her temperature finally subsided. She extended her tongue, sampling the air to discern direction, then beckoned the girl, "Come. We're heading somewhere extraordinary." The thick layer of humus lining the spring's banks revealed this place seldom saw even medium-sized creatures. Eventually yielding to Sharina's coaxing, the girl removed her undergarments. But the instant she entered the pool, she submerged completely, surfacing only to peer enviously at the hybrid lizardman's imposing form. "Moxinia forged your axe from rare, exceptional material, and its weight is extreme. In actual combat it's perilous. Even sparring poses grave risk. For now you may only practice forms against empty air. Still, given your innate talent and reflexes, you should be ready to face emissaries from the greater Goblin and Goblin empires by the time their gifts arrive." Sharina attempted several surprise attacks, each failing utterly, so she resigned herself to soaking peacefully in the cold spring. Is this a trial for newborn warriors? Does failure mean one isn't truly a warrior? The girl bubbled, exhaling shimmering pearls. For greater Goblins, yes. They rank second only to Dark Elves in raw individual combat prowess. Without magic, they can overwhelm Dark Elves in open battle. Thus they hold those who earn the title warrior through martial skill to exacting standards, and you being female face even stricter scrutiny. Sharina scooped a palmful of water and drank deeply, letting out a sigh of pure, unreserved relief. As for Goblins, those madmen scorn any warrior who claims the title through strength alone, except Goblins themselves. And you're a Reviate primordial Goblin. In summary, because I'm female, and because greater Goblins prize martial dominance, I'll likely be tested. And because I'm of primordial Goblin blood famed for brute strength, Goblins will scorn me all the more. So, greater Goblins, though patriarchal, chiefly value personal martial pride, whereas Goblins simply suffer from congenital contrarianism. Correct. The girl tilted her head. Sharina had just slipped lower in the water, and the hilltop vanished from view. Noticing the girl's subtle movement, Sharina chuckled inwardly at the child's charming paradox, eager yet hesitant, then flicked a splash of water toward her and closed her eyes, tilting her face skyward. Entirely correct. Although she claimed to be short on time after soaking in the spring water, Xiaolina let the girl return to the town. The orc's gift had already been delivered to the room, and as soon as the girl entered, she saw the large wooden box placed right at the entrance. "Where is Yunikaka again?" she muttered casually, not rushing to check what was inside the wooden box. Instead, she quickly stripped off her clothes and jumped into the washroom. The water outlet of the stone bathtub was not blocked. She simply stood inside, allowing the gushing hot water from the copper pipes to cascade down her head. After quietly enjoying this for a while, the girl picked up the bath sponge and began to scrub. This kind of life shouldn't last too long, right? She thought to herself, while scrubbing her body with her eyes closed. After getting the tattoo, she seemed a bit more alert, and the obsession with returning home once again took precedence. However, the complicated emotions from more than 20 days of living still lingered. Tisk, you can't have both fish and bear's paw. She moved back under the copper pipe, letting the hot water strike her forehead, washing away the dirt along with the sparse foam from the bath sponge. With the bath towel wrapped around her head, the girl swaggered out of the bathroom, calling out, "Yunikaka." She pulled down the towel from her head to dry herself and glanced around the hall, but still saw no sign of Yunikaka. The girl pouted, wrapped the towel around herself, and walked to the entrance, moving the large wooden box to the low table in front of the long sofa. She pushed aside the rotating wooden locks on both sides and removed the front latch. Upon opening the wooden box, she could see thick cushions lining the inner sides with a sturdy dark green velvet cloth covering the center of the cushions. The girl lifted the cloth to take a look, then covered it back up. Afterward, she tilted her head, staring blankly for a moment before lifting the velvet cloth again. Curious, she reached out to pick up a silver coin imprinted with the image of a gnome, then slotted it back into the neat row and covered it with the velvet. The girl raised her hand, slowly biting her thumb as if pondering something. After a while, she hesitantly lifted the velvet cloth again and, trembling, pulled out a smaller wooden inner box filled to the brim with silver coins, placing it aside. Beneath it was another piece of velvet, this one dark red with a gold thread border. The girl calmly and slowly lifted a corner of the red velvet, took a glance, covered it back up, took a deep breath, and suddenly flung the velvet away. Oh, what a dazzling brilliance this is. Indeed, the orcs of the Dunk Kingdom are refreshingly unadorned. Inside the large wooden box were only 3 inner boxes. The first layer contained 300 silver kafuz, the second layer held 50 gold zafuz, not fully packed. Yet the orcs were anything but unadorned. They even placed embroidered cushions between each gold coin. The third layer in the girl's eyes was even less interesting, merely a history of the Dunk Kingdom and a handwritten manuscript praising the gnome Emperor Kobold. 100 gold zafuz is quite a good sum, more than 3 seasons of garrison pay. The girl comforted herself as she held the 2 inner boxes, starting to worry about how to store and carry this metal currency. At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. "Yunakaka, you finally appeared. Just come in." The girl frowned, turning her head to look at the entrance. "Excuse me, honored guest, I am not Yunakaka. I am here to deliver your dinner." A somewhat sharp and timid female voice came from outside the door. Okay, wait a moment." The girl quickly put everything back into the large wooden box, placed the box under the table, and just as she was about to open the door, she remembered she was only wrapped in a towel. She rushed into the bedroom and hastily put on a short-sleeved shirt and shorts before running back to the entrance to open the door. Standing at the door was a gray-haired, middle-aged woman looking to be in her 40s. She appeared to be pure human. She wore a plain brown pullover and a long skirt with a long apron hanging from her chest. The girl directly took the large tray from the dining cart and brought it into the hall, placing it on the low table, then turned around and asked, "I don't think I've seen you before. Where is Yunakaka?" "To him, just a cook. I do not know where Lady Yunakaka is." The woman seemed extremely timid, and to avoid eye contact with the girl, she had to bend slightly and lower her head. Seeing the woman's posture, the girl felt a bit uncomfortable. She picked up the coin pouch left in the entrance wardrobe, rummaged for 2 copper bronze, hesitated for a moment, then put them back, replacing them with 2 copper nets, which she handed to the woman. The woman appeared quite astonished, even lifting her head slightly to glance at the girl, but still tremulously accepted the copper coins. The girl was unconcerned. After all, she was already a wealthy person with 100 gold zafuz. Just as the girl was closing the door and turning around, the woman's voice sounded again, "Guest." "Moi." The girl turned to look back at the sound. The woman opened her mouth, but in the end she only clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and in a reverent tone said, "May Lafa shine upon you." "Huh." The girl tilted her head, looking at the woman in confusion, but the woman merely nodded slightly again and continued pushing the dining cart away. "Hey." The girl called out to the woman, her great axe already in hand. She rubbed her nose and stepped outside, saying, "You smell like sunshine and dried blankets, so who are you?" "You are quite perceptive." The woman's voice suddenly became soft and smooth, and her previously hunched back straightened. "That is the scent of Lafa, cleansing evil, not the smell of dried blankets, dear warrior. It is merely the scent of tiny insects that have died. The sun warms the blankets, and the high temperature causes the insects to die in droves, releasing that odor." With the axe pointed down, the great axe stood upright before her. Her left hand rested on the axe handle, her knee slightly bent, her heel raised, and the balls of her feet began to exert force. The girl's eyes were fixed on the woman, who had not yet turned around. "Insects. The smell of insects killed by sunlight. Truly, that is an understanding of the gnomes, yet utterly correct." The woman slowly turned around. Her originally haggard face now looked rosy and healthy. The brownish low-grade linen could not conceal the faint glow emanating from her. "It seems I was overthinking it. I am truly sorry for that." Ignoring the girl's battle-ready posture, the woman bowed deeply to her. "I apologize for disturbing your rest. As an apology, I hope the warrior can attend the coronation ceremony on June 1 SD 11 days from now. The church will arrange the best seat for you." As her voice fell, the woman maintained her smile, nodding as she turned and continued pushing the dining cart away. As she walked further and further away, that illusory faint glow vanished, and her figure once again bent slightly. The girl maintained a battle-ready posture for a long time, waiting until the scent of sun-dried bedding completely disappeared before she returned to her room with a giant axe. Glancing at the food on the table, the girl swallowed and turned to enter her bedroom, redressing herself before heading out again, intending to ask the Lakanka what was going on. In the human kingdom, the mercenary guild was divided into 2 parts, both underground and above ground. One side of the building was dedicated to adventurers who believed in the worship of the sun god Lafa, while the other side was a public area. The public area was multifunctional, including an affairs hall occupying half of the first and second floors, a third-class lodging area taking up a quarter of the first floor where the girl stayed in Lior Town, with the remaining quarter on the first floor serving as staff lodging and the guild's external shop, as well as a bathroom and fifth-class communal lodging area in the basement, along with a secret room on the second basement level. The third-class lodging area corresponded to the second and third floors, which had second-class and first-class lodging areas. The second floor of the staff lodging area and the guild's external shop housed a tavern, restaurant, etc., while the third floor contained fourth-class multi-person rooms. Finally, the third floor above the affairs hall was the core office area of the mercenary guild, which was where the girl was heading. Although the first-class lodging area was also on the third floor, it did not connect to the others. The girl had to run to the first floor and submit a request. Once approved, a spirit would take her from the counter up to the third floor office area. Indeed, the 9 large counters that directly connected to the top of the affairs hall. With the giant axe in hand, the girl dashed downstairs and was about to enter the affairs hall through a small door in the corridor when she suddenly stopped, pondering whether to first ask the guiding spirit of the third-class lodging area Do you know where Unica Ka has gone? Huh. Oh, generous read Unica Ka is already dead. The smaller spirit seeing the girl joyfully spun in a circle. What? The girl's ears perked up thinking she had misheard. Did you say Unica Ka is dead? Yes, Unica Ka is dead. She has returned to the embrace of the fairy forest. I envy her so much, but Nunu cannot bear seeds, yet so she cannot die. The spirit's eyes sparkled with envy, and the starlight from its wings seemed to dance. Suppressing the surging emotions within her, the girl asked again, are you saying that Unica Ka died because she bore seeds? No, Unica Ka had already borne seeds twice. Unica Ka was executed for violating an agreement, just like how Reed knows, hoo-hoo-la-la. The spirit waved its hand, looking somewhat grown up. The girl closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as she reopened her eyes. Still looking upwards, she calmly inquired, can you tell me what agreements they violated and who executed them? Generous Reed Nunu cannot tell you that it falls under confidentiality agreements. The girl closed her eyes again. Then does the Law Kanka know? This question shouldn't be confidential, right? Oh, clever Reed. Lord Kanka knows Nunu believes he would also be willing to tell Reed. Hearing the girl's words, the spirit became even happier, almost unable to contain itself as it leaned closer to sniff the girl. Thank you, Nunu. The Law Kanka seemed to know the girl would come to find him. As soon as she submitted her request to meet him, a spirit emerged from the central counter to take her up. After placing the giant axe on the counter, she quickly climbed the spiral staircase, passing through corridors reminiscent of modern office buildings, and entered the last room, with ancient double doors, where she found a La Kanka waiting for her with a smile. Are you sure you want to know now? Before the girl could ask, the bright elf spoke first. The girl's eyes were somewhat red as she glared at the old man, as if to say that if the La Kanka uttered another word, she would charge at him and tear him apart. The La Kanka raised his eyebrows, wearing a helpless expression as he said, well, Unica Ka violated the agreement with the sun god Lafa, resulting in severe losses for Lord Hance, and thus she was executed directly by the church according to the agreement. Hoo-hoo-la-la engaged in copulation with a non-pure-blooded being without reporting and obtaining approval, severely violating the Spirit Conduct Convention, and was executed by the Lior Town Mercenary Guild. Oh, don't get excited, little Reed. Spirits are different from us. Their death is merely a return to the embrace of the fairy forest awaiting the next rebirth. Seeing the girl relax her tense body and prepare to turn away, La Kanka quickly called out to her, little Reed, perhaps you should first understand what spirits really are, and why there are such strict regulations on spirits. The girl halted, and after a moment of silence, she turned to look at the tall, bright elf. The La Kanka revealed a loving smile and tilted his head towards a chair beside him, indicating for the girl to come and sit down. After hesitating for a moment, the rationality restored after her tattooing helped the girl suppress her irritation. She took a gentle breath and slowly sighed out, hopping onto the chair next to the bright elf sitting cross-legged, while looking up at him to ask, hoo-hoo-la-la should be because of me, but what exactly did Unica Ka violate? I feel like it must also be because of me. The bright elf also pulled over a chair to sit down so the girl didn't have to look up too high. He did not answer the girl's question, but began to recount the story of spirits. Though few like goblins aside from spirits and orcs, we must admit that goblins lead the way in the study of tangible realities. Spirits are very unique beings. They are born from the buds or fruits of various plants in the fairy forest. According to the bright elf's account, spirits are magical beings born from the convergence of magical energy from various plants in the fairy forest. They are friendly, innocent, and beautiful, and upon reaching adulthood, they can bear seeds within their bodies and return to the fairy forest to plant them for the development of their kin. However, these beings possess a habit that troubles all intelligent creatures. They worship life and reproduction to the extent that they do not refuse any courtship request from other intelligent beings, regardless of gender. Originally, the magical nature of spirits made it impossible for them to reproduce with any beings other than elves, but 3,000 years ago, as the number of spirits increased, a terrible disaster occurred. A spirit that had already borne seeds coupled with a half-blood goblin, and the seeds within her body began to grow, ultimately resulting in the spirit being consumed by the growing seeds, which, however, did not survive. The body of the spirit fused with the seeds did not decompose into free magical energy like a normal spirit death, but began to rot like a normal living being, giving rise to a disease that could spread among any intelligent creatures, including the spirits themselves. This disease causes rapid dehydration and death within days for infected beings, and the deceased would become a source of contagion. That disaster halved the population of all intelligent beings on land within just 1 year. Ultimately, goblins discovered the root of the problem through countless sacrificed beings and experiments. This root was the conflict between spirit bloodlines and mixed bloodlines, leading to mutations in spirit seeds. Since then, copulation between spirits and any beings has been strictly controlled. With continued research by goblins, it was determined that spirits without seeds in their bodies would not have such issues, and that it was also safe when the proportion of a single bloodline and mixed blood beings exceeded 80%, thus the controls were somewhat relaxed. However, the process of spirits bearing seeds is lengthy and difficult to detect in the early stages, so any copulation between spirits and mixed blood beings must be jointly inspected and approved by adult spirits and Koan elves. After listening to the lengthy introduction from the bright elf, the girl repeated her question. So what exactly did Unica Ka violate? No matter how fantastical the race of the celestial spirits might be in the girl's heart, they are friendly and devoid of malice, the only source of comfort she finds in this world. Perhaps the behavior of Huhulala poses a serious threat to public safety. Growing up in modern society, the girl fully understands how terrifying such unchecked behavior can be. Thus, the absence of her friend Unica Ka becomes the outlet for her emotions. This question is a bit complicated. Little Rueda, can you understand what religion is? The luminous spirit seemed somewhat troubled, unsure if the girl could grasp the distinction between faith and religion, and even if she could understand that difference, whether she could comprehend the various behaviors associated with religion. Just tell me what agreement Unica Ka violated. I may not like charlatans, but I can tell the difference between a normal person and a zealot. The girl gazed intently at the luminous spirit, unabashedly showing her disdain for divine worship. Delacanca was taken aback by the girl's words coming from a lay believer. He truly did not expect a goblin with a surname to utter the word charlatan. Could it be that the girl was raised by a human sage? Only humans would show such disrespect to the divine, for even goblin sages have absolute faith in their fictional emperors. Thinking of this, the luminous spirit regretted mentioning Unica Ka's death in connection with the church. If the girl as a lay believer were to know the truth, she might very well storm the church in anger. Seeing the luminous spirit frowning and silent, the girl sighed and jumped off her chair. That RAFA Sun God Church did something to me that Unica Ka stopped right. Interfering with preaching is indeed an act that no church can tolerate. Since you are in such a dilemma, I will go and ask them myself. Humans, although they don't have much magical talent, they are quite skilled in mental guidance. Ultimately, Delacanca decided to say something. After more than 20 days of analysis and research, he understood how valuable the girl's remarks that night were for the development and exploration of magic. Before he could gain the favor of the Elf King, he couldn't protect the girl who had conflicts with the human church. They are very adept at subtly changing their targets through words and the minutiae of daily life, assisting weak mental magic to influence them. But the outcome ultimately depends on the target's inner resolve, thus it is recognized as normal behavior. So the church used mental magic to make me obsessed, then slowly guided me to become a believer. As the girl pondered this, she posed a new question. If humans are not adept at magic, then what about that female believer from earlier? Don't say you don't know what just happened. She is a priestess of the Taisola Town Church and a human with relatively good magical talent. Perhaps in 5 or 10 years, she has a chance to become a high priestess. The luminous spirit thought for a moment and revealed the cook's true identity to the girl. Fortunately, it's not something like possession or divine intervention. Delacanca's answer made the girl secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Noticing the girl's apparent ease and recalling her earlier nonsensical remarks, the luminous spirit couldn't help but smile slightly. True magic is not as terrifying as you think. Stop scaring yourself all the time. The girl rolled her eyes. The remark reminded her of a certain joke from the past, improving her mood a bit, but she quickly grew alert and asked, so are you using mental magic on me right now? Delacanca nodded, responding proudly, somewhat contrary to his character. After all, luminous spirits can maintain a soothing magic anytime, anywhere. A smile finally appeared on the girl's face. After giggling for a while, she became serious again and asked, are you worried about me having a conflict with the church? Wouldn't you? Just bear with it. Once the Elf King pays attention to you, the church will naturally apologize to you, Delacanca sincerely suggested. The girl waved her hand and turned to walk towards the door. Don't worry, I know very well how outrageous zealots can be, and I am also acutely aware of the terrifying power a large religion possesses. As she reached the door, she paused and murmured softly to herself, however, attempting to alter my thoughts and eradicate my personality is an unending grudge. The girl returned to her room carrying a giant axe, glanced at the already cold food on the short table side, and then remembered she had 300 silver kefir and 50 gold zuffer to sort out. Does the Mercenary Guild offer storage and currency exchange services? Even with magic in this era, it seems difficult to achieve currency exchange. With a mindset of giving it a try, the girl discovered another inconvenience. She had grown accustomed to Unica Ka's nearly on-demand services, and now that she was gone, things became a bit troublesome. Damn church. The Mercenary Guild does indeed offer storage services, and even provides multi-location currency exchange services, but all of these come with fees, regardless of whether the girl is a station warrior. 300 silver kefir and 50 gold zuffer, total 100 gold zuffer. The storage fee is 1 silver kefir per RAFA month, and if not a full month, it is calculated as 1 month, totaling 2 gold zuffer for an entire year of 12 months. As for currency exchange, it starts at 1 gold zuffer for locations other than the original storage location, with a fee of 0.5% on the exchanged amount. The guild also offers lending services with only 10% interest for a month, although collateral must be 3 times the value borrowed. Such low interest is practically like borrowing for free. The girl exerted considerable effort to control her urge to curse. She now had something new to clarify: the calendar. With a genuinely innocent smile, while waiting for the clerk to fill out the leather paper receipt, she casually asked, ARAFA month has 34 days. You're using the kobold calendar, right? That would indeed be quite an adjustment as it differs by 16 days. Oh, next month is a double month, so it will have one extra day too. The clerk, a semi-night orc, replied nonchalantly while reviewing his entries for errors. Yes, according to the RAFA month, there are 414 days in a year, truly long. The girl sighed after doing a quick mental calculation. Moi. The clerk looked up in confusion at the girl whose head was just peeking over the counter, seemingly recalling something, and hesitated before whispering. Warrior, the human calendar has 3 more days for the new year, totaling 417 days a year, just like the kobold calendar. The girl blinked, revealing a radiant smile. So that's how it is. Thank you. The clerk's expression was somewhat splendid as he handed the reviewed leather paper receipt to the girl. Tomato Novel Goblin Princess is seeking feedback on segments for free power generation. A client. She held the parchment, studying it. She had never seen real sheepskin before. She could not tell whether this thick, coarse hide felt like genuine vellum. The girl toyed with it for a moment, then put it away and headed toward the guild annex. She had asked Ninu to clear the food in her room. She would not dare eat what the church had sent. Climbing the stairs, she began to ponder the peculiar calendar. From the moon's changes since her arrival, it seemed to wax and wane on roughly a 30-day cycle. So whether it was the goblins' kobold calendar or humanity's Lafa calendar, neither appeared to be a lunar solar system. In that case, this other world was very likely not a parallel Earth. Had her soul been transmigrated to another planet? The universe was vast. Such a notion did not seem impossible. Perhaps she could test the local gravitational acceleration. How did one measure gravitational acceleration again? Oh no, she could not remember it all. Lost in such thoughts, she entered the dining hall. The dining room resembled the taverns of Liatra town. Wooden round tables and chairs filled the space, and a large central island displayed fruits, salads, and beverages. A Liwiite lizard man at the door bowed politely and asked Warrior, would you like an extra portion? Yes, please. Just the same as last night's dinner if possible. The girl paused, then nodded. Very well. Since it is an extra serving, it will be charged separately. By yesterday's standard, the total is 36 copper neat coins. The attendant replied with practiced politeness. Huh, how much? The girl blurted, startled. Her room cost 50 copper neat for a night, and a single meal demanded 36. The perceptive attendant noticed her confusion and patiently explained, your portion is larger, and it is an additional order. The ingredients and labor fall outside the usual budget, so the cost is considerably higher. All right then. She muttered, pouting as she produced a silver Carfu coin, accepted 24 copper neat in change, and took a window seat. She had not chosen the seat deliberately and had not expected that it afforded a view of the spire of the Lafa Sun God church not far away. Her composed mood quivered again. Oh, she sighed at her ill luck and rose to move to another table. You hello. The voice was timid yet clear, and it sounded oddly familiar. She stopped and turned. Before her stood a young human woman who seemed vaguely familiar. Beneath a brown-gray flat-capped shoulder-length curls of dark red, an unfamiliar shade since her arrival, framed large, beautiful green eyes. Faint freckles dusted the cheeks. Beside a straight nose below the rounded tip lay lips pressed thinly together. Those features, set in a softly rounded heart-shaped face and paired with a deep blue linen sheath dress, lent an ineffable air of familiarity. She squinted and appraised the woman for a long moment, making the red-haired visitor more embarrassed, and then asked, may I help you? I wanted to ask, Warrior, do you take commissions? The woman's eyes flickered with anxiety and a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the waiter began serving, so the girl gestured to the seat beside her and said, have you eaten? Would you like to eat together? We can talk as we eat. Oh. The casual offer startled the red-haired woman, who stepped aside and hesitated. Seeing her awkwardness, the girl shook her head. This demeanor was a far cry from the bouncy, outspoken Celtic princess on the screen. The likeness that had earned her initial goodwill evaporated entirely. Either we eat together and talk it through, or you wait until I'm finished, she said, lifting a wooden cup to sip the slightly viscous juice and tilting her head toward the red-haired woman. I will wait for you, the red-haired woman stammered, retreating a step to stand timidly at the girl's side and slightly behind. The girl did not press the matter. She was genuinely hungry. After carefully drying her hands and setting the towel at the table's corner, she looked up at the woman opposite and said, so Shula, you mean some evil unknown creature attacked your home 6 years ago? And because you were visiting relatives, you escaped that night, then left alone, you became an adventurer to uncover the murderer. Now you've found a lead on the killer but cannot handle it yourself, so you want to commission me. Shula nodded. Her lovely green eyes were still a little reddened. All right, there are 3 problems. First, you have no proof. I'm inclined to suspect you merely wish to hire a killer. Second, aren't your clues far too vague? Height 7 pays about 2. 1M, wearing dark hooded leather armor, armed with a pair of short blades, right? Do you expect me to search every corner of Tysola town based on that? Glaring at Shula and delivering each complaint word by word, the girl truly could not fathom her reasoning. What kind of clue was that? Even combined, those 3 signs described a great many people who any half-breed, who was neither goblin nor primitive goblin, could easily reach that height. She added a third point finally, isn't the price of 2 silver tums a bit excessive? With that, she rose and left the dining hall, leaving Shula with tears spilling from her eyes once more. Another cloudless night, silver light bathed the land. Except for the Adventurers Guild and the Lafa Sun God Church, the whole of Taisola town had been struck by Zayupinos's magic wand and fallen into endless slumber. On a dingy house to the southeast of town, Aspire's tile could not endure the impact and shattered with a soft pat. As it slid down, it was caught by a small hand. She regretted bringing the great axe. Its solid bulk hampered roof-hopping, and the raw face of the blade glittered under the immense moon. She sniffed and sneezed. The red-haired woman's scent had vanished abruptly at that very spot. Looking down, the filthy, narrow street below was strewn with rubbish and ramshackle hovels. Many gullies had overflowed, and sewage quietly flowed along the surface. The row of dwellings was muffled by snores, teeth grinding, and incomprehensible murmurs. The occasional gasp or thud went unnoticed by the girl. Here the poor's dusk tourist was fully manifest. She studied the squalid street beneath her, one dilapidated house pressed up against another in cramped succession. No wheel ruts allowed carts, there was no reeking inner river, no ancient sewer lids. Indeed, the last wisp of the red-haired woman's presence simply dissipated in the middle of the street. The girl quietly squatted on the thick chimney. Too many broken tiles had been crushed, closing her eyes to calm her mind. That Shula looked somewhat familiar, not because of a certain animated Celtic princess, but because she had indeed seen her before and heard her voice. So when and where? After arriving in Taisola town, besides the carpenter's shop, the shabby inn, and the church priest, she truly had not interacted with any pureblood humans. The warrior's name came from the foolish Balak beast. Oh, what had it done? Yes, what had it done? Why was it mistaken for a battle beast? A battle beast. Right, it was not afraid of the Tatai beast, so it was indeed a battle beast. The girl reopened her eyes, her face cold as ice. She remembered who this human woman calling herself Shula was, the adventurer who had a dragon-like mouth. Memories had been deliberately buried. As memories were rediscovered, the overlooked scent also surfaced in her mind, the damned smell of sun-dried bedding. The girl looked up at the distant Rafar sun god church. Her grinding teeth made a creaking sound from the effort. What do you charlatans want to do? In the air, it seemed the stench of sun-dried bedding permeated everywhere, constantly provoking the tumultuous emotions within the girl's blood. Leaping down from the chimney and stepping on several window ledges, the girl landed heavily on the dirty street. Her bare feet, clad only in leather foot armor, stepped through the flowing sewage. Her light gray skin was dyed a deeper shade, yet she splashed through the filth without any complaint under the glint of a giant axe. Her already dirty little feet landed in front of a shack in the middle of the street, and a cold voice emerged from the owner of those little feet. Should I call you Shula? Or Master Priest? No sound came from the shack, as if the person inside had even stopped breathing. A flash of silver light was followed by a loud crash as wooden blocks and bricks were sent flying. It was a puddle of fragmented, yellowed, and blackened scraps of flesh lying there quietly, exuding a strong odor that seemed to accuse the horrors of death. I remember this smell. Leaving behind this low murmur, the silver light traced a comet's path in the night. To the south of Taisola town, 30 passes, approximately 45 meters north of the Hansnight Square, stood the tailor shop of the elven tailor Matthew, a place where a girl had frequented many times. It was squeezed between two 3-story 4-column houses, a relatively low but standard 2-story 3-column house, made of stone bricks. The front faced the shiny main street, while the narrow alley behind was still quite tidy. A faint smell of blood and decay boldly wafted through the air, seemingly quite fitting with the butcher's shop of the 3-story 4-column building behind the tailor shop. A silver light hesitated and fell into the narrow alley, accompanied by a gentle, long, slowly diminishing hiss. That faint smell of blood and decay mixed with the butcher's foul odor and entered a fine, handsome little nose. The shimmering silver light was set aside under a dirty, damp, and smelly mat in the narrow alley. A lighter gray shadow swiftly moved along the exterior wall of the stone brick house, and with a soft crack it slipped through the top window into the second column's pointed roof. The entire house was silent, with no snoring, no grinding teeth, nor mumbling in dreams, not even the steady sound of breathing. The scent of raw and cooked leather along with linen and other fabrics mixed in, yet could not cover the blood and decay that drifted from the bottom of the house. A large wooden cover lay starkly on the floor behind the counter of the tailor shop, with a square entrance wide open, unhidden. The dirty little feet landed before the entrance, the thick soft soles being the part of her body with the highest fat content, and after wearing away some calluses they were particularly suited for silent stealth. The little feet, along with the entire gray shadow, silently slipped into the dark entrance, the slippery stairs seeming to pose no hindrance. The heavy wooden door, wrapped in felt, might not be as soundproof as modern recording studios, but digging down another layer and adding several more doors should be feasible. The smell of blood and decay grew stronger, accompanied by a distinct burnt odor and an indescribable scent of one or several types of drugs. The faint flow of air indicated that this basement possessed a concealed yet adequate ventilation system, which also brought along some wails and screams. These cries from life grew weaker with increasing intervals, yet now and then would rise in pitch, as if deliberately composed though not pleasant to the ear. As the felted wooden doors silently opened one after another, the cries for mercy amidst the wailing became clearer. They were male, but the raspy voice made it hard to tell their race. The ground was covered with thick, stinking felt that oozed liquid upon being stepped on. The metal door should be quite thick, and opening it like this might produce an unpleasant sound for everyone. There were no observation windows or small holes that should have been present on the door, preventing the intruder from seeing what lay beyond. A faint sound of not-so-sharp weapons cutting through the felt arose, and under the force the fibers quickly snapped. A small piece of damp felt was pressed against the metal door's hinge, and some viscous liquid was squeezed out, slowly seeping into the hinge. A small hand grasped the metal doorknob, and unmatched force slightly lifted the metal door, and then it was slowly pulled outward. The sound of metal grinding against metal was minimized through the lubrication of the viscous liquid and the proper angle of force application. The metal door slowly moved outward, a glimmer of light, mixed with increasingly higher-pitched wails seeping from within. A large eye covered in a momentary membrane met the light, prompting the metal door to move a fraction faster. Rubbing her ears, which were burdened by the various cries and pleas for mercy, the girl began to tour the place outside the torture chamber, which seemed to be a tool room. The ground had been cleaned, but this cleaner seemed quite irresponsible, as various liquids and fat scraps made the entire floor sticky and slippery. Several crude wooden tables were placed against the wall, cluttered with various tools haphazardly piled up, and on the wall hung an assortment of strange items. It was already quite impressive that the girl could recognize various sizes of boning knives and cleavers. The tool room was not large, and the light coming from the observation window on the iron door of the torture chamber was almost enough to illuminate the entire room. The position of the observation window was quite unfriendly to the girl. Without anything to stand on, she had to rely on the gaps of the door, whether large or small, to peek inside. This door should be at one end of the torture chamber. Looking through the gap, one could see various shapes of raw hides hanging on the wall. Gazing straight ahead, the torture chamber appeared to be quite large, not matching the size of the tailor shop. Tomato novel Goblin Princess seeks free reviews online for power generation. Sending love. The girl drew back her gaze, a restless discomfort crawling over her. Hesitant, she tugged at her tactical belt and looked down. Even in this place piled with filth, she could discern a scent that was not entirely human. Suddenly, she felt a great loosening of tension. Rekindling her focus, she inspected the metal hinge and door card of the torture room, clenched the small axe, half closed her eyes, and listened intently. The breaths were all mixed, mostly hurried and ragged. Only 4 were steady, 3 faint, and 1 deep, long, and powerful, punctuated by occasional long inhalations and exhalations. She remained silent. Something felt wrong to her. After a while longer, as she had suspected, the 3 faint breaths held steady. They did not rise and fall with any wails or screams. Though weak, they were unnaturally drawn out. She felt along her tactical belt. No blowpipe, no crossbow. The girl withdrew from the tool room, carefully closed the outer metal door, and slipped into the shadow behind it. TCH, stealing again. The meat's mine, mind your own business. Conversation suddenly rose from within the torture room. The first speaker was clearly the tailor Mashio. The second voice, the one with the coarse, powerful breathing, spoke in Goblin tongue, rough and resonant. Hurry up, there's a lot today. Wasting time on bone work later will slow us down. Another unfamiliar voice spoke in the human tongue, neutral and without a clear gender. You should be helping. I'm the only one here. How am I supposed to be fast? The male voice snapped. He sounded irritable. I can't. Just staying here is troublesome. Later I'll have to wash the clothes again. That goblin's nose is sharp. Her eyes widened without meaning to. Shula. He'll do it. Young people are so finicky, this old bone will take care of it. The voice was familiar, another veiled memory. Who was this? No, this was the 5th person. The 5th breath revealed by the tug at her memory was clearer, no longer so faint, steady, but shorter, more like that of an ordinary human. Her blood began to boil again. Following the teachings of the Mistelf warrior, she slowed both breath and thought. A half-meditative state could suppress the impulse flaring from goblin blood, though it took time. Calmer now, her attention shifted, and she missed some of their next words. Silence settled again, broken only by more frequent wails and pleas with faint sounds that might be skinning and picking at bone. She adjusted slightly and drew herself deeper into the shadow behind the door. Time passed. By her breathing, it should have been about an hour and a half. The wails had stopped entirely. Of the 3 faint breaths, 2 had grown a little louder and more clipped. This skull's good. Would make a fine candlestick. Why not give it to the old man? The unfamiliar but oddly known voice spoke. She still could not place him. It's a Liweite lizardman, yet the skull shows strong lizard features. Take it. Baila. Can you focus? Stealing again. Mashio's voice held more complaint than anger. Smack, smack, I eat. Smack. My own things. Smack, smack, so what? The coarse male deliberately amplified the sound of his chewing, as if sulking or provoking. Liweite orc. Listening to the tearing, chewing noises that resembled her own, she thought inwardly that a large goblin's voice would not be so coarse and resonant. Inside were a Shawaik-site Triolf, a suspected Liweite orc, 2 humans, and one of an unknown race whose gender could not be told. Should she try? Balancing the small axe in her hand, she remained concealed. The Mistelf warrior had warned her a true killer never takes unnecessary risks. Enough, stop fooling around. Hurry, the sun will be up in 3 hours. Shula, don't just stand there, come help. The old man's voice carried authority. The mixed Trielf and mixed orc fell silent. The last faint breath faltered. Perhaps the red-haired woman had begun to help. Time ticked by, about another hour and a half perhaps, until footsteps grew nearer. With a creak, the torture room door opened. A thick, rank stench and the distinctive odor of an orc flooded through the metal door, nearly making her sneeze. Immediately, Ma Xiao's voice complained, "Ba Ila, put the knife away. Don't try to steal from me. TCH. Only humans and goblins are thieves." Ba Ila retorted in a muffled voice, then quickly shifted to a more obsequious tone. "Oh, of course not, Lord Wu Dier. Ba Ila. I could use an orcleather arrow quiver," Shula shouted angrily from a distance. She was still busy with something and had not come all the way over. "Can't you two be quiet? After all these years you bicker whenever you meet." Old Wu Dier grumbled with displeasure. "Put the things down. We must deliver them." After some flattering and the clatter of metal-heavier footsteps left, it seemed Ma Xiao remained to tidy and organize. After another bout of arranging metalware, the metal door was pushed open, but no one came out. Ma Xiao's steps turned toward the other side of the tool room. Perhaps the door had only been opened to let in air. She would not wait any longer. Carefully circling past the metal door, the girl's eyes found Ma Xiao's back. She listened again. The four inside were packing and moving things, and it sounded as if there was another exit. None of them were heading toward the tool room. She judged the angle, raised her small axe, and fixed her gaze on the tailor's head, watching him with her peripheral vision. She came up behind Ma Xiao. The moment he set down a screwdriver and his hands were empty, she bent her knees and sprang backward on the spot. The small axe rode a gust of force, severing the half-blood Trielf's cervical spine and windpiped the blade, lodging at his throat. Caught in midair, she grabbed the tailor by the back of his collar and tugged. The convulsing tailor fell backward. She steadied him and pulled him down with her. Sliding a short distance on the slick floor, she steadied the tailor, withdrew the small axe, stepped over his body, and moved toward the wide-open door of the torture room. Holding 4 small bone-cutting knives in her hand, the girl began to let the blood surge within her body, peering out from the doorframe, with half of her profile showing. This place is simply a slaughterhouse. 2 large slaughtering tables stood side by side, each bearing a pair of cleanly dismembered headless corpses, which, judging by their size and bones, belonged to either Morov or Leviathan lizardmen. In the center behind the slaughtering table was a large vat stained by various blood and bodily fluids to the point where its material was unrecognizable. A red-haired woman stood with her back turned, carefully placing the nearly dismembered skulls piled on the left side into the vat one by one. The sound of solids colliding with liquids and the scent of herbs indicated that the vat likely contained a solution for processing the remnants of blood and flesh from the skulls, which should turn as white as the neat pile of skulls on the right, once properly treated. Further away stood a mixed-blood lizard man clad in dark leather armor, with a hood scraping fat and muscle from a green orc skin with a short knife, while another short knife was sheathed at its waist. A large heap of various animal skins lay at its feet alongside a small disordered, yet complete pile of bones and a mass of meat mixed with entrails. Old Udal and the mixed-blood beast man named Baira did not notice, likely preoccupied with moving items through the innermost door. Seizing the opportunity, while both individuals had their backs turned, the girl swiftly crouched down, gliding beneath the slaughtering table, thanks to the slick ground. Listening intently for a moment, she discerned no sounds from beyond the innermost door. Rising from beneath the slaughtering table, she glanced over, and after a rush of wind saw the red-haired woman Shura and the mixed-blood lizard man both fall silently, pierced in the back of their heads. With the remaining 2 bone-cutting knives in her left hand, the girl hurried over to Shura, lifting her gaze slightly, her mouth agape, her eyes completely vacant. She then drew a small axe and approached the prone mixed-blood lizardman, striking down to sever its cervical spine, flipping it over only after its body twitched twice. It was a completely unfamiliar male Leviathan lizardman, but it had a simple drawing of a sun tattooed at the collar beneath its neck. The girl straightened up, tucking the bone-cutting knife into her waistband, clutching the small axe as she carefully listened for any sounds while moving toward the open door in the slaughterhouse. This was a rough wooden door without any coverings, quite different from the tool room. It stood ajar, and the breeze wafting through carried not only the scent of the slaughterhouse, but also the distinct pungent odor of a butcher's shop. It was eerily quiet with no sounds at all. It seemed old Udal and Baira had gone far away. After waiting for a moment, the girl turned and approached the mixed-blood lizard man's pile of meat mixed with entrails, casually grabbing a handful and smearing it on herself before heading toward the door. Unlike the tool room of Tailor Matthew, the door led into a long corridor, and aside from a small amount of meat and liquid that might have fallen when old Udal and Baira were transporting things, the ground was very clean. The goblin's night vision allowed the girl to clearly see that both individuals were walking along the edge of the corridor. Perhaps there was some mechanism in the middle. The girl carefully followed the mixed-blood beast man's footprints forward. The corridor had a bend which led to stone steps. The opening at the top of the steps was uncovered, and no sounds emanated from it, but the stench was particularly strong. Continuing to step on the footprints, she ascended the steps, entering a cellar filled with large pieces of smoked meat. She did not rush to follow, but began inspecting each piece of smoked meat one by one. All the pieces were normal unknown beast meat. Several chunks were from the Balak beast of familiar scent. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over her, and the girl turned to the thick wooden ladder at the cellar's entrance, quietly waiting. Perhaps they had been gone for a long time, The girl had only waited a few minutes when footsteps echoed from above, one heavy and strong, the other somewhat light and airy. Her body tensed slightly, her fingers gripping the small axe moved a bit, and her left hand slowly drew out a bone-cutting knife. "Lord Udal, why don't you rest here for a bit?" The footsteps above suddenly stopped, and Byira's voice came down. "Byira, isn't yesterday's spirit essence enough? Shura is a very important link. Do not entertain any crooked thoughts." At the moment old Udal's words reached the girl's ears, she felt a loud bang in her head, becoming slightly dizzy and confused. "Do not rush, hold on, aim for a single strike." Her lower lip had already been bitten through, blood pooling in her mouth, the fragrant taste causing her blood to surge within her like a torrent. The girl forcibly suppressed her surging emotions, yet her eyes were filled with brutality. "Tisk, fine. To be honest, that little spirit essence, even less than the prostitutes in the East Town. Lord Udal, you just rest here. I will be very obedient, but I must be allowed to perform the purification ceremony after that goblin is subdued. All right, remember, if you dare to lay hands on Shura, be prepared to face the retribution of the Holy Knights." Ola, that won't happen." "Huh." The lid of the cellar was pulled open, and a large naked foot covered in body hair, a pale reddish hue, landed on the thick wooden ladder's crossbar, causing it to creak loudly. The girl's emotions seemed to have been completely suppressed as she quietly stood behind the ladder, watching as the massive mixed-blood beast man descended step by step, proceeding down the stone steps. The cellar lid, which had been propped up with a blanket, was closed again, and the girl was already pressed closely behind the mixed-blood beast man. As the mixed-blood beast man bent down with half of his body still on the stone steps, a seemingly small, bone-cutting knife plunged into his throat, blocking his airway. Then his head was forcefully twisted back by a pair of small hands with immense strength. In the final moment before darkness consumed his consciousness, Byira saw a female Leviathan goblin cradling his head, her large eyes cold, yet filled with a brutal flame. The sound of the thick cervical bone being snapped alive seemed to go unheard by Lord Udal above. From the sound, he appeared to be drinking something, likely sitting leisurely. Slowly dragging the tall mixed-blood beast man's corpse up and setting it down, the girl drew out her last bone-cutting knife and approached the wooden ladder. Standing on the ladder, she pressed her ear against the cellar lid to listen. Old Udal seemed to have no intention of leaving, continuously sipping something. The girl climbed up to another crossbar, bending down, raising her right hand, holding the small axe against the wooden lid, taking a brief breath. With a slight push from her feet, her right hand suddenly lifted, and she leapt out of the cellar, lunging towards the direction predicted by the sound. The small axe sliced through the half-light, tracing a beautiful arc, while a left hand, holding a large wooden cup, fell to the ground amidst the splatter of blood and wine, and the gleaming, bone-cutting knife was pressed against the neck of old Udal, who sat idly on a wooden chair, staring blankly outward. "Die, or tell me, who are you again?" said the girl, riding on the fallen old Udal. Old Udal appeared utterly terrified. His mouth hung agape, and he trembled uncontrollably, emitting hoarse guttural gasps. Moments later, as the searing agony in his left shoulder pierced through his shock, he broke into wailing screams. The axe blade sliced through his coarse linen tunic, carving a crimson gash across his abdomen. "My axe is rather dull," she remarked calmly, "so I must press harder to split you open. That may well rupture your stomach, and then its acidic contents will flood your belly. You'll get to feel quite vividly your own viscera slowly dissolving in gastric acid." The girl made no move to silence his cries. Instead, she spoke slowly, just loud enough for him to hear. She paused, then reconsidered. People of this age might not grasp such concepts, even if goblin tongues possessed the words, so she added, "It's rather like being devoured inch by countless ants." His wailing ceased abruptly. Terror on his face hardened into raw, venomous hatred. "Damned abomination. You're not even worthy of redemption." The small axe pressed deeper into his belly. A pale green coil of intestine flecked with white had already begun to bulge forth, writhing feebly amid the surging blood, as though eager for its first breath of air. "No matter. If you won't speak, someone else will. The higher one's stationed, the less likely they are to be fanatics." The boning knife, now gliding from his throat down toward his remaining right arm, settled into the hollow of his right shoulder, then began sawing downward, crude and deliberate. This blade was far sharper than the small axe. Under her strength, the linen parted effortlessly. Only then did she notice. The old man's skin beneath his garments was startlingly fair. She halted the slow advance of the small axe and flashed a radiant, unsettling smile. "I've decided. You shall die fulfilling a believer's fantasy. Merging you with that crimson-skinned halforc would make a truly magnificent spectacle." With that, she stepped aside and brought the axe down in a single brutal arc. Crack. Halfway through his left thigh, up and down it rose and fell twice more until the limb lay severed entirely from his body. Next came the right thigh. This time she chose a method far more aesthetically pleasing. She drove the boning knife deep into his groin, circled it cleanly around the thigh, then struck once more. This time the cross-section was smooth, precise, almost elegant. The excruciating pain locked his body rigid. He dared not even writhe. His severed tendons rendered his right arm useless, leaving it to twitch feebly, aimlessly, with each convulsion of his torso. She bent his right arm back slightly to expose the clearest line for her cut, and only then did he speak again. "Acolyte. Yes, I am an acolyte. And then," she murmured, pressing the boning knife smoothly into the hollow of his right shoulder. Why go to such lengths to break me? Magic. Your new magic, it works. Kanka. He refuses to trade now. Old Uter's voice cracked with dawning horror. Only now did he grasp what she intended to make of him. What of Yunakaka? Did she shatter the mind magic you cast upon me? The girl paused. After all, the next step might extinguish his last flicker of hope. Mind magic. No, we never used any. Kanka, he's the one. He meant to erase every memory tied to the church, every name, every face. Old Uter's eyes widened, fury now eclipsing fear. That face spirit disrupted his spell. We were merely executors. The girl fell silent for a moment, then seized his head and thrust the boning knife in a swift diagonal strike just above his larynx. With a subtle twist, she withdrew it and plunged it again into his shoulder joint, spinning it once, before bringing down the small axe. Crack pop. She reinserted the small axe, then paused thoughtfully. Wait, I think one beast man alone won't suffice. With that, she rose and strode into the cellar. After tilting her head curiously for a moment, she approached Old Uter and tightened the ropes binding him, then inspected the half-lizardman and half-beastman slumped behind him. Satisfied they were securely bound, she crouched, hoisted the makeshift cross, 2 massive logs lashed to 2 half-men, and carried it carefully out of the butcher shop, sprinting swiftly toward Hanters Night Square. She placed the cross beside the statue, glanced up at the moon sinking low in the west, then dashed behind the tailor's shop to retrieve the great axe, and raced back to the statue's base. Clang, thud, humph. 2 thunderous impacts, and the carnivorous dragon-like figure atop the metal statue snapped cleanly at the ankles, crashing onto the square below. Landing lightly from midair, the girl frowned at her warped axe blade, then leapt onto the statue's plinth, peered closely, and muttered wasted effort. Raising the great axe, she brought it down hard upon the center of the plinth. Clang, clang. 10 times 20, until at last a wide fissure split the stone. By then the axe's long blade was utterly ruined. She discarded the broken weapon, grunted as she heaved the cross aloft, stumbled several times before finally planting it upright in the crack, then retrieved the mangled great axe, now shaped like a colossal mallet, and retreated to the edge of the square to admire her work. Silver moonlight bathed the cross in serene spectral radiance, illuminating every grotesque contour of the 3 faces. The sharpening rod skewering the half-beastman's neck gleamed like cold stars. She nodded approvingly, flashing a wide, brilliant grin, yet her cheeks glistened damp with unshed tears. Yunakaka, do you think I have exquisite artistic taste? Can Old Uter's words be trusted? Kendra Kanka, is anything left in this town worth believing? The blacksmith, or the warrior? The orcs of the Duchy of Dunk? The affable clerk, or the face spirit? While the face spirit is certainly trustworthy, pondering such questions is tiresome. Goblins need not think so deeply. Shouldering the great axe now twisted into a monstrous mallet, she walked steadily toward the mercenary guild, passing the tailor's shop without so much as glancing at Matthew and Shura entwined naked in their embrace. Yunakaka, I'll sing you a song. My grandmother used to hum it. Though I'm afraid I've forgotten most of the tune. Don't laugh. Even my mother couldn't recall it. The moon shines bright. The wind lies still. Leaves cloak the window pane. Crickets chirp clear and shrill, like strings of a lute. The houses by the street were bustling, yet no lights were lit. Occasionally, when the moonlight reflected off a giant axe through a window, the rustling sounds became even louder. The girl was in no hurry, and she showed no attempt to conceal her movements, humming a tune as she walked step by step down the street. As the moon gradually descended, the sky brightened bit by bit. When the first ray of dawn painted the sky golden, the girl returned to the entrance of the mercenary guild. Delakanka was indeed waiting for her. You should have held on a bit longer, the light elf said regretfully. Are you waiting until you've learned how to cast spells? The girl stretched her neck, but her sufficiently flexible bones gave her no support, making no sound at all against the teacher's neck. Humans are all fickle people, unworthy of being your friends. The light elf seemed to have no intention of explaining, but also showed no intention of attacking the girl. I did not strike at you. The girl swung her right hand, holding the giant hammer, and instantly there was a series of explosive bangs around her. Oh, it's silent casting again. Your magical talent is truly impressive. As her voice fell, stones flew from beneath her feet, and she shot toward the light elf like a swift arrow with the giant hammer in tow. With another loud thud, the girl spun around and brought the giant hammer down ferociously where the light elf had been standing, smashing the ground into pieces, debris flying in all directions. Delakanka, who had been smiling, leaned against the curved wall of the mercenary guild, his face pale and his left arm twisted. Clearly his magic, though swift, could not withstand the girl's immense strength. Who gave you the courage? The girl lifted the giant hammer with one hand and swung it toward the light elf, to dare compare strength with a heavy weapon warrior. Bang! A two-handed greatsword suddenly struck from the girl's left side, knocking the giant hammer off course by a position. With her right foot pushing off, she released the giant hammer from her left arm and delivered a powerful elbow to the figure that suddenly appeared beside her, while her right hand drew a small axe and struck down fiercely. Just as the small axe was about to fall, the girl rolled to the left and then used both hands and feet to leap out of the guild's entrance. Before she even landed, she twisted her waist in midair, raising her small axe to knock away a thrown dagger, and with that momentum, she flipped and landed. The guy with the two-handed great sword had already been helped up, and quite a few adventurers were now standing at the entrance of the guild. The girl played with her small axe, tore off her cloak, bounced on the spot, and laughed, saying, "Oh, it seems I can't withdraw the money I have in the guild. I wonder if this quarter's rewards will be issued." Wait. To her surprise, as soon as the girl's words fell, the light elf named Levitt, who was responsible for signing the contract with her, rushed out, holding a scroll, and began to hit the adventurers with it. He bowed deeply to the girl and said, "Oh, dear warrior, please don't misunderstand. This is their spontaneous behavior unrelated to the guild. The assets you have stored with the guild are absolutely guaranteed to be safe and freely accessible. As long as you complete your duties, you will receive rewards. However, you will certainly have to compensate for the damage you just caused to the ground, so as long as I don't damage the guild's property, I can do whatever I want, right? Of course, as long as it does not involve guild property and employees, it is all your choice. In addition, Mr. Delikanka Emir Yuchia is in a cooperative relationship with our guild, not an employee of our guild." The mixed blood light elf immediately replied, playfully winking at the girl, "Then I won't disturb your game." After exchanging a few words, the mixed blood light elf turned to squeeze back. "Hey, wait a minute," the girl immediately called out to him, squinting her eyes and asking, if I ate the entire town of Tysola?" The mixed blood light elf was taken aback, looked up, and thought for a moment, then replied helplessly, "Although what you do would indeed cause great losses to the guild and would provoke the guild's dissatisfaction. From a rules perspective, it won't affect the cooperation already established between you and the guild. However, I would not advise you to do so, as once Tysola becomes a dead zone, the quality of your meals will decrease significantly." "All right," the girl revealed a cute smile, deeply bowing to the mixed blood light elf. Watching the strange behavior of this goblin warrior, the mixed blood light elf merely shrugged and squeezed back. Then, tossing the small axe in the air playfully, the girl smiled brightly at Delikanka behind the crowd of adventurers, slightly bending her body before crashing in like a cannonball. What on earth? The two shield-bearing adventurers in the front were instantly swept away by the small axe, their tall bodies crashing into the crowd behind them. "Who is the girl who had knocked the shield-bearing adventurers away?" Suddenly pushed off from the ground, with strength, her body darting directly between the legs of the adventurers to where the giant hammer had fallen. "You've killed Unica." Grabbing the giant hammer with her left hand, she braced her feet against the ground and swung with all her might. Boom, boom. Perhaps due to a slow start from accumulating energy, but then swinging too fast, the giant hammer did not hit anyone else, but crashed directly into the guy who had knocked the girl away with his two-handed great sword, smashing him down against the arch wall where the sun emblem hung. The poor fellow was embedded into the arch wall, his chest flattened like a sheet of paper, large amounts of blood and internal organs splattering from his 7 orifices. As the girl pulled the giant hammer away, a deformed sun pendant was revealed. "Looks like I've found the culprit." The girl shrugged, hoisting the giant hammer and turning to walk toward the direction of the Lafa Sun God Church, shouting as she walked, "Everyone saw it, right? It was that cultist who broke the wall. It has nothing to do with me." The hair was no longer sticky, and the mixture of filthy blood and body fluids with dust had dried into something more effective than hair gel, all rough and stiff. Various indecipherable substances mixed on her face and body, whether it was a tactical belt or short pants, and the armored leather boots were even worse, all messy and dark. If it weren't for the fact that her appearance could still be somewhat discerned, lowering her height by 1 pace would make her indistinguishable from a primitive goblin. People in the houses and on the streets, whether poor or merchant, whether foreign or adventurer, all looked at her from a distance. In their eyes were either curiosity or fear, greed or scrutiny, but more often disgust, much like the girl's current revulsion at the smell of bedding wafting throughout the town. With the giant hammer resting on her right shoulder and the small axe flipping in her left hand, the girl swaggered down the middle of the street like a little demon king with her ears perked up high. The mixed odors disturbed her sense of smell, and the bright sunlight did not match the visual perception from a goblin body. Only the sound waves could be quickly distinguished by their frequencies. In this backward and scientifically disbelieving era, no one would understand these things. Is it only the church forming a formation? It seems to be small teams of about 10 people. Are they in full armor or half armor? Is this distribution an ambush? I should have found a map of the church beforehand. It's hard to distinguish now. There's a large formation with steps, somewhat disordered, light and heavy. Are they ordinary believers? The girl listened carefully to the sounds coming from the direction of the church. The others' behavior seemed a bit strange, with no loud commands or shouts, only vague footsteps and murmured words. The small axe spinning in her hand was suddenly grasped, and the girl stopped, raised her head, and turned around. Those hiding and peeking in the houses and streets stopped. The frightened ones hid, while the halted ones were vigilant. The girl looked at those adventurers holding weapons and suddenly smiled widely. "At least your scent is a bit more pleasant." After saying that, she continued swaggering toward the church while playing with her small axe. The Lafa Sun God Church, a new faith formally established for over 2,000 years, a successful sect that has gained the faith of all human kingdoms, a colossal entity that maintains balance with worldly powers while possessing its own theocratic nation. The MO while leads the Tysola Town Han Tesla Lafa Sun God Church branch. Based on the girl's modern memories, it resembled a super large monastery built like a ball fort. The walls more than 10 paces high formed a perfect circle with 6 gates and a chapel with a sun-shaped spire evenly distributed at 8 points along the high walls. If viewed from above along with the deliberately constructed 8 straight holy paths, this church resembled a simple sun emblem. When the girl and a crowd of various characters arrived at the church, the chef had already brought a group of ordinary people regardless of gender, all sporting Mediterranean sun heads waiting at the door of the chapel. May Lafa shine upon you, Lord Reed Cape. The chef was still wearing the linen pullover and long skirt that only commoners would wear, her complexion healthy and rosy, her waist straight, and she looked at the girl with a smile akin to Delikanka's. Priest, sir, I guess you would also say that the church did not take action right. With the same radiant smile, the small axe spun even faster. The chef nodded calmly and replied, no, the church has always been trying to contact you, but until the poor Unica is freed from certain spells, it has been obstructed. The girl also nodded along, then lowered her head, playing with a pebble for a while before frowning and asking, you wouldn't deny that you all are responsible for Unica's death, would you? Lord Reed Cape, the church did not kill Unica, but the church did carry out the execution of Unica, just like the mercenary guild in Leor Town executed Huhulala. The chef paused slightly in response, and the law-abiding believers behind her seemed to stir a bit. Sighing, the girl tightened her grip on the spinning small axe, helplessly saying, you all are pushing me around, it's hard for me to manage. The chef smiled and said something unhelpful. In the light of Lafa, no liars or thieves will arise, Lord Reed Cape. The girl's ears perked up, and then she looked up at the high sun spire of the chapel, murmuring, I don't remember much, just these few phrases stick in my mind. You all claim to be followers of Lafa, so I want to ask. Lafa is the only god, right? You must not take the name of Lafa in vain, right? You must not kill, commit adultery, steal, or bear false witness against others, right? You must not covet your neighbor's house, wife, servants, livestock, or anything that belongs to him, right? With each question the girl asked, the light in the chef's eyes brightened further, while the believers behind her became less restless and started to pray silently. When the girl finished asking the last question, even the chef and many onlookers in the distance clasped their hands together in an embracing gesture, bowing their heads to pray silently. Looking back, the number of followers of the Lafa Sun God Church far exceeded the girl's expectations, and many foreign pure-blooded merchants surprisingly also believed in this sect. The familiar yet entirely strange prayers in her ears, mixed with the pungent odor from her own dirtiness, made the girl's stomach churn a bit, and she began to feel anxious, a desire to distance herself from these sickly individuals rising in her mind. Just as the girl was about to reach her limit of tolerance, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and recalled her first night in Taisola Town, where she had wondered a question while eagerly drinking meat stew and eating meat pie. Is the world's bounty this rich? Of course it is abundant. There are so many creatures without breeding restrictions. How could different races possibly look at each other on equal footing? The girl finally let out a wow and vomited. Seeing the girl's unrefined behavior, both the church's law-abiding believers and various other identities followers seemed to focus even more, the sound of prayers gradually increasing. However, the chef was momentarily stunned, stopping her prayer, the pious radiance fading from her face, her slightly furrowed brows conflicting with the benevolence and peace commonly held by Lafa priests. She looked up at the sun, then glanced around as suddenly her gaze landed on the shallow believers kneeling in prayer. The soft pale light that had originally enveloped the chef gradually became brilliant, her mouth moving as a grand and sacred voice emerged. She shall be great, called the daughter of the Most High. God gives her birth today. Delikanka Emir Yuchia also radiated a halo, stepping out from the mixed crowd, those praying and observing unconsciously parted like water in a lake. His lips were sealed, yet his voice was equally grand and sacred. She is the offspring of Emir, the beloved of nature, the witness of magic. She unveils the veil of life, and all things around will see. Honor and respect her as you would revere the Father God. The two highest beings in Taisola Town stood facing the girl, their brilliance clashing and squeezing around her, neither yielding. Kanka, this is human territory. The chef seemed to be at a disadvantage, gritting her teeth as she spoke. The earth is the body of the Father God. She at the very least must be redeemed. The chef's eyes shifted slightly, her tone suddenly relaxing as she glanced around. Delikanka's radiance suddenly intensified, and he coldly looked at the chef. The gaze of the elven king has turned to this place. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of ferocity flashed across the chef's face, her tone soothing once more, just a bit of attention. And you have not informed the Dark Moon Queen. The light elf said nothing further, but turned his gaze to the girl who had just vomited and was half kneeling against the giant hammer, gasping for breath. Perhaps she had indeed purged enough. The girl stood up, leaning on the giant hammer, with a somewhat neurotic smile, glancing back and forth at the two strongest mages she had ever seen in this world. It seems like I can understand what you are saying. Are you fighting over me as a commodity in the name of faith? She raised the giant hammer for a careful inspection. The axe blade had completely folded in, and the lower half of the long blade was curled up slightly, affecting her grip. With her left hand, she lifted the small axe and chopped down hard at the base of the long blade, chopping down again. With the sharp sound of metal clashing, the long blade was severed, and the whole giant hammer looked even more like a giant hammer. Perhaps my value is quite high. Should I feel honored? Is it worth more than leather goods and meat pie? Waving the giant hammer a couple of times felt quite comfortable. The girl turned to the chef and earnestly asked, "You must not kill, so they are not human, right? You must not steal, so altering human hearts doesn't count as stealing, right? You must not commit adultery, so that is execution rather than adultery, right? You must not covet your neighbor's house, wife, servants, livestock, or anything that belongs to him, so my knowledge, thoughts, and personality are not my own, right?" Before the chef could respond, she turned to the light elf and asked, "To cover my memory, correct my cognition, bind my thoughts, and freedom, is this to remember me, respect me, and revere me, as you would the Father God?" Taking a deep breath, the girl raised her head to look at the azure sky, for a while releasing the suppression of the brutality within her. Her blood boiled once more, and her voice, which had become light and soft over the past 20 days, suddenly turned hoarse. "What's the point of all this? I am an impulsive goblin." The once upright waist bent down, knees flexing, heels lifting off the ground, and the female Revite goblin suddenly transformed into a primitive goblin. Intense physiological warnings prompted the chef and the light elf to simultaneously construct invisible barriers in front of themselves, while magical power surged wildly within them, causing the holy and dazzling aura around them to vanish. Bang! Hiss, crack! Pow! The stones beneath the female goblin's feet exploded, and her left hand, wielding a small axe, slashed upward, forcefully cutting through the invisible barrier. With the movement of her left arm, she spun around, and the giant hammer brought forth a thin cloud as it slammed down onto the ground where the chef stood. Boom! A sound far exceeding the comprehension of the creatures present erupted, followed by the appearance of an equally towering conical dust column. But they had no time to care about such things. The rapidly scattering debris from the explosion, although no longer a threat, still sent shivers down their spines. The closer adherents were wailing as the massive shockwave sent flying stones of various sizes directly piercing through more than a dozen nearby believers, while the other hundreds were left bloodied. Delikanka, shielded by an invisible barrier, was also knocked back several steps by the shockwave, gazing in terror at the large pit where the dust had settled. At the center of the impact was a shallow pit approximately 5 or 6 paces in diameter, emanating heat, with some glass-like substances at the bottom, and the cracked stone edges radiated outward, forming a beautiful circle nearly 20 paces wide. The chef and the female goblin were nowhere to be seen, while the fully deformed giant hammer lay quietly 3 paces away from the pit. Delikanka murmured, "Fire element. Fire element," frantically turning his head to look around. Hiss! A somewhat familiar voice emerged from the dispersing dust as he muttered, "Wind element. Use the wind element." He tried to raise his hand to release magical power. Although the wind was not summoned by the light elf, the magic pouring out still cleared the dust, forming a slightly thinner passage. The female goblin hung her limp right arm, her once dark body now grayish with various wounds partially blocked by dust, while some larger ones still bled. Feeling the light elf's gaze, she suddenly looked up, not displaying her usual radiant grin, but instead resembling a predator spotting a delectable prey. Dragging her limp right arm, she swung the small axe and charged forward like a primitive goblin. Delikanka was already terrified. He had no time to think as magical power surged toward his head, his eyes shining with golden light, and his whole body radiated brilliance like a tidal wave in front of him. You want to tamper with my memory again?" To his surprise, the female goblin completely ignored his mental magic, her petite body lunging at him like lightning, her axe striking viciously toward his head. Boom! Bang! A swift arrow slightly deflected the small axe, the blade grazing past the light elf's elongated ear, severing the golden hair that spread across the ground. The debris from the shattered ground grazed his perfectly pointed ears and face, leaving several cuts from which blood slowly seeped out, adding a distinct hue to his handsome features. "Hey, this isn't my fault," as she attacked first. The raspy voice, akin to metal scraping, delivered such words in a childish tone, which was indeed discomforting, especially with a mouth full of sharp teeth dripping with saliva. Even the girl's beauty appeared sickly and eerie. The female goblin viciously licked the light elf's face, the rich and vivid red liquid, causing her to involuntarily straighten her body and let out a satisfied moan. Smack! With her left hand casually waving the small axe to knock down another swift arrow, the female goblin turned to glance at the pale-skinned elf archer in the distance, leisurely continuing to draw arrows, mumbling, "I wonder if tree spirits taste good." A gust swept by, and the female goblin had already lunged toward the tree spirit archer. Smack! Bang! 3 arrows shot out from behind the tree spirit archer, only to be swiftly knocked away by the small axe. "I remember." Smack! Another arrow shot straight, but was swatted away, while the tree spirit in front quickly retreated, nimbly knocking another arrow. "That's skinning one." Slash! The small axe tore through the leather armor of a female tree spirit narrowly, leaving a bloody mark on her chest. "It's the tree spirit." Bang! The limp right arm whipped like a whip, sending a tree spirit flying, and with the momentum from her spin, the small axe ruthlessly struck into the head of the injured female tree spirit. With one axe swing, the blade hooked onto her flesh, creating a beautiful arc as it again slashed toward a rushing half-elf. This half-elf's elven bloodline was likely very thin, even lower than Schweisset, with only slightly pointed ears connecting him to his ancestors. Moreover, he shockingly possessed black hair and dark brown eyes, almost identical in appearance to pure humans. His two Asian features caught the female goblin off guard as she collided with his shield. Then the raging body provided the female goblin with sharper senses, causing her to open her mouth wide and swing her axe down at the half-elf. "You've eaten humans. I can smell it." The female goblin's immense strength caused the small axe to cleave through not only the shield, but also the half-elf's arm. With one kick, she twisted the half-elf's head back, swatting away a slowly flying wooden arrow, and raised her head to sniff the air. Although she was covered in injuries, her movements were still wild and free. She suddenly halted, a furious voice forcing its way out of her throat. "You all are demons." The female goblin swung her axe into the chest of the half-elf's corpse, tearing through the ribs before burying her head into it. Delikanka, supported by a tree spirit, looked at her in shock, his lips trembling for a while, finally gritting his teeth and saying to the nearby tree spirit, "Evacuate everyone." Immediately, the tree spirit nodded expressionlessly, whistling to the other tree spirits, helping him quickly maneuver in another direction. "It's a man-eater." With the light elf's swift departure, many onlookers reacted, and after a heart-wrenching scream, most began to flee in panic. Meanwhile, the majority of adventurers exchanged glances, each slowly advancing towards the female goblin, weapons drawn. With a swift motion, the rapidly flying arrow was firmly grasped by a small hand. Its owner slowly stood up, its large mouth filled with sharp teeth, still chewing on something, and its entire face was a dark crimson. Looking at the hundreds of adventurers who had taken their positions, the female goblin swallowed the remnants in her mouth. Baring her teeth like a beast, she let out a low growl, while her figure gradually shrank, scanning every corner of the encirclement. The adventurers did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, the front line of shield bearers took a slight step back, while the majority of those wielding dual weapons in the middle retreated further, leaving a gap of 2 spaces behind the front line. The last line also consisted of shield bearers, but these were predominantly tall Morov or Reviate orcs and lizardmen holding spiked tower shields, though in their hands these tower shields were no different from regular ones. In the distance, a dozen archers, whether human or half-elf, had half of them ready to draw their bows. The adventurers never expected that this female goblin, having abandoned her human form and roaring like a beast, had not forgotten how to fight. Both sides remained in a standoff, waiting. No matter how the front-line shield-bearers tried to provoke, the female goblin stayed alert and did not budge. After a moment, the archers with drawn bows slowly began to lower their bows, while the other half with arrows at the ready began to aim. The female goblin was waiting for this very moment. Without hesitation, she charged towards the direction with the most archers. Using her limp right arm like a steel whip, she violently struck the shield bearer in front of her, then ignoring the human adventurer wielding dual daggers ahead, she swung her axe at the towering half-lizardman in the back row. By the time her axe pierced through the left abdomen of the human adventurer, shattering the half-lizardman's tower shield and thigh, the adventurers finally awoke from their stupor, realizing that this monster had completely broken through the encirclement. The archers hurriedly began to flee, but in front of the girl who had completely surrendered her body to the memories of the goblin, their speed was like a toddler taking its first steps. Moxinia and Shalina's judgment was still wrong. They had never witnessed the true speed and strength of the girl. In the face of the vast chasm of disparity, any experienced strategy or skill would be crushed to pieces. This group of adventurers went from completing the encirclement to starting to flee in less than a minute, and the last of the Reviate blood elf archers killed by the female goblin had barely run 50 paces. The female goblin paused right after tearing apart the archer's body, hearing the sound of metal striking the ground in perfect rhythm reminiscent of marching in military training. Looking at her limp right hand, she adjusted her right shoulder, but found it ineffective. She tore off the archer's quiver, roughly ripping away the leather strap, then shoved the axe into her right hand, binding it tightly with her teeth using the leather strap. Seemingly not entirely satisfied, she dashed to another archer's side and tied on another leather strap, shaking her body to swing her right arm, and a radiant grin finally appeared on the female goblin's face. Looking up towards the chapel from where the metallic thuds came, she narrowed her eyes, bouncing on the ground, picking and choosing, and ultimately returned to the pit created by the giant hammer to reclaim the now messy giant hammer. The hammer handle had broken off significantly, and the hammer head was mangled from impact and high temperatures, but it seemed usable. Waving her left hand in coordination with her right arm, the female goblin shrugged her left shoulder and headed towards the church. When the female goblin saw the captain standing at the front of the holy knights, fully armored and wielding a double-handed sword, her eyes lit up. Although she did not understand why these fellows were called knights without mounts and looked more like heavily armored infantry, their strong aura of blood and flesh provided her with ample reason. Perhaps in Tysola town, there were no clean beings apart from pure elves and celestial beings. The holy knights did not immediately attack the female goblin. The one appearing to be the captain holding the double-handed sword spoke in a deep voice. The one who decides the punishment is Priest Godia, and the one executing the punishment is Assistant Priest Udir. It has nothing to do with the church. The female goblin blinked, looked down at the ball hammer in her hand, then disdainfully threw it to the ground, raising her left hand to point at the double-handed sword held by the holy knight. The holy knight was silent for a moment, and a deep breath filled with clear dissatisfaction came from beneath the helmet before he threw the double-handed sword in front of the female goblin. Picking up the sword and waving it with one hand, the female goblin pouted in disappointment, tossing it back to the Holy Knight, then tilted her head and looked around, letting out a sigh. She picked up the ball hammer again and looked up at the Holy Knight, grinning as she said, "You all eat people die?" The ball hammer was thrown by the female goblin like a baseball, slightly off due to being left-hand. Including the heavy sword knight, only a small portion was knocked into the chapel's doorway by the ball hammer, appearing to turn into a chaotic mass of flesh and metal. The female goblin looked at her empty left hand, and then at the pile of junk inside the chapel doorway, frowned, twisting her body to let her limp right hand bound with the axe wave as she charged towards the remaining dazed holy knights. It was unclear what material the axe was made of, but it was heavy and durable. Though small, it cut through the air with a fierce wind, whether it was chopping meat, striking tower shields, or even penetrating through nearly a decimeter thick, full-plate armor. It was like slicing through a thin cracker. The axe blade cut through the chest armor of one holy knight, then emerged from the back of another. In an instant, shiny steel fragments, bright red, splattered blood, green, white intestines, and darkened chainmail rings flew in a flurry resembling a festive display of fireworks. You also eat people." The direction of the axe slightly shifted, and the holy knight seated on the ground only had his right arm severed. Looking at the female goblin who stood just inches away staring at him intently, he seemed to feel no pain, only trembling as he continued to shout, "You also eat people. You also eat people." The female goblin's eyes visibly turned crimson, her body began to tremble, and the corners of her upward-turned mouth flattened. After a brief stalemate, the holy knight seemed to see a glimmer of hope. His breathing began to stabilize, and pain gradually started to reclaim his attention. He spoke again, but his voice was much quieter. "Those are not people, they are hybrid beasts. Eating beasts is to redeem them." Bang! The female goblin's left hand pressed down hard on the holy knight's head, slamming it into the ground, crushing the full face, helmet down flat, causing a spray of red and white. "They are all people." I. The female goblin trembled once more, and gradually, she knelt on the ground, murmuring repeatedly, "I never ate people. I never ate people." The bright sun hung high in the sky, marking the 11th consecutive sunny day in the northeastern part of the Jaijimi Empire. The elevated terrain forced the farmers to rely on carrying water for irrigation. The moisture in the muddy soil evaporated little by little under the scorching sun. The vast fields of crops waited longingly, but did not receive the sweet dew as they usually did, nor were they disturbed by mischievous little beasts. Today the town of Taisola seemed somewhat quiet yet chaotic. Residents near the town center either stayed indoors or hurriedly pulled carts, fleeing eastward with their families. The outer residents mostly hid in their homes, occasionally peeking through windows and door cracks. The children in the town believed today was the worst day ever, some quietly watching their anxious parents with their fingers in their mouths. The pampered ones began to cry and fuss, while the more mischievous ones tried every possible way to escape the confines of their homes. The slums in the southeast were the most lively today. Upon hearing the terrifying rumors, the ignorant commoners clung to their meager possessions, fearing that their crops would be sunburned and yield less, forcing them to sell their children to pay the rent. Only a few, either too impoverished or too timid, had fled the town. Where they should go and what the future held remained a mystery to them. They simply did not wish to wait for death. The merchants from various countries had all relocated to their respective embassies, believing it impossible to abandon their posts and escape. They thought it sufficient to let the guards handle the outrageous rumors. However, the higher-ups at the foreign embassies were quite troubled. This was merely a strategically located inland border trade town, and the embassies were but a cog in the vast wheel of diplomatic relations tilted towards moderate trade. The number of guards was barely sufficient for standing watch, with most of the force relying on adventurers temporarily recruited by the hiring guild. Now the hiring guild had shut its doors, and most adventurers had hidden inside. The influx of numerous merchants and local residents made maintaining order quite difficult. Compared to the fragmented human and lizardman territories, the situation at the Goblin and Orc Embassy, led by the Kobold Empire, was much better, though there were significant internal divisions among the higher-ups. The proud and somewhat neurotic goblins advocated for a passive stance, seeing this merely as a bloodline uprising of a lowly hybrid goblin. The more chaotic it got, the better it was for them. Not only did it deal a blow to humans, but they could also find various reasons to seek retribution for their kin. The big goblins were extremely irritable, viewing this as a conspiracy by humans and elves against the newly emerged goblin warriors. Though they had yet to investigate this hybrid goblin, the very fact that it could incite a bloodline uprising indicated it had suffered a significant grievance. Of course, more importantly, the rumored power of this kin was greatly admired by them. The foolish mixed-breed orcs of the Orc Kingdom had no opinion. Whatever the goblins said was law, as they only knew to eat. Uncharacteristically, the Dunk Kingdom, known for its loyal goblins, took a different stance this time. Led by priest Grigmu Mutuo, the green-skinned orcs clearly expressed their support for the big goblins and demanded that the goblins also provide weapons support, insisting they must go rescue this new goblin warrior. It is well known that in any era or civilization, no matter how primitive or barbaric, political maneuvering is an art that requires patience. It is a masterwork sculpted by intelligent beings over time. The quarreling continued until news arrived of the new goblin warrior wreaking havoc among the private soldiers of Lord Hance. All three parties were taken aback. The orc just knew to eat. This was no longer a personal feud. A gentle breeze blew through the windows of the chapel, swirling inside before mischievously brushing past the busy female goblins rushing into the worship square of the Hance Law Academy. The ball hammer was raised high and fell heavily, crushing sets of armor into flat shapes, which were then stuffed into every corner of the chapel. The female goblin, clutching the ball hammer, staggered out of the chapel. She glanced around the square before stumbling over to the corpse of a devout follower. The ball hammer was raised high and fell heavily. With one strike, two strikes, the originally cracked stones shattered completely, mixing black and red debris with soil, compacting the ground once again, though it was a tad lower than the surroundings. The female goblin then walked towards the next, continuing to raise the ball hammer high and then bringing it down heavily. The intermittent sound of compacting earth echoed across the worship square of the Hance Law Academy, and the stench of blood in the air did not dissipate with the breeze, but instead grew stronger. The houses surrounding the square gradually fell silent. There were no gasps, no words, no breaths, not even the sound of blood rushing through veins. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from a distance, drifting into the square with the wind. The sound of compacting earth quickened all at once, slowly increasing in pace as those footsteps grew more organized and closer, now mixed with faint panting. When the footsteps became loud enough for even an ordinary person to hear in the square, the sound of compacting earth finally ceased, and the panting grew louder, yet more relaxed. Style. Tap, tap, tap. A clear and somewhat sharp female voice rang out, followed by the sound of 3 foot stomps. The footsteps transformed from the orderly march of boots into the light scurrying of claws against the stone. Soon a creature resembling a raptor, almost identical to the statue of the honorary Knight of Hance, turned the corner. It wore a long chainmail around its neck and had segmented armor strapped to its abdomen. On the back of this raptor-like creature sat a tall knight, clad in half armor, wielding a knight's sword with a long black and white plume adorning her full-face helmet. The knight guided the beast slowly into the square, stopping about 20 paces away from the female goblin. She raised her left hand to push back her visor, revealing her fair-skinned face with a hint of red. "Warrior of the kin, why do you slay mortals?" The clear voice indicated that the command from afar had come from this lady knight, but now her tone lacked the sharpness, instead softening with a touch of tenderness. The previously tense female goblin was clearly taken aback, maintaining her vigilance. While clutching a glimmer of hope, she stammered, They eat people. Eat people, die." The lady knight seemed entirely unprepared for this answer, pausing in surprise, exchanging a glance with her mount. "You mean these fellows, including the church members, eat humans?" Raising her nose and slightly furrowing her brow, the knight inquired. "Yes, they eat hybrids. Hybrids are still people." The female goblin shook her head, responding somewhat excitedly. Then she twitched her nose, her whole body relaxing as she grinned, and said, You haven't eaten." The lady knight opened her mouth, but halted, gazing at the grinning female goblin with a complex expression, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. Gently tugging on the reins, she turned the raptor-like creature around, slowly moving back the way she came, saying in a voice loud enough for the female goblin to hear, "Run away before I return here." The smile vanished from the female goblin's face as she stared blankly at the knight's retreating figure. After a while, she called out, somewhat wronged, "Why? They eat people. Bad. Die." Sensing her owner's emotions, the raptor-like creature halted its steps, waiting quietly. "This is human territory, hybrid, no human rights." The lady knight's tone seemed slightly indignant, then softened further. "Moreover, you have eaten people." After speaking, she shook the reins, her gaze regaining its firmness as she urged her mount to continue towards the military formation. The female goblin stood there dumbfounded, the corners of her mouth slowly drooping, appearing almost ready to cry, but soon her sharp teeth began to tremble, blood coursing through her body once more as she slightly hunched forward. "I didn't eat people." With a cry tinged with tears, the female goblin unleashed her incredible speed and power, swinging the ball hammer as she charged towards the lady knight. The big goblin bloodline gave the lady knight a fierce warning the moment the female goblin moved, but she barely had time to intend to sidestep before realizing she was airborne. The raptor-like creature's body shattered at the edge of her vision, along with the shattering of her lower half, clad only in leather armor. How? So fast? While still puzzled by these thoughts, a violent impact caused blood to spurt from her mouth, followed by the disorienting sensation of crashing heavily to the ground. With her mouth twisted in anger, the female goblin watched the knight's upper body fly up and then crash down, panting heavily as she stepped forward, shouting angrily and indignantly, "I did not eat people." Just as she finished shouting, tears began to fall. The lady knight gasped for breath. The strong vitality of the big goblin flowed through the bloodline, but her injuries left no hope. "Fool. Run away." The lady knight struggled to tilt her head, gazing at the tear-streaked face of the female goblin. In her final moments, perhaps her mind had grown somewhat unclear as she seemed to forget who had killed her and to forget her duty as a lord soldier, leaving only the instinct of her bloodline to protect this newborn kin warrior. The lady knight's unexpected words struck a chord in the female goblin's heart, causing her to momentarily lose her composure before panicking. The ball hammer involuntarily fell from her grasp as she cried out, helplessly kneeling beside the Lady Knight, seeing the exposed, damaged tail, and the internal organs that had already spilled out. More tears flowed. She raised her head, looking around frantically, but finding no sign of the Lady Knight's lower half. She wished to push back the spilled organs, but feared to lay a hand on them, only able to cry helplessly. Fool. Humans eat goblins. Goblins eat orcs. Eat lizardmen, and we eat humans. What is the difference? The Lady Knight's gaze had grown somewhat vacant, yet she still held on, instinctively teaching this youngling of the bloodline, run to the big goblin kingdom. The big goblin king will protect you. As she loosened her grip on the sword, her head, which had been tilted with effort, fell back under the pull of gravity. Captain. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. The Lady Knight, as if revived, summoned all her strength to shout, "Run!" Immediately followed by a weak, yet violent cough. Her eyes completely lost their light. As the Lady Knight's heart ceased beating, the sorrow on the female goblin's face gradually faded. The bloodline memory told her to consume the Lady Knight's corpse, to bury her in her belly, as one would inter their ancestors, so they could become one and gain the protection of the departed. With her face twitching and her stomach churning, the female goblin knelt before the Lady Knight and reached out to close her eyes, softly saying, "I don't know if you are deceiving me. Perhaps the goblin bloodline connection is indeed powerful, but I dare not trust you. I will bury you, but not in my belly. My homeland believes in resting in the soil, so I should bury you in your homeland or a place you wish to go. You did not tell me, but I think I can bury you in the big goblin kingdom. After all, that is where you told me goblins can receive protection, and you also possess the bloodline of a big goblin." She paused, lifted the knight's sword with her left hand, sweeping it backhandedly upwards, causing a splatter of fresh blood to drench both her and the Lady Knight, followed by two heavy thuds as something fell to the ground. Setting down the knight's sword, the girl continued, "I am very confused right now. I hated and loathed eating humans, yet now I have become one of them. Perhaps you are right. The killing and eating between different races is the natural tone of this world, the common sense that has persisted for millennia. But I understand one thing: my heart still leans towards humans. All intelligent humanoid beings should not be regarded as food in my eyes. I believe those who treat them as food are guilty and should be eradicated from this world. Such a me must be one who breaks the rules, for every being should adhere to the rules of survival. But if I am strong enough, then at least for other beings, I am the rule." The girl stood up, holding the knight's sword, and lightly swung it back, sending a metal arrow flying. Following the motion of the sword, she turned to coldly gaze at the armored, disciplined private soldiers of the Lord, continuing, "I already know how powerful this body is, but it is not enough. Though I am not a science student and lack much knowledge of engineering, I believe that for those goblins, thought and direction are far more important. I will give it a try. If I can, I will certainly change this world. If I truly cannot, then wherever I go, I will change it. Until I find the way home." As she waved the knight's sword to fend off another arrow, the girl slowly advanced, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Once I find the way home, my family will naturally make the natives of this world understand what it means to be human." Freedom shot, shield wall. Dozens of archers and over 100 crossbowmen unleashed a barrage, all of which were deflected by a knight's longsword wielded in defense. The frontline sword and shield bearers crouched, connecting their shields in pairs, holding their swords at the lower openings, ready to strike at any moment. "Raise your swords." As the girl approached slowly and steadily, the archers reduced their rate of fire, while the crossbowmen sheathed their crossbows and drew their dual blades. The main attackers in the back row gripped their long swords tightly, resting them against the shoulders of the sword and shield bearers. The girl, who had originally been 10 steps away, suddenly appeared atop a shield, sweeping her longsword and severing heads, her form following the heads that fell. The gray-black shadow, accompanied by a sliver of silver light, sliced through the already chaotic formation layer by layer. Regardless of whether they were sword and shield bearers or main attackers, except for the first 10 decapitated, all others had their legs severed, wailing in agony, causing the morale of the troops to collapse. Seeing the situation, the commanding knight immediately ordered a few cavalry to retreat with the archers, while the crossbowmen scattered to escape. After glancing at the swift gray-black figure and realizing he was powerless, he turned and fled without hesitation. In just a few minutes, the formation of hundreds suffered no survivors. Although fewer than 40 had died directly or indirectly, the ground was drenched in blood, and the heart-wrenching screams of the maimed, whether leg or ankle severed, intensified the horror of the scene. The girl paused, watching the scattered yet orderly retreat of the crossbowmen and the cavalry that had now become mere shadows. Casually dispatching a few who still had the spirit to attempt a sneak attack, she turned her gaze to examine the injured on the ground one by one. The meticulously crafted knight's longsword was already riddled with nicks and dullness, yet under the girl's immense strength, its cutting effectiveness seemed surprisingly intact. However, the wounded soldiers all screamed more pitifully before they died. Watching a companion being gruesomely disemboweled by the jagged blade, many wounded soldiers, disregarding their severed knees and feet, began to plead for mercy. The girl merely walked slowly past, sniffing each one to ensure she did not make a mistake, then, with a single stroke, declared, wielding the weapons they forged, donning the armor they created, paying the taxes they imposed, enjoying the sustenance they provided, yet still treating them as food. To eat one's kin, how despicable. When Grigmu Mutuo arrived at the Hantis Lafa Temple's worship plaza with his elder brother Goblin cavalry, and orc guards, a small number of wounded soldiers were either begging or crawling away while the girl continued her slaughter one by one. Oh, kobold above. Lord Reed, what are you doing? Grigmu felt a bit dizzy. Looking at those shields, at those long swords, and at the tattered knight's sword in the girl's hand. The elite infantry of Lord Hantis, and his most beloved private knight's longsword. The girl looked up at the Halford priest. She recognized the intense scent emanating from him needed no special discernment. His blatant concern for her made her recall the words of the female knight, and she opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. Eating hybrids will get you killed. She's a madwoman. A private soldier, upon seeing the armored orc and the elder brother Goblin cavalry riding a totem beast, knew they were the stationed troops from the east and immediately shouted in distress like he saw a savior. Swish. Thud. The knight's longsword swiftly cleaved through, and the private soldier's neck was severed by the jagged blade, his head dropping heavily. Oh, no. The girl's movement was too swift for Grigmu to stop her, and under the current circumstances, whether the remaining ones lived or died mattered little. In fact, if they were all wiped out, it would be even better. A green-skinned elder brother Goblin cavalry lifted his head to survey the surroundings, guiding his totem beast into the battlefield. He raised his long-handled axe and severed a wounded soldier who was crying for help, asking, "Reed Kep, were there any cavalry among those you let go?" The girl severed another wounded soldier's head and glanced at the long-handled axe in the elder brother Goblin's hand, shaking her head as she replied, "Can't catch up." The green-skinned elder brother Goblin cavalry frowned, raised his hand to gesture backward, and the other Goblin cavalry immediately revealed cruel smiles as they urged their totem beasts to scatter. Grigmu watched and opened his mouth, but then closed it again, instead raising his thick ceremonial staff to smash the head of the nearest wounded soldier. Seeing this, the orc guards also fell silent as they began to reap the remaining soldiers in the battlefield one by one. Are you declaring war? Since the girl had only severed the knees or ankles of these people, as long as they had a strong will, these wounded still retained some fighting capability, though that little capability meant nothing to the girl. Enduring the pain, one wounded soldier raised his longsword to parry a orc guard's large knife, roaring in anger. Uft! The long-handled axe fell, and the elder brother Goblin scoffed. "Does Kakimi intend to declare war on the kingdom? Very well, then let's begin the battle." As the words fell, another axe ended the suffering of another wounded soldier, and the totem beast beneath them began to devour the corpses on the ground. In the distance, screams, curses, and the cackling laughter of the elder brother goblins began to rise. The girl quietly observed the orcs and goblins clearing out the remaining wounded soldiers before turning to walk toward the remains of the female knight. With a crack, a wounded soldier grabbed the girl's ankle. He did not attack her, but instead sneered with a grimace. "So orcs and goblins can eat people, but we can't eat hybrids. You brave warrior are truly hypocritical." The girl paused for a moment before saying, "I will spend my remaining life preventing all sentient beings from devouring one another, but not now. So yes, I am indeed hypocritical and double-standard." With that, she severed the head of the wounded soldier, returning to the earth. Truly a very human and elven way of doing things. Reed Kep, you should eat her immediately. That is the respect from the goblins. The green-skinned elder brother goblin looked at the girl who had tied the remains of the female knight to her back, displeased. The girl twisted her body left and right, finding no issues, then smiled at the orc guard, who helped her before looking up at the goblin cavalry and seriously stating, "Goblins do not eat goblins." The green-skinned elder brother goblin tilted his head to look at the girl for a while, tugged on the reins, and raised his long-handled axe, guiding the totem beast to turn and leave. "He recognized you. You have gained the acknowledgement and respect of the goblin kingdom, and he will no longer eat goblins in the future." The orc guard beside the girl bent down and whispered in her ear, "How did you notice? Can he alone represent the goblin kingdom?" The girl turned to look at the orc guard in surprise. "Well, when he raises his weapon, he is expressing acknowledgement and respect towards you. This is a traditional ceremony of the goblins," the orc guard patiently explained. "The goblins are very warlike, and that idiot just now was essentially declaring war. He can represent humanity, so Captain Kachika can represent the goblin kingdom." "Is his name Kachika?" The girl secretly remembered the name, then thought for a moment and asked, "But when charging into battle, don't they raise their weapons too? Or when cheering, isn't it the same?" "Off." The orc guard paused, scratching his head in thought, then confidently replied, "Captain Kachika did not charge at you, and he did not cheer, so he is acknowledging you." The girl shook her head, carrying the remains of the female knight, as she started to search the ground for a small axe that she had misplaced. As a group of orcs accompanied the girl to find the small axe covered by corpses and walked out of the worship plaza, the green-skinned elder brother goblin cavalry captain named Kachika circled back. Grigmu saw the luxurious double-wheeled carriage being dragged behind the totem beast, and his mouth twitched. He hesitated and turned to the girl to ask, "Lady, do you feel any sympathy for humans?" The girl looked at the Halford priest with some surprise, just about to retort, when she perked her ears to listen, then asked in shock, "Are the goblins slaughtering civilians?" Without waiting for the Halford priest to respond, she directed her questioning towards the now closer Kachika, asking, "Why kill civilians?" Kachika looked at the new goblin warrior with some surprise. "They have all eaten hybrid goblins." Shouldn't they die? Grigmu slapped his forehead, knowing that regardless of how correct the reason might be, the straightforward goblin would make it sound strange. Casting a glance at the girl whose face had turned a strange shade of red and was at a loss for words, he cleared his throat and sternly addressed Kachika. Captain Kachika, please watch your words. The private soldiers of Lord Hantus and the Church of Tysola Town incite human civilians to hunt hybrid goblins and intend to harm you, this goblin warrior. Therefore, it is akin to Gakimi's Empire's Mawel territory, declaring war on the Goblin Kingdom and the Kobold Empire Dunk Kingdom and Orc Kingdom. This is a serious and significant foreign affair, not some personal grudge. After speaking, he bent down and respectfully addressed the girl whose pupils were shaken, saying, Lady, we are in wartime now. Tysola Town is a war zone, so the goblins are not slaughtering civilians, but rather purging stubborn enemy forces. The girl was not only shaken in her pupils, she stared at the Halford priest, who wore a respectful expression with her mouth agape. Tisk Mutua, you really have learned badly from those gremlins. Kachika scoffed, looking down on this serious nonsense, although he understood that the Halford priest and the gremlins were indeed correct. After expressing his disdain for Grigmu, Kachika turned serious as he spoke to the girl. Warrior, please get on the carriage. Yunaliki's body needs to be taken back to the base for processing quickly, or it will start to rot. Yunaliki. The girl tilted her head, glancing at the head of the female knight hanging from her shoulder, suppressing her dissatisfaction and the astonishment at these fellows' political maneuvering. After having the orc guard assist in untying the remains of the female knight, she carried her toward the luxurious double-wheeled carriage. To the girl, it was more of a developed and perfected horse carriage than just a carriage. This world has never seen a horse. Does such a creature not exist here? The wheels remained wooden, yet both inner and outer rims were reinforced with metal strips. From her height, she could clearly see metal suspension springs mounted above the axle, an unmistakable hallmark of true luxury in this age. The carriage was entirely crafted from lacquered wood. Its size alone suggested human use, let alone the noble crest plainly visible on its rear side panel. Surely we haven't seized Lord Hanter's own carriage, she wondered wildly as she climbed aboard, cradling the fallen female knight's remains. Inside the covered wagon, just as she had once seen on television, two padded benches faced each other front and back. She sat on the rear bench, holding the knight's body closed, gently smoothing the strands of hair that had escaped her helmet, then gazed out through the curtained window. Once assured she was settled, Kachika guided the Totai beast forward with steady composure, beginning their journey back to base. Houses slipped past the window one by one, the metal springs absorbed shocks with remarkable efficacy. Were it not for the intermittent shrieks and maniacal laughter piercing the air, she might have drifted into sleep. A green-skinned goblin clad in a coarse linen shirt and suspenders over work trousers, draped in a long cloak, and wearing thick-lensed spectacles bound tightly to his face, with cord bowed deeply before her with an obsequious grin. Oh, great goblin warrior! Your wisdom rivals the boundless ocean, your mercy shines like spring's gentle sun. It is the lifelong honor of Brublica Kokochi to serve you. She pressed her lips together. She had merely suggested a simple metal frame to hold the spectacles upon ears and nose. You fools! Hurry and escort the warrior to the infirmary. Having finished his flattery, the goblin whirled about and shrieked at a black-skinned orc beside him. Then, instantly transforming his expression, he turned back to her with renewed deference. Might the warrior entrust this valiant warrior's remains to me? Given the weather, immediate preservation is imperative. Her lips twitched as she pressed them again, then relinquished Yunalik's body into the goblin's arms. To her surprise, he neither recoiled from the soiled remains nor faltered under their weight. With another slight bow, he hurried away, bearing Yunalik's body aloft toward Kobold Tower, the goblin-built spire. The black-skinned orc blinked slowly at the departing goblin, then turned to blink again at her, rubbing his belly and pointing to his mouth. Orc. Fortunately, due to Grigmod's influence, the green-skinned orcs of the Dunk Kingdom had kept close watch on her condition. Only after the black-skinned orc repeated, orc, more than 10 times did green-skinned Orcish guards finally arrive to escort her to the infirmary on the 6th floor of Kobold Tower. After enduring ceaseless goblin flattery along the way, and riding the orc brand beast-powered elevator, she endured at least 20 minutes of bizarre solicitous inquiries in the infirmary, all while forcing a rigid smile. At last she limped into the Four-Nation Council chamber atop Kobold Tower in Tesora Town, her right arm stiffened by splints and swathed in tight bandages. This surreal procession had significantly eased her emotional tension. Though she could not fathom what strategic advantage such absurd large-scale conflict conferred upon the four nations, she understood fully that she could not halt the slaughter ignited by her own presence. Indeed, this massacre had begun unwittingly with her. The goblin presiding over the council differed markedly from the others. She wore a resplendent robe befitting a high official in classic Western fantasy, lore bore no trace of sycophancy upon her face, and spoke with a sharp, commanding voice absent the usual goblin shrillness. Respected warrior Reed, you must understand precisely what you have done, unleashing your bloodline's uncontrollable surge. To protect you, the Kobold Empire was compelled to declare war upon the Moel domain, a move that will inflict tremendous loss upon our realm. Sinchi Mornuka. Before the goblin could finish, a green-skinned hobgoblin in half-plate armor slammed his fist onto the table and roared, "Mind your tone," when addressing the warrior. Kachika Dondon, mind your tone with me. Instantly unmoored by the hobgoblin's insolence, the goblin erupted into a shrill, almost frenzied shriek. It's because of her. The Empire will lose no less than 132 gold zaff, 4 silver carf, 51 copper net, and 19 beshel. All shall be deducted from her warrior's stipend. Deducted, absolutely deducted. Grigmod, seated beside her, spoke solemnly. Ladies and gentlemen, today's incident was a war conspiracy jointly engineered by Lord Hanter Kelton La Moel of the Gakimi Empire's Moel domain and High Priestess Gosha Clark La Launderbwell of the Church of Launderbwell. They incited humans and half-breeds to consume half-breed goblins as food. They schemed and executed an assassination attempt against our newborn goblin warrior Reedcap. This is a grave provocation against the entire goblin race. It is nothing short of a declaration of war. Oh, my emperor. Senshi Morinuka slapped her forehead, rolled her eyes, and snapped at Grigmod Mudo. Today's incident was instigated solely by the Lord's private militia and the church's priests, not Lord Hanter himself. The narrative is already set. Don't go rewriting it. Grigmod shrugged, grinning impishly. I'm an orc after all. Orcish minds aren't built for subtlety. So don't even think about deducting the warrior's stipend. Senshi choked mid-breath, her green skin flushing crimson, as she glared, teeth clenched at the smirking Halford priest for a long, furious moment, before grinding out, I loathe Halfords. The girl nudged Grigmod, who still seemed eager to spar verbally with the goblin, then asked calmly, must civilians be slaughtered? Kachika Dondon, the green-skinned hobgoblin, narrowed his eyes and lowered his head, idly polishing his meticulously groomed claws. Grigmod straightened, tilted his head back, and stared blankly at the ceiling. The other goblins, hobgoblins, and orcs exchanged knowing, ambiguous smiles, and fell silent just as they had before. The orcs, well, the only 2 orcs present, were busy gnawing on some hard fruit. Senshi Morinuka tapped the table once, lifted her right hand to rest her chin upon its back, and smiled. A smile both cruel and resolute, as she replied. Dear Reedcap, I do not know in what noble household you were raised, but we greatly admire your principle. Goblins do not eat goblins. And if even goblins ought not devour their own kind, then certainly no other despicable race may claim such a right, not even half-breed goblins. Therefore every human in Tesora town who has ever eaten goblin flesh must die. At this, she rose, bracing both hands upon the table, her voice now seething with venom. Not only must they die, they must be eaten by goblins. This is a matter of solemn principle. Otherwise full-scale war will erupt. And all of it is thanks to you, honored warrior Reedcap. Unmoved, the girl stood and met the goblin's gaze directly. Punish the principal architects, spare the minor accomplices. Enact legal reform. Elevate goblin bloodline status. Demand treaty-bound reparations. Expand garrison authority. Cede or open additional territorial rights. Then she turned to Kachika Dondon. Unileak deserves a surname. She was a noble's child from the Hobgoblin Kingdom, abducted and trafficked. Her disappearance, the Moel domain's harboring of her, and her death, all constitute grave diplomatic incidents. She walked slowly to the window and gazed down silently upon the town already flickering with firelight. It had been a long time since she'd stood atop a building and looked downward. The assembled humanoid beings chattered and debated for hours, until the sun sank below the horizon, until the moon rose, until fire and wailing engulfed all of Tesora town, save the mercenary guild and the eastern quarter. She already knew these beings were merely stalling. The course had been set, and no outsider's words could alter it. This world was raw, primal, brutal, and governed by its own immutable laws. Yet strangely, as she watched the town crumble into ruin, observed sanctimonious clergy, slaughtered, saw hobgoblins and orcs burning, butchered half-breed flesh, and witnessed humans and half-breeds aligned with them, forced to cannibalize one another, a faint, unsettling thrill stirred within her. Hobgoblins and orcs had erected massive bonfires across the town. Plump, pale cuts of meat sizzled on skewers as they sang and reveled unrestrained, like beasts long starved of release. She withdrew her gaze. She was hungry. She resolved not to dwell further on Tesora town, for by dawn perhaps Tesora town would no longer exist. Returning to the council chamber, she found the orcs squeezed aside, disgruntled, while goblins, hobgoblins, and orcs devoured their provisions, gnawing and bickering simultaneously. She watched them in silence, placed her small axe upon the table, and instinctively raised her right arm to scratch her scalp, scratching steadily until she keenly heard a faint crisp pop. She extended her hand toward the axe's edge, and instantly a louder crack and a flash of electric sparks erupted. Every goblin in the room froze, eyes wide with astonishment. You have rejected my terms, so I shall not freely reveal how to command lightning or take flight. If you truly wish to embrace the stars and seas, then you must pay the price demanded. She picked up the small axe, strode to Grigmod's side, snatched the half-eaten roasted beefstrack from his hands, took a hearty bite, and kicked him lightly as she headed for the chamber door. Mudo, I'm hungry. On the 25th day of the 5th month year 3022 of the Rafa calendar, corresponding to the 4th day of the 15th month year 4861 of the Kobold calendar, the town of Tesora in the Moel domain of the Gakimi Empire underwent ruthless purging by the 4 goblin-aligned nations' garrisons following a catastrophic diplomatic incident. On the 26th day of the 5th month year 3022 of the Rafa calendar, corresponding to the 5th day of the 15th month year 4861 of the Kobold calendar, the Kobold Empire formally delivered its declaration of war to Lord Hanter, Knight of Honor. On the same day, Sir Hanter issued a sincere apology to the Kobold Empire, and both parties entered formal negotiations. The girl presented an exceedingly simple physical phenomenon based on her understanding of past Western fantasy works, and as she anticipated, the goblins indeed came to disturb her, but the nature of their disturbance was somewhat unexpected. "Oh, honorable warrior, are you saying that what you just demonstrated is Balak? Well, it certainly resembles the phenomenon, but shouldn't that be an explosion caused by high temperatures?" "Shut up. The wisdom of the honorable warrior is like an infinite sea. That must be a miniature Balak. Honorable warrior, could it be that the Balak in the sky is caused by clouds rubbing against each other?" "It's an obvious question. It must be the collision and friction of different clouds. You fools completely miss the crux of the issue. Great honorable warrior, since you can create miniature Balak, can you also create a supersized Balak?" "Oh, by the Emperor. Of course the honorable warrior can create real Balak. The key now is how to utilize Balak. So unparalleled honorable warrior, you must know, right? Honorable warrior Balabala. Balabala. Honorable warrior Balabala." For a full 2 hours the girl had not said a word while these shameless goblins nearly praised her to the status of a creator. In the end, the girl had no choice but to agree to give a public lecture early the next morning. Of course, they had to pay a sufficient price for it, as knowledge itself is priceless. The goblins were very much in favor, believing that while gold is indeed precious, if knowledge could be exchanged for gold, it would be a tremendous bargain. Knowledge is perhaps the only thing that can make goblins generous. Having secured the girl's promise, the goblins very wisely rolled away, and the girl could finally take a breath, while she began to wonder what era this world should be considered. In all the Western fantasy works the girl had seen, be it anime, film, games, or novels, whenever the goblin race appeared, there was certainly a degree of steam industry and electricity application, not to mention the bizarre art of bombs, that left a deep impression. But what about the goblins here? The goblin language and human language do not even have a separate term for electricity. So what good is this high combat power to me? I would rather have a complete set of physics textbooks. The girl rolled around on the bed with her right arm raised, truly unsure of what to say tomorrow. "Lord Reed." The voice of Grigmu appeared at the bedside, startling the girl greatly. Looking at the somewhat awkward Halford priest standing by the bed, the girl sighed deeply and asked helplessly, "Do you always barge into women's rooms like this?" Grigmu nodded blankly, feeling puzzled, as he always entered the rooms of those female beasts like this. Was there a problem? The girl closed her eyes and took a moment, then asked dejectedly, "What do you want from me?" "Well, tomorrow the Kobold Empire will formally submit a declaration of war to the Maul territory." Grigmu replied cautiously. After a long silence, the girl got out of bed and walked to the window overlooking the still burning town of Tysola. "Lord Reed, the Empire has accepted your suggestion, but Tysola must be destroyed, otherwise it would not be good for any party. I believe your wisdom can understand this logic." Grigmu could not help but advise. "I understand, I certainly do. None of the parties really want to take action. The Church and the Lords both need to cover up their crimes. And destroying Tysola can publicly demonstrate the strength and toughness of the goblin race, giving face to the four nations and thus offsetting certain costs. For the four nations, while being on good terms with me, they can also gain a not insignificant benefit. That way everyone is happy except for the commoners. And who cares about them?" The girl spoke exceptionally calmly, coming from a modern information society, and being a liberal arts student with high grades in political history. Perhaps her reaction was not fast enough, but she still held a firm belief in her ideals, yet even a little thought was enough for analysis. "Lord Reed is indeed the warrior praised by the goblins. In fact, doing so would also benefit your ideals." Grigmu praised again, and then cautiously said, "Mudo knows that you expect more than just goblins not eating goblins. You hope for intelligent beings to no longer consume each other. Destroying Tysola means annihilating the sin of cannibalism. At least for other races this can be seen as a signal." With her left hand resting on the windowsill and tapping rhythmically, the girl thought for a moment and turned her head to look at the Halford priest, asking, "Although I know the answer, I still want to ask you, must the world become better through blood and fire?" The girl would never have imagined how this question would morph when it came out of the mouth of the irritable big goblin the next day. Nor did the girl expect that the one bringing her breakfast in the morning would be the very big goblin who looked down on such tasks. This green-skinned big goblin cavalry captain looked at the girl with shining eyes, the dazzling intensity even making her feel a bit blinded. "Honorable warrior, Kachika Momo thanks you for your teachings. The big goblins will surely practice your declarations." After this cavalry captain put down the breakfast, he knelt on one knee, extremely excited, and after saying this he dashed away, leaving the girl sitting on the bed in a daze. The girl shrugged, carefully sniffed the breakfast, and then concluded that this was definitely customized by the employment union. Walking from the 9th floor, where she was provided accommodation, to the 10th floor prayer hall, the girl finally understood what the words of that green-skinned big goblin cavalry captain meant. She now very much wanted to turn around and find that bastard Grigmu to give him a good beating. The future of goblins can only be realized through blood and fire. This was the Reed Kaipu maxim that even the goblins were proclaiming. The girl's pace increased by more than double in the latter half, yet she still could not escape the praises of these goblin races. As the girl stepped onto the main stage of the prayer hall, the goblins, big goblins, and green-skinned orcs, who only knew how to eat, stood up as Grigmu had prohibited them from appearing before the girl to preserve the image of the beasts, and all shouted in unison, the future of goblins can only be realized through blood and fire. The expressionless girl paused for a moment as her left hand held a piece of parchment with the speech outline written on it. She could only raise her unbending right arm and gesture casually. Then she realized that this action seemed a bit off. Thinking these guys would not understand, she couldn't help but laugh and continued to walk up to the stage. After placing the parchment, she turned to look at the charred wooden board that the goblins had made overnight as she requested, along with the critted chalk that had been cut to a suitable size for her small hands. On the side, there was also a larger blackboard where 2 spirited goblins stood on a ladder ready to replicate the writing from the small board behind her. The girl nodded at the 2 goblins looking at the already seated crowd. Her first sentence was, "You all, are you ready to pay what price?" The goblin Berbulika Kekiki, who was responsible for receiving the girl yesterday, stood up from the front row, bowed, and replied, "Honorable Reed Kaipu, given that we do not understand the specific content of the knowledge you are about to impart, we cannot make an effective assessment. Therefore, we have decided to offer you at least 1,000 gold zafu as a basic fee. After you complete your lecture, we will re-evaluate, and then pay you an unlimited amount of wealth based on the specific assessment results." The girl looked at the goblin, Shinshir Moriel Nuka, beside him, who also nodded. The girl shook her head and asked, "Do you think that solely based on my combat power, I would lack money in this world?" "Of course. That is natural. You are the most powerful warrior we have ever seen, so whatever demands you make, the Kobold Empire will consider them seriously." Berbulika immediately replied, a look of course appearing on his face. "Very well, I understand that I will have certain privileges in the foreign nations in the future, and I do not oppose it, as it must exist for a greater ideal." The girl nodded and slowly said, "What I require as a price is very simple. First, within the territories of the Kobold Empire, Dunk Kingdom, Big Goblin Kingdom, and Orc Kingdom, no intelligent being may be treated as food for any reason. No intelligent creature or its products may be consumed for any reason. No intelligent being may be used as a sacrifice ritual item or any means that forcibly deprives them of life for any reason, excluding capital punishment and war." After finishing this long statement, the girl looked at Shunshur Moriel Nuka, knowing that the Kobold Empire was essentially a suzerain state over the other 3 countries, and that this female goblin was the eldest daughter of the powerful Shunshur clan. Her attitude basically represented the stance of the 4 nations. Before the eldest daughter of the Shunshur clan could respond, the big goblins and beasts in attendance began to stir. Sacrifices are a very important culture, and blood sacrifices are almost the earliest method used by all civilizations. If saying goblins do not eat goblins could still garner substantial support from the younger generation, and even some elders completely not using the concept of blood sacrifice, was a different story. Shinshur Moriel Nuka did not speak. She merely turned her head slightly to glance at the beasts and big goblins before revealing a smile, quietly observing this girl warrior. The girl glanced around the entire prayer hall. It was only the big goblins and beasts that were restless, while most of the goblins showed an indifferent attitude, with a few sitting closer, wearing expressions of amusement like Shinshur. Having gained some assurance, she suddenly turned her head and shot a fierce glare at the 2 most disgruntled ones, Kachika Momo and Kachika Dongdong, stopping them. "It seems I must first give you a piece of knowledge for free, a knowledge that is essential for advancing towards a higher civilization." The girl turned around, picked up the critted chalk, drew a stick figure on the small blackboard, and wrote a large human character. The 2 goblins beside her, although confused, nonetheless copied the stick figure and the large character on the big blackboard. The girl pointed at the stick figure and asked, "What race is this? Does anyone know?" Several goblins suddenly stood up ready to speak, but then seemed to think of something and frowned, sitting back down, while the other goblins had clearly figured out the girl's intention and began to ponder thoughtfully. The girl looked at Kachika Momo, raising her head to signal the big goblin cavalry captain to speak. Kachika Momo was taken aback and nervously glanced at Kachika Dongdong, but unfortunately his brother was deeply lost in thought and completely ignored him. Feeling a bit nervous under the girl's gaze, he had no choice but to stand up slowly and reply in a low voice, "No, it has no ears, it's a lizard man." As soon as these words were spoken, the big goblins and beasts all nodded vigorously, as if they had just realized something, casting admiring glances at Kachika Momo. The girl closed her eyes and tilted her head back, taking a deep breath, then raised her left hand and waved it down towards Kachika Momo. "Very good, your observational skills are very sharp, you can sit down now." Before Kachika Momo could show a proud smile, the girl spoke up, "Although your observational skills are indeed sharp, you still answered incorrectly. We must view this figure from a grander and more elevated perspective. 2 feet, standing, freeing the hands, possessing a larger brain capacity. This is a standard for a potentially intelligent species rather than specifically referring to lizardmen." Kachika Momo immediately stood up somewhat unreasonably and shouted, "Honorable warrior, giant lizards and giant snakes are also intelligent beings, but they are not like this." Suppressing the urge to throw the chalk, the girl smiled and raised her bandaged right hand and said, "Kachika Momo, student Nemo, please raise your hand like this next time. If I see you, I will naturally let you speak. This is a serious issue of classroom discipline and politeness." "Oh." Although not fully understanding hearing the words discipline and politeness, Kachika Momo obediently responded and sat down, then lifted his right hand straight up in a slanted manner like the girl's. The girl looked at Kachika Momo's familiar hand-raising manner, instantly amused, yet angry, and nodded, saying, "Very well, then Kachika Momo, do you have anything else to add?" Kachika Momo stood up abruptly, but this time his words were different from the previous silly ones. "Warrior, what you mean is that the intelligent races similar to that pattern are actually one in a larger sense, right?" This remark surprised the girl, indicating a need to reassess the wisdom of the goblins. "I am pleasantly surprised if indeed all intelligent races that possess this form share a unified characteristic on a larger dimension." "I understand. So you mean to expand the idea of goblins do not eat goblins into a broader context, but what is the purpose of doing so? Humans, elves, lizardmen, their blood flows differently from ours, and they have entirely different ancestors. How does this differ from the distinction between beasts and us? Since they are no different from beasts to us, why can't we eat them?" Kachika Momo's reasoning and logic were very clear, completely unlike the foolish goblin stereotype the girl had in mind. "Of course it's because I find it barbaric," she thought, but the girl knew she shouldn't try to persuade these beings who had battled and devoured each other for thousands of years with such hollow concepts. So let the void be void, let the oppression be oppression. The specific promotion of civilization can come slowly. Oh, what matters more now is a good outcome to start with. She nodded and smiled, saying, "You are absolutely right. If we only focus on this planet." "Oh, do you understand what a planet is?" "Sure enough, the wise warrior. You understand this principle too." Blabulika Kekiki excitedly bent down and took out something resembling a globe from under the desk. "What the hell kind of other world is this? Has it developed to this extent already?" The girl's eyes widened uncontrollably as she stepped down from the podium to closely examine this globe. This globe, about the size of the girl's head, was exquisitely crafted with 3 continents and islands like Lioli and Oku carved in detail according to the general topography, with large oceans also carved to reflect regions of extreme climate. Blabulika's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly thrilled by the girl's acknowledgement of the concept of planet. Shinshi Morielnuka raised an eyebrow and asked, "Honorable warrior, do you also support the idea of Earth?" "Not support, this is a fact." The girl liked this globe very much and said without hesitation, "The planet beneath our feet is also one star among the vast Olams, one of the luckiest life planets among billions of stars." "What a—" Shinshi Morielnuka and many goblins suddenly stood up, filled with unparalleled excitement. "Honorable warrior, do you mean that the Kobold Emperor really exists?" "Ugh, the holy words of the Kobold Emperor are true. Ugh. Oh, Emperor above. I should restudy goblin language." This was the fastest talking goblin, but it seemed he had exposed something due to his careless words. "Quiet." Shinshi Morielnuka raised a hand to silence the excited goblins, suppressing her own emotions, and asked in a less sharp voice, "Warrior, do you mean there are other life planets in the Starry Sea?" Only then did the girl realize that the goblins seemed to hold some tremendous secret, but she first answered Shinshi Morielnuka's question. "I don't know, but probabilistically that is indeed the case. When the number of stars is sufficient, there must be planets capable of giving rise to life. When such planets are numerous enough, there will certainly be other life planets. Therefore, when there are enough other life planets, there will definitely be races capable of traversing the Starry Sea. When such races discover us, it is likely to be the day of doom. This understanding of your thinking should be correct, right?" Suddenly a voice the girl was very familiar with reached her ears, and her blood began to boil uncontrollably. Almost at the moment this sentence ended, she had drawn her small axe and tackled the speaker at the entrance of the prayer hall, Della Kunka. "How dare you show up?" The tackled light elf remained calm, still wearing a somewhat loving smile. "Elves and fairies never lie. Though I fear your power, I will naturally come to see you again when you are calm enough, Raid Cape. Words are so powerful that they can mislead others without needing to lie. Do you think I'm a fool, eh?" The axe blade pressed against the light elf's neck, and the drool flowing from the goblin's mouth, attracted by the elf's fragrance, dripped down. The girl quietly inhaled and felt a bit flushed in the face. "I have never manipulated your memories in any way." The telekinetic force separated the dripping drool and wrapped it as it fell silently to the ground. "My lord Raid Lord Kunka has come for discussions regarding the matters of Taisola Town. Please restrain yourself for the time being." Grigmu had already stood up when the light elf's group entered the prayer hall. As he expected, the girl did indeed react strongly. He immediately ran over and whispered into the girl's ear. "Tisk." The girl was helped up by the Halford priest, walking towards the podium with dissatisfaction. She did not want to get involved in such matters. Understanding it privately was one thing, but directly participating made her afraid she might lose control. However, just as she was tidying up the unused parchment, a delicate white hand rested on the podium. The wise and benevolent warrior should at least finish one topic before leaving, right? The girl looked up. It was a tall woman dressed in a silk long-sleeve garment, with beautiful short curly black hair and brown eyes. Her face was slightly square, with an arrogant and sharp gaze, clearly exuding a feeling of "I am a noble." A strong sense of disgust completely overwhelmed the girl's body. This feeling made her unwilling to control herself. The small axe was instantly drawn and swung down fiercely, cutting a large pit about 1 pace wide into the ground. The tall woman was saved by an even taller half-lizardman in half-armor who pulled her away. She turned pale with fright, and after a moment of stunned silence, angrily screamed, "Damn commoner! Execute her!" With the tall woman's furious reprimand, the temperature in the entire prayer hall seemed to drop a few degrees. Shinchi Morionuka, who had been watching the scene, stood up and stared at the woman, asking, "Lady Hans, you better be sure you didn't say anything wrong just now." The tall woman, who had slightly calmed down, seemed to have no intention of taking back her words. She turned her head and glared at Shinchi Morionuka, saying fiercely, "Of course I know what I'm saying. You from the Shinchi family should pay attention to your attitude. Execute this commoner, or hand her over to me. Otherwise, the Mawel family will seriously reconsider the iron or trade." Swish, swish. Suddenly a sound came from the podium, and everyone looked over to see the girl silently brushing away the stick figure and that strange person. After placing the brush down, she turned around, ignoring the Lady Hans and the light elf, and calmly asked the many goblins, big goblins and orcs, "Have you counted how many mixed blood goblins have tragically perished in the Mawel territory?" "Oh, Raid," Delakunka immediately called, shaking his head at the girl. The girl merely shot him a cold glance and continued, "I considered that the Starry Sea is too distant. We should focus on the present." Kachika Momo was right. The blood within is proof of kin. So are mixed blood goblins not our kin? Of course they are. If we reject these kin who share the same blood, they will be left homeless. I don't know if anyone present has ever been a wanderer. I don't know if anyone present has ever gnawed on rotten meat atop corpses. I don't know if anyone present has ever turned over thick leaves to search for fat tender worms. I don't know if anyone present has ever been expelled, deceived, hunted, or chased down. But I know that all of this has happened and continues to happen to our mixed blood kin, including to me. You as purebloods can show arrogance towards your mixed blood kin, but you cannot allow any foreign race to bully even one mixed blood kin. Those foreign races that bully, insult, and kill not only a single mixed blood kin, but also bully, insult, and kill all goblin bloodlines. Listen to this human lord's arrogance. She actually dares to stand on this land and slander a goblin warrior as a commoner. Yes, right beneath our feet, all of you think this is human territory. Who remembers that this was once the territory of a goblin chieftain? The land nourished by the blood and dignity of our ancestors. What do you show me? A tribe driven out of their homeland. A tribe that doesn't even dare to shelter their blood kin. The glory of goblins being everywhere in the world has been abandoned by you. It has been trampled fiercely underfoot by you. Where is your dignity? Where is your honor? As long as there's a mixed blood goblin suffering injustice, our dignity does not exist. As long as these shameless humans still rampage on our former homeland, our dignity does not exist. As long as on this planet this race called goblin is fragmented, our dignity does not exist. As long as when people of other races mention the term goblin, they will sneer, our dignity does not exist. Just now when I entered this prayer hall, you shouted the true meaning of a beautiful future. I thought we had hope. I thought we still had the possibility of dignity. I even began to imagine the vastness of the Starry Sea. But I was wrong. How long has it been since the bones of our kin fell into the fire from your hands? You actually dare to do business with the enemies who have occupied our homeland for 1,000 years and devoured the flesh and blood of our kin. Tell me, have your bones completely softened? Are there no more hot blood flowing in your veins? Has the name of your ancestors ceased to be Goblin? If you are still a member of Goblin, if you still cherish the glory of Goblin, if you still hope for a better future for Goblin, tell me, tell Raid Cape, what should you do? Why? After a brief moment of silence led by the big goblins, most of the goblins and orcs shouted in unison, the future of goblins can only be achieved through blood and fire. The girl raised her right hand tied with a wooden stick and bandage and shouted loudly, blood and fire. The big goblins and orcs began to boil, mimicking the girl's actions, shouting along, blood and fire. Blood and fire. Long live goblins. This time many goblins joined in, long live goblins. Blood and fire. Blood and fire. Long live goblins. Long live goblins. The short girl turned her head, skipping over the light elf who had his face in his hands, and looked at the furious Lady Hans, pulling a cruel smile. You want war. Very well. Goblins want war too. It turns out that no matter how magical something is, it becomes exceedingly complex when it enters reality. Every detail of every matter must conform to the rules of reality to match its logic. The notion that reality has no logic is merely the delusional revelry of escapists. This is a prayer hall, not a beer tavern. The audience consists of goblins, big brothers, and orcs, not the privileged class of Bavaria. Similarly, the young girl would receive reverence and protection from the 4 goblin nations, while another party leader could only be captured and imprisoned. Yet in one regard they are united. No war would erupt from an abrupt speech. Well, aside from the fervent big brothers and orcs present, no one intended to start hostilities, and the main speaker did not wish to either. I never expected Hans to be a woman. The girl slumped on the bed, her limbs hanging down. A small fairy was feeding her drinks and various fruits, while another slightly larger fairy floated above her head, playfully pressing on her head as the girl wished. Hans is male, replied the fairy responsible for the massage. The girl felt a bit dazed. That attire, that appearance, that figure. Well, perhaps that was padded. And that flawless tone and voice. Sigh, one can only say that the thinking and talent of nobles are often beyond the imagination of commoners. Generous Reed, should I report the progress of the negotiations to you? Another fairy flew in, fluttering her large eyes, as if hoping the girl would agree. Furrowing her brow, the girl jumped off the bed and walked to the window to look down. Most buildings in Tysola town, aside from those around the church and the mercenary guild, had become ruins, and many seemingly weak adventurers were clearing the remains of various creatures. It is unknown which side's commission they received, but judging by their jovial demeanor, the reward must be considerable. Let's hear it then. After observing the ruins beneath her for a while, the girl raised her head to gaze at the rolling green hills in the distance and softly replied, "All right, due to the disruption caused by the generous Reed, the big brothers and orcs have taken a very tough stance. Thus Lord Hance has agreed to designate the entire northern region of the Mawal territory, including Tysola town, as a goblin sanctuary. Within the sanctuary, any intelligent beings with Schweizet bloodline or above among the goblins will enjoy the same rights as pure-blooded humans, goblins, big brothers, and orcs. Furthermore, to ensure the actual normal operation of the sanctuary, the Kobold Empire, the Goblin Kingdom, and the Dunk Kingdom will jointly establish a security force in the sanctuary fully responsible for all security issues within. To express the disruptions and losses caused to Lord Reed by certain extreme believers, the church will completely withdraw from the Mawal territory and compensate Lord Reed with at least 10 designated non-noble slaves, while also presenting a complete set of knightly armor, which can be designed by Lord Reed and crafted by the Royal Craftsman Association of the Kobold Empire." Wait a moment. The girl interrupted the fairy's report, turning her head to ask, "What does it mean to compensate with slaves? Are slaves very valuable?" "Not necessarily, it depends on the bloodline, but some special hybrids can also be quite valuable. Does the generous Reed need Illimoli to offer suggestions?" The fairy flew onto the girl's shoulder and cheerfully replied while swinging her legs, "If Reed is preparing to reproduce, this is a great opportunity. The Church's slave reserve is very well established. Even if you want rare dragon elves, that's not impossible." The girl raised an eyebrow. Dragon elf. Yet another completely unfamiliar term. During this time, she had already discovered that the goblin's memories in this body were like those of a child trapped in a deep mountain. Perhaps due to bloodline or education, there was some knowledge in childhood, but afterward it remained confined to this limited knowledge with no further advancement. However, she was not interested in this now, as she was more concerned about the massive conflict, and why the church and others believed that merely 10 slaves and a set of armor could quell such a relentless enmity. She believed this must have been a thoroughly discussed outcome deemed appropriate by all parties. Reproduce. I'm not interested. What else is there besides slaves and useless armaments? Don't tell me those are the only 2 things of little significance. Do they not intend to hand over that priest?" The girl snorted coldly, returning to the bedside, gently tugging at the small feet of the fairy on her shoulder, which elicited a burst of laughter. Casually picking up a sweet and sour little fruit and tossing it into her mouth, she removed her underwear and shorts, her bare waist stretching as she walked into the washroom, surrounded by 3 fairies. "The church firmly asserts that Priest Gosha has already been killed by you." The fairy named Illimoli wrapped a small piece of bath soap in a fine linen towel and then gently wiped it over the girl's body. Lord Kanka remained silent, so this can only be assumed. "Why are you unwilling to meet Lord Kanka?" Although goblins cannot mate with pure-blooded elves, making friends is not a problem. The girl lay back comfortably in the bathtub, allowing the fairy to wash her. Upon hearing Illimoli's last words, a hint of coldness flashed in her slightly opened eyes. "The light elves are too greedy, since they are unwilling to pay a sufficient price. True new magic will forever be beyond their reach. Generous Reed Clokey suggests you accept the church's compensation and the goodwill of the elves, while steering clear of the greedy goblins." The smallest fairy interjected, while energetically washing the girl's neck. Initially planning to tease the small fairy stereotype, the girl paused, but seemed that aside from Unikaka, who had been somewhat crafty regarding rewards, all other fairies spoke. Without thinking, so she asked, "Then why does our little Clokey say such things? Did you hear some strange news?" Clokey heard Shinshi, said Reed thinks too much of. "Unlike primitive goblins, you resemble a goblin, so they are considering introducing you to the Goblin Emperor as a concubine." The small fairy sneakily licked the girl's chin, her tiny tongue making her feel a bit ticklish. "That seems unrelated to greed, right? From the goblin's perspective, this is actually for my benefit, right? Although I would definitely refuse." The girl did not understand the small fairy's meaning. Discovering an excellent female to introduce to the emperor on one hand binds the female, while on the other hand gains higher power for the family, etc. is considered quite normal political maneuvering, thus associating it with greed seems somewhat unreasonable. "Hey, generous Reed, you are a primitive goblin. Are you willing to give up the power of the Goblin Amara and let your clan merge into the goblins?" All 3 fairies flew up, looking at the girl in confusion. The generous Reed is not aware of this. Female primitive goblins always return to their clan to become goblin amas after reaching adulthood. The 3 fairies flew in circles above the bathtub, expressing their surprise as if they were singing. The girl furrowed her brow. There was nothing in her goblin memories about this, and she had not felt any so-called bloodline calling. Could it be that this body had not yet reached adulthood? "Wait," she asked in shock, "are you saying? You all know I am a pure-blood goblin." "Of course. Though Reed looks very much like a Reviate goblin, he is indeed a pure-blood primitive goblin. Doesn't Reed know this himself? What a strange inheritance of blood." The 3 fairies began chattering about why a primitive goblin would not know they were a primitive goblin. That was how those little broken things called themselves when they were in the wasteland. The term for mother in the goblin language, along with the primitive goblins' oviparous mode of reproduction, led the girl to believe that primitive goblins have a social structure similar to that of ant or bee colonies. Now it seems that this might indeed be the case. So the goblins know too. After a brief shock, the girl pressed on. If female pure-blood goblins were equivalent to a queen bee or ant, then her value would be entirely different. How could those foolish goblins possibly know? The secret of Reed Cape will forever be kept until the extinction of all living beings. The three fairies suddenly changed their expressions from playful to serious, reciting what Unikaka had said at that time before returning to their playful demeanor. But Lord Kanka must be suspicious, right? But he probably wouldn't care about such things, right? Reed, why don't you accept Lord Kanka's goodwill? The girl observed the fairies' reactions and did not immediately respond. Instead, she tilted her head back and closed her eyes. It seemed that Unikaka had indeed used some magic that linked the entire clan, causing the fairies to keep her secret tightly. At least they would not actively mention it to other races. So what should she do next? First, she would definitely have to send Unaliki's remains to the Great Goblin Kingdom for burial, and then what? The original plan to find her way home would have to take a detour. She did not trust the Light Elves. Even if she were to trade with the Light Elves, she would need sufficient capital to ensure they would trade honestly. She had seen enough of what was called magic in this world. Relying on this monstrous body, she would probably not fear facing any so-called magician unknown. But what if it were 10? What about 100? Just a thought constraint could lead to her instant defeat, right? Therefore, she must have other powers. Oh, this damn formula of farming and competing. How can a liberal arts student who can't even distinguish between a blast furnace and a flat furnace play? Or devote herself to the Goblin Emperor, then engage in palace intrigue to rise to power and govern behind the scenes? Forget it, farming and competing seems more reliable. What is Reed worried about? Illimori flew to the girl's side, carefully wiping her large ears. Fairies are very smart too. If Reed has any worries, you can tell the fairies. Illimori, how much do you fairies actually know about my secrets? The delicate little hand wiping the bath sponge on her ear made the girl pause her thoughts and softly ask, Reed's secret? Reed Cape may be the pure-blood goblin remnant of the last millennium, because she comes from the Shika hut of the Ahaya forest, but Reed Cape possesses knowledge, languages, and scripts that even the fairies do not understand or have seen. Thus the fairies do not know whether Reed Cape truly comes from Shika hut. After all, the bugs tend to forget things easily. Illimori's voice was very soft, just enough for the girl to hear, even when close to her ear. So actually the fairies don't know much, but it is indeed very secretive. Thinking this, the girl asked again, Illimori, I don't trust elves, but I may have to make some trades with them, possibly even involving the Elf King. How can I ensure they will trade honestly? While Illimori hopes that Reed can understand that fairies and pureblood elves do not lie, it seems Reed would not accept this, which is a problem that fairies have never encountered. Illimori flew around in circles several times before drooping down to rest on one side of the girl's face, mumbling. Illimori also doesn't know what to do. Fairies have never met a creature that does not trust pureblood elves. The girl laughed at the fairy's antics, no longer thinking about the issue, and grabbed Illimori, giving her a bath, just like washing a doll from her childhood. Without a greeting, the girl pushed the door open and walked into the council chamber, which naturally drew discontent from Lord Hance again. However, the small axe that was inserted on the council table effectively silenced some people's nonsense. I heard that Gidio was killed by me. I would like to know who found out about this before me. The girl did not look at the church person wearing a tall hat and yellow-white robe, but stared intently at Delakanka. Delakanka merely smiled and met the girl's gaze, neither dodging nor responding. After glaring at the light elf for a while to establish her stance, the girl turned to the church person in the tall hat and said, 20 battle slaves at least of Shimonet Goblin or Great Goblin bloodline, and 20 sets of cavalry equipment and mounts must be prepared. And mine, Gidia, should know what equipment and mounts are suitable for me. She then turned to Shinshi Morarunka, leaning in close to whisper, put away those outdated ideas, don't force me to rely on the despised elves. You should know I have a mentally challenged mist elf teacher. After saying that, she raised herself and spoke in a normal voice with a somewhat gentle tone. Due to some unpleasant matters, let's postpone the issue of the lecture until I travel to the Kobod Empire, shall we? After all, my top priority now is to return the remains of a fellow compatriot to their homeland. The deceased must be honored. What do you think, Miss Shinshi? Of course, the warrior's care for their kin is evident, and naturally the burial of this compatriot comes first. The Empire's subsidies and condolences for the warrior will be sent tomorrow. Please check on them then. Shinshi Morarunka slowly stood up, politely affirming the girl's words. The girl smiled and nodded, drawing out the small axe and turning to leave the council chamber. Halfway through, she suddenly turned back, quickly rushed to Delakanka and grabbed his collar, baring her teeth and glaring at him for a moment, then seemingly unwillingly let go of his collar, giving his chair a little kick before turning briskly to leave. Tomato Novel Goblin Princess is seeking review segments for free electricity. Sending love. Would these guys believe her clumsy performance? The girl was not worried at all. Although her acting was poor, no one would gamble on her tendencies or whether she might go mad for a trivial gain. She decided to bury Unalikis' remains and then temporarily disappear. There were still many places in this world that needed understanding, and she had examples of what happened when one acted rashly like a fool. She truly needed to calm down and remain low-key for a while. To express her stance, the girl moved from the cobboard tower to the base of the Big Goblin Kingdom, indicating that once Unalica's preservation was completed and the coffin was ready, she would move into her tent and await departure. The Big Goblins specially prepared a tent for the girl, but it was well known that in this era the environment of the mercenary guild and the cobboard tower was a stark contrast to other places. However, the girl did not complain. The Big Goblin side was at least better than that of the orcs. Since the Big Goblins only had oil glands, there were hardly any biting insects here. Moreover, the girl discovered that the Big Goblins seemed to excrete less. Although she could not compare it to her own complete lack of excretion, sweating aside, it was not the behavior of a normal biological entity. The strange situation brought the benefit that the base really did not smell much. Similarly, since the Big Goblins did not have sweat glands, there were many cryogenic facilities in the base to cool off, which made the girl understand why the cobboard tower was so cool. The girl, having asked the gnomes for a pile of paper, pens, and candles, was alone in her tent writing and drawing. She had a cryogenic basin hanging above her head, and the cold air slowly flowed down onto her, feeling more comfortable than air conditioning. The girl did not attempt to analyze any situational issues. She was silently reviewing her past memories. There were serious subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, politics, history, and literature, as well as some sci-fi works, anime, Western fantasy, and even cultivation that she still remembered. In this era of magic that was backward in application and technology that was strangely ignorant, these reliable and unreliable memories were the most precious treasures. The light in the girl's tent shone late into the night. Just as the silver disk was about to set in the west, she called for a night watch Big Goblin guard to bring a fire pit, unabashedly burning the papers one by one outside the tent. A slight breeze inexplicably brushed over her, evaporating some of the sweat from the heat, and the comfort of the summer night, combined with distant memories, caused the girl to feel a bit dazed. Unintentionally, the wind picked up a bit, and one or two sheets of paper that had not yet been burned flew away, swirling with sparks as they floated off. The Big Goblin guard originally intended to chase after them, but after a twitch of his ears, he stopped and did not look at the girl, maintaining a straight posture. Once a large batch of papers had burned completely, the girl smiled and patted the guard's arm, softly thanking him. In the following days, the girl lived quite leisurely. Whenever she had nothing to do, she would stroll around the cobboard tower, occasionally picking up some exquisite little gadgets to toy with, and then disdainfully tossing them aside, drawing various resentful glances from the gnomes. Perhaps due to the papers blown away by the playful wind, despite their eyes being red from curiosity, the gnomes restrained themselves and did not disturb the girl again. Of course, it could also be that Senki had enough authority. What made the girl feel a bit better was receiving a message. Although she had sustained some injuries during the conflict, under the protection of Moxinia, Shalina had managed to escape the massacre that night. The two of them had already set off for the Big Goblin Kingdom, and it was clear they had received information about the girl's whereabouts. Another amusing piece of news was that the light elf Leviat from the Mercenary Guild had come to her door with a mournful expression. Due to the girl's reckless behavior, Tysola Town would be unable to restore its economic trade for a long time, which made the guild's higher-ups very angry. Although they would not deduct her stored wealth, her employment contract would undoubtedly be voided and subsequent compensation would be lost. However, the guild also brought a highly targeted secret contract. They were willing to pay a large sum to commission the girl to convey a message to the Big Goblin King. They hoped to obtain approval for directly employing pure-blooded Big Goblin warriors, and as long as the message was delivered properly, the girl agreed to this contract after inquiring indirectly with Kachika Dongdong. The girl did not ask or speculate about the guild's intentions. She believed no one could anticipate that she would disappear after arriving at the Big Goblin Kingdom. When the target being used vanished, all schemes and conspiracies would naturally turn to dust. The battle slaves sent by the church arrived on the 9th day after the destruction of Tysola Town, and the timing was very clever. On the 34th day of the 3022nd year of the Lafa calendar, the last day of May, the coronation ceremony, invited by priest Godia, would take place the next day, June 1 St. Furthermore, thanks to the robust constitution of the Big Goblins, the girl's right arm was fully healed on this day. Indeed, any world, any era, any religion's church is a troublesome entity. Although she murmured this in her heart, the girl still smiled as she watched Kachika Dongdong and Grigmamudo inspect the battle slaves. The inspection process was somewhat tedious and humiliating, at least from the girl's perspective, yet she did not stop it. Having experienced Tysola Town and remembered various bizarre practices of different churches who knew whether these battle slaves had hidden dangers. 17 half-blood Big Goblins and 3 half-blood primitive goblins, all female, standing naked in a large tent that had been freed up in the Big Goblin base. This was requested by the girl. According to Kachika Dongdong and Grigmamudo, they should have surrounded them with guards from both tribes outside. Like livestock, from their ears to their teeth to their throats, from their shaved heads to their chests to their toes. The girl firmly refused the two's request to inspect the battle slaves' lower bodies, but she had to act in their stead. After Grigmamudo conducted the mysterious mental probe on all 20 individuals, the girl finally accepted the contract of servitude handed over by the church. She had intended to immediately grant the battle slaves their freedom, but was stopped by Kachika Dongdong. Warrior, I do not understand your thoughts, but even if you insist on setting them free, please wait until we are in the Big Goblin Kingdom to discuss it. At least they're those who gain their freedom won't be immediately hunted down, nor will they become uncontrollable chaos. The girl was quite dissatisfied with the mounts, but could not find a reason to refute. The church seemed unusually generous this time, providing all 20 battle slaves with expensive Velocis beasts, which were also partially armored. However, the girl's mount was somewhat abstract, a fully armored Balac beast that would roar upon seeing her. Respected warrior, you really need to understand, after all, mounts that can bear full armor and carry your weapons are truly rare. This was what that high-hat priest reluctantly said, looking at the long-handled axe scythe reforged with ball mace materials in her hand, and then at the knight's long swords held by the 20 battle slaves. She felt guilty, yet sensed something was off, and could only hum a few sounds in resignation. Goblin Princess is online seeking free segment reviews for power generation. The moon rose serenely from the east, as the maiden gently stroked the polished surface of the coffin, within which Unaliki lay motionless, her body anointed with an unguent that shimmered faintly under the lunar light. The coffin was modest in size, just long enough to accommodate at a slight angle the knightly greatsword that towered a head taller than the maiden herself, and just wide enough for Unaliki to lie perfectly still within. The battered greatsword had been thoroughly cleaned and oiled, now resting diagonally across Unaliki's chest, cradled loosely by her crossed hands. Beside the sword's tip sat a sealed earthen jar containing her salt-cured viscera. I still do not understand why you chose this path, but I will deliver you to the ideal state. You spoke of the sanctuary you believed could shelter us. I do not know whether I can persuade Lord Bryn to build a martyr's memorial park, but I shall try my utmost, if only to ensure your name endures. Having whispered these words, the maiden lifted the lid and closed it with tender care, then took up the coffin nails one by one and secured them firmly. Pausing with a hand resting upon the lid, she hesitated, realizing she knew no prayer, then turned and gave a quiet nod to Kachika before walking toward the Barak beast. Per the maiden's directive, the coffin was carried in a four-wheeled covered cart drawn by two medium-sized armored dinosaurs. This cart occupied the center of the procession, the very heart of the column, as the maiden insisted with unwavering conviction, earning unanimous praise from Lord Bryn and the Orcish warriors alike. At the vanguard rode 4 hybrid Bryn warrior slaves who would rotate duties as scouts once the column departed the ruins of Thessalia town. Behind them marched 6 heavily armed orc warriors, unfailingly the first line of defense, and should calamity strike, the most expendable frontline bulwark. Next came 11 Toltean heavy cavalry, led by Kachika, their Toltean mounts bearing half-tower shields and heavy crossbows on either flank. Versatile warriors capable of fulfilling nearly any battlefield role. 14 fully armored green-skinned Orcish heavy infantry followed, closely flanking both supply wagons and the coffin cart. The Goblin envoy's covered wagon was nestled securely between the coffin cart and 3 hybrid primal Goblin warrior slaves, clearly designated as a priority protected asset. Bringing up the rear was a tight formation of 13 hybrid Bryn warrior slaves surrounding the Barak beast. The maiden had declined the Goblin envoy's invitation to share his carriage, explaining simply that the Barak beast would shriek uncontrollably without her. Indeed, its ceaseless grating howls were unbearable to all others. If there was anything discordant about this column, aside from the Barak beast, it was the sylph Alemali perched atop the maiden's head. She had secured Alemali's contract from the mercenary guild for a full 80 Zaf coins. 2 other sylphs had proven too short-lived in service, and the maiden simply could not afford the exorbitant 300 Zaf fee demanded for a sylph's full-term contract. In truth, ever since Alemali joined the column, no foolhardy creature dared approach to attack. Whether they could prevail in battle was one matter, but wounding a sylph would incur the wrath of the Sylvan court of fate, too dire to contemplate. Legend held that a foolish human noble once committed such an atrocity, triggering a continent-wide beast tide witnessed by every sentient race. Upon hearing Kachika remark, the maiden's first impulsive thought was to bring a sylph into battle, only to receive a gentle but firm tap on the forehead from the benevolent sylph herself. Sylphs were neither fools nor participants in mortal strife. With warriors comprising the overwhelming majority of the column, progress was swift. When the great silver disk of the moon had traversed only a quarter of its arc across the sky, the scouting warrior slaves had already reached the border between the Gakimiri Empire and the Veth Kamala Empire. As 2 half-armored Velets beasts entered the field of vision of the frontier watchtower, a shrill alarm horn sounded, and over 100 torches flared to life, casting long flickering light far down the road ahead. From afar, Kachika raised a hand in greeting. At once, green-skinned orcs beside the supply wagons hoisted 3 great banners: the Goblin Emperor's portrait standard of the Kobold Empire, the Warbladin Shinbone banner of the Bryn Kingdom, and the Colossal Club banner of the Dunk Kingdom. The scouting warrior slaves were recalled, and every member of the column sheathed their weapons or slung them across their backs. Thus, this conspicuously well-armed column, bearing the 3 banners, advanced slowly to a halt roughly 100 meters from the frontier post. The maiden sat cross-legged atop the Barak beast, watching curiously as Kachika surreptitiously passed a small pouch to one of the frontier guards, who tucked it away with practiced ease, prompting the maiden to purse her lips in mild disdain. "Is Rueda displeased?" asked Alemali the sylph, tilting her head with emphatic grace as she nuzzled the maiden's cheek. "Not particularly. Corruption and decay are natural. This is the very essence of sentient life. The maiden smiled faintly, utterly unperturbed. If Alemele walked at the front instead, none of this trouble would arise, teased the sylph, fluttering playfully around the maiden in widening circles, scattering motes of starlight that drifted down like luminous snowflakes. Indeed, even those who accepted bribes remained sharply observant. When the frontier cavalrymen, having dismounted to inspect the supply wagons, caught a glimpse of the sylph hovering faintly at the column's rear, they immediately returned and gathered around Kachika Momo, gesturing urgently toward the tail of the procession and asking pointed questions. Within the space of 2 sentences, the second cavalryman, ignoring Kachika Momo's protest, hastily returned the coin pouch, then dismounted alongside his comrade to begin a meticulous inspection. So this has become more complicated, hasn't it? The maiden, grasping the soldier's sudden reluctance to accept the bribe and their newfound diligence, asked mischievously, "Are they afraid of the sylph's loose tongue?" "Hey, Rueda mustn't speak ill of sylphs. Alemele will be cross," pouted Alemele, tugging playfully at the maiden's hair as though attempting to swing on it, though her locks proved far too short for such antics. The maiden lifted her gently into her palms and kissed her brow. "Fly to Kachika Momo and retrieve the pouch. Some unwritten customs, though informal, serve practical ends, and turning a blind eye to them is no sin." Alemele brushed her nose against the maiden's in return, then fluttered off toward the head of the column. Her sudden flight puzzled the 2 frontier guards, but they dared not pause their inspection. When they reached the coffin, hesitation gripped them. In this age, coffins were reserved almost exclusively for nobility, yet Goblinkind, including goblins themselves, customarily cremated their dead. A coffin among goblin allies was deeply suspicious, yet opening it, they dared not. Whether it truly held noble remains or concealed treachery, the first to lift the lid would surely perish. They glanced sideways at the green-skinned orcs, at the Bryn warriors ahead, eyes burning with barely contained fury. "Shall we open the coffin? If protocol demands it, we shall comply, but pray you allow us to honor the deceased with solemnity and peace." A voice, light yet edged with goblin rasp, drifted from the column's rear. Lifting their eyes, they saw only the soft, candleless radiance of the sylph's starlight obscuring her features. "Since the honorable warrior has spoken, proceed as duty requires," chimed another sharp, piercing voice, followed by the emergence of a goblin envoy from the coffin cart, clad in flamboyant, opulent attire. What sort of warrior commands such grandeur? Surely some noble-born champion. The 2 guards exchanged glances, hearts sinking further. With a sylph present and explicit permission granted, could they dare open it? No. Could they refuse outright? Also no. If uncertain, consult your superior. What wage do you earn in a month that warrants such peril? A half-forgotten jest surfaced in the maiden's mind. Her tongue slipped before reason intervened. Instantly she regretted it. Had she just invited needless complication? The 2 soldiers' eyes widened, misinterpreting her words entirely, before bowing hastily and bolting back to the frontier post on their mounts, vanishing in a cloud of dust. She slapped herself and smiled apologetically at the goblin, whose face resembled someone suffering from constipation, as her cheeks flushed red. Ahead, Kachika Momo smacked his lips, gazing into the distance as the shadow of a figure, Bien Ka, appeared, observing the battle slaves who were starting to take up defensive positions, hesitating to speak. Thus he led the 2 older goblin knights to the front to wait for Bien Ka's arrival, hoping to prevent the battle slaves from acting impulsively and ruining the situation. Before long, a sound of taut ropes echoed, and Bien Ka emerged, flanked by 2 squads of 20 leather-armored velociraptors and 1 fully armored velociraptor. As 18 of them stepped out, Bien Ka slightly spread out, surrounding the 3, led by the fully armored velociraptor as they approached the group. Kachika Momo sighed and went to meet them alone. Though the distance was not far, being upwind meant the girl could not hear clearly, yet a few phrases like "the warrior is still young and inexperienced," and "the noble child's inability" reached her ears. Unfortunately, her temples throbbed with anger at her own stupidity, and the red-faced girl simply leaned down on the Balak beast and pretended to be dead. A small misunderstanding, and after completing the process and receiving double the reward, it would be over. However, Bien Ka's defensive fortifications and some equipment piqued the girl's curiosity. To her surprise, the border of the Western fantasy world bore some resemblance to the Divine Land, with fortresses built in defensible yet hard-to-attack locations surrounded by multiple layers of stone walls, trenches, or wooden fences, with arrow towers, corridors, and catapults between the fortifications. Listening to Kachika Momo's explanation, she learned that due to border trade factors, this Bien Ka was relatively weak, so the fortifications she saw could only be considered a temporary hideout for troops. There was only 1 stone wall and 1 trench on either side, and the tall catapults were outdated, with only a handful remaining. The girl looked curiously at Bien Ka, while the people in Bien Ka's fortifications gazed curiously at this petite warrior riding a Balak beast. Occasionally, comments about the Balak beast seeming more suitable as a heavy mount floated through the ranks, and even Kachika Momo pondered this novel yet evident idea while stroking his chin. The group successfully exited the Bien Ka of the Jaijimi Empire, and the same process was reenacted at the Bien Ka outside the 2 stades of the Witkamara Empire, during which the girl remained very quiet. Seeing the attire and weaponry almost identical to that of the Jaijimi Empire, the girl squinted her eyes, as it did not seem like 2 empires. As the moon began to set in the west, the group had already delved into the Wit-Kamara Empire, and the girl began to inquire of the fairy spirit about her confusion. Is the Jayajimi Empire a vassal of the Kamara Empire? Elimali blinked and shook her head in response. How could that be? Humans are the most internally conflicted race. Although it seems the royal families on both sides frequently intermarry, I don't understand their way of thinking. Huh. Then why did the soldiers at the Bien Ka just now have everything the same except for the badges? The girl was utterly puzzled. Oh, because they are not imperial soldiers. They are mercenaries from the Guild of Hirelings. Elimali pulled out a bag of small fruits from a small basket attached to the side of the Balak beast and fed one to the girl. Huh. The girl widened her eyes, wondering what this was. A border defense. This was supposed to be a permanent border defense. This is a border trade area, and whether it be the church, the elves, or the guild, they are all dissatisfied with the instability in the border trade areas of various countries. Moreover, these soldiers are actually formal soldiers of both nations. With the guild meddling, those nobles can safely and easily make money through the guild's kickbacks, facilitating the placement of their children for gilding, and even the emperor must compromise. The voice of the goblin envoy emerged from the cart, tinged with disdain. Could it be that the guild wants me to convey this message for that reason? The girl frowned and pondered, ultimately sighing. Indeed, it's truly a scene of decadence and variety. Humans lack the constraints of bloodlines, and thus they naturally descend into corruption and decadence faster than other races. Tisk, she couldn't understand how such a race could rise so quickly. Perhaps this is survival of the fittest. The girl sighed lightly as she roughly understood the goblin's meaning and somewhat grasped why humans could rise. The constraints of bloodlines can indeed strengthen the cohesion of a race, while the flexibility of their bottom line ensures that humans can always maintain a fighting force in any situation. Humans are such peculiar beings, constantly balancing on the threshold of their race's survival, endlessly pushing forward. Perhaps this is also a form of bloodline constraint. A bloodline that adapts better to environmental changes, allowing humans to come together as one at the right moment and at the right time to purge the weak and the greedy through internal strife. All for the sake of the race's survival and development. Cruel, yet effective. The goblin looked up at the girl, but the head of the Balak beast obstructed his view as he softly muttered, survival of the fittest. No wonder you are a wise warrior. The border towns of the Kamara Empire seemed a bit further from the Bien Ka, and as the moon began to set in the west, the group turned into a forest where the older goblins and goblins would not engage in vigorous activity during the day without urgency. The girl called out to the older goblin who was about to search for water, intending to take the more agile battle slave with her. Kachika Momo furrowed his brow, but ultimately gave up persuading the girl. Watching the girl squeeze onto a velociraptor with a mixed-blood primitive goblin battle slave and run off, he looked down at the goblin envoy and asked, this warrior seems to treat all her kin who flow with goblin blood equally. She treats all humanoid intelligent beings equally, regardless of pure or mixed blood, noble or slave. A truly great, yet dangerous ideology, said the goblin envoy, shaking his head. She must come from the distant island of sages. It's a bit too idealistic. Kachika Momo also shook his head, turning to scold the orc who wanted to steal the rations. The girl initially wanted to take all the battle slaves with her, but was sternly dissuaded by the other two mixed-blood primitive goblin battle slaves who seemed to think that those older goblins and orcs were no match and that the duty of protection fell to them. 8 mixed-blood older goblin battle slaves along with the mixed-blood primitive goblin battle slave riding with the girl, totaling 10, quickly found the water source under the guidance of their keen sense of smell. It was a pool formed by the convergence of 2 westward streams with a simple dam made of branches on the western side. The girl raised an eyebrow. Does this world have beavers too? Goblin Princess is online seeking free reviews for power generation. Watching the brownish giant rat comparable to her own height that the half-blood goblin warrior was holding, the girl couldn't help but swallow. Actually, I'm just curious. Glug, I don't really. Glug, want to eat this thing, thank you. The girl said these insincere words as she took the unconscious giant rat. The warrior, hearing the girl's thanks, looked a bit strange, but said nothing. After handing the giant rat to her, she waved to the several warriors who were fetching water and called out, Master is hungry. Immediately 2 of the warriors tossed the water bags to their companions and quickly dashed ashore, drawing short blades from their waists and charging into the dense forest. The girl raised her hand only to realize it was too late to stop them. She sighed, turned to the warrior, and said, from now on, don't call me master. Once we reach the Goblin Kingdom, you will be free. Just call me Ruid. The half-blood goblin frowned and looked at the girl for a while before speaking. We are all true warriors, very valuable. More valuable than life and freedom. The girl raised an eyebrow but had no intention of arguing. She pulled out a small axe and struck it into the back of the giant rat, looking at its convulsing body, and said indifferently, since I am your master, just do as I say. The half-blood goblin exchanged glances with the others, snatched the prey from the girl's hands, drew out a short blade, and headed toward the downstream pond beside the wooden dam. The girl pouted and simply turned around to grab a water bag to help fetch water, only to have it snatched back by the warrior immediately. The other warriors who were filling water also looked at her warily, keeping a little distance. Ilimoli then giggled and flew to the girl's ear, whispering, letting the master participate in labor or combat when it's within her ability is a violation of the contract. Originally fuming with her hands on her hips, the girl widened her eyes at the spirit, opened her mouth, and after a long pause exclaimed, "Can this damn contract be changed?" The 8 large goblins and 2 small ones huddled together with the busy Ilimoli looking somewhat dazed in the middle. "It can't be changed like this. It would severely harm the master's interests. Didn't I say to call me Ruid? It's not signed yet you must call her master. I think calling her by name is still inappropriate and disrespectful, affecting things negatively. Let's stick to the goblin rule and call her Amma." "What Amma? I'm still a pure young lady." The master is actually still a virgin. She probably hasn't even had her comingafage ceremony yet. Look, her chest is quite flat. No, don't touch. Ilimoli. Why is this not considered a violation of the contract? So impressive. Does the master have the bloodline of giant lizards or giant snakes? Such great strength. Hey, stop touching. Hey, Amanche, I'm talking about you. In any case, we still have to call you master. This is good for us and also for you. Don't easily touch the nobility's nerves even if you are both a noble and a warrior. The half-blood goblin, named Amanche, put her hands on her hips, admonishing the girl. "And do not act too kind to us in front of others. Intimacy is fine, but you must have the demeanor of a master." The half-blood primitive goblin, named Unisha, linked arms with the girl, gently warning her. "Also try not to treat the spirits too equally, as this will also raise suspicions." The half-blood goblin, named Horinkicha, who had a scar on her forehead, was the strongest warrior among the group of goblin slaves. After a series of negotiations, the new contract finally bore the girl's signature, and a series of green lights flashed as the magical seals constructed from mental magic seeped into the chests of each warrior. Watching the girl happily gnawing on a chunk of giant rat meat, finally free from noise, completely forgetting that a whole team was waiting for them, Unisha and Horinkicha exchanged glances and silently retreated into the forest. "Is it just because she is a primitive goblin that you believe her?" In the forest far from the pond, Horinkicha asked with a sarcastic smile while crossing her arms. "Aren't you all believing in her because of the friendship with the spirits?" Unisha dug out a plump white worm from the humus layer, observed it for a moment, and then popped it into her mouth with a satisfied smile on her face. "But we don't have clan ties. It's a completely different situation, right?" Horinkicha expressed clear disdain for Unisha's behavior of eating worms, taking a step back. Licking her lips, a hint of confusion flashed in Unisha's eyes as she continued to dig out another worm and stuffed it into her mouth. "My clan has long been wiped out, but the clans of Manilai and Nanalini are still around, which is a threat." After saying this, she looked up at Horinkicha and continued to ask, "Do you really believe she would set us free?" "I mean, not you all. I don't believe." Horinkicha scoffed, directly denying it. "At least it's a hope, right?" Unisha stood up, clapped her hands, and stretched her claws, suddenly lunging at Horinkicha's chest, pressing against her neck. "You better not act recklessly before hope is extinguished, half-blood goblin. Are you planning to protect her until she comes of age? She seems to be a pure-blood primitive goblin, and it looks like it will take at least another 6 to 8 years. Horinkicha was unfazed by Unisha's threat and instead reached out to hold her. Unisha's face flushed, and she leaned into Horinkicha's embrace, her expression turning somewhat fierce. "Regardless of intent, at least she rescued us from the filthy hands of humans, and that is worth it." A glimmer of confusion also flashed in Horinkicha's eyes as she loosened her hold on Unisha, slightly a hint of resentment appearing on her face, murmuring, "Yes, at least there is hope." Throughout it all, the girl was the only one eating, while the warriors busied themselves processing the 3 large tarpus hunted back by the 2 who had rushed into the forest. Quickly releasing the blood as there were no containers, they took turns blocking the girl's view to drink smeared leaves over the cuts and fashioned a temporary rope with the belts dragging 1 tarpy with 2 velociraptors. After handling it somewhat due to the girl's reluctance to part with the fatty roasted rat meat, Amanche had no choice but to carry her horizontally, riding on a velociraptor as the group laughed while dragging the 3 tarpus back to the team. Tomato novel Goblin Princess seeks segment reviews for free power generation. 3 large tapers were hardly sufficient to sustain the entire party. Only the girl Kachika Momu and the Goblin Envoy were permitted slightly larger portions of fresh meat. The rest subsisted on rock-hard rations supplemented, if at all, with a meager drizzle of grease. It was then that the girl truly grasped how arduous long-distance travel was in this age, especially for a mid-sized expedition whose members, save for the goblins and the Fae, possessed prodigious appetites. Defiant and undeterred by Unisha and Holinchacha's feeble attempts at dissuasion, the girls seized their hands and set out once more on a hunting expedition, accompanied this time by 9 half-breed elder brothers named Buling and 2 half-breed primal goblins, unable to bear the grating crunch of those hulking warriors gnawing on desiccated rations. Whether driven by a sudden surge of unbridled freedom or an unspoken desire to demonstrate her martial prowess, the so-called hunting, originally intended merely to renegotiate contractual terms, had transformed irrevocably into genuine purposeful pursuit. Having stripped the battle slaves of every one of their short blades, the girl sprinted away from the main party. Within moments, she vanished into the undergrowth, leaving the bewildered warriors scrambling helplessly in her wake. Trailing her seemingly erratic zigzagging path, they gathered one carcass after another. Tapers, tapbags, tralgus, and rufuses, along with countless eggs artfully discarded onto the forest floor, without a single crack still nestled within their delicate branch nests. A sharp cry pierced the distance, and without hesitation the battle slaves abandoned their quarry and charged toward the sound. Uh-huh. Run quickly. In blind panic, both the girl and the warriors now fled back the way they came, heedless of fallen game and utterly oblivious to the Fae's stunned expression, racing headlong toward the earlier pond. Long afterward, the Fae fluttered shakily to the pond, breath ragged, only to behold 29 heads and 14 Velets beast heads, peering cautiously above the water's surface, eyes locked warily upon her. Mischievous Red, no need to hide anymore. Next time, don't provoke Zila. Zila doesn't produce honey, you know. With a faint pout, Illimoli flew up to perch atop the girl's head, gave it a gentle tap, then slumped motionless, utterly spent. Though the return journey had been fraught with unexpected turns, the girl and her battle slaves nonetheless succeeded in bringing back every last trophy, save perhaps for a few swollen craniums, which remained an entirely separate matter. Thanks to the girl's fearless audacity, news of her brazen confrontation with the colossal Zila hive had earned her wide-eyed reverence. The entire party feasted lavishly on succulent fresh meat. Even Kachika Momu and the Goblin envoy, though privately uneasy about the girl's recklessness, could not deny that such a vigorously spirited comrade was all things considered exceptionally valuable. The scorching day slipped swiftly into slumber. As the sun sank behind the endless mountain range, a slender crescent moon rose its silver arc, barely visible. In unspoken accord, the party fell silent, packed their gear with quiet efficiency, and emerged gradually from the dense thicket, heading steadily toward the nearest town. When the girl awoke, the waning moon hung at its zenith. Without her and Illimoli's intermittent chirping banter, the camp felt unervingly subdued. The heavy rhythmic tread of Thai beasts and orcs along with Barak beasts struck the earth like distant war drums, slow and solemn. Velets beasts moved in utter silence across the muddy ground beneath the dim lunar light. Only their labored breathing betrayed their presence. 3 great banners were raised anew. The Fae perched high atop the kobold standard, her fluttering wings scattering starlight in shimmering, dazzling motes. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the girl lowered her body and leaned forward toward Unisha ahead. Unisha, what's wrong? Alma, we're nearing a human settlement. Unisha did not turn back. Instead, she tilted her torso slightly backward to maintain balance atop the Velets beast. Her head dipped low, scanning the periphery with practiced vigilance. A knight's longsword, slightly shorter than those carried by the half-breed elder brothers, rested in her grip, its tip resting upon the Velets beast's neck harness, the clasp already disengaged. But isn't reaching a human town safer? The girl made no issue of Unisha omitting the title master. There must be reasons, but this palpable tension baffled her. Manily, the half-breed primal goblin ahead and to the left faltered briefly, mouth opening, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Unisha. Amma, this isn't a proper frontier trading post. Naive fools, those who've never drawn blood, tend to gather here in abundance. With a swift motion, the girl seized her poleaxe, hoisted it upward with a resonant clang, and planted it across her shoulders as she rose, gazing far ahead. Though moonlight was faint, a broad, elevated plateau was already discernible, a town perhaps akin to Lior. At the metallic ring of axe-meeting breastplate, Kachika Momu glanced back, offered the girl a brief solemn nod, then resumed her steady advance, long blade held ready. Illimoli descended, settling gently atop the girl's head in soothing reassurance. Don't worry, with Illimoli here, no one dares attack us. Before her words faded, the foremost half-breed elder brother deflected a crooked wooden arrow midair, his sword cleaving it cleanly in two. Oh! Illimoli blinked, flustered. She'd never encountered anyone bold enough to assault a party accompanied by a Fae. And worse, she'd just declared them perfectly safe. Incensed, the Fae's wings beat faster still. Raw natural magic surged forth, transforming her into a radiant golden humanoid butterfly. Unisha leapt instantly onto her Barak beast and snatched Illimoli from the air, cradling her tightly. Foolish Fae, what do you think you're doing? Do you wish to announce to the world that a Fae has intervened in mortal strife? Oh, right, Illimoli wasn't harmed at all. Seems spending too much time with Red makes one dull-witted. Unisha pressed her lips together, cast a complex, unreadable glance toward the girl's side, deeply released the Fae, and remounted her Velets beast, resuming her watchful stance. The girl tapped Illimoli lightly, eyes narrowed playfully. Illimoli, just now, were you calling me the fool? After the battleslave shattered that inexplicable arrow, no further attacks occurred before the party reached the timber palisade at the plateau's base, though the sentries stationed at the gate appeared distinctly unwelcoming. This is Fertili town of the glorious Grangrub Dominion. You abominations, leave now, or die. The sentry's voice trembled, yet his grip on the leveled spear remained iron steady. His eyes glistened with fear, yet veins of feverish resolve pulsed faintly beneath. The goblin envoy emerged from the covered wagon, first calling upward, Miss Illimoli, could you please assist us? Without waiting for reply, he strode briskly toward the front of the formation. The Fae murmured a soft acknowledgement and glided down to hover beside his shoulder, keeping pace. The entire party stood in patient silence, watching as the goblin and the Fae advanced slowly, until the goblin halted directly before the sentry's leveled spear, tilting his chin up with cool disdain. Which Grangrub do you mean? The Grangrub that declares war upon the 4 kingdoms, or the Grangrub that dares insult the Sylvan Glade? Mother, something's amiss. Should it become necessary, we may have to abandon the coffin. Yunisha grew restless upon hearing the sentry's call. Once the goblin had retreated, she turned sharply toward the young woman. What do you mean? The young woman arched a brow, her grip tightening instinctively on the haft of her axe scythe. The Glengrob clan has always cultivated alliances across all quarters, and the guild most certainly notified them of our passage. This hostility is deeply suspect. Yunisha tapped Manali and Nanarini on the shoulders, signaling them to gather the war slaves for battle readiness. The young woman remained silent, neither speaking nor restraining the war slaves' movements. She tilted her head upward, watching the goblin confront the sentry ahead, ears pricked intently toward the faint stirrings behind the wooden wall. This is Feltili town, the sacred domain of the great Glengrob lordship. Abominations, begone at once. The sentry grew increasingly agitated, his spear tip trembled violently, flecks of foam gathering at the corners of his mouth. The goblin cocked his head, glanced at the trembling spear point, then lifted a hand with languid disdain and flicked it aside. His tone shifted from mockery to fury. I am Jaligiorka Bedroka, second son of the Jaligiorka clan, chief diplomatic officer of the Kobold Imperial Ministry of Decrees. Command fee for y Mahana la Glengrob, your so-called lord, to crawl forth from his foul musk-saturated Dianavelvet bed, immediately. FWSH, Zhang Pa. A flying arrow aimed at the goblin shattered midair. Kachika Mamo lowered her heavy crossbow and raised her longsword. Orc, thumped. 6 Orcish brutes charged forward, hefting massive weapons, roaring as they stomped the earth in unison. Jaligiorka seized Ilamoli and swept her protectively into his arms, sprinting backward while bellowing, To arms! To arms! Humanity shall be spurned by the Sylvan sages. At the goblin's cry, Yunisha suddenly raised both hands, palms outward in a sharp halt gesture, then swept each hand sideways and downward in a decisive command. Instantly, Manali and Nanarini fanned out across the fields, each leading 3 half-breed goblinkin war slaves. Mother, seems all's well now, though gods only know what nonsense these fools are up to this time. At least they could have warned us before staging their little farce. Yunisha maintained vigilant readiness, but her voice carried easy amusement. The young woman, still riding the surge of battle fervor, froze mid-thought. She'd already begun calculating whether she'd retain her wits after slaughtering them all. With her left hand gripping the reins and her right lifting her knightly blade, Yunisha scanned the perimeter and murmured softly, Wait, mother. Just wait a little longer. Best if it is mere theater. When Jaligiorka dashed back to the coach, cradling the sylvan spirit, he realized too late that the war slaves had dispersed into a loose ring around the Barak beast, and that the half-breed primal goblinkin warriors who should have faced outward were now staring coldly at him. His gaze fell upon her hand, steady upon the hilt of her knightly sword, and he swallowed hard. Goblin Lord, release Lady Ilamoli slowly, then do not move. Yunisha's Velot's beast reared halfway upright, her knightly blade freed from its hook, now pointed unwaveringly at the goblin's chest. Jaligiorka felt his temperature spike. A stiff, unnatural smile stretched across his face as his arms gradually loosened. The moment the sylvan spirit slipped free, he froze, arms suspended in an absurd, empty embrace. Whoa! A long, mournful horn echoed from the distant highlands, and Jaligiorka flinched violently. It appears even you, my lord, did not foresee this turn. Her blade advanced another fraction, steady, precise, its tip quivering only faintly, yet perfectly sufficient to pierce the goblin's diminutive heart. The sentry ahead had vanished behind the wooden wall, its gates grown shut. Torches now flared along the ramparts, and a banner unfurled overhead. Thump, clang, clang, af. Clashing steel rang out from the distant left field. No need to turn. Manali and her companions had already claimed their first kills. Then from the far right field, a low guttural choke, GLLL. Raise shields. Aerostorm. Kachika Mamo's voice cut through the din, calm and commanding. Yunisha swung her blade sideways, knocking the goblin tumbling beneath the coach, then vaulted backward onto the Barak beast's crown, leapt again, and landed squarely before the young woman. She raised her small round shield with her left hand and reached back with her right to pull the young woman behind her, only for the girl to seize her collar, whirl her halfway around, and step in front to shield her instead. Before Yunisha could react, a rapid staccato of metallic impacts, ting-ting-tang, rang beside her ear. Collar still gripped, Yunisha dared not move, fearing any motion might disrupt the young woman's focus. She twisted her head, scanning the half-breed goblinkin warriors had already closed in around them. Velot's beasts lowered their necks. The goblinkin warriors slotted their round shields into the chainmail collars of their mounts, then deflected incoming arrows with swift practiced sweeps of their knightly blades. The rearguard goblinkin who'd meant to leap atop the Barak beast to defend the young woman now stood slack-jawed, stunned into immobility. Yunisha did not rebuke them. Instead, she craned her neck backward and saw the young woman standing utterly serene, her right hand swinging the axe scythe in seemingly random arcs, each sweep batting away another arrow. They knew well the weapon's weight, nearly 400 mani, yet she wielded it one-handed as effortlessly as a willow branch. A sudden wave of deflation washed over Yunisha. What need had such a mother of theirs for clan protection? Fall back. Kachika Mamo's voice rang out once more as the arrow barrage ceased. The orcs and Totai beasts began retreating steadily. See to this clumsy giant. the young woman said, releasing Yunisha's collar, and in one fluid bound vaulted clean over the coffin-laden coach, landing beside a green-skinned orc. The Barak beast swayed only slightly under the force of her kick, and let out a disgruntled owl word. Half-breed warriors started to follow, but Yunisha called them back. She exhaled slowly, uncertainty edging her voice. Perhaps we're nothing but a burden to mother. Mamo, can you finish them all cleanly? Her voice came from just beside him, startling Kachika Mamo so thoroughly he whirled about, her eyes already blazing crimson. No, noble warrior, please retreat to the rear. Something's gone awry within the Glengrob family. They seek to manipulate us as blades. We will not entangle ourselves. Kachika Mamo rushed to block her path. This paragon, if she erupted once more, might well declare war upon the Vitkamara Empire itself, and that accursed empire was already perpetually at war with the Goblinkin kingdom. Oh, hearing that they could no longer fight, the girl's boiling blood quickly settled down as she shot a displeased glare at Kachika Momo and turned to head back. Kachika Momo patted his chest and continued to command the big goblin and the orc to slowly retreat. Gilajiganka had crawled out from beneath the cart and into the covered wagon, peeking out from behind the orc driver to observe the situation ahead. Seeing the girl leisurely returning with her axe and sickle, he immediately asked, "What did Captain Kachika say, warrior?" "Tisk retreat, what else can we do?" the girl replied irritably. Gilajiganka narrowed his eyes and withdrew back into the wagon. Amma. Upon seeing the girl return, Yunisha and the other warrior slaves lit up with excitement. The girl waved her hand, leaped onto the back of the Barak beast, and placed her axe and sickle, which elicited a loud roar from the large creature. She smiled and slid forward, patting the segmented armor around the beast's thick neck. Manilai and Nanarini aren't back yet. Sitting up on the Barak beast's neck, the girl looked around and pricked up her ears to listen, asking curiously. Yunisha and the other warrior slaves finally reacted. Although the time was short, they had completely lost the sounds of the six, and they quickly returned to the back of the Violet's beast, standing guard alertly. The girl furrowed her brows. She hadn't seen or heard the six either, and suddenly remembered something. A chill ran down her spine as she hurriedly turned her head to look around, shouting, "Elimelai! Elimelai!" This shout sent the entire team into a frenzy. Gilajiganka abruptly pulled back the curtain of the wagon and dashed to the top of the Barak beast with a speed unbefitting his noble bureaucrat status, looking around, but not seeing the fairy spirit, and immediately looked up at the flagpole. Nothing there either. What happened to the fairy spirit? Kachika Momo rushed over, seeing the warrior slaves beginning to scatter and search, his head suddenly buzzing. The girl cast aside all distractions, her eyes wide as she scanned the surroundings slowly. Her large ears perked up, slightly flushed as the airflow circulated in her nostrils, analyzing various scents. Gilajiganka stood atop the Barak beast, facing the high ground behind the wooden wall, his knees slightly bent, a faint glow emanating from him, slowly gathering toward his upper body. As the glow intensified, it began to shine dazzlingly from his abdomen to his throat. He took a deep breath, his mouth moving as if to speak, but no sound came out. After moving his mouth for dozens of times, the glow dissipated and Gilajiganka seemed to be drained of his spirit, collapsing down. Yunisha Sharpied immediately jumped onto the beast's head to support the goblin. Before Yunisha could ask, 100 beams of green light suddenly burst forth from the distant high ground, followed by the disappearance of the green light as tiny golden dots rapidly flew toward the team. So Elimelai is dead. The girl stepped onto the Barak beast's neck, leaning down to look at the weak goblin, and asked, help me. Help me ask. Ask the Emperor. For a stone. A monument. Would you? Gilajiganka did not answer the girl's question, but managed to smile painfully. Was it humans? But aren't you all the Dark Hands? The girl bared her teeth, her eyes glaring red as she stared at the goblin. No, it's not the goblins. Only humans would harm the fairy spirits. I didn't. I just. The last flicker of life extinguished. The goblin looked into the girl's eyes, still wide. Even as its eyelids were half closed, she could still see a glimmer of hope within. The girl stood up and turned to Kachika Momo, who stood there with his mouth agape, not knowing what to say, and said, "I suggest you better tell me honestly, what exactly did you do?" Without waiting for the big goblin cavalry captain to speak, the fastest Golden had already streaked across the sky and arrived here. Has the informant passed away? This voice was completely different from the fairy spirit's voice usually heard. It sounded like the tinkling of spring water and the rumbling of thunder, like a gentle breeze rustling the willows, yet also like the scorching sun overhead, seemingly defying description. The girl looked at the golden fairy spirit, whose face was obscured, and asked, "Who killed Elimelai?" "You should know. Reed Cape, the generous magical pioneer, the fairy forest greets you." The golden fairy spirit bowed to the girl in midair, not answering her question, but making a declaration. Elimelai did not die. She merely returned to the embrace of the fairy forest. But those who attack the fairy spirits shall be reviled by the fairy forest. As her voice fell, the golden dots that were originally flying toward this place suddenly halted in midair and scattered. "I'm asking you, who killed Elimelai?" The girl bent down to raise her axe and sickle, but she was already struggling to stand upright. Reed Cape, the fairy forest doesn't know, but if the attacker is not dead, the anger of the fairy forest will not dissipate. So you can wait. The golden fairy spirit's voice began to soften and become gentle as she descended, flying in front of the girl to cup her face and gently kiss her lips. Powerful mental magic surged into the girl's body with that kiss, instantly calming her boiling blood, and her crimson eyes began to clear. The girl closed her eyes and took a deep breath, taking a while to regain her composure before asking a very powerful mental magic. Why not directly use mental magic to trace the source? The golden fairy spirit shook her head. The fairy spirit's mental magic can only be released through contact, and it can only sense emotions, soothe, and heal. Perhaps some lives can also store fairy spirit magic for passive mental defense, but they truly cannot investigate memories of lives outside the fairy spirits. Then do you still have Elimali's memories? Can you know how she died? The girl immediately asked, but then realized Elimali was already dead, and there were no fairy spirits here at that time. Yes, a seemingly insignificant arrow made with crude skills. To the girl's surprise, the golden fairy spirit knew this may have been the design of fate. After all, the speed of that arrow could not possibly harm the fairy spirit, but Elimali's emotions and magical power at that time pointed in the opposite direction. However, those who attack the fairy spirits shall be reviled by the fairy forest. The girl squinted slightly. Could such an arrow hit the fairy spirit? What a joke. She slowly turned her head to look at the goblin's corpse lying on the head of the Barak beast, and softly asked, so, did this goblin secretly use mental magic to influence Elimali? The golden fairy spirit immediately denied Reed Cape. Besides humans, no pure blood beings would actively harm fairy spirits. Even mixed blood beings find it very difficult to harm fairy spirits unless their human bloodline exceeds 90%. Then in the past, did any non-human beings unintentionally kill fairy spirits? The girl turned back to look at the golden fairy spirit and asked softly. Upon hearing this question, the golden fairy spirit suddenly showed a hesitant expression, looking at the girl as if she found it hard to speak. Indeed, there have been. How do you determine that these fellows were truly unintentional? The girl's expression grew colder, and the blood within her began to boil again. The golden fairy spirit sat on the girl's shoulder, almost burying her head in the girl's large ear, and whispered softly. There were 4 times, and all 4 times were during the mating of primitive goblins, when they were overly frenzied. The boiling blood did not cease at the absurd words. The girl gazed into the dark distance, and softly said, the beast tide you unleashed. Yes, due to the pact of the Xianlin, the celestial spirits cannot directly attack or harm other beings. Therefore, we offer the beasts our promise that their seeds will be collected within the Xianlin, ensuring their clans will endure for over 1,000 years. The golden celestial spirit flew before the girl again, saying, although the beast tide will not actively attack you, you cannot stop the wrath of the Xianlin, nor can we quell its fury. The girl shook her head, glancing back at the wooden wall. The boiling blood heightened her senses, and the conversation from behind the wall entered her ears. If I find the direct attacker, will the beast tide cease? The golden celestial spirit paused, observing the girl for a long time, and only spoke when the first roar of the beasts echoed from afar. The fury of the Xianlin can only be quelled by blood. Indeed, those people are not entirely innocent. The girl nodded. Let the beast tide hold back for a moment. Keep an eye on this group that has a bit of wit, but not much, will you? I need to clarify some matters. The golden celestial spirit blinked in agreement, flying into the air above the coffin cart, flapping its wings, and a sprinkle of starlight enveloped the entire team. The girl raised her sickle high like Kikika Mamageo wielding a battle knife. The scattered battle slaves immediately returned to the side of the Balak beast. She glanced at her elder brother, the goblin cavalry captain, and softly said, you all wait here quietly, I will be back shortly. As her words fell, she exerted a slight force with her feet and propelled herself towards the wooden wall. Watching the girl depart, Eunisa pointed her sword at the goblin cavalry captain and said, you haven't answered Amma's question. A petite figure landed on the high wall under the dim moonlight and flickering firelight. With a gentle swing of her oversized sickle, she effortlessly swept aside several long spears. With another swing, the first 10 or so soldiers who reacted were knocked aside, perhaps with a few minor injuries, but nothing severe. Who is Variki? The petite figure spoke fluent human language, completely unlike a mixed-blood goblin. It's a different kind. Kill her. The soldiers, just intimidated by the petite figure, surged forward again at this shout, only to be swept down in another wave by the sickle. Instigator, you are Variki. In the blink of an eye, the petite figure appeared beneath the towering wooden wall, pressing a somewhat neatly dressed soldier to the ground with her sickle. His yellow-black, somewhat cracked face bore 2 murky brown eyes with dirty fingers propping on the ground, clearly twisted and calloused. A farmer. Different kind. Let go of the captain. A spear trembled as it approached the petite figure wielded by a sentry daring to confront the goblin cavalry. The petite figure turned her head to the left, right into the light of 2 torches. Her youthful and beautiful face was revealed, causing the spear-wielding sentry to hesitate momentarily. Her red eyes squeezed out a crystalline liquid for some unknown reason, and the sentry gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. A child. The petite girl-like being raised her left hand to brush aside the spearhead. Old Badak, your son died on the battlefield, which fuels your rage. But whom do you truly resent? The different kind that killed your son, or the nobility that forced your son to the battlefield? All different kinds should die. The different kind girl turned to the soldier who had shouted this, a farmer-like man holding a broken sword, Munadali, your daughter was taken by the nobility, not by the different kind. Your neighbor, the mixed blood goblin, often helps you, yet you have killed them. You? How do you know me? The soldier called Munadali by the different kind girl was startled and stepped back half a step, his black-yellow face flushed with blood as he trembled and asked, "You see, you completely misunderstand those you call different kinds. It's just a wooden wall just a few dozen paces away. Our ears are more sensitive than beasts." The girl glanced at the soldiers with some pity. If it weren't for hearing your incessant drivel, this fragile wooden wall would have collapsed long ago. As her words fell, the sickle moved away from the captain's shoulder and with a swing struck heavily against the thick wooden wall built behind her. Bang! Creak, creak. Bang! Boom! The thick wooden logs were instantly broken, and the powerful impact along with the loss of supporting pillars caused two crossbars and bindings above to snap, and after a few shakes fall down again, struck by the upward swinging sickle, sending with chips flying outward. So tell me who incited you and who deceived you before the real beasts outside arrive. The sickle pointed towards the breach in the wooden wall. The girl referred to the beast tide, while the soldiers vaguely saw the towering goblin cavalry and the orc warriors wielding massive weapons. When lacking experienced, resolute, and respected leaders, the poorly educated, long-suffering lower-class populace finds it nearly impossible to contend against absolute violence, as survival is deeply ingrained in their bones. They cherish life more than any other class. The girl quickly received an answer from the terrified farmers, a response so absurd in her eyes that she found it difficult to evaluate. Lord Grang, who was too healthy, had lived too long, and his children no longer wished to wait. An ethereal promise of taxes, a ridiculous excuse of collusion with different kinds. Well, the collusion with different kinds was indeed very concrete, and a series of high-salary, high-authority positions for private soldiers and even mercenaries triggered a farmers' riot that dispersed the Lord's private soldiers, hiring mercenaries with heavy pay to invade the castle, and young Grang personally sent old Grang to the grave. When the news of the Goblin clan's passage reached his ears, the newly empowered young Grang had yet to rebuild his private soldiers. However, how could a young man raised under the Empire's powerful slogans, spoiled, and only knowing a bit of internal strife and power struggles, regard a tiny burial procession of fewer than 100 different kinds with any seriousness? All different kinds should die. My brave people, go kill them. Having tasted the sweet fruits of rebellion, Variki and other somewhat clever farmers who rose to power eagerly believed the new Lord's declaration. The rebellious farmers finally donned leather armor and picked up their broken weapons, taking the positions once held by mercenaries or private soldiers. Could these cowardly farmers really shoot down Ilimoli? The girl stepped back towards the team with her sickle, leaving the wooden wall to the oncoming beast tide. Sound, a mechanical wave, depends profoundly on wind, thus the girl could not hear what Yunisha and Kachikamama were arguing about. Yet the standoff between the battle slave and senior brother Buling instantly quickened her pace. In the blink of an eye, a heavy axe scythe swept aside the knight's long sword and the battle blade just as they were about to clash. Amma. Yunisha swiftly retracted her long sword and cried out, furious yet wounded in tone, "They harbor ill intent." The girl remained petite. She took several steps before patting Yunisha's calf, then turned to face Kachikamamo, whose expression wavered between outrage and helplessness, and asked what happened. Kachikamamo rotated his right arm, still numb from the recoil of insufficiently braced force, and huffed, in reply, "Warrior, you ought to rein in your battle slave." The girl, already vexed, arched her brows sharply and gauged the distance, realizing that even gripping the hafts and would not allow her to rest the axe scythe upon senior brother Buling's neck. Suddenly, she grew angrier still. She leapt onto the back of the Totai beast, a massive wolf-like creature, whose sudden burden collapsed it heavily to the ground, startling Kachikamamo into jumping off. "I've just recalled. You haven't answered me yet, Captain Kachikamamo." Hearing the Totai beast's pained cry beneath her, the girl drove the axe scythe into the earth. Red Cape, the beast tide approaches. At that very moment, a golden celestial spirit descended lightly, touching Kachikamamo's forehead, then addressed the girl. "Senior brother Buling has done nothing to betray you. I sense his grievance and fury clearly." The girl narrowed her eyes at the spirit, paused for a long moment, then nodded and leapt down from the now steadied Totai beast. She pulled the axe scythe from the ground and wiped mud from its blade against the Totai beast's flank before asking, "Does the Celestial Grove truly believe a crooked, unsteady arrow loosed by a farmer could slay Ilimoli? No other assault appears in Ilimoli's memory. Thus this is fate's decree. Perhaps her time to return to the Celestial Grove has indeed come." The golden celestial spirit floated close, gently taking the girl's hand and placing it upon itself, its expression sincere, as it replied, "Would Red Cape care to witness the Celestial Grove's wrath? It's quite spectacular." The girl set the celestial spirit down upon the goblin envoy's covered wagon and scanned the distant fields left and right. Beyond the growing cacophony of beast roars and insect chirps far away, no other movement stirred. The golden celestial spirit rose once more, pressed itself against the girl's chest, closed its eyes, and after a brief pause spoke, "The pact remains intact, no death, no breach. Red Cape possesses no magic. Shall the celestial spirit assist in summoning them back?" Does the pact even have such a function?" the girl asked, startled, and turned toward Yunisha only to find the half-breed primal goblin battle slave equally bewildered. Indeed, it's true. Did you not know? Oh, you are the brilliant yet ignorant Red Cape. Of course it's natural you wouldn't know. The golden celestial spirit nestled against the girl's chest, as if celestial spirits universally cherished closeness with her. The girl puzzled over why celestial spirits could so calmly interject levity, perhaps even truth, at such an opportune moments. Bowing her head, she murmured, "Then please assist in recalling them." 6 in total battle slaves blood-pact bound, 1 golden zaff per person, 6 golden zaffs. The golden celestial spirit lifted its head and blinked innocently. A gentle breeze swept across the field, stirring the goblin corpse draped over the Barak beast's head. Its hanging hem fluttered once, then stilled again atop the Barak beast's armored cranium. Beneath the vast waning moon, a silent tide of gray-black surged steadily toward Fertile Town, though in truth the sound was magnificent, utterly devoid of shrieks or insect cries. Standing atop the Barak beast, the girl felt vibrations ripple through her, ordered relentless charges of birds, beasts, and insects, both known and unfamiliar, shaking both earth and air alike. "Momo the goblins owe me an explanation." She said it without warning. Kachika Momo barely balanced atop the goblin envoy's wagon roof, glanced at the girl hefting the axe aside, then fixed his gaze once more upon the immense gray-black tide, and murmured slowly, "I do not believe it. Do not rush to judgment. They're here." The girl turned toward the wooden wall. Soon chaos erupted behind it, swelling rapidly into shouts, clashing steel and wails. "Amma, how shall we punish them?" This time it was Holinkieka who spoke, her wide mouth licking eagerly, eyes alight with excitement. "We'll question them first." The girl bent low, studying the half-breed senior brother Bueling battle slave with odd scrutiny. Something about her expression struck her as unnerving. Then came faint, quickened heartbeats, more than one. She glanced left and right. Every battle slave, having heard Holinkieka's words, now wore that same unsettling, feverish delight. Even Unisha. "Amma hasn't yet reached adulthood. Perhaps she doesn't know the proper way to punish." A mosquito-soft whisper tickled the girl's large ear. She whirled around, locking eyes on the source. Olenani, a Leviate senior brother Bueling battle slave, whose physique was astonishingly sculpted, literally so. The girl crouched sideways, glaring fiercely like a delinquent youth. Olenani straightened her chest, not intimidated in the least by her prodigiously strong master, and grinned back, "Guess Amma." Thud, crack, snap, boom. The wooden gate burst open. 6 Velets beasts charged forth, their heads and maws drenched in blood. Screams behind them grew louder still. 2 half-breed primal goblins and 4 half-breed senior brother Buelings were drenched in gore, yet their laughter rang cruel, ecstatic. The girl's keen sight discerned scraps of flesh clinging to all 6 mouths. Her expression darkened instantly. Sensing their mistress's mood, the 6 battle slaves abruptly realized the gravity of their unauthorized advance. Their smiles vanished, transferred perfectly onto the faces of other battle slaves, replaced by frenzied exhilaration, grotesquely intense. Only when the 6 Velets beasts approached cautiously did the girl relax. Neither the battle slaves nor the beasts bore any trace of human or goblin scent in their breath. The 6 battle slaves dutifully hung their slightly nicked long swords, dismounted, and knelt beside the Barak beast. The girl lowered her axe scythe and leapt down, only to find as she prepared to reprimand them that all 6 were trembling. Frowning, she lifted Amanchi's chin and pried open her wide mouth. Confirming they had devoured armor dragon and horn dragon analogs, she tapped lightly on her skull, irritated. "How dare you eat these raw? What illness will you catch?" Amma does not like to eat intelligent beings, nor does Amma enjoy consuming blood food. This made Unisha quite anxious, for she had a fondness for eating tender white worms that could wriggle through the humus layer. However, her anxiety grew larger. Amma was very particular about cleanliness. More so than elves. 6 battle slaves covered in filth and the Velik beast were driven far downwind, just barely to a corner, protected by the golden celestial spirit, because the young girl found them too dirty and smelly. As she drove away these 6 fellows, the girl suddenly began to care about the hygiene of the other battle slaves, and eventually, they all were sent downwind. Even the orc beastmen who never bathed or brushed their teeth were included. One who refused to move received a harsh kick from the girl, causing him to cry out. Although the girl did not drive away the elder goblin and the green-skinned orc, they instinctively moved behind Balak beast. This side was downwind. Kachika Momo did not possess this awareness. Instead, he approached the girl. "Warrior, when outsiders are present." The girl raised her hand to stop Kachika Momo's words, and calmly said, "They call me Amma. Although I do not fully understand their thoughts, yet since they call me that now, they are my kin, not battle slaves. Warriors receive respect, but chieftains are a different matter, and having a complete 20 females is Amma." Kachika Momo's expression turned serious. It was well known that the girl lacked some common sense, and some of that common sense could be fatal. "Is that so?" With her eyes narrowing, the girl glanced at the battle slaves and patted Kachika Momo's arm, signaling him to wait. She then walked towards the crowd of battle slaves and orc beastmen, giving them a kick, merely for show, and pushed them towards the upwind position in the front of the line. Upon returning to Kachika Momo's side and glaring at the elder goblin and green-skinned orcs until they moved to the upwind position on their own, the girl asked, "It sounds serious, but I don't understand. Can you explain? May I first ask you a more personal question?" Kachika Momo cautiously inquired. The girl nodded. "Are you a stray? Or an orphan?" "Orphan. The girl answered readily, her expression calm. Kachika Momo slowly took a breath, his eyes visibly bloodshot. His voice turned cold. If this question is somewhat offensive, please forgive me. Do you know if you were born into the Goblin clan? Although the emotions of the elder Goblin cavalry captain were somewhat strange, the girl responded according to her Goblin memories and the scenes after her transmigration. Yes, but by the time I could remember, I was all alone. Smack. The eyes of the elder Goblin cavalry captain turned red, and his hand instinctively loosened the grip on his battle knife's latch. His tone was filled with uncontrollable fury. Can you tell me, esteemed warrior, where your clan's lair is? Hey, Momo, what are you doing? Calm down. The girl could already feel the surging blood within this elder goblin, reminding her of her own feelings during her outburst. Clang. The battle knife was drawn, and the elder goblin's back was slightly hunched. He was breathing heavily, his tusks protruding, and his voice grew hoarse, sounding as unpleasant as metal scraping. Esteemed warrior, it has been over 100 years since an intelligent goblin clan was exterminated. This is a holy war. Celestial spirit. The girl firmly pressed down on Kachika Momo's hand that was about to raise the battle knife, lifting his chin with her hand, and looking up at the golden celestial spirit, shouting, "Calm him first. Then we can discuss payment." The golden celestial spirit immediately descended from the air, placing its hands on the elder goblin's forehead, rapidly cleansing him with mental magic from above. In less than half a breath, the elder goblin calmed down. He was still panting heavily, but the bloodshot in his eyes had faded. Generous read. Mature elder goblin warrior's bloodline surge. 2 gold zaf. The golden celestial spirit looked eagerly at the girl. Yunisha, pay up. The girl shouted in annoyance and quickly released Kachika Momo's hand, saying, "Although I don't know what caused my clan's disappearance, I am quite sure that no one exterminated them." The golden celestial spirit circled around the girl's head twice, then turned its back to the elder goblin and made a face at her, receiving a fierce glare from the girl. With a cheeky grin, it poked the girl's petite nose and flew off to collect money from Yunisha. Once Kachika Momo calmed down, he remained silent for a moment before speaking. "If you seek revenge, you must inform the 4 nations. This is very serious." He looked up at Yunisha, who was paying the celestial spirit, and then obediently running away, and continued. "Although you are all mixed blood goblins, your clan has too many females. Even at the lowest ratio of 20-1, it would immediately form a complete clan of over 400 individuals. As long as a year passes, your clan could expand 5-fold. Stop." The girl interrupted Kachika Momo and smiled, asking, "I understand now. I know I am different from goblins in many ways, but can you find them a better place to live?" The elder goblin opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. If these female battle slaves gained freedom in the elder goblin kingdom, they would likely be immediately divided and absorbed by various clans, and then. Goblin society does not have the concept of unknown marriage. Female goblins or beastmen, even gremlins, can hold the same occupations as males and earn respect, but reproduction remains the primary focus. This is why many mixed blood goblins venture to human kingdoms, or even the Draken continent. In the absence of goblin bloodline, surges the bloodlines of humans and lizardmen would influence their thoughts and perceptions, making them yearn for unknown marriages. Though occasionally having a few extra partners is not unacceptable. This habit, I fear, would not be acceptable to this oddly minded warrior either. I will not reside in the elder goblin kingdom. I do not forget I have promised the gremlins. However, the matter with the celestial spirit is far from over. I will do my best to ensure they can pursue the future they desire. The girl patted the elder goblin's small arm and flashed a radiant smile. The elder goblin tilted his head in confusion and asked, "I remember you didn't care about them so much when we first set out." She turned back to look at the clustered battle slaves and softly replied, "Perhaps it is due to bloodline. Ever since they first called me Amma, I have felt a sense of responsibility. Of course, women are emotional and fickle, so that cannot be blamed on me." The endless wooden walls began to tremble slowly, and the erratic flickering of the torches suddenly fell into a rhythmic pattern. Then the ground started to shake, somewhat reminiscent of the early signs of the earth splitting in the northern regions as told in legends, though it seemed less intense than the rumors suggested. Soon the tremors grew more violent, and all the fixed torches danced in unison. The inexperienced farmers began to panic, with only a few brave souls climbing the wooden walls to look out into the distance, finding nothing but a gray-black expanse. Suddenly a shadow flashed beneath the waning moon, sweeping past the head of a farmer wearing a leather hat, like a gust of wind knocking the hat off, and sending the off-balance farmer tumbling backward, caught by the strap of the hat around his neck. A spray of blood blossomed as a farmer, holding a spear, was struck, the spear piercing through the chest of the fallen, reflecting in the flickering torchlight. Immediately more and more shadows flew past the wooden walls. Those fortunate enough only suffered painful falls, while the unlucky either broke their necks or met their end at the hands of weapons below the wall. Birds. They're all birds. Damn it, are they crazy? They're heading towards the town. The farmers grew increasingly frantic, with more and more of them abandoning the proper weapons they had picked up for the first time in their lives and fleeing towards the high ground, leaving the wooden walls nearly undefended. As they approached the high ground, the sparse black cloud formed by the flock thickened, casting a massive shadow that obscured the moonlight, causing the farmers fleeing towards the high ground to halt in confusion. Just as the farmers found themselves in a predicament, a series of loud crashes came from behind. The wooden walls had collapsed. The panicked individuals turned to look back, the few remaining lights flickering out, as if a gray-black tide was surging forward, propelled by the violent tremors of the earth. Awo roar. A long, chilling, beastly roar echoed, and the farmer closest to the wooden wall stared wide-eyed in terror, unable to move or scream due to the adrenaline coursing through him. A massive shadow with tree-like horns violently shattered his skull, and his limp body hung against the jagged horns, crashing into its protruding fangs, sending flesh and entrails flying in a brutal shake, with only a long spine left flailing as it ran. Beast tide. Run. A few of the more daring souls, even while trembling, shouted out, turning to sprint toward the high ground. But in just a few dozen or 100 paces, how could a human possibly outrun a beast? The gray-black tide surged forth without biting, clawing, or killing. The massive beasts at the front struck down the frail human bodies, either sending them flying or trampling them down before thousands of hooves and claws passed over. Flesh and bone mixed with the soil, compacted by countless hoofed feet. Yet this was not the end. From the rustling sounds came countless insects. Unlike the beasts, they overturned the compacted flesh and soil, either laying eggs or devouring everything before continuing on. The beast tide had already moved on, leaving no need to worry about the safety of the group. Unable to perform preservation on the corpses outside, the eldest goblin rushed into the thicket to gather firewood to prepare for burning the remains. The girl entrusted the Balak beast to Unisa for safekeeping and mounted the Velaz beast herself, wanting to witness the demise of this town up close. The golden spirit hovered above the Velaz beast's head, scattering twinkling lights around the girl, soothing her agitated bloodline, stirred by the overwhelming scent of blood. Does Reed find it very cruel? The spirit asked softly, sensing the girl's emotional fluctuations. The sturdy hind legs of the Velaz beast stepped over the blood-soaked ground, and the girl, watching the insect eggs and broken flesh that the claws turned over, gently replied, "It is cruel. The struggles of the powerful harm the innocent. They may not be entirely innocent, but the blame for instigating the conflict does not lie with them. The kind-hearted Reed Cape, your parents must be truly great. Only a life of sufficient peace could cultivate such noble character in you." A glimmer of light flickered in the spirit's eyes, and her voice took on an ethereal quality unlike that of any living being. "Peace comes at the cost of the blood and fire of countless beings." The girl noticed the spirit's probing and quickly replaced the word forefathers with beings. She gently nudged the Velaz beast to make it run a bit faster, saying, "Heaven and earth have no selfish hearts. All things receive equality. The strong do not impose their dominance, and all beings thus attain equality." Wise Reed Cape, no wonder both the Rifa Sun God cult and the elves wish to win you over. Even the spirit forest is beginning to take notice of you. The golden spirit's tone carried a hint of reverence. The girl looked up at her, smiled, and shook her head, saying, "That is merely a beautiful fantasy. For beings to survive, there will always be conflicts. In this world, there is no right or wrong, only positions." The golden spirit flew up from the top of the Velaz beast and landed on the girl's shoulder, gently stroking her ear as she said, "Reed Cape is beginning to grow." Unlike the towns of Lior and Tysola in the Jaimimi Empire, the castle of the Gringab territory is situated in the town of Fertili, or rather the town of Fertili at the high ground is a truly complete and magnificent castle manor. In the castle hall built of giant stones, young Gringab was gathered with his confidants along with the church leaders of Fertili and the management of the mercenary guild. Bottles of golden wine were opened continuously and plates of sumptuous food were served and taken away. Various beautiful and alluring female hybrids of Lavit and Seminit danced gracefully at the banquet or flirted and drank with the nobility. Small hybrid goblins wore heavy makeup and tossed around the pristine leg bones of some unknown creature while stepping on a ball that still had a bit of fur. A cloistered disciple with a Mediterranean sun had walked into the hall from a side door, his pace steady, but his expression tinged with anxiety and fear. The disciple approached a priest dressed in a yellow and white robe adorned with the sun god's emblem and whispered a few words before stepping back and standing silently. The priest's expression stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal, raising a toast with the unclothed Lavit female lizard folk squeezing her buttocks and standing up with her somewhat swaying. Young Gringab, surrounded by two Seminit female beasts, ate a red berry while keeping an eye on the priest. He laughed heartily and waved when he saw the priest staggering away with the hybrid lizard folk. The priest seemed momentarily taken aback, then looked at the newly appointed lord with a mischievous smile, casually waved his hand, and turned to give the cloistered disciple a knowing glance. He, along with the hybrid lizard folk, was helped out toward the side door of the hall. As the priest exited the hall, other church assistants began to leave quietly in dribs and drabs, either exchanging pleasantries with the newly appointed lord or directly helping the hybrid males and females to their feet and leaving. Young Gringab, not yet drunk, frowned slightly as a plump woman interrupted his thoughts by pressing against the back of his head. He smiled and reached back to touch her, but as he turned his head, he realized that the people from the mercenary guild were also beginning to leave. Unease surged in his heart as he beckoned a clear-headed confidant over and whispered a few words. After the confidant hurried away, he pulled the hybrid beast folk behind him into his embrace. "What is that?" A young human farmer in worn leather armor stood atop the stone wall, gazing at a swiftly advancing black cloud. It appears to be. Shvist, a blood elf farmer like himself, squinted and twitched his ears, but a sudden chill ran down his spine. Without another word to his companion, he dropped his spear and bolted down the stone steps. Her lips trembled. The scant blood elf lineage coursing through her veins screamed urgent warning. She did not know what it was, but she knew with absolute certainty that it was deadly. Extremely deadly. And several human farmers exchanged glances and shrugged. Before they could utter even a crude jest, dozens of black shapes plummeted from the sky, slamming into their faces and bodies. Chaotic whirlwinds snuffed out torches, hooked beaks pierced eyeballs, razor-sharp talons tore open throats, spears clattered to the ground, heavy bodies collapsed with dull thuds, and grotesque, bubbling gurgles rose incessantly from bleeding wounds. Beast tied. A half-elf below the wall shrieked in terror, but most human farmers remained bewildered. The legendary beast tide was not a concept everyone grasped, especially not those of low-born human stock, deprived of ancestral bloodline knowledge and formal education. As a handful of half-elves fled inward toward the inner citadel, panic seized the human farmers, and they too broke into frantic flight. The oppressive black cloud finally descended in full force. Thousands upon thousands of creatures, large and small, feathered and scaled, folded their wings and struck with lethal precision at every bipedal figure exposed beneath the pale crescent moon. Wah! Na! Piercing, ear-splitting shriek tore through the night. A monstrous beast with a wingspan nearing 10 paces vaulted over the stone wall, slamming into a huddled group of stumbling farmers. Its fleshy, tooth-lined beak, over 2 paces long, snatched up one victim, hurled him skyward, then caught and swallowed him whole in a single upward tilt of its head. Having devoured one farmer, the colossal creature seemed to lose interest in those still writhing beneath it. Its hind limbs flailed wildly, stomping haphazardly, while its membranous forelimbs beat powerfully, propelling it skyward once more in a series of violent leaps. Survivors who had not been trampled scrambled upright, only to be snatched madrisse by swooping avians. Talons pierced skulls or impaled shoulders, yanking them violently into the air. Under the relentless assault of talons and beaks, their bodies shattered into fragments of bone and flesh, some devoured on the spot, others scattered like autumn fruit falling from trees. Bipeds could not outrun beasts, and certainly not these shadows soaring overhead. By the time the ashen black cloud had crossed half the distance beyond the outer wall, no farmers nor soldiers remained outside the inner citadel. Firthalus town sat upon higher, steeper ground than Lior town, more defensible, with only 2 narrow, winding roads leading upward and steep treeless slopes flanking them, slowing the dark tide dramatically. The girl already heard screams rising from the heights, and growing impatient, she urged her Velets beast forward, charging straight across the backs of stampeding beasts toward the outer wall of the highlands. Such reckless intrusion into the beast swarm would provoke instinctive retaliation, even under the protection of an immortal spirit. And how troublesome. Is slaying a few acceptable? She drew Eunice's knightly longsword. It felt too light, yet serviceable. And though they've all already sown their seeds, still red, please try not to kill them outright, replied the golden immortal spirit, hesitating slightly. TCH, how tedious. With a disgruntled murmur, the girl flicked aside several heedless, nameless monsters, then tightened the reins and spurred her Velets beast forward with a sharp squeeze of her thighs, launching it into a sudden explosive sprint. Guided by the immortal spirit and empowered by the Velets beast's extraordinary leaping ability, the girl weaved and surged through the chaos, until after a tense struggle, she finally broke free ahead of the swarm. By then she had already traversed half the highlands. Urging her mount onward without pause, she tilted her head upward, gazing at the pitch-black expanse of the outer wall, and sighed inexplicably deep within her heart. The 4 inner gate portals had already been drawn shut, but a mere 10-pace stone wall offered no barrier against the black clouds descending from the sky. The same carnage unfolded once more along the outer wall, yet compared to the outer ramparts, twice as broad. The inner wall's defenders lasted less than half a breath before being utterly engulfed by the black cloud. Now the flying beasts and avian monstrosities seemed wholly bereft of reason. A churning living storm of flesh, feathers, and scales blotted out the entire inner citadel, raining death down in dense, unrelenting torrents. Countless windows shattered inward, broken-necked birds convulsed upon the ground, only to be trampled moments later by newly arriving kin. Larger avians and titanic beasts dispersed across the town, some crashing suddenly through rooftops, others diving straight for the castle standing at the town center. In an instant, the silent night of the town erupted into deafening cacophony, shrieks of beasts, wails of bipeds splintering wood collapsing roofs, and here and there muffled shouts of command and fury, like a grand, grotesque celebration. Aligned symmetrically around the central castle stood the Lafus Solar Deity Temple and the Mercenary Guild, 3 bastions of light in the besieged town. Yet while the temple and guild each shimmered beneath a steady, soft golden aura, the central castle relied solely upon flickering torches and candles. As if directed by some unseen will, the swirling black rain veered clear of the temple and guild, while swarms of smaller avians shot straight through open and closed windows, alike scattering blood and feathers in their wake. Bipeds stationed atop outer ramparts, aero platforms, and watchtowers managed only a single cry, or half a cry, before plummeting from great heights, dragging clinging avians with them to smash upon the ground in crimson ruin. Roars and commands echoed ceaselessly within the castle. Its massive hall doors were sealed tight, frantic footsteps pounded up and down corridors, and the few small avians that had slipped inside alive were swiftly dispatched. Before the crescent moon had shifted even a fraction across the heavens, the entire central castle lay submerged beneath the black rain. Titans landed heavily upon balconies and watchtowers, beating their vast membranous wings to stabilize themselves, then began clawing desperately at narrow passages far too small to admit them. K-Y-E-H. An earth-shattering shriek split the night sky. Instantly the Titans froze, then flapped their leathery wings and soared upward ever higher. As they dwindled to black specks beneath the crescent moon, they snapped their wings shut and plunged downward like living cannonballs. In boom, 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 and crash, crack, boom, 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 tum. From impossible altitudes, their colossal mass and gravitational momentum converted instantly into devastating kinetic force, hurling them bodily into the castle's fortress-grade stonework. Hollow flight-adapted bones and flesh shattered together, hurling pulverized rock outward in radiant grotesque blossoms of blood and viscera. Truly brutal and magnificent. And the girl stood motionless atop the inner citadel's highest rampart, sword in hand, her gaze fixed upon the central castle, her eyes gleaming with rapturous awe. The golden immortal spirit kissed her lips once more, and the hand gripping Eunice's long sword relaxed just slightly. Red Cape must learn to master the power of her bloodline. After all, today's grace is free, isn't it? Sensing her composure restored, the golden immortal spirit twirled a damp strand of hair and brushed it playfully across her cheek like a pendulum. A faint sting at her scalp drew a wry, resigned smile from the girl. She glanced downward. Her Velvet's beast lay sprawled, exhausted, yet greedily devouring the fallen avians littering the ground as though the feast would never end. Is the anger of the immortal forest yet to be unleashed? The girl turned to look at the outer wall as the beast horde began to surge in this town was about to become a lifeless wasteland. The golden spirit, which accidentally snagged a strand of the girl's hair, clung to the back of her head, refusing to utter a word. Sighing, the girl raised her hand and brought the spirit in front of her. When Unica awakens, please thank her for me, even if she no longer remembers. After saying this, she shoved the spirit into her chest armor, took a deep breath, and the strong scent unique to birds made her sneeze. So it turns out it is not just Tysola town. Humanity truly is a gluttonous race. After a moment of reflection, she leapt down from the city wall, kicked the round-bellied Velocis beast, and casually stepped over the corpses of various creatures and cobblestones towards the town center, brandishing her knight's sword. Ahead, the central castle remained noisy while many houses around emitted rustling sounds. As the girl advanced step by step, the ground began to tremble as if she were beneath a highland. Broken and intact windows produced a continuous tap-tap sound, followed by the tiles of the few roofs still standing beginning to shake and fall, mingling with the sound of shattering glass, creating an unknown masterpiece. The whispers from within the houses morphed into panic-stricken fragments of speech, occasionally accompanied by low screams and cries. Bang, 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 bang. Thud, 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 thud. Tap, 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 tap. Various footsteps mixed, chaotically startling the Velocis beast, which hurried a few steps forward, letting out a low whimper. The girl turned back and shot at a glance, but still leaped onto its back. With a slight weight on its back, the Velocis beast seemed to regain its confidence, standing tall once more. Roar? The deep, heavy call made the girl turn back involuntarily. In the distance stood a gigantic deer-like creature, much taller than a moose, with short fur and branch-like antlers, maintaining its distance from the frenzied beasts. The girl's eyes brightened, and she then saw the massive creature charging straight towards the city gate, crashing through the antlers with a loud bang and pop. Tisk, big ones are all fools. The girl turned her head in dissatisfaction, squeezed the Velocis beast, and continued walking forward, suddenly remembering something, muttering in displeasure, the mist spirits are all mentally ill. Once the beasts entered the city, the houses were no longer safe havens. The more robust bones and greater strength of the giants could easily topple these rubble piles. As the beast horde poured in, houses began to collapse, and the previously hushed whispers turned into piercing wails. The city gates and the closely packed houses limited the speed of the beast's entry, giving those deeper inside a chance to observe and escape. Many heads poked out of windows, some even half their bodies, and the first to catch their eye was the girl, who strode boldly down the street like a cavalry, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. But soon the approaching beasts and the continuously collapsing houses frightened the bipedal creatures. Cavalry! Cavalry! Hurry up! Cavalry! There are beasts! Go kill them! Many bipeds shouted at the girl, but not one reminded her to run. The girl shook her head slightly, using her knight's sword to flick a damaged head towards the window of the loudest shout, the tremendous force sending it flying swiftly, crashing hard against the chest of the biped, splattering blood from the window. Resting her sword on the hook, the Velocis beast continued to saunter forward, and in an instant only the sounds of collapse and wails remained behind. Bastard! You will die too. Die! After cursing a few times, the angry residents realized that the flood of beasts was growing. The houses were collapsing faster and they all retreated indoors with various shouts, cries, and footsteps echoing from within. Soon some began to drag their children out of the houses, running towards the central castle. Once one family started running, 4 or 5 others followed, and almost everyone from the houses rushed out. They no longer feared the corpses on the ground, nor the remaining feathered creatures in the air rushing forward en masse. The number of people on the street increased, and those who were a bit quicker and carrying bundles or leading children began to fall behind. Soon scattered fathers and mothers turned back to search for their children. Some fell unable to get back up, trampled underfoot by one beast after another, whether barefoot or in leather boots, slowly becoming part of the corpses. The girl rode the velocious beast slowly forward, passing by a woman whose legs had been crushed. She raised her sword, aiming at the woman's chest, but was stopped by the spirit. "This is the direction of the anger of the immortal forest, not the sins of Reed Cape," the golden spirit said seriously while holding onto the girl's sleeve. The girl looked at the woman on the ground, then raised her gaze to the children who were crying, either sitting or running, or those who were sitting on the ground weeping for their loved ones. Her eyelids drooped. She sheathed her sword, remaining perched on the velocious beast, standing silently. Then she raised both hands to cover her ears, leaning her body against the back of the velocious beast. Heavy gasping sounds emerged nearby as the still living woman with broken legs coughed violently, due to blood choking her airway, accompanied by a faint wail. The girl straightened up, opening her eyes and turning to look. A wild Totai beast was cautiously approaching the woman on the ground, occasionally glancing at the girl as if fearing something. With a swift motion, the knight's sword sliced through, cleaving the woman's head, and a sudden determination appeared in the girl's eyes as she tightened the reins, clamping her legs together, causing the velocious beast to move forward once more. A crunching sound of the Totai beast chewing bones came from behind, and as the girl swung her sword, she ended up lifting a child, perhaps only a year old, sitting on the ground, and placing him in her arms. "Reed Cape." The golden spirit did not stop her again, but voiced a question. "At least this child has not eaten any people." The girl's face twitched slightly as she cut the reins and roughly tied the child up. The golden spirit circled around her and landed back on her shoulder softly, saying, "You are also exercising tyranny. You know I am strong, so this world should follow my rules." Her tone grew firm, and a glimmer of light returned to the girl's eyes, just like when the battle slaves called her Amma. With a light thrust of the sword, the woman holding a pile of flesh in despair fell silent. With a swift strike, the man readied and, reluctant to part with his possessions, was cut in two along with his bundle. With a powerful swing, another slightly larger child was hoisted onto the velocious beast's back, bound by the reins. "I told Unaliki that I would try to change this world. If I cannot do that, then wherever I go I will change it." The rampage of the beast horde forced people to flee their homes, while the unaggregated avians and giants enjoyed a feast as delicacies overflowed from stone boxes, requiring only to flap their wings and lower their heads for a sumptuous meal. The panicked crowd surged towards the nearest buildings once more as the two-legged beasts collided, shoved, and trampled each other. The increasingly strong scent of blood wafted through the streets. They fled, permeating the empty houses and invading the nostrils of the beasts. The colossal beasts no longer searched for blood meals among the rubble of buildings. They charged directly toward the town center, fearing that if they were slow, their bellies would be left empty. A rustling sound came from outside the city as the relatively smaller beasts also began to sprint toward the town center, where fresh blood meals awaited, while a deadly swarm of insects pursued from behind. However, Velaz was no beast of the kind of Balak, and the horde's pace was somewhat too fast. The girl managed to rescue only 4 children. She dismounted and led Velaz towards the employer's guild. "Is the kind-hearted Reed trying to entrust these children to the guild?" The fairy sat on her shoulders, swinging her little legs back and forth. "Surely we cannot give them to that bunch of charlatans. That would be harming rather than helping people." The girl walked carefully through the ground smeared with flesh. "Can't you just call upon some Totai beasts or others to help me carry the children? This path is too difficult to traverse." "That's not possible. It's a pact between the fairy and them." The fairy shook her head, her long hair brushing against the girl's face. The girl paused, gazing at the distant scene of carnage, sighed. "The Last Supper. The fate of those within the central castle has been sealed. After the adventurers cleanse this town, it will inevitably welcome new lords and residents. Whether these newcomers will mourn the deceased, avoid this ominous place, or continue to feast upon flesh is no longer a concern of mine." The faint golden barrier of the employer's guild appeared ahead, but the girl had to halt her steps. The doors, which should have been perpetually open, were closed. Countless bipedal beasts pressed against the gap between the barrier and the door, and a considerable amount of blood flowed from their bodies and beneath their feet. Those who ran fast must be regretting it now? Or perhaps they have no chance to regret it. Over 20 Totai beasts, Rufus, and a few unknown ferocious beasts blocked the barriers outside, meticulously gnawing on the remains on the ground, while eyeing the bipedal beasts hungrily. The girl looked helplessly at the fairy and accidentally kissed her chest, while turning, causing the fairy to giggle. Rolling her eyes, she lifted her chin and nudged the fairy with her jaw. "Does the guild have a back door? One that won't be blocked?" The golden fairy nibbled on the girl's ear, then rose to fly ahead to guide her. People in front of the guild's doors watched as the petite girl led Velaz past the ferocious beasts, all with wide eyes. The crowd shifted slightly and a man at the edge lost his balance, tumbling out of the barrier. Before he could even scream, a rufous bit through his throat, and then the beast dismembered him on the spot. Fear stirred the crowd once more, causing them to press closer together, but again someone stepped wrong. Several in the front rolled out of the barrier. Unfortunately, none of these individuals were lucky enough. The beasts, still devouring flesh and bones, immediately abandoned their previous meals to pounce on these fresher blood meals. With a bit more space in front of the gate, the crowd began to throw out the deformed corpses they had been pressed against, seemingly hoping to satiate the beasts, believing that doing so might grant them safety. The girl, having stopped to observe the crowd, shook her head and continued to follow the ferry with Velas. Cavalry. No knights. Save us. Yes, knights, please save us. After the crowd had eased up a bit, they finally had the energy to look at the girl again, calling out for help. Surely a powerful figure accompanied by a fairy could save them. The girl ignored them, walking forward with uneven steps. As she slowly distanced herself, the cries for help turned into curses and finally into wails. The golden fairy led the girl in a wide circle, and indeed the back door of the Employers Guild was directly behind the main door. The girl stared blankly at the female Revit light elf before her. Warrior. Warrior. Does the guild take in orphans? The half-blood light elf's voice snapped the girl back to reality as she bit her lip, pondering before pointing at the 4 children on Velas's back. The guild is a guild, not a church, so we do not take in orphans, the half-blood light elf replied with a warm smile, without looking at the children. However, you can foster them at the guild. The girl patted herself, but she had not brought a purse. Oh dear warrior, do not worry. After all, you still have 19 gold zafs and 5 silver carve in the guild. I can waive the storage fee for you, so this money will be more than enough for these children to be fostered at the guild for at least 9 years. Of course, this does not include various educational fees. The half-blood light elf continued to smile. Also, of course, basic language, writing, arithmetic, common sense, and etiquette will be taught, but any other slightly specialized skills will definitely incur charges. Just as the girl was about to say something, a loud crash echoed from not far away. The half-blood light elf tilted to the side, leaned back into the door to chat with someone for a moment, then turned back with a somewhat helpless smile for the girl. It seems this town has become a dead city. Dear warrior, though it is somewhat disrespectful to say, so you truly are a walking calamity. The girl felt somewhat unconvinced, opened her mouth, but could not find the words. It seemed that only Lior town was better, with just a few frontier farmers perishing. Then the massacre at Taisola town occurred, and now the beast tide was attacking Fertili town. Calling it a disaster did not seem too far-fetched. So, dear warrior, have you decided to foster them? The half-blood light elf looked up at the waning moon and asked. The girl looked back at the 4 children who had already fallen asleep, a flicker of compassion crossing her brow. She stepped forward and gently patted Velas, urging it to crouch down slowly. Gently stroking the children's foreheads, she nodded at the half-blood light elf. You are truly kind. The half-blood light elf sighed softly and waved to the inside of the door. 2 female Revit beast women soon emerged, nodding at the girl before stepping forward to gently carry the children down. Warrior, will you bestow your surname upon them and grant them names? The half-blood light elf smile was softer, lacking a bit of formality. The girl paused for a moment, biting her lower lip as she pondered. After a while she nodded. Looking at the 4 children held by the half-blood beast women, a spark of inspiration crossed her eyes as she said, the girl with black hair, I name her Lana. The girl with brown hair, I name her Sophia. The boy with golden hair, I name him Godfrey. The boy with brown hair, I name him Napoleon. The thoughts of the warrior lord are indeed difficult to fathom. She looked at the 2 half-blood orcs and said, thus belonging to the goblin lineage, recorded in the language of the gnomes, offspring of warrior Reed Cape, Reed Jean, Reed Sophia, Reed Godfrey, Reed Napoleon, on the 1st of June, year 7552 of Emer 201, year 3022 of Rafa, and year 4861 of Kobold, on the 14th of the silver moon, fostered in the town of Fertility in the Glinjab region of the Witkamara Empire, received by the branch affairs officer Chessis Tyatika. Warrior lord, what kind of education do you wish to provide them? After giving instructions to the half-blood orcs, the half-blood light elf turned to the girl and asked with a smile. The girl had remounted the Velas beast. Clumsily fastening the reins, she looked up and replied, basic education will suffice. If all goes well, I will bring them back within 2 years. As long as I can teach them language, writing, and common sense, that would be a great help. As you wish. The half-blood light elf bowed slightly, watching the girl and the golden spirit leave for the town. Only after their figures completely disappeared did she nod to the 2 half-blood orcs. Send them off at sunrise. We must not let Rafa's church discover them before they leave the territory. When the golden spirit returned the girl to the group, the pile of firewood was still blazing, and no one knew how long it would take to burn down. Reed Cape, the beast tide is coming to an end. I hope to see you again after the rebirth. The golden spirit hovered about 10 paces away from the group, her voice returning to the usual charming tone of a spirit, though her tone was somewhat serious. Rebirth. The girl was still in a daze when the golden spirit transformed into sparkling starlight, leaving behind a grain-sized green seed that fell to the ground and then sank into the soil. Only when the green light disappeared completely did the girl react. She jumped down from the Velas beast and rushed over, carefully scraping away the soil a little at a time, then began to dig vigorously. However, even after digging a large pit, she found nothing. Standing confused in the pit, the girl turned to look at Kachika Momo, who was guarding her. The big goblin shook his head. I don't understand either. The beast tide is just a legend. Perhaps this is the price of the beast tide consuming vitality. I really don't understand magic. The girl sighed. Spirits are so casual about life and death. She was no longer as angry or sorrowful as before as she just took a deep breath and sighed again. Jumping out of the pit, she frowned while brushing the dirt off her hands and asked, how long until it burns out? At least until the sun is directly overhead. The wood here is decent, but there's no time to build a clay oven, so it will take a bit longer. Kachika Momo looked up at the waning moon and estimated the time. Is it that long? Then I'll go find a place to wash up first. The girl raised her head and sniffed the mixed odors masking the scent of moisture. She might need to run a little distance to smell it. Above, everyone is dead. Kachika Momo asked curiously. He had no interest in the lives of humans, but the legend of the beast tide was still quite alluring. Yes, aside from that bunch of fanatics in the church and the mercenary guild, there shouldn't be any survivors. The girl waved to the battle slaves preparing to jump onto Manilis Vela's beast, but was pulled into a hug by Ornan. Feeling the somewhat crowded softness, she thought, well, it's okay, but these guys seem a bit too unrestrained. The river is over there. Manili pointed in the direction where the waning moon was setting. The girl felt that Ornan was hugging a bit too tightly and struggled outward, asking, is it upstream? I don't want to bathe in blood water. Then let's go this way. This way is upstream. Nanarini immediately cried out, referring to the east, the direction of the dawn, and also the direction she was responsible for earlier. This is a great river, at least compared to the small streams the girl had seen before, estimated to be at least 100 paces wide with a gentle current that looked relatively clear. The girl and her group walked upstream along the river for a while until they found a shallow area to stop, removing the Vela's beast's armor and mail, while the 6 people from Manili, who had previously rushed and recklessly, were responsible for pulling it downstream to clean and drink. Stepping into the cool water of the shallow area, the refreshing chill made the girl inadvertently stretch, quickly removing her armor, leather, and clothing, tossing them back onto the shallow bank. After taking a few steps forward, she spread her arms and splashed into the water. The ear canal sphincter and the stapedius muscle naturally contracted, barely keeping the river water at bay, while the noise in the air transformed into a weak ethereal current sound at that moment. The girl's spirit gradually calmed down and her mind began to empty, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. However, just a short while later, this tranquility was shattered by a pair of large hands. Before she could recover from her state of emptiness, a pair of large hands lifted her by the armpits, followed by 2 soft masses pressing against her face. The laughter of the battle slaves echoed in her ears, and the aftereffects of the public bath immediately erupted. Her body became a soft puddle, unable to exert any strength, and she could only be tossed around like a doll by the unrestrained half-blood goblins. Orin, let go of me. No way, Alma, we must clean you up, giggled. Don't. Oh. Nadava. You. Remember this. Remembered. Yunisha. Help. Save me, Alma. Save me. I can't. Breathe. Smack. Shut up. No shouting. The girl angrily walked back and forth with a long, flexible, smooth branch in hand, occasionally raising it to strike, while the battle slaves knelt obediently in the shallow water, each with reddened behinds. You? Holan Cha-Cha. Aren't you their big sister? How old are you? Still acting like a child. The girl turned and pointed the branch at Holan Cha-Cha, scolding her angrily. Alma, I'm only 16. By elven standards, I'm still a child. Holan Cha-Cha puffed out her chest, speaking in a spoiled and aggrieved tone, but her face bore a mischievous smile. Smack. This. The girl roared and struck with the branch. You are a big goblin. Big goblins become adults at 8. Even if half-bloods follow human standards, you have already been an adult for 2 years. Alma, yes. You are the leader. Ornan. Don't tell me you haven't reached adulthood either. The girl suddenly turned her head, narrowing her eyes at Ornan. No, Alma, Are you still going to quibble, eh? The girl huffed as she stomped through the splashes of water, waving the branch towards Ornan. Alma, your pants have floated away. The glaring sun hung high in the sky, casting its light upon the calm river surface, where the reflections danced like scattered jewels. A young girl crouched on the shallow bank, carefully using a short knife to tend to the claws of a somewhat delicate-looking half-breed goblin battle slave. While it was impossible to make the black and yellow claws bright white, at least she could make them neat. Is it not my turn yet? A Mankey sat directly in the water, sulkily muttering as she pinched her own claws. A few goblins from Orinani glanced at her for a moment before walking away in displeasure, dragging over the already clean Velocis beast to scrub it vigorously. Orinani, stop bullying the Velocis beast. There's no suitable dye here. We'll talk about it when we get to the next town. The girl shouted without lifting her head upon hearing the beast's whimper. While carefully and meticulously scrubbing the girl's panties, Manili asked the frowning Yunisha beside her, why do I always feel like Alma looks more like a human or an elf? Maybe Alma was born from an elf. Perhaps she was even raised by elves. Who cares, as long as Alma is willing to be our Alma, that's enough. At this point, Eunice's sorrowful expression suddenly changed. She turned and glared fiercely at Manili. I know you and Nanarini still have your clan on your mind. Alma might not care, but until she sets you free, you better behave. Tisk, I'm not an idiot. Manili rolled her eyes, lifting the four-cornered panties towards the sun to examine them closely, then sniffing them she frowned and asked, I think. Is it good enough now? By the way, does that mean we can only secretly eat bugs from now on? Yunisha shrank her head, glancing at the girl who was still working hard. I think if we roast them, Alma probably won't mind, right? But if they're roasted, they won't move anymore. And they can easily burst when cooked. What a waste. Manili also swallowed, nervously expressing her worries. Bang! Bang! Two small stones struck the heads of two half-breed primitive goblins. The force was not great, but it hurt. Ouched! Bugs, bugs, bugs. Are you birds or something? The angry girl had already leapt in front of them, grabbing each of them by the neck. Alma knows it's hard to break bad habits, but you must learn to adapt slowly. Remember, cooked food is the foundation of civilization. With a shrug, Manila's eyes lit up. So that means we can roast them, right? Hiss. In the end, the girl couldn't outlast the two little ones, but the bottom line was that they must be cooked first and thoroughly cleaned and seasoned. It was hard to change these habits all at once, so they would have to change bit by bit. The so-called original flavor could never compare to that of a true master of seasoning, hailing from the mysterious East, the best at cooking instant noodles. Kachika Momo, with a dark expression, tossed a pile of roasted bugs far away, and then stuffed a piece of fragrant roasted fish into the mouths of the three half-breed primitive goblins who were retching. Dear warrior, please stop torturing them with such cruel methods. You've scared the orcs. Standing with her hands on her hips in front of the girl who was wringing her hands and looking down, Kachika Momo suddenly felt like a human father. Oh, the girl's cheeks turned red. She had only salted the bugs a bit and added some spicy-smelling plants. Who would have known they would turn bitter and astringent while carrying an inexplicable foot-scented sweetness when roasted? Sighing again, Kachika Momo turned to collect the ashes of the goblin, wasting quite a bit of time. With no supplies nearby, the town was completely destroyed, leaving only plants and bugs in a vast area, and fish were costly and salt to process. They needed to hurry up and continue their journey. The girl shyly walked up to the three little ones and hugged them, kissing them lightly on the forehead as she softly said, I'm sorry, Alma really can't cook. The three little ones, with their mouths full of roasted fish, stared blankly at the girl. Nanarini suddenly ground her teeth quickly and swallowed, angry, but still lowering her voice to shout, Alma can't apologize. The girl froze as she didn't understand what Nanarini meant. Then Manili, also struggling to swallow her food, nodded and said, Alma can't bow down. Eunice's expression was complex. She silently gnawed on the roasted fish without expressing her stance. Not far away, Harinkiankiang heard Nanarini seemingly shouting something. Turning to look, he found that the four seemed to be indeed arguing, so he walked over while holding crushed rations mixed with roasted fish. Alma. The three little ones saw Harinkiankiang approaching and all lowered their heads to quietly eat their roasted fish. The girl squinted her eyes as she didn't rush to respond to Harinkiankiang, but turned to look at the big goblin and the orcs. We'll talk later when they rest. Smiling back at Harinkiankiang's question, she then reached out to pat the heads of the three little ones. It seems we need to have a good talk. After finishing their food, the group headed to the riverside that the girl had cleaned earlier. The tension and busyness of the entire night, plus half a day, had left most people somewhat exhausted. Kachika Momo did not arrange for the battle slaves to stand guard. He could see that these girls had something to do, only repeatedly reminding them to finish quickly and rest well, and then left them alone. The girl and the battle slaves did not walk too far, stopping after walking a few paces downwind to find a slightly flat piece of ground. Sitting down with a thud, she called for the battle slaves to sit down. At that moment, she realized how small she was. Looking around behind the three little ones was a row of majestic beings. Sighing, she called a velocious beast over to lie down, then sat on its back. In your eyes, does Alma never make mistakes? The girl rested her chin on her hand, gazing at this group of half-breed goblins who, despite their young age, had already experienced who knows how much hardship. The battle slaves exchanged glances, then all shook their heads. It was Nanarini who spoke first. Alma might make mistakes, but Alma absolutely cannot bow down. The battle slaves nodded in unison, seemingly in agreement with this. The girl tilted her head slightly, asking in annoyance, if Alma makes a mistake and doesn't bow down to admit it, can that mean Alma can do anything she wants? Alma can do anything. The handsome half-breed goblin Levite tilted his head and naturally shouted. Can Alma order the entire clan to die? The girl showed no emotion at first, but found it somewhat amusing, thus she indeed smiled and countered. Alma would never do that. This time the battle slaves spoke in unison again. Scratching her head, the girl pondered and asked, do you know what power means? Upon hearing the young woman's question, most of the war slaves surged with sudden indignation, yet they held their tongues. Meanwhile, the three little ones, Holin Kiki, and the tall, handsome, mixed-blood elder brother Bulin, wore expressions both evasive and complex. Shoshana, tell us, what is power? The young woman arched a brow and pointed toward the tall, graceful girl. Shoshana blinked in mild surprise. She had expected Alma to call upon either Yunisha or Holin Kiki first. After a brief pause, she replied calmly, Alma, since childhood, we have been taught only two things: to fight and to serve males. If you ask me what power is, then I believe it is precisely that which compels us to do these two things. The young woman narrowed her eyes. She had never probed into these girls' pasts, nor had she needed to. Intuition alone sufficed. Yet hearing it spoken aloud unsettled her deeply. With a gentle nod, she turned her gaze to Nadawa, the bold Seminate elder brother Bulin who had closely shadowed Ulanani's mischief earlier, and gestured with a tilt of her head for him to speak. Amma Shoshana speaks truth, Nadawa retorted sharply, his voice laced with unmistakable fury. Power is nothing but the force that harms us. She then pointed to Amanka, whose eyes now gleamed with unusual brightness. He shook his head and replied, Amma, I do not understand what power is. I have never possessed it. A faint smile flickered across the young woman's serene face. Then she finally called upon Holinkiki. Amma, do you mean the abuse of power? Holinkiki's expression remained placid, her tone utterly devoid of emotion. That is merely a human affliction. Goblin bloodlines bound by ancestral covenant need not fear such dilemmas, just as we pledged absolute loyalty to you upon forging our blood pact. The young woman's upward curving lips flattened instantly. She leapt down from her Velvet's beast and strode toward Holinkiki, simultaneously rousing dormant memories of the subterranean vault buried deep within her goblin bloodline. Primal savage recollections surged forth unshackled from restraint. Saliva welled at the corners of her mouth, guttural ragged breaths, hollow hoarse ha-ha sounds, rasped from her throat. Her smile returned, but twisted uncanny. Her slender supple tongue traced slowly upward from Holinkiki's jawline, its texture grating like metal on metal. A rasping whisper scraped against her ear, so delicious. Under acute physiological alarm, adrenaline flooded her system, muscles liquefied with tension. Before Holinkiki, the diminutive adolescent goblin vanished. And so did the compassionate, almost human Amma. In their place loomed a terrifying, ravenous monster, ancient and insatiable. The young woman's delicate nose brushed back and forth along Holinkiki's neck. With a light push of one finger, she sent the girl collapsing limply onto the ground, then lunged behind Shoshana in a single fluid motion, drawing her close with tender arms. Her tongue swept from the girl's large ear across her cheek and lingered softly over her tightly shut, trembling eyelids. With faint disdain, she released the handsome mixed-blood elder brother Bulin, letting her slump halfway to the earth. Then she stepped behind the three little ones and seized Nananarini by the nape, lifting her effortlessly. Crushing pressure compressed the vessels beneath Nananarini's neck. Dizziness swam through her mind, but even then her senses remained razor-sharp. A warm, wet, undulating presence glided across her abdomen, followed by a sharp, searing pain, as if fangs had pierced her flesh. A final desperate trickle of adrenaline surged from her ventrolateral medulla, igniting violent, instinctive struggle. With a heavy thud, the mixed-blood primal goblin struck the ground. She curled inward, gasping in shallow, shuddering breaths, her abdomen bleeding slowly from 2 rows of jagged, punctured wounds. The young woman licked her lips, scooped up Nananarini, and swayed her hips as she resettled atop her Velvet's beast, gazing upon the war slaves, all taut with raw, trembling tension. How does it feel to be regarded as mere provisions? Is this not the very blood you trusted most? Amma's face bore its usual gentle smile. Her teasing tone held not a trace of the deathly aura she'd exuded moments before. Holinkiki and Shoshana's muscles gradually regained function. They pushed themselves upright from the earth, but kept their heads bowed, refusing to meet Amma's gaze. Nananarini clung fiercely to Amma's chest, her body still quivering in aftershocks. After a brief silence, Amanche leaned forward eagerly on her knees, eyes alight with reverence. Amma, is this the true strength of our goblin bloodline? Her posture was reverent, her gaze starry, as though beholding sacred treasure. Instantly, every war slave fixed their burning eyes upon Amma. Fear had dissolved, not into reflection, but into fervent, feverish devotion. Unisha rose and approached the Velvet's beast, cradling Amma's small, dazed foot in both hands and pressing it tenderly to her cheek. After a soft, affectionate rub, she whispered with a sly, knowing smile, Amma Shoshana said we were taught only 2 things. At that moment, Amma felt the profound exhaustion of a teacher lecturing in rural Africa or a scholar simplifying history for short video platforms. Yet she drew quiet solace in the fact that Unisha, Holinkiki, and Shoshana had clearly grasped her meaning, even if they did not endorse it. There remained Amanka, the apparent troublemaker, or perhaps rather the subtle mediator harmonizing this ideological rift. Truly brilliant. Amma, you need not explain so much. We shall follow your path without hesitation. She had murmured those words while cradled in Shoshana's arms. Back atop her Barak, beast Amma held Nananarini, who clung to her with desperate tenacity and strained to recall fragments from modern historical texts and cinematic dramas. Alas, few offered direct models she could emulate. The path of a spiritual leader. Surely not would excel at this far more than I. Lost in such idle musings, she drifted into sleep as fatigue washed over her. The moon swelled fuller still, its luminous glow making the path ahead easier to traverse. When Amma awoke, she found herself reversed. Nananarini reclined across the Barak beast's plush saddle, holding her close, her wide mouth occasionally nibbling Amma's hair until her entire head grew damp. Sensing faint, lingering resentment in the air, Amma rubbed her eyes and sat up from Nananarini's embrace, only to discover all the girls encircling the Barak beast walking alongside the caravan, stealing glances at her again and again. Nananarini ducked her head, burying herself behind Amma's back, and Amma couldn't help but smile. She lifted the little one before her, ruffled her hair fondly, and gave her bottom a light pat, urging her gently back to the ground. Ignoring the girl's simmering, jealous glances, Amma sprang twice in quick succession onto Kachika Momo's mount and asked, "Are we moving too slowly?" The elder brother Bulin shook his head. "We must not hasten. We must allow the next lord sufficient time to react. Relations between the Vitrakumala Empire and ourselves remain tenuous. We would do well to observe their protocols." Amma recalled the map and frowned. "Then why not take the route through the Dark Elves' territory? It adds distance, but if we increase speed, wouldn't it prove more expedient?" Kachika Momo shrugged. "Their border garrisons are manned by mist elves. You have a mist elf mentor, do you not? Their minds, well, let's just say they're rather peculiar." "HSS. You're right." Although Big Brother Goblin mentioned controlling the speed, the entire team still quickened their pace a bit under the girl's urging. After a night of silence, the sun soon hung high in the sky, and the team was about to exit the Glenjabu territory, once again diving into the forest. Due to the beast tide, the forest appeared exceptionally tranquil, and with no fresh meat available, everyone could only gnaw on hard rations. The girl nibbled on the hard rations made of unknown ingredients. To be honest, although the texture was too tough, the faint salty flavor was entirely acceptable to her, especially the sweetness of the carbohydrates stimulated by her saliva made her a bit happy. Her small nose twitched as she abruptly turned her head with crumbs in her mouth to look at the 3 mixed-blood primitive goblins hiding at the edge of the team. The 3 little ones sat with their backs to her, keeping a distance from the others, who looked at them with some disdain. Only 6 orcs stared at them hungrily, but were restrained by Big Brother Goblin and the green-skinned beastmen from approaching. "Manili, you're so clever. This way of eating is indeed delicious." This was Nana Raini's voice, and she was even smacking her lips. "Nana Raini, keep your voice down, don't let Amma hear us." The girl saw Yunisha nudge Nana Raini and quietly complain. "Ah, smack smack, I didn't expect the rations could be this tasty, smack smack." Manila's eating sounds were not small either. This was a flavor that had filled her mouth dozens of days ago, and the human's rational aversion clashed violently with the sweet memories of goblin cuisine within her. The girl clenched the rations in her hand, her mouth twitching as she quietly hopped down from the Balak beast, stealthily approaching the 3 little ones from behind. On 3 large leaves lay crushed rations mixed with chopped insects, the juices soaking into the rations resembling a meat sauce mixed with rice. The aroma of carbohydrates mingled with the fishy smell of insects. One side was the strong aversion from human perception, while the other was the appetite stirred by goblin memories. The 2 opposing sensations made the girl's head spin. The other girls, quietly watching the spectacle along with Big Brother Goblin and the beastmen, observed as the girl began to sway slightly, and then in a moment it seemed the human's rationality overcame the goblin instinct. With a heave, she sprayed a stream of unclear liquid right onto Yunisha in front of her. The strong scent of stomach acid still carrying bits of rations quickly spread through the air, and the onlookers who had been chuckling suddenly changed their expressions, followed by intermittent retching sounds. As a bewildered Yunisha stood up, her head covered in slime, still holding the leaf, while chewing, the entire team began to retch in unison, a truly spectacular sight. To be honest, these mixed-blood goblins, Big Brother Goblin and green-skinned beastmen, were not strangers to eating insects. Having goblin blood, they did not refuse to consume such things when reasonable. However, mixing rations with chopped insects while also being covered in vomit, under the effects of mirroring and emotional empathy, almost no one could withstand it, except for the orcs who drooled at the sight of the stuff on Eunice's leaf. The 3 little ones, having incurred everyone's wrath, were directly hung on a flagpole, and even the girl had no objections to this evident form of torture. She had deeply felt that these uncultured rascals truly needed strict punishment. "Momo, can we buy books about etiquette in the next town?" The girl yawned while propping her chin lazily, lying on the back of the Balak beast, as the dappled sunlight filtering through the treetops danced on her, making her polished armor shine brilliantly. When Big Brother Goblin looked up at the girl, he was momentarily blinded by the glare, so he turned away and closed his eyes, casually replying, "You want to use etiquette to educate battle slaves? Not a bad idea. Well, see when the time comes. Books on etiquette should still be easy to find on the human side." A slight snoring sound came from the 3 little ones hanging on the flagpole. The 3 little ones hung there for a full 5 days, only being taken down for eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, and at the girl's request, they would be tied in different ways occasionally to prevent their limbs from dying. Over these 5 days, there were 2 rare rain showers, and after 3 days of sun and wind, the 3 little ones had at least temporarily become much more obedient. According to Big Brother Goblin's captain, if they hadn't already entered the Valerius territory and were about to reach the town to change flags, they would have been hanging for at least another 5 days. Watching the 3 little ones sitting obediently on the Velaz beast, still exchanging glances, the girl swallowed her words of rebuttal. On the 8th day after leaving the Glenjabu territory, the 3 little ones had completely regained their vitality, and the team had fully exited the forest and entered the clearing with sparse houses. Large tracts of farmland and wasteland surrounded clusters of settlements consisting of just a few or a dozen houses, and the scene made the girl feel a bit dazed, as if she had returned to the distant outskirts of Lior town. After finding the map from Kachika Momo, the girl carefully examined the route from Taisura town, discovering that this vast area was composed of large plains separated by short mountain ranges or hills. The town here is called Oprentum. A fertili, and an Oprentum indeed worthy of being a town on the plain. The girl shook her head with a smile. It seemed that the next town would be even more prosperous than Fertili town in Glenjabu territory. Perhaps she could find suitable books there. Thinking of this, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. How should she deal with the barbaric little rascals? Of course it was through the oppressive power of education. Oh he, the girl lost in her fantasies unconsciously laughed out loud, causing even the girls, the green-skinned beastmen and big brother Goblin, to shiver. Perhaps due to its relatively inland location, there were no wooden walls for protection outside Oprentum town, and the high ground where the town was situated could hardly be called a high ground. The team bearing 3 national flags encountered the Lord's private soldiers coming to greet them about 2 stadia away from the town. The elaborate and luxurious ceremonial attire of the humans formed a stark contrast with the armored warriors of other races. This time, Kachika Momo stopped the team at a distance upon seeing the private soldiers. He had the 3 little ones tidy up their attire, and along with the Balik beast move to the front. The mixed-blood goblin battle slaves were divided into 2 groups, the first 8, and the last 9 to escort the Balik beast and the messenger's cart at the back. The silly orcs set down their heavy weapons and moved to the Balik beast, where they were guarded by the green-skinned beastmen. The Totai cavalry was also divided into 2 teams, one at the front and one at the back. Following Big Brother Goblin's instructions, the girl hung the axe's blade on the large hook at the right front side of the Balik beast, holding the handle loosely in her hand, while all the girls similarly held their knightly swords loosely. Is this how we should look? The girl asked in confusion. Well, after all, you're the best-looking one in the team right now, and the fully armored Balik beast is quite intimidating, just bear with it. Kachika Momo nodded honestly, hurriedly checking the formation of the team before returning to his mount at the front. The private soldiers who came to greet them were not many, just over 20, all dressed in ceremonial robes interwoven with red, gold, and dark green colors, holding not weapons, but clusters of long flags in the same red, gold, and dark green hues. They were mounted on relatively gentle, small, armored dragons with the stout heads adorned with red square cloth embroidered with a dark green shield featuring golden twin flowers. At the front, 3 individuals rode medium-sized armored dragons. 2 wore similar robes to the private soldiers, but held 2 flags, one matching the square cloth atop the armored dragon's head, while the other was a white background with a blue shield featuring a white in the center, flanked by 2 creatures resembling griffins, but with serpent heads. The girl speculated that the golden twin flowers were the emblem of the Valerius family, while the other flag was clearly the national flag of the Witkamara Empire, also seen as the royal emblem of the empire. The leader of the private soldiers was dressed in a light brown-yellow linen robe, but several gemstone rings on his fingers sparkled in the sunlight. Without the goblin envoy, Kachika Momo had to endure the commercial flattery that twisted around for dozens of turns alone, during which he and the leader of the private soldiers frequently glanced at the imposing Barak beast, and the girl, each glance prompting them to open and close their mouths in unison, leading to hearty laughter from the 2 different humanoid beings. The girl lost interest after listening for a while. This articulate and composed fellow was the eldest son of the Valerius lord, with light golden hair, gray eyes, and a tall stature, all indicating that he was a pure-blood Kamara native. Though he was called the eldest son, the lord only had this one son. However, the family dynamics between men and women were somewhat delicate, with the clan leader being a female duke. Different branches had varying attitudes toward genders, but to honor the female duke, daughters were also included in the line of succession. Their conversation dragged on a bit, and even with the rain canopy providing shade, the girl found herself slightly weary from last night's early sleep. Unable to hold back, she lightly cleared her throat, her voice controlled to be just audible enough for Kachika Momo to hear. To her surprise, this light cough caused both of them to pause and burst into laughter. The girl heard the Lord's eldest son say with a smile, "Since the warrior can't wait any longer, let's not delay. The Lord has arranged accommodations and a hall for the deceased with the guild for you all. You esteemed guests will stay in our Valerius territory for a few days, which will also be good for some discussions." It seems he is not a pure-blood human. The girl thought with narrowed eyes, her ears drooping again. The subsequent journey was smooth and swift, with the Lord's eldest son and the private soldiers leading the way, the entire group swaggering through the town's outer wall and into the inner city, heading straight for the mercenary guild in the western part of the town. Just as when the girl entered Taisola town, the fully armored foreign beings attracted a lot of attention in this inland city, especially the Barak beast in full armor, which surprisingly drew more eyes than the delicate and graceful battle slaves. Leaning against a soft seat, the girl listened to the surrounding chatter while observing the Barak beast, which maintained a steady and calm demeanor as they moved forward. She began to contemplate how this foolish giant would react if they encountered any situation. Before the girl could sort her thoughts, a familiar building appeared before her, the Mercenary Guild. The Lord's eldest son exchanged a few more pleasantries with Kachika Momo before entrusting this group of foreign beings to the Levit Light Elf of the Mercenary Guild. He turned to glance at the girl, flashed a smile, and nodded slightly before continuing west with his entourage of private soldiers. The girl merely nodded slightly and did not pay further attention to the future lord. Her focus shifted to the mixed blood light elf of the guild. So far, the 3 guild members she had encountered were all Levit Light Elves, and though they were of different genders, it was quite strange. As if sensing the girl's gaze, the mixed blood light elf paused her conversation with the goblin captain, looked up at her, and revealed a gentle smile. Then she surprisingly ignored Kachika Momo, standing still and watching the girl, seemingly waiting for her. The girl, sensing something amiss, jumped down from the Barak beast and stood beside Kachika Momo, locking eyes with the mixed blood light elf. "Dear warrior, the guild has prepared rooms for you and your clan and has specially reserved a multi-person bathing room for you. This way, please." The mixed blood light elf spoke politely, yet her eyes held a hint of affection. The girl exchanged a glance with Kachika Momo, shrugged, and gave a slight nod to the mixed blood light elf before following her, leaving the goblin captain in a chaotic state. Turning through the curved wall into the transaction hall, the number of adventurers here was significantly lower than in Tysola Town and Lior Town, and most were pure-blood humans. The entire hall was relatively quiet, and the busy ethereal beings in Midair had decreased by nearly half. The mixed bloodlight elf led the girl through a small door positioned similarly, passing through a short circular corridor, climbing the same staircase, arriving at the same exquisitely decorated third floor, and walked all the way to the double doors at the end. She first stopped, slightly bowed to the girl, then pushed open the large door to the room. This room was very similar in decoration to the luxurious single suite in Tysola Town, but much larger. Upon entering, there was a cloakroom the size of a room, equipped with cabinets for armor and weapons, with doors on each side. Entering the left side led to the connected main hall and dining room, study, master bedroom, and washroom, while the right side featured a small hall beyond which were 3 bedrooms with washrooms. The girl observed carefully and noticed several misalignments in the carpet patterns and quite a few obvious traces of recent repairs on the walls. The Duke of Valerius greatly appreciates your acts of kindness in Fertility Town. She believes that such compassion crossing racial boundaries is truly magnificent, hence your upcoming journey in the Witkamara Empire should proceed smoothly, at least within the towns. The mixed bloodlight elf smiled as she explained. The girl frowned and said, "I thought the guild would keep it confidential." "Dear warrior, the Duke is one of the guild's benefactors acting in a personal capacity." The girl raised her eyebrows, looked at her, and slowly nodded, finally managing to utter a word, "reasonable." Just as the mixed bloodlight elf was about to say something, a small ethereal being rushed and flustered, shouting, "Compassionate RYD Cape. You must go take care of your battle beast. It's throwing another tantrum." The girl facepalmed while the mixed bloodlight elf covered her mouth and began to laugh. "One must maintain hygiene." The frightened girl immediately dashed downstairs. Although she currently had no financial worries thanks to the warrior subsidies from the Cobboard Empire and the Goblin Kingdom, the shadows of her past still loomed large over her. She stood at the guild's entrance, speechless, watching the composed Balak beast and a group of victims covering their ears in agony. "So this guy just howled a few times?" the girl asked flatly. "How terrifying. How terrifying." The little spirit seemed still shaken, peeking over the back of the girl's head to watch the Balak beast from a distance. The half-bloodlight elf gently lifted the little spirit from the girl's head and held her in his hands, softly saying, "Little Iya, why don't you use some magic to soothe them?" The girl suddenly turned her head wide-eyed at the little spirit, then looked at the half-bloodlight elf. "She's not Iya from Rior Town. There are many spirits with the same name." Understanding what surprised the girl, the half-bloodlight elf walked towards the Balak beast while gently explaining. The little spirit was somewhat scared, but she still trembled as she flew up cautiously, placing her hand on the Balak beast's thick lip. "It seems we don't need to arrange a spirit for you today." The half-bloodlight elf glanced over the combat slaves and flashed a playful smile at the girl. Her face instantly turned red. She didn't. She wasn't. This was slander. Ruffling the girl's hair, the half-bloodlight elf softly said, "Take a break, little E. You will take them to their rooms. In a bit, that little rascal Della will come find you. Don't worry, he is only thirsting for knowledge with no malice." "Oh, huh." The girl's pupils trembled. Finally, the half-bloodlight elf, whose demeanor and speech were somewhat odd, did not explain further. After ruffling the girl's hair, he returned to the guild, at which point the girl noticed another levitate light elf beside Kachika Momo, who was digging at his ears. This male half-bloodlight elf was likely the only creature present not digging at his ears. He slightly nodded to the girl and smiled, saying, "The famous goblin warrior, it is an honor to meet you. You are too polite." The girl also nodded in return, then asked the goblin captain, "How many days will we stay?" "According to the original plan, we only need to stay for 5 days, but due to the situation in Fertility Town, we now need to stay at least 8 days. The matter of Gilagianka will also have to wait for a response from the Empire." Suddenly mentioning that goblin darkened the girl's mood slightly. She waved to Unisha and shouted to little Iya, who seemed to be whispering something to the Balak beast. Upon hearing the girl's call, the little spirit flew over immediately, a bit too fast. If the girl hadn't reached out to catch her, she would have crashed right into her face. Merciful riddle, is there something?" The little spirit nestled into the girl's somewhat rough hand and blinked as she asked. "It's nothing, just asking what that clumsy giant is up to." The girl placed the little spirit on her shoulder, deftly grabbing Unisha, who was about to kneel, and pinching her cheek. "Oh, so Tauruth is not its name." The little spirit climbed up to the girl's head, not minding her oily hair that hadn't been washed in days, saying, "Just now, Iya clarified it's just being spoiled, but it won't be like that now, tisk." "Indeed." The girl snorted, pinching Unisha's cheek as she said, "Tell them to pack their things, come in, and rest for a while. the guild's food is delicious. Also in the future, do not bow to Amma unless necessary, or remember to tell them as well. Watching Yunisha bounce away, the girl pulled the little spirit from her head and hurried to guide the girls, then turned to excuse herself to the goblin captain and the half-blood light elf before entering the guild. Anyone who has been a parent knows how difficult it is to deal with unruly children. Fortunately, the girl was not their real parent. Although the girls were unruly, their understanding of slavery and hierarchy was profound. After she warned them not to destroy the room's facilities and to ask the spirit if they didn't understand anything, there were no further issues. The rooms for the combat slaves were mixed singles, doubles, and triples adjacent to the girls' room. Due to the slightly large number of them and their lack of experience in such fine places, little E had to pull in 3 more spirits to help them guide the girls. The 3 little ones inevitably moved into the girls' room. It was unclear how the guild and that noble lady understood the arrangements, but it was evident that the small beds in the 3 guest rooms were not meant for the half-blood goblin. The girl had never felt so exhausted. Although her words were well executed, she simply couldn't keep up with the fact that the 3 little ones had never used a toilet or taken a bath, nor had they ever slept on a real bed or used utensils besides their hands and knives. This was an era without toilet paper. Having forgotten the troubles of bowel movements, the girl forced Yunisha to sit on the toilet, and only then remembered the serious issue that she had never defecated. She first rushed to instruct the spirits to immediately equip all the rooms with hoses that could connect to water valves for cleaning, then check the girls' hygiene issues one by one. The girl's nearly frantic demeanor and actions even caught the attention of the previous female half-blood light elf. After hearing the spirit relay the girl's blunt remark, "Do you really like eating your own poop and sleeping next to it?" her face changed dramatically. She immediately issued an order for all guild toilets to be equipped with similar cleaning facilities and strictly mandated that all staff must clean themselves thoroughly after defecation. Everyone in the guild found this abrupt order somewhat baffling, but the spirit's gossip quickly satisfied their curiosity, and soon the entire Oplintum Town Employment Guild was thrown into chaos. Clearly, even if due to the backwardness of the era, most people had never cared about such things, it didn't mean they truly didn't mind. Upon hearing such a blunt description, even the half-blood orcs could not accept it. Pure-blood orcs genuinely did not care. The girl was truly exhausted. She somewhat regretted her bluntness. Now 20 girls, after realizing what Amma had said, began to gag one by one. The most affected were Xiaoshana and a male goblin named Irazara. It seemed that their reaction to this remark triggered some sort of obsessive cleanliness switch. They cried loudly while scrubbing their bodies vigorously, refusing to let anyone near them except the girl and the spirit. In the end, the girl had no choice but to ask little Iya to use mind magic to soothe their emotions. The chaos did not end there. Next came the even more challenging instruction on basic dining etiquette, not for the sake of elegance, but for hygiene. This was somewhat easier for the half-bloods of the Zymonet, as they no longer had claws. They just needed to trim their nails and wash their hands. However, for the Levitate, it was different. Their claws, which originally provided an advantage in combat, now became a visual hindrance. The goblin's claws, naturally black and yellow like most birds, were not inherently problematic. A little trimming and polishing could make them sharp and attractive. But once associated with the earlier context of hygiene, it became a bit harder to accept. The girl had to educate each half-blood Levitate, soothing them along the way. In the end, she could only ask the spirits to bring expensive nail dye for the girls to meticulously apply. Watching the girls happily and cautiously eating with spoons and knives, the girl finally let out a sigh of relief. As the girls devoured their food ravenously, the young girl pulled Xiao Iya into her bedroom, closed the door, and quietly asked, "Xiao Iya, why do I never need to relieve myself?" Xiao Xianling was clearly taken aback. She closed her eyes, emanating a sprinkle of starlight that enveloped the girl. Then she kissed the girl's forehead, and a gentle stream of magical energy flowed from her lips, seeping into the girl's skin, spreading toward her eyes. This energy quickly traversed the eyeball into the optic nerve, eventually enveloping the girl's entire brain. Out of sight from the girl, Xiao Xianling furrowed her brow, increasing the concentration of the starlight she emitted. This, combined with the energy invading the brain, seeped through the girl's skin, traveling along her blood vessels to reach various organs and bone marrow. About 2 minutes later, Xiao Xianling suddenly lifted her head and soared into the air, taking a deep breath and swaying slightly, appearing somewhat weak. The girl quickly caught her, asking with concern, "Xiao Iya, what's wrong?" "I need to sleep for a bit." "Zzz." Xiao Xianling collapsed in the girl's hands, drowsily responding before drifting off into a deep sleep. Seeing that Xiao Xianling seemed fine, the girl sighed in relief, but still felt confused. "So what exactly is wrong with me? Am I really underage? Have I been hungry too long?" The girl widened her eyes as she looked at the sprightly Xiao Xianling, who had only slept for less than half an hour, nearly choking on the smoked meat. Xiao Xianling wobbled over to Manili and pointed at her chest, saying, "Isn't it obvious? The kind-hearted Reed is at most only 4 years old." Struggling to swallow the smoked meat, she was taken aback by the scientific nature of the magic, especially given the advanced statements like Little Reed's brain hasn't fully developed and Little Reed's bones haven't closed yet, which felt far too ahead of their time, contrasting sharply with an era where paper was still a luxury. The girl rolled her eyes. According to the memories of this goblin body, she hadn't seen the moons waxing and waning for more than 5 or 6 years, let alone the corpses in the dungeon that had long since turned to bones marked by clear memories of being slain. Though she didn't understand how a structure could fully digest food without excreting toxins, she had no intention of arguing. Being a super genius goblin at a few years old was much more reassuring than being an undeveloped goblin in their hundreds. Perhaps she truly was underage, or perhaps malnutrition had led to developmental delays, time would tell. Poor Reed. Always hungry. Xiao Xianling flew over and kissed the girl's ear. The 3 little ones furrowed their brows, exchanging glances as they watched the girl devour her food. They didn't quite understand what Xiao Xianling meant by being hungry, considering that a moss appetite alone was at least equivalent to 3 adult green-skinned orcs, and although she only ate twice a day, that added up to almost 4 times her own weight. If that was considered not enough to eat, then what would count as being full? In a state of chronic hunger, the primitive goblin could only consume a little over their own weight at most. No wonder our Ma is so impressive. After forcibly sending the 3 little ones off to rest, Xiao Iya busied herself with other matters. The girl then indulged herself, quickly finishing off food nearly equal to twice her body weight, while patting her still flat belly and squinting slightly. It seemed the only time she had eaten to the point of vomiting was when she stubbornly consumed insects. How many insects had she actually eaten? Ugh. No, she couldn't think about it. Covering her mouth, the girl quickly got up and walked to the window, trying to distract herself by looking outside. The town of Opulentum in the Valerius territory was indeed much larger than the towns of Tezola and Firetilly. To be precise, in the girl's understanding, this was no longer just a town, but a true city. The building of the Employment Guild had only 3 floors, and although each floor was quite high, it was still obstructed by some buildings that fused Baroque and Gothic styles. The girl had no experience traveling abroad. She had only seen some photos, videos, and educational content through various online platforms. She couldn't quite understand how a settlement still predominantly structured around medieval manners could support such a massive city akin to those of the 18th or 19th centuries. It should be noted that the Valerius territory was merely a relatively inland lordship with a frontier title, and above it were viscounts, earls, dukes, and grand dukes. This was not a place like the Moel territory or the Glangby territory, which primarily relied on border trade. If it solely depended on local resources and domestic trade, it shouldn't possess such a strong gathering capability during this time. What a mysterious and strange world. The girl sighed, inwardly stretching as she slowly walked into her bedroom. She needed to rest a bit, as she was concerned that Delakanka had also come over. The girl was forcibly awakened by a familiar magical presence. Yes, it was that old coot Delakanka. He had barged into her room again. He was even sitting on the soft circular chair by the bed with a grin. She wanted to gift this old coot a pair of sunglasses, but she was stunned by what he pulled out from his pocket. A dark metallic tubular object had an irresistible intimidation factor over her. Hey, be careful. The memories of over 20 years prompted the girl to immediately raise her hands, her fear even overwhelming the agitation of her goblin bloodline. Delakanka was surprised by the girl's reaction. He lifted the object, which looked very much like a handgun, to his eyes and peered inside, only to have it snatched away by the girl. Heavy, solid, the straight metal pipe, but were all made of metal with no trigger or firing pin, and the rear end of the pipe was completely sealed. Testing the butt, the girl's hands were a bit small, but she found the shape was quite suitable for holding. Aside from being overly heavy, the craftsmanship of the gun was quite good. What is this thing? The girl looked at the light elf with an unfriendly gaze. Do you think this is a goblin's firearm? The goblins even told you about this. Delakanka immediately noticed from the girl's quick inspection of the gun that she was quite familiar with its original form. I knew it. Where there are goblins, there must be some bizarre technology tree. Damn Western fantasy tropes. Hearing the term firearm, the girl's heart sank. Although the goblins seemed unable to manufacture airplanes, yet if they could create firearms, they must have begun to dabble in the art of explosions. Now it's my turn to ask you, what exactly is this thing? The girl bared her teeth, feeling that this object might be related to new magic. Delakanka struck a graceful pose, cradling his chin in thought, and replied in an uncertain tone, perhaps we could call this a magical firearm. What will the future hold? Delakanka pulled out a jar, a conical small shovel, and a jingling little bag. As he opened the jar, a faint smell of sulfur wafted out, causing the girl to wrinkle her brow. He poured a small amount of the coarse dark brown particles from the jar into the conical shovel, then into the magic firearms chamber, and took out a metallic bullet from the little bag to insert it. Aren't you going to pack it tightly? The girl asked curiously. Delakanka squinted slightly at her for a moment and replied, I can use magic, so no need for a ramrod. With that, he raised the gun and aimed it at the spire of a building not far from the window. Without realizing he did anything with his hand, a loud bang sounded, and a slanted tile from the spire was shot off. Fireball spell? Explosive spell? The girl, clearly seeing the situation at the bullet's impact point, furrowed her brows as she looked at the gun in the hands of the light elf. She hadn't mentioned many fire-related spells in her casual talk. After all, as a post-2000s child, the fire spells she had seen were all basic, and things like meteorites were far too exaggerated to even whimsically mention. Let's say multiple fireball spells. The light elf tilted his head for a moment before uncertainly replying, separating at least 3 points from tightly packed firestones to simultaneously condense fireballs seems like a multiple fireball spell, right? The girl walked back and forth with her brows tightly knitted, pondering for a long time before asking, why did you think of this method after researching for so many days? Didn't the gnomes just develop their firearm? I was just curious and wanted to give it a try. The light elf said nonchalantly, it's an interesting invention, but its practical significance is minimal. Oh, as a pure weapon it is far inferior to bows and crossbows. Yes, that's the feeling. An outdated era, an arrogant mage, then completely overthrown by the torrent of steel. The girl slowly inhaled. It seemed she had just entered a pivotal moment in an era one on the brink of transformation. Now that firearms have arrived, how far can cannons be? Gradually, considering the gnome's madness and talent in Western fantasy works, perhaps planes won't come that quickly, but tanks and mechs should follow soon, right? Faced with the overwhelming firepower and torrent of steel, what feudal resistance could these elves and humans wielding clumsy telekinetic magic and bows and swords possibly offer? Speaking of which, in a world employing such clumsy telekinetic magic, can it really help her find her way home? The girl leaned against the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the setting sun. The light elf carefully put everything away, wearing a smile as he quietly waited beside her. Do you believe in gods? The sun had already disappeared, leaving only the glow of the sunset. The girl's gaze remained hazy, yet she suddenly asked this question. Delakanka did not understand the girl's meaning, but immediately answered her home. Of course, the great father god Imil created 3 continents with his own body upon the endless sea. His soul birthed the elves, his blood birthed humans and countless animals, his hair birthed fairies and numerous plants, his remains birthed the goblin race, and his skin birthed the giant serpent race. So your gods have already passed away. The girl continued to quietly watch the direction of the sunset. Though unwilling to admit it, this is indeed the truth from the perspective of ordinary beings. Delakanka frowned slightly. Such a straightforward statement was indeed somewhat offensive. The girl slowly turned her head to look at the light elf, who despite his age was still beautiful, and softly asked, then in this current time, without divine guidance, which mage can summon heavenly fire? The frown on his face did not ease, and his jaw began to tighten. Delakanka pressed his lips together, confused, as he was unsure what the girl truly meant. The term heavenly fire has 2 interpretations. One is a great fire caused by lightning striking trees or vegetation, and the other refers to meteoric debris descending from the sky engulfed in flames. But regardless of which, it seems irrelevant to magic, right? What does she mean? Or is this merely some fairy tale she heard in her childhood? Then is there a mage capable of penetrating the deepest parts of the ocean? Or perhaps one who can freeze gold and iron until they shatter? Surely there must be mages who can instantaneously move from one side of the continent to the other. The girl asked quickly, but her calm expression showed no change, only that something seemed to be slowly disappearing from her eyes. Delakanka gently shook his head, maintaining a serious expression. Then, can the most powerful seer or prophet see a clear future or past? The light elf finally realized what the girl had in her eyes. It was a light that was about to extinguish. Is it the dreamlike hope for fairy tales? What a pity. Delakanka decided to extinguish this childhood fantasy light. Overly ethereal illusions could lead one to the abyss. He relaxed his brow and revealed a regretful smile as he replied, unfortunately, all that you inquire about is merely fairy tales. As expected, the light in the girl's eyes was completely extinguished. She gently nodded, turned, and once again faced the window, but this time she looked at the sky. It seems today isn't a good time to discuss magic. The light elf adjusted his stance, slightly preparing to take his leave. In the eyes of you elves, should the power of life be ranked? Please do not evade this question in any way. Just as the light elf was about to speak, the girl began again. This question left Delakanka somewhat at a loss for words. Everyone now focused on the girl seemed to know she possessed a peculiar sense of equality, and he did not want to provoke her in such a strange atmosphere. I understand. The girl turned around after waiting only a dozen seconds, grinning widely, as she said, I'm quite tired today. How about you prepare a list of questions about new magic issues? That way we can be more efficient tomorrow. After the light elf walked away with a puzzled expression, the girl leaned against the bedside, continuing to gaze at the sky, but unfortunately from the westward window, she could not see the moonrise. The room was filled with candles that had been quietly lit by some fairy. The sufficient number of them suddenly made the girl feel as if she were under bright, incandescent lights. Her gaze fell upon her hand, and a smile tugged at her lips. The girl raised her head and walked out of the bedroom just in time to catch the 3 little ones sneaking bites of the snacks brought by the fairies. She patted each of their heads, and then asked, I know you 3 all belong to clans, so are you really willing to change your clan to acknowledge me as your ama? The 3 little ones were momentarily stunned, then Eunice nodded without hesitation, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at the girl. Manilai and Nanalini, however, hesitated a bit. While calling her ama was one thing, since they were battle slaves, they did feel a sense of closeness after the blood contract, but ultimately both still hoped to return to their clans after gaining freedom. The girl lifted Eunice into her arms and said to the other 2, if you don't want to, I will set you free right now. The 2 who had been longing for freedom were immediately startled by her words and quickly knelt, trembling as they licked the girl's instep to show their submission. Frowning, the girl took a step back, clearly sensing the fear emanating from the two. She frowned and said, I do not need unwilling clansmen, nor will I demand your lives. If you truly do not wish to change clans, you may dissolve the contract and leave now. Alma. Eunice was somewhat surprised as she had been ready to take action just moments ago, not expecting Alma to genuinely want to set the two free. Affectionately bumping foreheads with Eunice, the girl led her toward the master bedroom, saying as they walked, you can take your time to consider, there are still several days' time, but before we set out, I must have your answer. With a loud bang, the master bedroom door closed, leaving Manilai and Nanalini kneeling on the ground exchanging glances. As she was pulled into the bedroom, Eunice became increasingly excited, her cheeks flushed as the girl filled the bathtub with water. After tidying up, the girl turned around and saw Ioannis's big eyes nearly overflowing with water. She sighed and swiftly grabbed the little one's nape, stripping her clean in a few quick motions before tossing her into the bathtub. Father, let me go and execute them. They will surely betray you. Eunice leaned on the edge of the bathtub, enjoying the girl's gentle scrubbing of her back with a cleaning brush. The fiery desire that had arisen from her reflexes was now filled with an unfamiliar warmth, something she had never felt before. Bang! The girl lightly tapped the little one's head with the cleaning brush, slightly irritated. What are you thinking? We are of the same kin, they just want to return to their family. What betrayal is that? Family? Family, huh? Ioannis's gaze grew dazed. Suddenly, she turned and lunged into the girl's embrace, just like Nana Rini did that day, clinging tightly. The girl gently wrapped her arms around the little one in the bathtub, smiling as she said, do you miss your family, Eunice? It's all right if you want to go back, just go. Holding her even tighter, burying her head in her father's neck, an inexplicable sense of grievance suddenly surged within her. Tears, a rare occurrence, seeped from Ioannis's tightly shut eyelids as she trembled and softly said, Father is Ioannis's family. The girl patted the little one's head and chuckled. Silly, you still have your kin who gave birth to you. They are your true blood relatives. Eunice, trembling, halted her movements, and then her body started to shake even more violently. With a voice choked with sobs, she said, they are gone. Eunice is all alone. Woo, Father. What? Why do I feel so sad? The girl fell silent, holding the little one even tighter, swaying her body slightly. After a while, she managed to calm the boiling blood within her and softly comforted, you are not alone. Eunice still has father. In the future, there will be many brothers and sisters. Be good. The two little ones embraced each other until the hot water gradually cooled. The increasingly full moon illuminated the night sky, yet the news of the arrival of aliens could not quell the people's curiosity and excitement against the encroachment of sleepiness. When the clamor of humanoid creatures ceased, the rustling and chirping of insects blended into a silence that was indispensable, providing at least a hint of vitality to those lost in dreams. Nana Rini rose once more from her soft bed, standing before the full-length mirror as she secretly practiced wearing the pajamas meant for humans. The characteristics of goblin oil glands made the lightweight, finely woven linen cling to her skin, losing the loose, carefree feel. Carefully unbuttoning the fabric, she took off the pajamas and quietly walked into the washroom to grab a washcloth, beginning to scrub her clothes in the bathtub, lost in thought. Her small hand brushed over her abdomen, which had returned to normal, and the sting from her father's teeth seemed still present. What a tremendous power it was! The strong beast bloodline's desire for dominance subtly stirred, leaving her feeling a bit weak as she leaned against the bathtub, her half-washed clothes tangled into a messy bundle by her fidgeting feet, her sharpened claws unconsciously tearing through the fragile linen. Ha ha ha! A low sound resembling metal scraping emerged from her throat, eventually transforming into a long sigh. Nana Rini turned on the copper water valve, the initial chill causing her to shiver. She slightly shook her body against the flow of water until steam began to rise. She picked up the cleaning brush and washcloth, leisurely scrubbing her body, then tossed the tattered pieces of clothing together on the washstand, removed the bath towel, and carefully dried herself. After licking her sharp claws, she broke into a wide grin. When the girl awoke, sunlight had already seeped through the gaps in the curtains and landed on her. The bedding that had been kicked off the bed was neatly folded at the foot of the bed. That old fellow did not come to disturb her without permission, which was wonderful. Feeling refreshed, she walked into the washroom and turned on the water valve, picking up a brand new toothbrush and carefully brushing her teeth with warm water. Halfway through, she sensed something was off and turned to see Eunice squinting contentedly on the toilet. Can't you go back to your room to do that? Oh no, it's dirty. Father, it's dirty. Entering the dining room, the girl noticed that the guest room was already packed with half-breed goblins. Most were in leather armor, while a few wore the linen pajamas provided by the guild. Some of them appeared to be somewhat bored. On such a fine morning, why aren't you all sleeping in? What are you doing here? The girl glanced at the untouched breakfast on the table and questioned suspiciously. Why is Eunice coming out of father's room? Amancha was the first to speak, pointing at Eunice behind the girl and shouting indignantly. Hey, please call me Reed, Eunice. The little one proudly lifted her head, hands on her hips, looking quite smug. The girl had already taken a seat at the dining table, sipping from a cup of some unknown milk while casting her peripheral glance at the half-breed goblins. Indeed, most of their expressions were somewhat complicated, indicating they had not truly decided to join the clan. Horan Cha-Cha stared at Eunice for a while, casually glancing at the quiet Manilai and Nana Rini. She squinted, slightly adjusted her leather armor, and walked to the dining table with a serious expression, saying, "Father, the customs of the big goblins differ from those of the primitive goblins. May I challenge you?" "Moi." The girl cut a piece of coarse bread and began piling various things on it. Big goblins must be challenged at least once, right? Not everyone has to fight once, right? By the way, does challenging me really hold any significance? You only need to challenge me. Though I certainly won't win against Father, I should at least give it a try, right? The girl did not respond, carefully stacking the sandwich, and then taking a big bite. The stimulation of her taste buds made her blissfully close her eyes. After slowly chewing and swallowing what was in her mouth, she set down the remaining sandwich, wiped her hands and mouth, jumped off the chair, and walked up to Horan Cha-Cha, looking up seriously and asking, "Are you sure you want to try?" Bang. Ugh. Just as Horan Cha-Cha nodded in agreement, an immense force struck her abdomen, causing her to double over and collapse to the ground, overwhelmed by violent nausea and sharp pain. Huolun had only suffered a single bruise on her abdomen, nothing grave, yet the girl worried about internal injury, summoned a Xianling to examine her. The visit cost the girl 13 Jin Zaf and 2 Inkafu. You were very kind to them. Delikongteka finally arrived, bearing a thick stack of parchments filled with queries about his so-called new magic. The church has grown corrupt. The girl curled into the circular chair, a spark in her eyes. A full inspection and complete cure averaged 4 Inkafu per war thrall, thanks to the goblin bloodline's stubborn vitality. Were these girls pureblood humans, most would already be maimed. Delikongteka set the stack of parchments on the desk and pushed them toward her with a smile. If you plan to walk through the town, do not venture north. The slave market is there. You would not be able to bear it. The girl straightened, took a sheet of parchment, and asked casually, "If I'm not mistaken, there are at least 2 slaughterhouses there, right?" "There are 3, 2 underground and 1 above ground." Sensing little change in her mood, Delikongteka answered her plainly. "Why does the first one propose turning stone into silver? Such an improbable notion. Surely that belongs to alchemy, does it not?" She pressed her fingers to her forehead. It was not truly about transmuting base rock into gold, but the principle was similar. Even a humanities student would concede you must first induce fusion then. Well, it requires supernova-level conditions before one could hope for silver or gold. Alchemy. Turning stone into gold. The light elf's eyes lit at the new word. Oh, indeed, coming to see her had been the right choice. Don't daydream. Though the term is alchemy, it is impossible in practice. It is merely the scholarly pursuit of the most fundamental principles of things. She shot him a look, tossed the implausible sheet aside, and picked up the second one, rubbing her temple. All right, I admit I indulged in some crude, impractical boasting, but who in their right mind proposed on the combination of wind and lightning elements? The brilliant mind. Of course it was mine. Delikongteka's thoughts lingered on her use of the word academic, yet his lips could not resist accepting the flattering title of brilliant. He straightened his chest with obvious pride. The girl regarded the somewhat pleased light elf for a long while, then let out a deep sigh. Their agonizing exchange lasted until dinner time. More than half of the parchments the light elf had brought were shredded by the girl's scathing rebukes. To be fair, some proposals, such as the timbering applications of wind blades, the influence of ubiquitous fireball spells on culinary arts, or using solidified ice for emergency wound care, though essentially fanciful, emerged from benevolent intentions. At least they revealed the elves' serene, universal benevolence. Yet when confronted with topics like theoretical feasibility of mass icy solidification to extinguish volcanoes versus contradictory practical outcomes, or reflections on driving wind elements to ensnare thunderclouds and the resultant catastrophic casualties, the girl, however inclined to be discreet, could not help but erupt in invective. "How many days has it been? When Teacher Walika left, you said you were still doing theoretical research, right?" 10 days. Only 8 or 9 days perhaps. And yet the casualties from these experiments have surely already exceeded 10,000. The girl stared at the light elf in disbelief, forgetting the roasted meat Yunisha had pressed to her lips. A look of smug satisfaction crossed Delikongteka's face. He cleared his throat, and with a hint of pride replied, "To sacrifice everything for the sake of magic is the light elf's glory." Yunisha, having failed several times to feed her, pinched the girl's mouth and shoved a large chunk of roast into it, standing between them with fury. "Amma, you must eat properly, do you hear me? You are still an underdeveloped minor." The girl chewed rapidly, while pulling Yunisha into her arms and locking her there, glaring with wide copper-bright eyes. Between bites, she warned the light elf, "You must stop this dangerous, suicidal behavior at once. Magic is perilous. Every novel thing carries danger, but if we cower before it, it will perish like stagnant water." Delikongteka's face shone with greater glory, a touch of fanaticism kindling in his eyes. But most of those who died in these experiments were mixed bloods and outsiders, were they not? The light elf's quasi-scientific zeal chilled the girl's gaze. She picked up the parchment titled Emergency Treatment of Wounds with Solidified Ice and demanded, "None of the injured listed here are pure-blood elves. Do not tell me that is mere coincidence." The light elf suddenly found himself at a loss for words. In his excitement the previous night, he had neglected to edit those particulars. Kissing the struggling Yunisha lightly, she released her and fixed the light elf with a stern stare. "I will not offer you any more magical counsel, at least not until our travels through the Daijing Empire are concluded. Even after that, you will have to pay an appropriate price." Delikongteka stared at her in stunned silence, then after a long moment nodded, gathered his parchments with subdued spirits, and left. All progress and knowledge inevitably involve sacrifice, but such sacrifices must be voluntary. Even when accidents are unavoidable, they must never be premeditated. That is the most basic respect for life. At the doorway, the light elf paused as she spoke that sentence aloud. He stood frozen for a beat, then turned and bowed deeply to her. Amma is not truly angry. After the light elf left, Unisha nestled close again, looping her arms about the girl's neck and blowing softly in her ear with a laugh. She patted the little one's rump and pushed her away. The girl shot her a sidelong glance, returned to the dining room, and ate as she said, "Go summon them. All matters that must be decided should be resolved quickly." Unisha moved with speed. By the time the war thralls had assembled, the girl had hastily consumed 2 large slabs of roasted meat. She casually wiped her hands, and with a calm demeanor addressed the girls, "Do not rush to pledge yourselves. You all know my views differ from those of most goblin lineages, and my status is unlike that of other clan chieftains or the Amma. Thus my clan's rules and means of survival will be quite different." The girls remained silent, standing properly and watching her. First rule, unless at the threshold of life and death, the consumption of sentient beings is absolutely forbidden. She cast a glance. This rule was already known to them, then nodded and continued. Second rule, you must accept education. In other words, you must learn to read and study. Clans are quite troublesome. They cannot consume sentient beings. The girls have long known this, yet they possess no concrete understanding of education and studying. Contrary to the image of spoiled children crying that the girls had imagined, they actually yearned for the privilege that only the wealthy and nobility could enjoy. Father books are very expensive and private tutors are costly too, Unisha cautiously said to the girl beside her as she managed the finances. Today she had already spent over 10 gold zaf, and the lack of income made her somewhat anxious. The girl shook her head with a smile and continued, "Studying and learning are tedious and laborious tasks. I do not know what kind of learning you have experienced before, but regardless of how cruel or painful it is, at least the hardship and tedium must be the same. No wonder the nobility is so powerful. This makes sense." Elazara, who had been slightly stimulated to develop a cleanliness obsession, now healed by the celestial spirit, exclaimed, striking her palm and her eyes sparkling. "Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If we could study too, we would be just like the nobility." Right? Father has a surname. He is an original goblin noble. Have you heard of it? Not at all. So it's understandable that Father is so powerful. Father, when can we study? Father, will you teach us? The girl had considered many scenarios before, including the potential existence of bloodline fanaticism, but now this logical reasoning seemed to lead from rationality to fanaticism. She looked at the eager girls, opened her mouth to explain something, but merely turned it into a helpless yet affectionate smile. Not all battle slaves would undergo the blood reunion ceremony. With the girl, Manili and the other 4 hybrid goblins still gritted their teeth to express their thoughts. Manili simply wished to return to the clan, while the other 4 hybrid goblins expressed their desire to remain as long-term hired help, offering 10 years of complete loyalty in exchange for the opportunity to study. The girl granted freedom to the 5 and allowed them to continue following her until they entered the Goblin Kingdom, but she rejected the proposal of the hybrid goblins with the reasoning of, "I only need kin who share life and death," which left the 4 hybrid goblins regretful. Manili moved out of the girl's room, and along with the 4 hybrid goblins, shifted to the outer edge. From this moment on, the 5 of them needed to seize every opportunity before reaching the Goblin Kingdom to prepare supplies for their solitary freedom. After all, everything they possessed did not belong to them. The so-called blood reunion ceremony has 2 types. One is traditional and does not rely on magic, and the other is commissioned with celestial spirits or fairies for magical assistance. This is an extremely barbaric ritual. If it does not rely on magic, the subject will be tied down with limbs separated, and blood will be drawn from the limb's body and head with the blood of the father or chief dripped into these openings. This is somewhat acceptable. At most there are issues of blood infection, but the key point is that the so-called openings must expose bone and marrow. The girl, who felt goosebumps all over, unhesitatingly chose to pay for a celestial spirit. The girls were all regretful. Having become slaves from a young age, they had never witnessed a traditional blood reunion ceremony, so they were very much looking forward to it. However, the celestial spirit merely modified the bloodline contract simply and concluded the matter. "Merciful Father RYD, a total of 17 gold zaf and 3 silver kof, please." The celestial spirit extended a hand towards RYD Unisha while her eyes were fixed on the girl. "Father, after paying, we will only have 172 gold zaf left." RYD Unisha also looked at the girl with wide eyes, her small hands trembling as she clutched the purse tightly, unwilling to open it. "At this rate, when we reach the Goblin Kingdom, we might not even be able to afford a Velaz beast." "Unisha, pay the money. Father will find a way." The girl leaned over the desk, calculating the possible expenses while planning for the future of this small group. Little Iya stealthily flew to the girl's head and perched there, peeking her little head to read the characters on the parchment, saying, "RYD Kochashaw. The morning star returning." What does that mean? Was the generous father RYD born when the morning star rose? RYD has more than just the meaning of returning. Little Iya can guess slowly, The girl paused her writing hand, drawing a 5-point star in the upper left corner of the parchment with one stroke, then quickly blackened it out, and continued to write and draw on the parchment. That day, many people slept very late. Father of the Arwa Dikochashaha clan slept late. Delakanka also slept late. Kuchi Ka Momo, who knew that the warrior had ultimately established the clan, similarly slept late, as did the excited and regretful girls. When the first light of dawn appeared, the girl awoke, splashed her head with cold water, for she had many things to do today. Before reaching the Goblin Kingdom, there was no need to worry about food, lodging, weapon, and armor maintenance, or the expenses of mounts. These would be shouldered by the guild and the funeral team. The current main expense lies in the basic education of the girls. Although they could understand basic writing and perform simple addition and subtraction, they fell far short of the girl's vision. Paper and pens are expensive but can be slightly borrowed from the guild and fairies, while books must be purchased. Now she was still unclear about what books were readily available and needed to go out and explore, while also considering at least the etiquette teacher she needed. Within such a short time, it would be a great achievement for the girl to grasp the etiquette. Brushing her teeth, washing her face, and getting dressed, the girl donned leather armor, tucked a small axe and short dagger into her belt, and woke the groggy Unisha before heading out. Father, do bookstores actually exist? Unisha tightened the reins from time to time to prevent the Velaz beast from crashing into anything. The girl leaned against Unisha, rubbing her eyes. She wanted to turn back. They should at least find someone from the guild to act as a guide. After wandering around for a morning, they had indeed lost their way. Of course, it wouldn't be hard to find their way back by scent. Yah. Unisha suddenly pulled the reins, and the Velaz beast, turning its head and not knowing what it was looking at, narrowly avoided a carriage resembling an armored dragon. The knight's long sword made a clang as Unisha unsheathed it to strike at the driver, startling the girl, who quickly grabbed Unisha's arm to snatch the sword back and rehang it. What are you doing? The girl frowned and tapped Unisha's thigh. Father, you are a noble. He crashed into you like this, he should be executed. Noble? What kind of nonsense? Any mixed blood can be a noble. Before the girl could scold, the carriage driver stopped, looking disdainful. Clans are a thorny matter. The girl flinched slightly and turned to study the Carter, layered threadbare linen, stained with grime, greased hair, and an unkempt beard, a weathered face darkened by years of labor under the open sky. Nothing more than an ordinary human, most likely of low birth. Unisha tugged the reins and guided the Wasai beast aside. She reslung the knight's longsword and brandished it in a measured feint, forcing the gawking humans to step back. Amma. Unisha's eyes burned with fury, but Amma did not nod as she restrained herself. She patted the small arm that circled the reins and regarded the Carter with serene composure before speaking. My name is Rueda Kaipu, a goblin warrior. Are you issuing a challenge to me? When she fell silent, she straightened and stared at the Carter. The crowd of snickering onlookers erupted into astonished chatter. Almost everyone backed away several paces, and the more timid among them covered their faces and fled. The Carter glanced around with an ugly expression. His bloodshot eyes reddened further as he spat and bellowed, "This is Opulentum. It belongs to the Wheat Kamala Empire. This is human territory. You goblin filth, do you mean to kill here?" The girl tightened her grip on Unisha's hands, her legs clamping around the Wasai beast as she narrowed her eyes at the Carter, whose hands and feet trembled faintly. Seeing the two non-humans show no reaction, the Carter grew bolder and continued to shout, repeating that this was human land, the mighty Wheat Kamala Empire, and that outsiders should get out. The surrounding crowd, seeing the armored riders and their ferocious mount remain composed, began to echo the Carter's words as slowly they drew nearer. Their echoing turned into active insults. Unisha, what do you make of this? The girl's mood had become utterly calm, as such tactics were no longer mere pettiness, but bordered on farce. I just want to kill them. Unisha lowered her head, her helmet drooping onto the girl's shoulder. Her left arm clutched the reins and the body in her lap, while her right hand trembled around the longsword. Amma, I shouldn't do this, should I? The girl took the longsword from Unisha's right hand, drew both of her small hands to her own midriff, tightened her hold on the reins, straightened her spine, and murmured, "Do not dwell on it. Cling to Amma. They are but petty tricks." She tugged the reins back and squeezed with her legs. The already irritable Wasai beast obeyed, throwing its head up and emitting a series of deep, thunderous bellows. The sound, like distant thunder, together with the beast's motion, startled the crowd into silence. The chattering fell away for a beat. The girl guided the Wasai beast to leap onto the cart. Its massive claws sank into the tarpaulin that covered the cargo. Wooden frames splintered, and sacks tore open, and fetid heaps of fish began to spill out. She wrinkled her nose, drove the sword down, and ripped open a great hole in the tarpaulin. Then, with another thrust, she drew forth a skull, cleaved open along redandant white membranes, examined it briefly, and tossed it aside. Under her control, the Wasai beast leapt down from the cart and strode along the street in a straight line, heedless of whether anyone stood before it. The longsword was rehung. The girl let the beast walk on and took Unisha's hands that were folded against her belly. She spoke softly, "Be they human, goblin, lizard folk, or elf, all have risen to the top of life by relying on intellect. Learn to restrain your impulses and regard yourself as an indifferent third party to the matter at hand. Only by viewing things thus can one see clearly, otherwise one is easily ensnared by another's trap." Amma, is this what nobles are taught? Unisha's tone had grown calmer, though her helmet muffled her voice. The girl smiled, her eyes bright and steady as she watched the terrified crowd part like a tide, and whispered, "This is a lesson everyone ought to know." They found their way back to the guild by scent. Along the way, the expected contrived reversals or sudden suitors never appeared. Even after they had splashed and played in the bath, nothing remarkable occurred, save for the lingering resentments from Nana Riini and Kikikomomo. Nana Riini, who had scarcely seen Alma all day, squeezed the still damp Yunisha aside, without a word, and oil, and all lifted the girl up around the waist in an embrace, much like the one by the river that day. The girl smiled wryly and patted Nana Riini's head, then looked to Kikikomomo, who had been waiting impatiently, and asked helplessly, "Shall we wait a little longer?" Kikikomomo scratched the hand that had been about to seize a skewer of meat, chuckled, and teased, "I don't think you can be a goblin, Alma. The mixed blood way and the human way of raising children won't harmonize. The greatest gulf between a civilized people and a pure beast lies in the bonds of family. Beasts may sacrifice themselves for the herd, but that is mere instinct." She shoved a sizzling greased rib into her mouth and bit through with a crisp snap, chewing bone and meat together, as she said, "I won't consider clan territories for now. Many things remain undecided. I will wander for a while and fulfill the promises I made before anything else." Hearing that she would not settle, Kikikomomo curled his lip and relaxed his tone. "Then it is none of my concern. But about those 5 females you set free, provided they left of their own accord, you won't intervene further, will you?" She paused in mid-bite, sat up, and cast a disdainful, contemptuous glance across the table at the big goblin. "Brute." Though the goblin tongue has the word for brute, it lacks the girl's particular nuance. Kikikomomo was puzzled. He did not grasp her meaning. "Have you taken up with any of them?" The girl leaned back a little, as if to put distance between herself and the big goblin. Kikikomomo understood that question and shook his head. There was no way it had happened so quickly. No, his line of questioning had not gone in that direction at all. Tisich, worse than a beast. Kikikomomo narrowed his eyes. A primal instinct warned him that the young woman's 2 remarks were neither benign nor vague. They carried sharp, pointed intent. "So long as they consent willingly, and so long as they are not treated as living sustenance, I shall not intervene." Before his elder brother Bryn could even ask what beastly truly meant, the girl replied between hearty mouthfuls of food. But what if they were deceived? Kikikomomo sensed the question was ill-timed, yet he felt compelled to lay this subtle trap, to shield himself from unintended consequences later. Accepting the meat stew prepared by Nana Riini, the girl gulped down half a basin in quick succession, then exhaled deeply, a rich earthy aroma blending carbohydrates and crimson meat fat. Before replying, "Once matured, one must bear full responsibility for one's own choices." As Kikikomomo fell silent, pondering her words, the girl picked up a bowl of vegetable fruit salad, her sole dietary preference, and asked while chewing, "I recall you saying no intelligent goblin clan has been eradicated in over a century. So how then was Yunisha's clan destroyed?" "Yunisha? Isn't she of the Greyrock clan?" Kikikomomo blinked, momentarily flustered. "The Greyrock are not intelligent goblins." The girl paused mid-bite, a cluster of broad leaves dangling from her lips, as she glanced back at Yunisha, who stood dutifully massaging her shoulders. With crisp crunches, she swallowed the greens, then frowned. "You mean Yunisha herself doesn't qualify as an intelligent goblin?" Kikikomomo recognized her misconception and shook his head. Individually, Yunisha is a half-blood goblin, and unquestionably intelligent. Yet collectively, her birth clan, the Greyrock, consists entirely of unenlightened, pure-blood primitive goblins. From chieftain to lowest male, none possess language beyond 10 rudimentary words of communication. Remains nearly impossible. Such beings do not fall under the category of intelligent goblins. Blinking slowly, the girl recalled isolated tribes from ancient chronicles, the centuries-long transcontinental trade in dark-skinned peoples beginning in the 15th century, and the primitive goblins beyond the wastes of Tessera town, who called her Alma. She remembered clearly moments after declaring goblins do not eat goblins, those very same little ones had feasted openly upon their fallen kin, without shame or hesitation. "We ourselves purge dozens of such clans each year. There is simply no alternative. Their reproductive capacity is overwhelming." Kikikomomo added this with a dismissive twist of his lips, yet his gaze never wavered from the girl's expression. A quiet doubt stirred within him. Did the Isle of Sages harbor no primitive goblins at all? Or had its reclusive sages somehow succeeded in instructing these near-mindless, diminutive beings? From Redkep's demeanor, it appeared this newly anointed Alma regarded even the witless little goblins as kin. The girl nodded and resumed eating voraciously, as though indifferent to Bryn's words, until after a stretch of silence, she finally lifted her gaze and asked, "Anything else? If not, could you please inquire where that immortal light elf resides?" Redkep's sudden composure, devoid of shock or outrage, gave Kikikomomo pause. After brief reflection, he swallowed the retort he'd nearly voiced, nodded silently to the girl, and departed. As Bryn vanished through the arched entrance, the girl discarded the near-empty salad bowl, with a flick of her wrist waved languidly, and sank her face into Yunisha's chest with a deep, weary sigh. Dra Kanka suspected the new goblin Alma sought him for no pleasant purpose, so he merely dispatched a fey messenger to deliver notice. As expected, she wished to borrow books. Learning that the immortal light elf, and most of the library, dwelled in the subterranean chamber, the girl descended like wind and lightning. She had already grasped the guild's stance: cultivate goodwill with Redcap. The rationale mattered little. She would swallow any sugar-coated truth whole. To the light elf's fragile psychic barrier, designed solely to protect the tomes from damage, the girl responded with a single contemptuous swipe. A wave of thick, musty scent, leather decay age, flooded her nostrils. She cast the elf one icy glance before turning her attention fully to the spines of the books lining the shelves. Like the archive beneath Tessora Town, the entire underground chamber was lined wall-to-wall with bookshelves, each crammed with volumes. The girl estimated well over 1,000 titles, densely packed and tightly ordered. Circling the chamber again and again, her brow furrowed deeper with every pass, until her face resembled a tightly puckered tangerine. Do you have any encyclopedic works? She snatched a volume titled On the Interplay Between Territorial Administration and Royal Statutes, skimmed several pages, then tossed it toward the desk, where the light elf instantly caught it with telekinetic precision. With reverent care, Dra. Kanka returned the finely bound, aged leather tome to its shelf, only to catch another siegecraft and logistics management followed swiftly by the Civil Code of the Kingdom of Dauntless and feasibility studies on the origins of giant lizards and serpents, titles bearing no thematic coherence whatsoever. The light elf remained unruffled, quietly receiving each priceless, often unique or restricted original leather volume, waiting patiently for the goblin Alma to exhaust her frustration. A treatise on goblins, bound in goblin hide. How exquisitely ironic. She held aloft a crimson volume titled Comprehensive Physiological Study of Primitive Goblins, grinning broadly. No, wait. That is a restricted manuscript valued at over 1,000 Zaf coins. Dra. Kanka's eyes widened in alarm, and his psychic force instinctively surged forward. Her claws poised to tear instantly relaxed. The rarest of rarities with fewer than 5 known copies extant, its cover and spine already marked by faint claw impressions, rescued just in time by the elf's swift telekinesis. Can you not smell its decay? This hide came from a goblin who died naturally, the light elf murmured tenderly, tracing the 5 shallow gouges with sorrowful fingers, clearly irreparable. Though momentarily restrained by the weight of coin, her voice remained edged with disdain. To be flayed and dissected even in death. What pride lies in that? Dra. Kanka fell silent. This was a matter of irreconcilable principle. No argument could bridge such a chasm. By tomorrow morning, a complete foundational curriculum set, and one comprehensive encyclopedia covering flora, fauna, and sentient life. With no one rising to contest her, and her reason unclouded by rage, the girl found the exchange dull. She turned and strode out, leaving the command behind her. The light elf's voice followed her, warm and gentle. Your Zaf coins fall far short of the value of these texts. Might you instead consider answering 1 or 2 modest magical inquiries? She halted. Slowly she turned to face the smiling elf, and held his gaze for a long, chilling moment before speaking coldly. Fools who cannot grasp why 1 + 1 = 2 dare wield worldly law as leverage against me. Without another word, she pivoted and walked away, vanishing into the dim, flickering gloom of candlelight. Will the light elves deliver the books requested by the girl? It's fine either way, as she can compile and teach basic subjects herself, and for encyclopedic knowledge, she can explore gradually. If necessary, she can simply recite the 3-character classic or the 1,000-character classic. As a linguistics major, how could she not memorize such things? For now, mastering the 4 basic arithmetic operations and fractions is sufficient. At most, she can refresh her memory on geometry and functions and teach them about parabolas. However, being indifferent doesn't mean doing nothing. The girl chose a more suitable approach for her race and identity. Although the 3 guest beds are quite small, the master bedroom is spacious enough to accommodate her and 3 little ones, along with 4 or 5 mixed-breed goblins. It's just the multiplication table, yet explaining the concepts of multiplication and division took nearly half the night. Don't underestimate this concept. Multiplication and division are purely abstract concepts acquired after birth. The girl's only advantage over preschool teachers lies in the fact that these girls don't ask too many whys. They are obedient, and at least they can already use addition and subtraction proficiently. Once she teaches the concepts of multiplication and division to the 5 smartest, Yunisha, Nanarini, Amanka, Sheishina, and Ilizura, the waiting area outside has turned into a vibrant scene. The mixed-breed goblin girls mingled with the fairies, and the scent of hormones filled the room, while scattered magical energy like spilled glitter adorned the lower half of the waiting area, making it even more enchanting. With just a twitch of their noses, the girls who had been confined for most of the night couldn't hold back anymore. It wasn't just the goblin bloodline, but also years of unbearable past experiences triggering their instincts. The girl nodded, gently reminding them to know their limits before slowly closing the door. Unlike humans, the greatest advantage of juvenile goblins lies in their ability to control many instinctual urges. However, self-control becomes exponentially harder after adulthood. The reckless release late at night revealed a more alluring demeanor among the dozen or so female mixed-breed goblins. Just a morning stroll with Holunkia and the girls to see the velociraptors had already quadrupled the intelligence value of this foreign delegation. After breakfast, the girl quietly sat cross-legged on the couch in the waiting area, while Xiao Iya was teaching Yunisha and Nanarini how to braid the girl's increasingly long hair. Just after finishing her bath, Holunkia entered wrapped in a towel, quickly approaching the girl and whispering, "Some humans have approached them. I saw Azura, and a human leave together unarmored and unarmed. The girl, eyes still closed, waved her hand dismissively. I granted them freedom, but not resources. It is their right to exchange resources by various means. But Amma, they are still under your protection. Shouldn't any transactions be informed first? Holunkia frowned, kneeling beside the girl and placing her hand on the girl's knee somewhat angrily. What I give them is what I, Amma, wish to offer, not a trade. The girl opened her eyes, smiling as she stroked the cheek of the mixed breed goblin. What you all need to do now is to rest well and study hard without overthinking things. Of course, if there's a male you fancy, you can tell Amma. Huh. Unisha, Nanarini, and Holunkia exclaimed in surprise. The girl was puzzled, but maintained her smile as she waited for the three to speak. Nanarini was the first to ask Amma. Do you mean we don't have to wait for you to reach adulthood? Why should I wait until I am an adult? Wouldn't that waste so many years of yours? The girl could roughly guess what they meant, smiling as she pulled Nanarini into her embrace and touched her forehead, knowing that Nanarini loved being held the most among all the girls. But you are Amma. Amma should bear offspring first. Unisha seemed unable to accept this. Although she was the first to call the girl Amma, she appeared to be the most traditional among them. The girl gently rubbed Unisha's head, still smiling, as she said, didn't Amma say before? The rules of the Morning Star are different. Amma hopes to see you establish your own families, and even clans according to your own wishes. Isn't that wonderful? If we establish a clan, doesn't that mean we become Amma? Then what about Amma? Nanarini looked up from the girl's embrace, her eyes filled with confusion, misunderstanding, and concern. Kissing Nanarini's eyes, the girl stretched out her arms, embracing both Unisha and Holunkia's heads, gently saying, I will always be your Amma. You are warriors, and I am the warriors' Amma. You are of the Morning Star tribe, and I am the Morning Star tribe's Amma. When you all become Amma, I will be the Amma's Amma. Amma will always protect you. That is the meaning of Amma. The multiplication table was inevitably overheard by that old coot Delakanga, who had no trouble with such elementary material. With his intelligence and experience, he immediately recognized the enormous potential of the multiplication table in basic arithmetic education, although it was useless for the magically enhanced brains of the elves. So this is a calculation method based on base 10. It indeed suits races lacking magical efficiency. The light elf's golden eyes flickered slightly as he murmured, confirming this arithmetic logic before his gaze fell upon the two sets of books in front of him. His slender, beautiful fingers lightly tapped on the table, and the girl's assertive and independent demeanor made him begin to consider the risks of further retreat. Such thoughts did not last long, because life is about being interrupted at any moment by various teammates in various ways. When the two sets of books were placed on the girl's study table, she was carefreely napping in Nanarini's arms, just like that day on the Balak Beast. I don't believe this is the goodwill of some quasi-coon light elf, so tell me what trouble has arisen now. The girl barely opened her eyes, turning over to bury her face in Nanarini's belly, speaking in a muffled tone. Adults should indeed be responsible for their choices, but those who are unaware should always have the right to attempt to make amends. Although Delakanga maintained a smile, his expression was somewhat stiff, or perhaps nothing had happened yet, but the cursed, ominous premonition kept striking his mind. The girl suddenly sat up, not caring that her nightgown had lifted, staring intently at the light elf, and asking what happened to my Azura. If Delakanka were not a light elf, she would certainly curse at the girl's zero-frame reaction. Though Azua has not yet joined my clan, she remains under my protection. So, was yesterday's offense insufficient? Do you truly intend to brand me a destroyer of towns? The girl moved with the lithe grace of a leopard cat, scaling Delakanka's shoulders in two swift motions. She wrapped her arms around the elf's neck, braced her legs against his chest and abdomen, and let her tongue trace the elegant curve of his ear, her mouth flooding with saliva drawn forth by the elf's rich honeyed scent, which spilled from between her sharp fangs onto his immaculate, finely woven linen tunic. Honorable warrior, herald of magic Amma of the Dawnstar clan, I am exceedingly expensive. Delakanka lifted a slender hand, a surge of potent mental force gently buoyed the girl aloft. Her golden-hued eyes, softly luminous, met the girl's own, wide and blazing with fierce intensity. The elf's distinctive fragrant aura wafted into the girl's nostrils with each breath she spoke. The girl inhaled slowly, greedily circling Delakanka's face like a predator savoring prey, her body drawing ever closer, then abruptly stilled, locking gazes once more. Slowly she closed her eyes, her delicate lips parted, inching forward. Boom. Magical intuition outpaced physical reflex. An instantaneously conjured mental barrier hurled the girl backward before the elf had even lowered his uplifted head. TCH. So afraid of scratching that porcelain face of yours. With a flawless backflip, she landed lightly on the wall, absorbed the recoil, then dropped effortlessly to the floor. Displeased, she licked her lips, the candlelight glinting sharply off her serrated fangs. Delakanka remained motionless, head still tilted upward. He drew in a long, careful breath, then exhaled slowly, a hint of intoxication softening his voice. Highly provocative, rare, exceedingly rare. Once you reach adulthood, I may consider brokering a mating agreement with you. I'd choose Master Yuriika over you, you decrepit old man. But of course I wouldn't choose Master Yuriika either. The girl twisted away with a feline, slightly awkward gait, burying herself anew in Nanarini's embrace. Her linen sleep tunic, shredded entirely by the mental barrier, lay discarded on the floor, utterly ignored. I care not whether it's humans, elves, or some other abomination pulling strings behind this. Nor do I care if it's the church, the nobility, or even the guilds. Yesterday's transgression demands restitution, and Azua must be unharmed. Even a private blood return rite makes you in truth an Amma of the Goblin clan. Certain customs still apply. Delaconca's tone held quiet concern, and faintly the same tender warmth he'd shown her in Tessora town. Has the esteemed Arcantope forgotten how hastily he fled 22 days ago? Sharp teeth delicately parted Nanarini's fine linen sleep tunic. The girl emerged from the dazed primal Reviet goblin's embrace, like a creature breaking free from its chrysalis. She stood atop the bed, pressing Nanarini down beneath her, her gaze defiantly locked upon the light elf, whose smile had vanished entirely. I doubt another Unaliki will descend to redeem me, or this town, if unrest flares again. Yet these foolish humans neither know nor wish to know. Tell me, can you awaken a Hazel pretending to sleep? Or do you truly intend to trade their lives for an unnecessary catharsis? Delaconca's composure frayed. Irritation flickered across his features. He judged the girl dangerously arrogant. If unchecked, the cost of his earlier concessions would escalate beyond measure. A flush rose across the girl's cheeks. She tilted her chin upward, mouth slightly agape, her fangs trembling faintly. With a ragged guttural exhale, a voice rasped beside the elf's ear, grating as metal grinding on metal. My lord elf, remain lofty and remain so. Once you wade into murky waters, extricating yourself grows perilously difficult. Those below abide by their own laws, and those laws are forged by those below. She waved dismissively and sat upright with rigid formality. Nanarini rose, retrieved another finely woven linen sleep tunic from the wardrobe, and began dressing her, while herself kneeling naked at the girl's feet, supine and languid as a contented feline. Delaconca descended toward the cellar, mulling over the girl's final words. So deeply absorbed, he failed to notice a noble human girl clad in sumptuous silk offering him a courteous greeting. The noble girl watched the elf's retreating figure, a look of gentle resignation softening her expression, then offered a slight apologetic bow to the Fey spirit waiting beside her. The Fey spirit returned a polite smile and led her upwards, soaring toward the third tier of the lodgings. Freya, how common, and how dreadfully cliched a name. Are human nobles always so rigid? Hearing Holinkaka announce the visiting noble's name, accompanied by the Fey spirit, the girl sprawled lazily and, receiving a fan's cool breeze, scoffed without restraint, let her in. I hope she's both beautiful and clever. Upon receiving the Fey's return message, Holinkaka remained within. She shed her leather armor, keeping only the matching undergarment worn by the girl, and approached the bed, taking the fan from Eunish's hands. Her taller, more statuesque frame lent commanding presence to the position. Freya Valerius entered the chamber dressed in an emerald green silk gown, its waist cinched and hem edged with gold thread embroidery. Before her stood the newly anointed Amma of the Goblin clan, renowned as the Goblin warrior, a figure whose appearance and stature resembled that of a child. Yet she reclined with the insolent nonchalance of a noble second son across the thigh of a strikingly handsome Reviet primal goblin, her gaze slanting toward Freya, not merely appraising, but predatory, aristocratic, disdainful. A tall, captivating Reviet goblin knelt attentively beside her, wielding the fan with practiced reverence. Oh, another equally exquisite Reviet goblin fed her rare, costly fruits with unwavering devotion. In stark contrast to Freya's refined, dignified, yet never oppressive, gown and delicate silk hat, these four figures wore almost nothing at all. Truly, they bore the Goblin name with unapologetic authenticity. By the glory of House Valerius, I, Freya Flavius La Valerius, daughter of honor of Rapho 11th in line to the Grand Duchy of Valerius, extend my welcome to you, honorable Amma of the Dawnstar clan, Goblin warrior famed for prodigious strength and benevolence, and Lord Reed, Kep of House Reed. May the light of our ancestors illuminate this meeting. A protracted yet curiously barren introduction, its weight undermined by a paucity of resonant titles and atmospheric flourish. The girl blinked patiently, awaiting the noble girl's rise from her modest, respectful bow, while the noble girl in turn endured the ache in her knees, holding her deep curtsy until her host offered formal acknowledgement. By the way, if I had never spoken, would you really have stayed in that half-squatting position forever? The girl handed a plump red fruit roughly the size of a pigeon egg to the human noble girl, noticing that she seemed to always be eyeing this object. The noble girl hesitated for a moment, but carefully received the fruit with both hands, naturally placing it in her mouth. After gently biting into it, she squinted her eyes, revealing an expression of ecstasy. After savoring it and swallowing, she looked at the girl and said earnestly, etiquette is a fundamental quality of a noble, but losing etiquette is no different from losing half of one's life. Staring at the noble girl with golden hair and gray eyes similar to her brother, the noble from the Morningstar clan smacked her lips and said, so am I lacking in etiquette? Or am I lacking human etiquette? Freya lifted the juice from the edge of the table and placed it in front of the girl, while she casually popped another plump red fruit into her mouth, chewing with a beaming smile that was rather inconsistent with etiquette. The girl paused at the human noble girl's actions and then broke into a smile herself, finding their smiles strikingly similar. The small gray-skinned hand naturally and abruptly unfastened the bodice of the dark green dress embroidered with golden threads, splitting it down the middle. As the claw tips slid to the waist area, a series of popping sounds erupted, exposing a slim waist that, while still delicate and beautiful, was certainly not as pristine as when it was bound, now partially obscured by the shadow of her upper body. The owner of these small gray-skinned hands ignored the petite face embraced by her half-blood brother, nor did she pay attention to the two small ones licking each other in a mix of jealousy and heightened excitement. Her focus was directed lower to a place that emitted a scent she found repulsive. At that moment she recalled that this was the Middle Ages, an era that would have had religions glorifying dirt even without any Western fantasy legends influencing it. Disgusting humans. You three take her away and wash her clean. You all need a good washing too. You're too filthy. The human noble girl, filled with despair and terror, looked at the goblin matriarch, who displayed such disdain and disgust that she instinctively fled into the washroom. Foolish and vile creatures. You are the dirty ones. You are all filthy vermin. I will kill you all. Ugh. Freya was about to go mad with anger, but a large hand quickly covered her mouth, and then she was lifted and disappeared into the hallway. One must admit that the genetics of the Valerius family are quite impressive. Although it's uncertain whether they would gain weight after marriage, at least the Lord's eldest son and daughter are both handsome and beautiful. If only they cared about hygiene. The girl recalled for a long time and finally concluded that it was mainly because she had cleaned everything around her in the past few days that she suddenly could not tolerate the smell emanating from this pair of siblings. To be honest, compared to the arrogant elves who think they are clever but actually have almost no emotional intelligence, the girl would prefer to deal with a smooth-talking human politician like Julianus, the name of the Lord's eldest son. Upon seeing the girl and other half-blood goblins express their disdain openly, and the younger sister, who had been washed and smelled fragrant but appeared to be underdressed, Julianus, the real power beneath the Valerius Lord, surprisingly allowed himself to be guided by the fairy spirit to cleanse himself. The girl sat on the cushioned bench in the reception room, raised her foot to poke Freya's face, and after glancing at the girl's embarrassed and angry eyes, she incredulously asked, "Is there really genuine affection in noble families? How is it that you have survived under that guy's watch all this time?" Since he was judged by the standards of the goblin matriarch, Julianus' clothing also needed a good wash. Fortunately, he had long been wearing plain, finely spun linen shirts, which were not much different from the finely spun linen pullover provided by the guild. Returning to the goblin matriarch's room feeling refreshed, before he could express his admiration, one of the gemstone rings on his hand was snatched away. The girl curiously examined the golden ring set with a ruby. To be honest, the craftsmanship of the gold itself was quite good, and the velvety ruby was even more intriguing to her. Does the esteemed warrior like jewelry? How fortunate, as I also have a fondness for it. Perhaps the esteemed warrior could consider visiting my collection and offering some advice. Julianus did not become angry at the girl's rudeness. Instead, he invited her to share his treasure. Throwing the ring back to the Lord's eldest son, the girl raised her foot to step on the bare shoulder of the Lord's daughter and grinned, saying, "Should I go find the people myself?" Julianus' eyebrows twitched, but after a brief exchange, he had already roughly understood what kind of person this goblin matriarch was. It's all unrelated to the Valerius family, and the threat level is too low, so I actually haven't paid much attention. However, if the esteemed warrior truly needs it, I can arrange for someone to investigate right away. He revealed a sincere smile and spoke in a rather relaxed tone. The girl looked at the Lord's eldest son, then bent down to lift the Lord's daughter's chin and scrutinized her, puzzled as she asked Julianus, "Are you two really siblings?" Esteemed warrior, the Duke has always been decisive, and this is also the tenet that has allowed the Valerius family to survive to this day. Although we all know that human emotions are greater than the law, those who are foolish enough to ignore the Duke's words surely wouldn't pose any trouble for the esteemed warrior. Julianus spoke again, and as he did so, he removed a ring set with a black gemstone from his hand. In front of Freya's astonished expression, the Lord's eldest son solemnly handed the black gemstone ring to the girl, saying sincerely, "Both my father and I have always liked this obsidian ring, but we have never found a suitable craftsman. I thought the esteemed warrior should be quite knowledgeable about gemstones, so I wanted to shamelessly ask for a favor. I know nothing about gemstone cutting, let alone such fragile pieces that break at a touch, so let's skip it." The girl immediately rejected before the Lord's eldest son could finish, standing up and heading toward the bedroom. Yinishus, see them out. Thus the Lord's eldest son and daughter, dressed in the guild's gifted attire, were unceremoniously kicked out of the luxurious suite in their family's territory by the half-blood goblins. Julianus maintained his smile, bowing slightly to the double doors as they closed, while Freya's face turned crimson, her mouth opening and closing as if murmuring something. The fairy spirit, waiting aside, led the two local dignitaries to the other end of the accommodation area on the third floor, which was also a suite, but with a comparable layout of 2 bedrooms and 6 halls. After passing through the hallway, Freya politely bowed to her brother, but was about to turn when she was called back. "This guy has great investment potential. Are you sure you can't handle it?" "She's like a hedgehog. Oh, perhaps letting my little sister take a shot might give us some hope." Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see." Looking up at the enormous moon in the sky, this silver disk, nearly twice the size of that in her hometown, seemed no different in the visible part the smiling faces formed by various terrains from her childhood memories appeared to be the same here. It's almost 15 now. Unconsciously murmuring, she wiped away the moisture seeping from the corner of her eye, closed her nictitating membrane, and lowered her eyelids, calming her slightly hurried breathing and heartbeats. Tightening her foot armor, the girl freely leapt down from a slanted rooftop. She turned and raised her hand. Her fingers, though not calloused, were thick skin, scraping against a windowsill, then onto the next layer of eaves and windowsill, and again to the next layer. Her small feet, wrapped in several layers of binding straps, landed silently on the ground. She lowered the cloak, tightly wrapped around her back, and blended into the shadows of the streets and houses. Oplentum Town was a truly large city, a savage metropolis that had grown organically without any detailed planning. From the west side of the city to the west of the northern slave trader, the straight-line distance on the map was less than 5 stadia, but the winding path turned it into a full 20 stadia of travel. The night runners made no unclear murmurs or condemnations. The sudden familiar scent stirred a hint of anxiety in her prepared heart. Faint chaotic sounds and a similarly weak and chaotic lascivious aura wafted from the ventilation of an ordinary 5-story stone house's basement, indicating that in this era solid things were still easier to dig down for lower costs. Looking up at the ground level, which was also permeated with a lascivious aura, the halted runner circled the entire building and climbed up and down again. Standing on the rooftop, she clicked her tongue. It seemed impossible to infiltrate for now. Although her nose confirmed that Azua was in the basement, considering Azua might be there voluntarily, was it really appropriate to sneak in like this? Scratching her head, the runner changed direction as she no longer concealed her form and swiftly leaped back along the rooftop. After all, she had promised to avoid causing a ruckus in others' territories, so it was better to endure and inconvenience herself. For a Velaz beast, the nearly 400 mane of the girl was hard to balance without specific training. Therefore, when the plump boss of the good and plenty slave trader saw the massive, fully armored Balik beast in the courtyard below, he nearly suffered a heart attack. The half-armored Velaz cavalry streaming out from behind the Balik beast made his legs go weak. The leading Velaz beast approached the plump boss, the knight's long sword resting on its hook aimed at his necklace head. I heard that the boss of good and plenty has information that is swift and accurate. Is that true? Azua, big brother Shimonite Goblin, she contacted me herself. The plump boss did not hesitate at all, delivering a concise statement that got straight to the point. So does the boss look down on the protection of Alma? The knight's hooked sword was taken down, held steadily, and thrust forward slightly. Oh. The powerful Reed Holland Good and Plenty is just an ordinary trading house. Everything is legal and compliant. Besides, with the warrior reputation of Morningstar Alma in Tysola Town, who in this line of work wouldn't be eyes wide open? The plump boss wore a fawning smile on his face, his small eyes fixed intently on the tall cavalry before him, as if she were the only one in his entire field of vision. The knight withdrew his long sword, and the cavalry tugged on the reins, turning toward the massive Balik beast. Alma, this guy says you're arrogant and notorious for doing things illegally and unlawfully. The plump boss' small eyes instantly widened. Bang! Clang! The heavy axe scythe instantly fell between the boss' short legs, deeply embedding into the stone ground, shattering stones to create small holes in his legs as blood gushed out. Under the guidance of the reins, the Balik beast slowly turned and knelt down. Its intricately segmented armor-covered tail flicked about, and the small figure sitting atop the Balik beast smoothly slid down, while a Velaz beast nearby immediately leaned in, allowing her to slide directly into the cavalry's embrace. This cavalry was also a half-blood goblin, the small figure nestled in her arms like a well-behaved doll. However, when the Velaz beast approached the axe scythe, as the small figure grasped the long handle of the scythe, the Velaz beast was directly tugged by the immense force and stumbled a step. A gigantic claw stepped directly on the plump boss leg, accompanied by the sounds of crack and splash, splattering red and white everywhere. The sudden rich aroma of fresh food stirred even the Velaz beast, causing the small figure to twitch her nose. The Velaz beast struggled to support the sway of nearly 400 mane on one side, while the small figure's tightly squeezed legs caused it to even whimper with a hint of sorrow. Waving a few times to shake off the blood and flesh from the axe scythe, the small figure noticed the struggling Velaz beast huffed in dissatisfaction and jumped down from the cavalry's embrace, landing right on the plump boss' chest. The immense weight pressed down through a delicate small foot, causing the fragile ribs to buckle with a crack, without even lasting a second. The surroundings fell silent. Neither the cavalry on the Velaz beast nor the various weapon-wielding henchmen watching coldly spoke a word. "'Tis quite a hard bone." The small figure crouched down, her eyes fixated on the head that had turned purplish and swollen due to the pressure from the organs and blood. After glancing left and right, she stood up and walked over to a tall human henchman, handing over the axe scythe, and saying, "Help me hold this." This henchman squinted his eyes, yet still reached out his hands to accept the long handle. Just as he touched the long handle, the small figure let go. Thud buzz, the axe scythe dropped straight down, severing the henchman's foot and embedding itself again into the stone ground. The henchman stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, his slightly bent, outstretched hands trembling in midair. Slowly he lowered his head and bent down, reaching for the long handle of the axe scythe, as if trying to pull it out. "You did that on purpose." The small figure withdrew the axe scythe and swung it with one hand, sending the henchman flying against the wall of the house like a rag doll collapsing limply. She lifted the axe scythe and turned her gaze to the nearest henchman striding over. The henchman was startled and immediately dashed into the house, while the other onlookers also took a few steps back toward the nearby buildings. The small figure glanced around, planted the axe scythe on the ground, cleared her throat, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Boss, come out and serve the customers." A sharp, keening note rang out, rattling the expensive, transparent glass panes on the 4th and 5th floors of the How You Duo slave market. Heads popped up everywhere. Several pairs of heads lay stacked together, bobbing either slowly or violently. A long, mournful sigh drifted from inside the house, followed by a voice tinged with resigned complaint. Servants who are obedient and clever, who can work and converse, are truly hard to find. As the words fell, a prolonged groan rang out, threaded with the unmistakable rasp of metal against metal. A peculiar fragrance brushed the girl's senses, stirring a flush of heat. She licked her lips and turned. Indeed, the other girls were affected to some degree, their mouths parted slightly. The nearest raised her axe scythe, pointing it toward the shadowed depths beyond the house door. "Your stakes are pitifully few." The voice sounded again, closer now, its footsteps steady as they approached, accompanied by intermittent faint feminine moans. Once her ploy was exposed, the girl's smile grew even brighter. She stared at the doorway and chuckled, answering, "Few as they are, if they are large enough, who could refuse?" The footsteps halted. The presence within seemed to change its mind, if it had ever intended to show itself at all. "We only do business with adults here. We will not tolerate brazen thieves. If you want something, come inside and negotiate instead of throwing childish tantrums." As the words fell, the footsteps retreated. The sighs that followed grew shorter and strangely sharper. The girl's smile faded. She slung the axe scythe over her shoulder and strode toward the house door. Huoluan, nearest to her, immediately swung down to mount, but she waved him off. It was a hall ablaze with light, its lofty dome sunk far below the street level and studded with candles. Pillars and walls were adorned with colossal candles fashioned to resemble torches. Cushioned stools and bizarre beds lay scattered. Half-chained slaves' wrists and ankles, shackled apart, drifted unclad among the revelers, offering drinks to both the joyful and the wretched, sometimes being dragged into the orgy themselves. So this is the fabled aphrodisiac. The central courtyard rose as a flat stone dais upon which sat a very large bed. Stripped of fresh stains of food or bodily fluids, the bed might even have seemed clean. She hefted the heavy axe scythe aside and lay at the edge of the bed, surrounded by a tangle of beauties of mixed lineage. In her hands, she held a small wooden bowl of dark viscous liquid and watched it with curious scrutiny. No, in truth, this stuff has no overt aphrodisiac effect. It is merely a hallucinogen. Across the bed sat a male snake beastman, his torso rigid. His more bestial skull bore many scales, his outward curving fangs thinner yet longer than those of ordinary beastmen. His hands, like a lizard's, had 4 toes, and his lithe, streamlined waist, less bulky than a brutish beastman's, was tightly entwined by a female mixed-blood goblin. "You do not mean to sell me to the big goblin kingdom, do you?" The girl flung the wooden bowl of viscous liquid at the snake beastman, then spread her hands to caress the bodies of 2 beauties, closing her eyes slowly. The wooden bowl spun twice midair. Just as centrifugal force threatened to fling the liquid free, a large 4-toed hand caught it. The snake beastman passed the bowl to the lizard woman's slave, Siemi and I, Tay, waiting by the bed. He lowered his head and kissed the half-goblin for a moment with dazed eyes, then braced her under the arms and lifted slightly before letting go. A restrained, bubbling giggle escaped from the half-goblin's throat. He arched his waist again to find a rhythm of breath and low suppressed sounds, then spoke on the contrary. "I would see this stuff vanish from every goblin line." The girl, enjoying the soft, plump forms around her, sprang upright and shoved the beauties away. The intoxication vanished from her face. Her jaw hardened as she pressed her lower lip against her upper, and a predatory, violent amusement lit her slightly glassy gaze. "Should I praise you for your quick reflexes or call you a national hero?" Her motion made the snake beastman's muscles involuntarily tense. The half-goblin beneath him convulsed, head thrown back. He pushed the half-goblin down so she would not block his view, then split his lips to reveal rows of fine teeth in a sinister grin. "National hero, perhaps. I rather like that new term. If possible, Chinching's Ama might visit the Rue Putilian kingdom, I would entertain her wholeheartedly." I thought snake beastmen tended to revere the great serpents, or at least consorted with those from the Seprent kingdom. The girl kicked away a female Lei Ite beastman clambering on her and startled the others nearby. "Is this a goblin scheme? If it is inconvenient, then you ought to speak up." The snake beastman's forked tongue flicked, his vertical pupils dilated in the candlelight. "This is not a goblin conspiracy. Believe me, goblins are bombastically bright in certain matters, like their unstable gift boxes, but this was not their idea." The girl leapt down, snatched up her axe scythe, and glanced at a slave pouring the viscous liquid into a candle. With a single forward sweep, the axe scythe plunged into the half-goblin's spine beside the bed. Flesh, bone, and blood shattered. With a shriek of ecstasy turned to dread, the weapon came to rest against the snake beastman's chest. "Azua did not undergo the blood-returning rite, yet she is still a child under my protection. She may die in battle or fade away in illness. Even the strangest accidents are forgivable." The girl laid the still-twitching half-goblin beside the bed, then closed the dying woman's glazed eyes. Even if she sold her life, I would not pursue vengeance. She swept her gaze over the hall and fixed the snake beastman with a look. I trust few people. Two exceptions exist: slave traffickers and poisoners. Under the warm amber glow, the axe scythe carved a pale golden arc from below. The snake beastman's head flew free from his shoulders, his face twisted in disbelief and terror as his upper body was flung upward. Blood and organs splattered the bewildered crowd. The girl watched the fallen snake beastman tumble into writhing limbs. A momentary haze clouded her eyes before she snapped, fully awake. You dared taint my child with poison. What kind of savage badge do you think you can pin on me? She began to circle the courtyard with the axe scythe. One by one, the torchlight candles were sliced down, tumbling onto beds, into the stupor, onto the fragile joys of those present. The slaves who were sober fled, trampling the stupefied who had trampled them, running either up or down in frantic flight. The tumult rose from beneath the earth and back to the surface, sharp reprimands and wails, the clash of weapons and the dull sound of blades finding flesh, bare feet, boots, greaves, and the thunder of Wei Luo Sai, beast claws hitting the ground. Ama, the first to burst into the hall, was Nana Ruei. Small in stature, she bore a long bloodstained knight's greatsword in both hands. Her split helmet revealed a face darkened with blood and savage resolve. The girl glanced at the child and examined her closely. Seeing that her head was not cleaved, she nodded and declared, "This is Azua's place of final rest. Let those who ought to be silent fall silent now." The Hao Yu Duo slave trading house was a grand hall built of massive stone. Only its above-ground portion to be precise. Its facade an odd, yet pleasing fusion of Baroque exuberance and Gothic austerity. Exquisite hybrid sculptures adorning the exterior walls, unmistakably the work of master artisans, further proclaimed its opulence and privilege, especially under the roaring steam-laced firelight, where it gleamed with imposing splendor. "You've shown remarkable restraint this time, haven't you?" Julianus clicked his tongue as he gazed upon the blazing slave trading house, his expression unreadable, part awe, part unease. "Though I am destitute, reduced to nothing but this meager stake, you unfailingly strike precisely at the lowest threshold I possess. Am I truly born to be your scapegoat?" This time the girl sat upright upon the back of a Balac beast, spine straight, right hand gripping the haft of her axe sickle, like a seasoned war-elephant rider poised for charge. The Lord's eldest son raised his eyes to meet hers, speaking earnestly yet helplessly. "At least to my knowledge, everything after Taisola town was mere coincidence." She looked down at him in silence for a long moment, then nodded and asked, "How much would it cost to use this land as my child's grave?" Julianus arched a brow, stroking his chin as he studied the slave trading house, billowing steam and roaring flames alike, before shrugging indifferently. "In any case, someone has already paid for this plot. I doubt they'll seek compensation from you. But should you wish to erect a monument, that would entail a modest expense." Tugging gently on the reins, the Balac beast turned slowly. Her voice drifted down from above. "Then please arrange a monument for me, engraved simply, Tomb of Azua, Child of Red Cap. And make it tall, please." The Lord's eldest son watched the Virat's beast riders, bloodied silent, following the Balac beast one by one, as a satisfied smile spread across his face. Oplentum town housed more than one slaver, and thus more than one slave trading house. Indeed, by the next day, another bore the Hao Yu Duo sign. Hao Yu Duo was a diligent, unassuming slave trading consortium. Last night's incident stemmed solely from the personal conduct of one local shareholder. Though the consortium itself suffered considerable loss, the dignity of House Dawnstar's Amara weighed far more. As Reviat, light elf liaison of the Taisola Town Mercenary Guild, had told the girl, "No bloodline bearing a name shall fade, even when the twilight line dips low." No noble would permit a commoner, regardless of motive or whether the so-called victim noble were friend or foe, to publicly humiliate or assault them with impunity. And this particular Hao Yu Duo shareholder, a serpent human, was in every nation and race a nameless commoner. "Holland, tell me, should I accept this?" The girl stood by the window, devouring breakfast with gusto, while pointing down at the Hao Yu Duo delegation arriving below to offer formal apologies. Bryn, her half-breed elder brother, finished weaving a tiny braid into Amara's hair before replying, "Amara, we are truly impoverished. So, if bearable, let us yield just a little within what we can endure." She swallowed the sandwich, prepared by Unesha, with a swig of tart juice, her gaze briefly unfocused. She drank again, deeply, her face puckering involuntarily from the sharp acidity. "Amara, some matters may be handled by Unesha, or even by Nanarini." Watching Amara's comically contorted expression, Holland chuckled, licked the corner of her mouth, and drew her close, nestling her beneath his broad frame. She let Bryn fuss over her in silence, then said quietly, "Let them ascend. I must learn to accept certain things." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Amara of House Dawnstar displayed neither the savage licentiousness of Goblin Amara nor the brutish simplicity of legend, no mindless display of raw strength. She received the consortium's second-in-command in the Vit Kamala Empire with the polished poise of a corporate executive greeting a client. Then, having confirmed his deference, adopted just a hint of bureaucratic gravitas learned from clients and supervisors alike. She denounced the barbarity and injustice of slavery with righteous fervor, while praising the rare curiosities and priceless gems Hao Yu Duo had brought. She expounded earnestly on the essence of true civilization, While effortlessly drawing the delegation's rare female, half-goblin envoy into her embrace, she voiced radiant hopes for a future of mixed-race equality, while quietly increasing their offered profit share by 50%. Valerius's eldest son, who had come to visit Amara of House Dawnstar, stood utterly dumbfounded. He had just witnessed the very goblin warrior who wielded axe sickle and spoke casually of slaughtering entire families, now dismissing a core consortium member with a serene sunlit smile. Just as he wondered whether his eyes had deceived him, Amara of House Dawnstar extended that same luminous smile and invited him upstairs for conversation. Was my performance overly theatrical? The girl asked the Lord's eldest son, her tone modest, almost diffident. Julianus squinted, pondering deeply before replying, "Warrior, or shall I speak plainly? Though our exchanges have been few, I confess, I find your sudden artifice rather disorienting." Before the words fully settled, a slender axe rested cold against his throat. One foot braced on the table, the other pressed lightly to his chest. She smiled playfully. "I grant you permission to rephrase that." The Lord's eldest son exhaled in relief, carefully supporting her arm holding the axe and cradling the foot resting on his chest, guiding Amara back onto the plush chaise with reverent care. Before speaking, in truth, House Valerius does not reject interspecies marriage, under appropriate circumstances. Seeing her eyes narrow, he hurriedly added, "Certainly not in reference to you, and only if mutual affection arises freely and sincerely." After a long pause, she replied, "It's too fast, unrealistically so, and you are too poor. Poor as succulent meat waiting to be devoured." Julianus responded instantly. And after another long silence, she chose her words with care. "What if one day Valerius' hold is set ablaze?" "Ah, that is precisely the day we await, young Amara." Julianus Flavius La Valerius replied, with such genuine warmth and conviction that it lit the room like dawn. The half-goblin left by the slave trade group is named Balaziria, a name given to her by the trade group. According to her, her human mother named her Zelaya. Although it is hard to imagine why a human woman would give her half-goblin daughter such a name in goblin language, the girl chose to respect Zelaya's wishes. Half-goblins, specifically the more of primitive goblins, are a rather unique hybrid. Generally, half-goblins are male. The probability of female half-goblins being born is lower than that of female primitive goblins. According to the encyclopedic records sent by Delaconca, the approximate occurrence of female half-goblins is about 1 in 100,000 to 1 in a million. While she doubts the authenticity of such data in this era, it indirectly highlights Zelaya's rarity and value, while also indicating the sincerity of the slave trade group and the evaluation of her worth by the Lord's eldest son. The slave trade group was very meticulous in their selection of this half-goblin. Her gray skin is almost identical to that of the girl, and her claws on hands and feet have been noticeably trimmed and polished. Even the calluses on her palms and soles have been well treated. It's known that female half-goblins are usually treated as breeding stock by slave traders and wouldn't receive such care. Unlike the girl, this half-goblin, while equally beautiful, has features and body proportions more akin to female primitive goblins, and Zelaya has already reached adulthood. The girl did not immediately accept Zelaya as a member of the clan, and Zelaya seemed to better accept her status as a well-treated slave. Thus, the originally vacant small bedroom suite was filled again. After the news of the goblin warrior's sudden personality change spread, inexplicably noble and merchant visitors began extending olive branches to this all-female clan. After a round of screenings, the girl met none of them, as Valerius was merely passing through the inland region of the human empire. These minor nobles and merchants lacked the capacity for cross-national operations and held little value beyond cash transactions for her. The Morningstar clan actually lacks gold coins. The gifts sent by the trade group only left behind 2 finely crafted copper plates, while the other jewelry and accessories were entrusted to the guild for liquidation, but this was still insufficient. Even as she chose to learn from politicians and merchants, she still could not treat the girls merely as tools for reproduction or marriage. Consequently, while the outside world remained unaware, the Morningstar clan indeed lost its greatest relative advantage. 1 Veloc'd beast requires at least 25 copper nits for a day's worth of food, while 20 Veloc'd beasts need nearly 1.5 gold zaff for just 1 day's rations. Next is the armament aspect. Although weapons and armor are readily available, there is only 1 set. As a team that needs to be ready for battle at all times, without timely local logistical support, each soldier should have at least 2 weapons. The girls wearing non-custom segmented armor should also be equipped with more than 2 sets, not to mention the lack of bows, crossbows, arrows, etc. Lastly, there is the need for additional financial reserves. For a peculiar new clan like Morningstar, which has no roots in any region and does not plan to exploit the advantages of females to attract free male labor, the sources of income are limited to political promises and selling the girls' meager knowledge of information disparities alongside various unstable gray or even black paths, such as forcibly demanding dividends from the slave trade group. These were not matters the girl had planned to worry about. She originally aimed to protect and educate these girls as best as she could, then support them in establishing their own families and careers, gradually spreading her thoughts through these clans, ultimately igniting a spark of change over 10 or 20 years. However, upon seeing those 2 copper plates, her thoughts changed. This craftsmanship could undoubtedly be deemed exquisite in this era. The familiar face and hands of the clock brought her an indescribable nostalgic joy. Her keen ears could clearly hear the sound of the clockwork gradually releasing potential energy, the careful winding process, and the familiar continuous pop sound that made the girl overjoyed. The hybrid girls had never seen Amma so happy, and they quietly kept their distance. But Amma's happiness was fleeting as she suddenly froze while carefully handling the copper plate, then hurried to the window looking at the sunset, and the copper plate repeatedly. After several glances, Amma's expression turned somewhat grim, a grimness that made the girls feel a threatening aura stemming from her bloodline. Finally, when the moon rose to its highest point, Amma stopped moving. With one hand gripping a copper plate, she sat by the window, her expression no longer grim, yet tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, increasingly so. The girls did not know how to comfort her, as they could not understand Amma's murmured arithmetic, 21 hours in a day. 417 days in a year. What difference does it make compared to the 365 days in a year? Tell me, what is the difference? Amma sat in silence all night, and when dawn broke, she suddenly set down the copper plate. As if nothing had happened, she undressed and entered the washroom for a bath. Then the protective and loving Amma returned, seeing the copper plate without the foolish joy or tears. She was just the same as before, or perhaps even more loving. The blood return ceremony for Zelaya was held on the day the news arrived from the Kobold Empire, and Manila and 3 other hybrid big goblins also observed the entire process at the girl's request. This time, for some unknown reason, although a spirit was hired, the girl requested Zelaya to first perform the blood return in a traditional manner. She also rented the basement from the guild and commissioned it to be temporarily transformed into a suitable venue for the ceremony. The girls, who felt somewhat regretful last time, were secretly excited. This excitement stemmed from both the curiosity of intelligent life and the bloodthirsty nature of their goblin lineage. Zelaya lay on a stone platform which had been carved into a big-shaped groove according to her body size. Hemp ropes and straps securely bound her limbs, torso, and neck. The ceremony was conducted by the girl herself. Although she had no memory of the blood return ceremony, the spirit knowledgeable about everything would guide her. Holding a steel cone forged by forcing the light spirit to use magic and gripping a seldom-used small axe in her right hand, the girl leaned down with a gentle smile and kissed the anxious Zelaya. The steel cone pierced Zelaya's forehead as the small axe was raised high before swiftly descending. The axe's head collided with the steel cone's handle, and the magically reinforced sharper tip plunged into the bone under the sudden momentum. As the left hand tightly gripped the steel cone, it came to a sudden halt against the first wave of resistance from the telekinetic barrier, forcing the metallic object to cease its advance. The girl cautiously lifted the steel cone, and a surge of blood flowed forth, painting Zelaya's face with terror. Her tender smile remained unchanged as she lowered her head to gently suck away the spurting blood, licking clean Zelaya's eyes, which were adorned with flower-like eyelashes, and kissing her nose before raising the steel cone again, aiming it at Zelaya's breastbone. The small axe's pointed head collided once more with the steel cone's handle, causing the metal to halt at the boundary of the celestial spiritual barrier, yet the waves of the impact traveled through the breastbone and thymus, sending ripples to Zelaya's heart. Next, the distal ends of the 2 radius bones and the 2 tibiae directly broke through small patches of cortical bone, exposing the spongy tissue, filled with tiny holes and red bone marrow resembling a sponge. The rich, sweet aroma made the girl unable to help but open her mouth wide, a trickle of rapidly secreted saliva spilling from her teeth and being dispersed by the celestial telekinetic barrier. "Amma, bite me." Noticing something was amiss, Nanarini stepped forward, pressing her neck close to the girl's mouth and softly calling out. 15 days later, the sharp pain of teeth cutting through flesh caused Nanarini to tremble uncontrollably. The overwhelming sense of submission coursing through her blood made her muscles go limp, after which the girl embraced her tightly. The girl's long tongue slid over the bloodstained bite mark as she released the steel cone and axe, allowing them to clatter to the ground. With one arm around Nanarini, she lifted her right wrist, with the other her claws digging deep into the skin, causing crimson blood to spurt forth. The celestial telekinetic force immediately enveloped the blood that lingered in the air, then sealed Nanarini's wound, looking curiously at the girl. I have granted Zelaya to Nanarini, so it should be Nanarini who completes the final blood return. Is that all right?" The girl twirled around, while holding Nanarini, winking at the celestial spirit. Little Ya seemed not to understand the girl's playful words. She nodded and divided the mass of blood into 6 parts, which under the cover of the telekinetic magic seeped into the 6 bone holes opened on Zelaya. As the telekinetic magic enveloping the blood slowly dissipated, Zelaya's chest heaved upwards, her eyes widened in an instant, and her mouth trembled as she emitted strange sounds like "Guh, huh, gugu, huh. Does it hurt a lot?" The girl furrowed her brows, observing the half-goblin's expression as she asked the celestial spirit. According to records, it is quite painful. Most blood return rituals fail because the recipient is literally tortured to death. The celestial spirit blinked innocently, as if something shiny was about to emerge from beneath her innocent eyes. "Do you need help to soothe and suppress it?" "Just 2 silver cards, please." Nanarini suddenly raised her hand to cover the girl's mouth, her voice still somewhat weak. "Amma, this is something she should endure and experience." With a playful flick of her tongue, the girl licked Nanarini's palm, and like a prince carrying a princess, turned to walk outside. "Little Ya, please take good care of her." Alma. No, am not your Alma. The girl waved her hand, interrupting the words of the four who had just opened their mouths. From the moment you gained your freedom, I have not been your Alma. But Azua is already dead, you are not. Do you understand? Impatiently, she stepped on Manila's face, pressing her down onto the ground. The girl beckoned to the slightly excited Eunisa. If you want to collect them, do it the same way as with Zelaya. Thank you, Alma. You're the best. Eunisa immediately jumped into the girl's arms, showering her face with kisses and licks before eventually grabbing Manila's hair and leading her away. Watching Manila being dragged away, unable to resist, the other three mixed blood goblins grew somewhat anxious. If Alma were to have the other mixed blood goblins collect them, it would no longer be a simple blood return ritual of the primitive goblins. What? Afraid of being minced into meat sticks to become a nursery? Approaching the front of the pale red-skinned Zemonite goblin, the girl gently pried open her mouth and stroked her back teeth. Do you know? I actually do not like the red-skinned Zemonite goblins. Your muscles are not bouncy enough, and your bone marrow is too greasy. Slowly withdrawing her fingers, she cradled the mixed blood goblin's face, gently rubbing it, while bending down to closely observe her pupils, which had dilated in fear. She sniffed the scent of the drool that overflowed and seemed to lose interest, tossing her aside. Turning around, she sat back down in the circular chair at her desk, staring somewhat blankly out the window. After a long while, she finally muttered a disjointed phrase. I remember that guy. Seemed to be called Gianni. Suddenly the room fell into silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed to weaken. Shoshana, take them, whether as combat slaves or livestock, just avoid crossing my taboo. After a long silence, the girl suddenly spoke, startling Shoshana, who had just entered. Alma, Captain Kachika is looking for you about something. Although Shoshana did not understand the meaning behind the girl's previous words, she prioritized the matter at hand. The pale red-skinned Zemonite goblin was dressed in a dancer's outfit by Shoshana and sent off to learn dancing. This was the most disgusting punishment that the mixed blood goblins long serving as combat slaves could think of, as long as they did not cross Alma's taboo. The mixed blood goblin, named Hippura, even cried, wailing that she would rather be minced into meat sticks than become a dancer. In the end, the girl, with an indescribable expression, managed to persuade her with a difficult remark. Well, being a dancer could be quite cute. Only to have Hippura resignedly go off to learn dancing. Kachika Momo came to see the girl for no significant matter, merely to inform her about the Kobold Empire's position regarding the burial of the ashes of Gilagianka, the goblin envoy. They seemed very eager for the girl to escort the ashes of the second son of the great wise Gilagianka family, who was loyal to the Emperor in life, back to the Kobold Empire, especially as per the wishes of the Gilagianka family. Do you think your Goblin King would try to keep me here? The girl did not respond to the goblin's request, instead posing a question to the goblin. Kachika Momo pursed her lips, contemplating for a while before saying, absolutely not. He would definitely reward you at the fastest speed possible and then find ways to get rid of you. Why? The girl was quite surprised, recalling that this captain had previously mentioned that the Goblin King would appreciate her. Your way of handling matters is just too barbaric. The goblin captain innocently blinked her eyes in response. You must understand that even in a holy war, one must have a justifiable cause and consider what the ultimate goal is, how much loss can be mitigated or how much benefit can be gained. Kachika Momo, perhaps worried that the girl might take drastic measures, patiently explained, your tendency to indiscriminately slaughter entire families is rather unreasonable. I am very poor, the poor have nothing of value to trade, so I can only sell my life at the cost of my own existence. The girl had no suicidal thoughts. Having the capability to establish a nation, these intelligent beings could not possibly have better intentions. Oh, brave one, that is not what I meant, the goblin captain said, scratching his head as he reorganized his words. You see, your actions in Taisola town were out of self-defense and faith, which everyone understands. But you have hardly demanded any compensation of sufficient value, which is quite unacceptable. Furthermore, as an extremely rare half-blood goblin noble, you granted that fool from the Grigmu family the honor of engraving your name, yet you did not ask for any reward. If others were unaware, that would be fine, but now the entire goblin clan knows, which is quite troublesome. Then there's Firtiri town. While those foolish beings angered the fairy forest, Ilamoli is your contracted fairy spirit, and yet you walked away and completely let the Gillingrub family off the hook. Lastly, regarding the Good and More Trading Group, they truly did not mean to offend you this time. You yourself have stated that they are no longer your war slaves, and then you directly slaughtered their encampment. Of course, they dared to offend a noble bearing a name. They certainly deserve to die. However, it should not have been done in such a manner, and I believe you understand that. The girl quietly and obediently listened to Kachika Momo's patient explanation before blinking and attempting to clarify the goblin captain's reasoning. To sum it up, you mean, I am too generous. Oh, by the Emperor, you truly are clever. The goblin captain exclaimed, slapping his thigh in admiration. However, this is not generosity, it is a form of barbaric selfish recklessness. As a noble bearing a name, you must learn to express your desires and needs in a proper and civilized manner, even if just superficially. The girl lightly tapped the table with her beautifully manicured claws, the rhythmic sound delightful to the ears, as she looked at the goblin captain and softly said, is it that you find me ignorant of the rules and disrespectful of them? But I truly do not understand your rules, nor do I like them. What should I do? Kachika Momo waved his hand, raising an eyebrow. Hey, don't involve me. I'm just a warlord. I do understand those trivial matters, but I also dislike them. The Kachika family acknowledges your words, so I must remind you, as for how you choose to act, that remains your own affair. The girl nodded, stood up, and patted the goblin captain's shoulder, asking, do you have any decent offspring or nephews? Or is there someone you have your eye on? Indeed, the earlier speculation was correct. Kachika Momo has taken a liking to a war slave, and she happens to be one who has not joined the clan. This pale green-skinned half-blood goblin named La Jia was actually quite ambitious. Her greatest hope was to marry a reasonably decent half-blood and live a peaceful life, which is also why she was reluctant to join the girl's clan. She now deeply regrets it, for what the girl is offering is precisely what she desires. La Jia is unwilling to marry a pure-blood goblin like Kachika Momo, who she only wants her own simple and tranquil life, not to become a shared possession of a large clan. Xiaoshana was uncertain of her mother's thoughts. After subtly hinting with La Jia, she decided to first consult her mother's opinion. The girl looked at Xiaoshana curiously upon hearing her report. I am your mother, not hers. Why should you ask for my opinion? Doing so seems no different from being a human trafficker, mother, Xiaoshana replied cautiously. She had just started to laugh when the girl halted her words, putting down the paper and pen in her hand, and began to lightly tap on the desk. Xiaoshana took a small step back and quietly waited on the side. The girl sat in a daze for a long time, long enough for the fairy spirits to light candles, long enough for dinner to have been served twice, long enough for the moon to have climbed overhead, casting its silvery glow upon her. Xiaoshana, the girl's voice had a metallic rasp to it. Yes, mother, the half-blood goblin replied softly. Another long silence ensued. Adults must be responsible for their choices. The girl jumped down from the circular chair and walked towards the reception hall. She was quite hungry. I am merely your mother. I can only be responsible for you. Among goblins, there is no such thing as a wedding. Once a maid is determined, one either knocks them unconscious and drags them away, or knocks out the entire family before dragging them away, or they simply get knocked out and taken. Alright, this is just a metaphor. Only the orc will do such things. Occasionally the green-skinned beasts might too. The Morningstar clan does not possess its own territory, which means that Kachika Momo must wait until he returns to the Goblin Kingdom to take La Jia. Officially, the first mating between spouses must occur within one party's clan territory, which is a serious matter for goblins. This was quite unexpected for the girl, who she had deliberated for half the night, and finally made up her mind, only to find out that Kachika Momo plans to marry a legitimate wife in the name of a union using human traditions. This means that as long as the Morningstar clan possesses sufficient value, even if La Jia cannot be utilized by the Kachika family, she will absolutely not become a shared possession of the clan. The girl was not pleased by this. Kachika Momo's decision was completely made without informing her, forcing her to accept this large pie. The message from the Kobold Empire had arrived, and the mother of the Morningstar clan agreed to the requests of the goblins. Though it is unknown what transaction the goblin captain made with the human lord's eldest son, the team must set out. A second small two-wheeled coffin cart was added behind the four-wheeled one strongly requested by the Gilajiang family. After learning of the death arrangements for the half-blood goblin Unaliki, who didn't even have a surname, they even sent a detailed design plan for the coffin cart along with the message. By the time the goblin messenger's coffin cart was hurriedly completed, 3 days had passed. During this time, apart from a secret meeting with the trading group, the girl had not done anything out of the ordinary. The proposal of intermarriage with other races put forth by the Lord's eldest son seemed to have been forgotten by both him and her. Though their status had slightly changed, the half-blood goblin girls still donned battle armor and brandished long swords. Manila's position remained unchanged, and La Jia still stood guard energetically at the side. Only the side basket of Balak Beast had an additional set of battle armor, and beside it was a Velic beast that no one rode along with a little one on its back. After all, Zelaya was not a war slave and had no suitable armor for her. The slightly elongated team headed towards the city gate they had arrived from, and the girl turned her head, unable to see the monument of Azua. Having crossed the Valerius territory, one would be considered truly deep within the Vitkamara Empire, where half-bloods grew increasingly scarce and socially marginalized, and nearly all encountered along the way were pure-blooded humans. Ordinarily, this lengthy stretch of road demanded heightened vigilance. As Kachika Momo had warned before reaching Fertili Town, this was a human empire where pure-blooded humans harbored pronounced aversion and hostility toward Goblinkind, whose daily harassment from ill-intentioned individuals would have been commonplace. Yet it appeared that Duchess Valerius had granted them substantial patronage and facilitation. Though most pure-blooded humans cast them cold, disdainful glances, not a single soul dared approach to provoke or disturb them. The unbroken calm and stability of each day prompted the young woman to resume formal clan education. Rising at sunset, she began each afternoon by reciting the multiplication table. Alma would then pose impromptu arithmetic problems for all to solve collectively. The student with the highest number of correct answers received a copernate, a sum not to be underestimated equivalent to 60 beshels. Recall that in the border hamlets near Lior Town, the girl had scavenged only a few silver thumbs, each worth merely 300 beshels. Following arithmetic came brief passages drawn from an eclectic mix of knowledge, some tongue-twisting, others effortlessly memorable. Their content proved genuinely fascinating, far more engaging than calculating how many Danas and Tapi occupied a cage. Though the young woman's lessons appeared fragmented to the girls, who simply admired her omniscience, their structure struck Kachika Momu, who had undergone systematic schooling, as profoundly deliberate. At first, phrases like azure sky, yellow earth, sun rises, sun sets, moon waxes, moon wanes, or cold follows heat, summer yields to winter, harvest comes in autumn, stores gather in winter, were little more than rudimentary common sense, delivered with solemn earnestness. Not even Kachika Momu, let alone the girls, could conceal their growing impatience. But as the young woman taught more, and began asking why, their impatience dissolved. Why do both sun and moon rise in the east and set in the west? Why does the moon wax and wane with such precise regularity? Why do we have spring, summer, autumn, and winter? Why do white clouds and black clouds form? And why do clouds rain? Why does dew freeze in a frost in winter? And why does snow fall from the sky? You've never seen snow. You don't know what frost is. Let's move on to the next question. Why is seawater salty while river water is fresh? Have you never seen the sea either? Initially, she had intended to emulate early childhood pedagogy, teaching through words paired with physical objects or illustrations. But she suddenly recalled this world used phonetic script utterly devoid of Chinese characters' ideographic richness. Lacking formal pedagogical training, she resorted to the time traveler's quintessential educational arsenal, the 1,000-character classic and the 3-character classic. Yet neither could be adopted wholesale. Historical allusions required adaptation, ideological inconsistencies demanded revision, and ultimately every passage was reimagined as a goblin language fable or distilled into discrete conceptual nuggets. Her strategy was clear: begin with foundational knowledge, then ignite curiosity through why, gradually guiding the girls toward philosophical and ethical reflection interwoven naturally with everyday observations. She soon realized these facts, so mundane to her they seemed beneath notice, were for people of this era, especially for disenfranchised serfs and slaves constrained by limited education and mobility, nothing short of celestial scripture, not incomprehensible, but accessible only to those whose wealth rivaled the heavens themselves. Now the girls' happiest moments came when Amma told stories and posed questions. Their most dreaded tasks remained cage drills, water pouring exercises, and chase games. Even the sharpest Amanka and the most avaricious Unisha loathed them equally. On the 11th day after departing the Valerius territory, Lafa year 3022, the first day of the 7th month, the dawn had long passed, the sun climbed high, and the caravan rested upon a riverside gravel bar when Kachika Momu approached the young woman to discuss the next leg of their journey. What do you mean? There's fighting ahead again. The young woman hadn't bathed in 4 days, her skin prickled with discomfort. Yet she couldn't help but quip at Captain Brin's unervingly placid expression. Kachika Momu shrugged and spread his hands. Well, perhaps it isn't quite war yet. More likely a skirmish between some warlord and the local border lord. Though infant mortality rates have indeed risen nationwide these past years, so perhaps they're simply field testing the younger generation. From afar, laughter and splashing echoed. She regarded Kachika Momu as one might view an African warlord, then shook her head and peeled off her leather armor to dash away. Let's discuss it tonight. It won't make a difference now. Hearing her voice ring out with utter equanimity, Kachika Momu tightened his jaw, strode to the supply cart, withdrew a thumb-length lacquered message tube, unrolled a narrow strip of parchment, scribbled a few lines, rolled it tightly, sealed it within the tube, and handed it to Captain Brin. Captain Brin slotted the tube into an inner chest pocket of his armor, nodded once to Kachika Momu, and mounted a disarmed Totai beast riding steadily into the distance. Captain, just who is this red? A warrior? Or a sage? A senior goblin watching his comrade vanish over the horizon couldn't resist asking. A noble-born warrior raised under a sage's tutelage, oddly knowledgeable about peculiar things, yet astonishingly ignorant of basic common sense. Kachika Momu kicked the goblin lightly. Mind your manners around someone who merely by surviving ascends to the ruling class. So, does that mean we can't even approach the females? The goblin's face fell instantly. They'd yearned for so long, not with malice, but with simple primal longing for mating. TCH, while she starts at Amma, you still think you'll become chieftain. Don't be absurd. Even I must settle for the war slaves of war slaves. What on earth are you dreaming of? Amma. So the moisture we smell rises upward, drifting ever higher until it gathers in the sky to form clouds. Ilizara kept scooping water and flinging it skyward, but no matter how hard she threw, every droplet inevitably fell back down. Yes, water vapor consists of infinitesimally tiny droplets too minute for the naked eye to perceive. Only particles this small can ascend. The young woman lay supine upon the water's surface, eyes closed. Now a decadent member of the privileged elite cradled effortlessly in perfect comfort, her body gently massaged and cleansed by unseen hands. Ah, glug, Alma. Why can't I float? Even Ornani can. Nananini stomped her feet, arms akimbo, furious after yet another failed attempt to lie motionless upon the water. The young woman tilted her gaze toward Ornani's astonishingly ample figure, pursed her lips with visible discomfort, and replied with painful reluctance, perhaps, maybe. Hers are simply larger. The setting sun barely clung to a sliver of crimson, while beneath the tarpaulin on the riverbank snores continued to echo. Suddenly the sounds of snoring, grinding teeth, and smacking lips faded away, replaced by an eerie silence that slowly spread. A faint twang was followed by the sound of dozens, if not hundreds of arrows slicing through the air. Ock! With a furious roar from the orc, the tarpaulins propped up by wooden rods were instantly lifted and sent flying, followed by a series of puff-puff and clink-clink sounds. Kachika, which town are we getting close to now? The girl shouted loudly while standing on the back of the Balak beast, having just swept away several arrows with the handle of her axe scythe. She was now feeling a bit on edge. Kachika Momo tugged on the reins, guiding the totem beast behind the previous goblin envoy's wagon. Peering towards the direction of the rain of arrows, he turned back to glance at the horizon, where only a hint of red remained, responding in a tone laced with irritation and confusion. We are still at least over 100 stadies away from the nearest town. It shouldn't be your fault. Holland and Leiji had already run out in circles with 2 hybrid big brother goblins. The other girls, except for Zelaya, who clung tightly to the girl's thigh on the back of the Balak beast, had assumed defensive postures facing outward. The girl twitched her ears and abruptly turned her head to look across the river. This river was barely over 10 paces wide and shallow enough to see the bottom easily, allowing any enemy to cross. Kachika, there are over 50 class horn dragons. If we have Unisha and the others helping, how long can you hold out? The girl twisted her neck and shoulders, but unfortunately could not produce the cool sound that teacher you could. Before the orcs are all dead, we should be able to hold for half an hour. Don't worry, this is self-defense. The big brother goblin drew his battle knife high and growled, baring his fangs. Gather. Form shields. Cavalry. The girl tossed Zelaya into the wagon and, twirling her axe scythe with one hand, smiled at the girls around her, some in admiration and others in worry, saying, "Don't imitate Alma. You won't be able to do it." As soon as her words fell, she lightly leaped off the Balak beast. The moment her feet touched the ground, a thunderous crash erupted, mud and stones flying as she vanished in a swirl of white mist. Arrow rain. With the girl's disappearance, the big brother goblin's roar echoed again. Boom, 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 boom. A gray flash swept through, severing a large number of trees in half, while also sending flying several bewildered human heads and nearly 4 pieces of crimson fountains. A silver shadow gripping the tail end of the flying gray flash suddenly kicked off the ground, spinning in a silver-gray dance, like an out-of-control saw blade crashing through the dense forest at reckless angles. Only then did the survivors who had dodged the saw blade react, beginning to emit terrified screams. Bang! Crack! The silver shadow finally came to a halt after shattering a large black figure. There was no heavy breathing, nor any so-called battle roar. The silver shadow simply raised a hand to pluck a dark red piece of flesh from the gray weapon and stuffed it into its mouth, immediately spitting it out with a paw. "Can you tell me which brainless fool you are dying for?" The voice of the silver shadow carried a heavy metallic rasp, yet one could hear a hint of childishness chilling to the bone. In the silence, the silver shadow twirled the gray weapon and pointed with one hand towards her left front, declaring loudly, "I don't have much time. Just a few counts, but if you don't speak, I'll slaughter you all." 10. Loose arrows. The first countdown coincided with the calm and steady command, while the sound of release strings resonated with the sound of a certain upright creature's front paws smashing into the ground. The gray weapon sliced through various plants of different heights at a speed inconsistent with heavy armaments, akin to a sharp scythe scraping through chives, scattering wood shavings, broken leaves, blood, and bodily fluids, innards, and bones. "I don't want." The childish voice began to fade, the metallic rasp growing heavier. The silver shadow kicked up a large expanse of trees, then kicked off the various remnants tangled in the gray weapon, casually swatting away several fast arrows behind her as she paused somewhat, helplessly finishing her sentence. "I really don't want to kill like this. Your level means nothing to me." Clang. Once again swatting away a fast arrow, the silver shadow began to feel disgusted with these soulless beings, a bunch of idiots trading their lives for money. "Did you never think this job could cost you your lives? Hee, there's a bonus equal to the compensation. You're quite valuable." The earlier command to loose arrows suddenly drifted out from deeper in the forest, but the tone had shifted from calm and collected to frivolous. "Since you are all surely going to die, why not tell me which rich fool has wasted their fortune on this foolishness?" The silver shadow suddenly charged towards the source of the voice, almost instantly covering 10 paces to catch a guy still loading his crossbow. She held the guy with disdainful sniff, and with a gentle swipe of the gray weapon took his life. The others fell silent again, only the increasingly bothersome frequency of fast arrows darting through the forest seemingly revealing that these archers and crossbowmen had lost their ability to hide their intentions. "Worried about your family's safety?" The silver shadow casually waved the gray weapon to deflect fast arrows with her right hand, while her left hand pinched something unknown, occasionally launching it with a sharp whistling sound, each one resulting in a muffled thud. "Don't worry, no creature can escape my senses, and no creature can run faster than me." The frequency of fast arrows increased even more, along with the intensifying sound of heartbeats that filled the silver shadow's large ears. The silver shadow came to a halt, closing her eyes to listen carefully to something gracefully dodging the incoming fast arrows as if they were willow leaves in the wind. "Kill." Realizing something was amiss with the silver shadow, the voice rang out again, accompanied by the sudden sounds of hundreds of bodies charging. With a swing of her axe scythe, she severed the four shadows leaping down from the trees in half, their colorful innards and crimson blood staining the bodies of the attackers behind. The girl no longer held back. She danced wildly with her axe scythe, charging at high speed towards the riverbank, where a multitude of desperate attackers suddenly appeared, some even hurling crossbows at her. Flesh and bone along with patched rough-spun clothing and worn leather armor were shredded and smashed apart. She bit down fiercely, crushing the troublesome rib that fell into her mouth, ignoring all attacks and obstacles as she barreled straight towards the riverbank. There are no elaborate schemes, just straightforward arrogance. This is already the third wave of arrows. 2 foolish orcs have been shot in the head by stray arrows and died, forcing the remaining 4 cannon fodder to be dragged into the shield wall formed around the supply cart. The station velociraptors hid behind the Barak beast, while the older goblin cavalry deployed 4 tower shields held by half-blood goblin warriors to protect the gaps in the full armor of the Barak beast. How many times are these fools planning to shoot? Manili muttered in complaint. Given their thick armor and tower shields, this rain of arrows could hardly inflict any harm, leaving her utterly confused about their intent. Unisha squinted her eyes, carefully listening to the sounds emanating from the forest ahead. Each time an arrow rained down, the faint sound of bowstrings reverberated, indicating that they were likely surrounded. Was it the forest that hindered their charge? But this level of forest should pose almost no obstacles to the insectoid dragon swarm, right? Suddenly the sound of dozens of thick ropes snapping echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Catapult! Spread out! The quickest to react, Kachika Momo shouted, slicing through the tent of Ziralia to grab her and throw her far away. Upon hearing the shout, everyone except the bewildered orcs immediately raised their shields and scattered towards the river. You clumsy oaf. Halfway through their escape, Nadawa suddenly remembered her mount, quickly turning back towards the still stable Barak beast. Thud! A boulder the size of 2 heads crashed down just in front of Nadawa, narrowly missing her life by a hair's breadth. Startled, Nadawa quickened her pace, rushing to the side of the Barak beast to grab the reins and pull it back. Just then a loud crash echoed as the Barak beast stumbled and nearly fell towards her. She quickly leaped back. Whooshed! An arrow pierced Nadawa's left eye, emerging from the back of her head after penetrating about half its length. Bang! Ow! Bang! The Barak beast had just steadied itself when another boulder struck its side, causing it to topple onto the riverbank, crushing Nadawa beneath its bulk. Immediately after, hundreds of arrows rained down upon the scattered group, catching them off guard and resulting in anguished cries. Swatting away a few weak arrows, Kachika Momo glanced at the half-blood goblins who had been shot while dodging the boulders, as well as the unscathed greenskins and goblins, narrowing his eyes as he raised his battle knife and shouted, "Spread out, retreat." However, after shouting, he did not move, instead standing still with his knife raised. The girls were unclear about the older goblins' military orders, but upon hearing Kachika Momo's shout, they immediately climbed onto the nearby velociraptors and began to sprint upstream and downstream, while the greenskins and goblins gathered around their captain. Captain! One nearby older goblin glanced at the several abandoned bodies of girls and softly called out. Kachika Momo remained silent, his ears perked up as he stared intently across the forest. Indeed, those guys were pursuing them upstream and downstream, without any attempt to conceal themselves. When the girl emerged onto the riverbank clad in blood-soaked armor, only the Barak beast half destroyed, and the similarly damaged Nadawa remained. The coffins of Yunaliki and Jilijianka had also been destroyed by the boulders, and the goblin's ashes had been shattered, though the upper half of Yunaliki, prepared for processing, still lay safely on the intact base of her coffin. All 6 orcs were dead, 2 shot dead, 3 crushed by boulders, and 1 with its head cleaved by a heavy weapon. She could smell the blood of numerous girls as well as the blood of greenskins and goblins, yet all those people had vanished. Many footprints had been obliterated by the insectoid dragons, indicating that the 50 insectoid dragons had split into 2 groups and were chasing something. The girl looked back towards the forest on the opposite bank, where many of those without even half armor were still alive, standing quietly at the edge of the forest, watching her, then raising their crossbows. The girl dug a deep tunnel beneath the humus layer of the forest floor. It must be said that primitive goblins are natural diggers, and even with Manila's guidance, being able to excavate such a deep, branched, and stable tunnel in such a short time is solely due to the genetic memory from her bloodline. Huddled in the depths of the tunnel with only her left arm intact, Manili, the girl gently fed her freshly selected entrails bit by bit. Such bloody food was indeed beneficial for goblins, and at least for now Manili seemed to be in much better spirits. Her heart and lung functions sounded significantly improved. Gently wiping the bloodstains from Manila's lips, the girl cradled her like a baby, gently rocking her in the dark tunnel to lull her to sleep. Manila's breathing gradually steadied after her eyes randomly darted around for a while. They finally came to a stop. The girl gently laid her down on the ground, which was covered with several layers of leaves, and slowly backed away. A heavy axe scythe was buried deep at the other end of the tunnel. Such a massive object, if not for the girl's extraordinary strength, would simply be a decoration, or perhaps its existence was merely to satisfy the girl's 2-dimensional fantasies. After temporarily settling Manili, the girl arrived at the closest tunnel entrance to the riverbank, which was covered with a thick layer of humus. As long as she remained silent and did not bear enough weight, she would likely not be discovered. The girl could not stay here for too long, she must return to Manila's location to ventilate within 20 minutes at most. She waited quietly, listening intently, silently, counting her heartbeat to keep track of time. After approximately 15 minutes, she twisted her body to prepare to ventilate for Manili. Suddenly, familiar sounds of the heavy armored Tota beast's claws landing on the rubble outside reached her ears. The girl hesitated for a moment, then turned around and crawled deeper into the tunnel. By the time the girl cautiously returned to this position, the outside had fallen silent again. After listening for about 5 minutes, she turned and crawled towards another tunnel exit. This exit was located at the base of a large tree's crown. Yes, the girl was skilled at digging tree holes, though this time it was a major project, digging from the roots upwards, first popping out half her head and ears, then slowly protruding, fully carefully brushing aside the concealing branches, climbing the trunk to look down in another direction. The corpse of the Barak beast still lay there, but its armor had been removed. The corpses of the orcs were carelessly discarded next to the Barak beast's body, also naked and without any equipment. Although Nadawa's body was half deflated, her armor and clothing had not been stripped away. Her body lay relatively intact on the goblin's two-wheeled coffin, uncovered by any tarpaulin. Yunaliki's body remained untouched, her four-wheeled coffin seemingly having been slightly repaired. The goblin's broken urn for ashes was nowhere to be seen, nor were any of the insectoid dragons that had previously pulled the cart, not to mention anyone else. Time was short. The girl merely took a quick glance before returning to the tunnel to ventilate for Manili. This world has no name, or rather all intelligent beings have their own names for it, and the disputes have never ceased, leaving no conclusion. The giant lizards and giant snakes living in the northern part of the Delicon continent, despite being intelligent beings, do not care for the name of the world. They only concern themselves with propagating their bloodlines and spreading their renown. The lizardmen, due to their weakness, worship the giant lizards and giant snakes, and in terms of bloodline, they indeed share a common ancestor. However, the wisdom of the lizardmen leans more towards civilization. Thus, they named this world after the Delicon continent, calling it the Delicon world. Naturally, this could not gain recognition from the outside world. Not even the giant snakes took it seriously. The giant lizards, giant snakes, and the massive lizardmen completely occupied the Delicon continent, forcing the early weak native humans to venture across the sea to the southern immortal spirit continent. The immortal spirit continent naturally derived its name from the immortal spirits within the immortal forest. They are the friendliest beings in this world, and also the most magical. They are born from the fruits of various plants and live happily in the immortal forest in the northern part of the immortal spirit continent. They do not harm any beings, nor do beings harm the immortal spirits. Until the humans fleeing from the Delicon continent arrived here. Humans must possess the characteristics of infighting among intelligent beings. They are unique, receiving the selfless help of the immortal spirits while attempting to control them. The magic of the immortal spirits instilled fear in humans, leading them to settle obediently on either side of the immortal forest, gradually developing two massive kingdoms. The arrival of humans displeased the elves in the southern part of the immortal spirit continent. The southernmost Emer continent had already become chaotic due to the native humans, and now these lowly creatures even dared to covet the immortal forest. The elves, considering themselves the most direct descendants of Emer since they too belonged to the magical beings, appropriately chastised the still nascent human civilization. The central part of the immortal spirit continent was stripped of its right to exist under a millennium of scorching heat, transforming into the earliest and largest desert of another world. Thus, the human kingdoms of the immortal spirit continent severed the safe route to the further south Emer continent until they could build large ships. Once the elves' greatest disdain was for the barbaric primitive goblins, as well as the ogres, beastmen, and gremlins that evolved from them. However, after the rise of humans on the Emer continent, the elves gained another detestable species, humans. Yes, the humans of the Emer continent rose earlier than those of the immortal spirit continent. When the light elves and dark elves' ideologies fractured, the goblin clans began to fight amongst themselves. The humans caught in the cracks finally found an opportunity. They either allied with the elves or the goblins, successfully occupying the central part of the Emer continent amidst endless sacrifices and conspiracies. Thus, the realms of the light elves and dark elves were divided among three human kingdoms, and with the disappearance of the intelligent primitive goblins, the goblin clans achieved a balance of four powers, though the gremlin empire effectively assumed the role of the suzerain state. Suddenly, the flames of war ceased, and each clan began to lick their wounds and propagate their kind in the manner of nations. Over the course of thousands of years of battles and subsequent civilizational development, the three continents began to exchange resources, except for the glass islands in the east of the Delicon continent occupied by the giant snakes. Even the foul-smelling orc islands in the northeast of Emer occupied by the orc beastmen saw a great number of trading ships coming and going. The number of hybrids grew increasingly large until the girl arrived in this world, where various hybrids already outnumbered the total population of all pure-blood races. Whether it was the inherent strength of goblin blood or the nourishment of the blood food, Manila's recovery had already exceeded the girl's understanding. When she returned to the deeper tunnel and found Manili convulsing, the girl was startled and hastily lifted the small body, only to discover that the bandaged wounds were twitching. "It hurts, Amma, it hurts." Manili had awakened. Her remaining left hand gripped the girl's leather jerkin like a drowning person clutching a straw, trembling as she tried to bury herself into the girl's embrace. The girl cradled her with one arm, pressed a consoling kiss to her forehead, and immediately crawled toward the vent. After leaving the vent open for some time, she carried Manili back into the tunnel's depths, teeth clenched, no longer crying out, though still convulsing. She laid Manili upon a bed of leaves and carefully loosened the torn cloth binding the severed section of her right upper arm. The sight made the girl involuntarily shudder. The severed muscles, as if cut by two-handed greatswords, contracted inward in slow, unceasing waves. The lee-white goblin's normally thick hide had been stretched thin, bodily fluids seeping out, yet the bleeding had stopped entirely, and there was no swelling. The girl hurriedly unwound the bandages from Manila's right knee and the middle of her left thigh. Both places writhed in the same manner. She carefully arranged the 3 severed limbs along the direction of their root muscles, then leaned over Manili, offering light, comforting kisses. She pressed close without applying pressure, listening to Manili bite her teeth and whimper through the pain like a child clinging to affection. After opening the vent once more and returning, she found Manili frantic and terrified, the fear seemingly greater than the perception of pain. Manili would turn onto her side, claw at the earth with her good hand, and drag the fluid-slick, twitching limbs across the ground, inching toward the tunnel that led to the vent where the girl had left. Dazed and mindless of everything, the girl held the wailing Manili to her chest like a child. For a moment she saw herself very small, her mother leaving to work, pulled away by her grandmother, the sight of her mother covering her face and forcing herself on that had once torn the girl's heart with sobs. She sat twisted against the tunnel wall, propping Manila's lower severed limbs with her legs, rocking gently and whispering a lullaby in a soft, slow cadence. The moon is bright, the wind is still, leaves shade the window, the crickets call like the ringing of a stringed song. As long as the girl was near, Manili could hold herself silent no matter how much it hurt, so the girl carried her straight to the vent, where she could close her eyes and rest without constant disturbance. The writhing at the 3 stumps persisted for a long while. Only as dawn approached did Manila's body finally cease its convulsions and sink into a deep sleep in the girl's arms. The girl pressed gently on Manila's abdomen, listened carefully, then holding her with one arm crawled to the far end of the tunnel where a small cache of blood food was kept. She picked up a piece of offal, perhaps liver, sniffed at it had not spoiled. Suppressing her nausea, she tore it with her teeth and bit by bit fed it into the sleeping Manila's mouth. Hunger forced the still drowsy body to operate on instinct. Soon it no longer needed the girl to pre-chew, or rather the gaping, quivering mouth found the girl's feeding too slow. The stored supply was small. Emptying it would amount to perhaps half of Manila's present weight. After gently stroking her distended belly and waiting until body and mind once more drifted into sleep, the girl carried her back to the vent. She curled up there with her eyes half closed and let her body rest a little. Though it was only shallow sleep, the day's respite restored a good measure of her strength. She awoke to Manila's licks and kisses, smiled, and returned the affection for a while, then began to examine the wounds. The previously seeping fluids had crusted like serum, sealing the gaps left by contracting muscle. A considerable layer of fat had collected there, as well, perhaps serving a function similar to that of the serum. "Does it still hurt?" the girl asked gently as Manili nuzzled and rubbed excitedly against her. Manili blinked and shook her head, then, as if remembering something, buried her head in Amma's neck and murmured in a small voice, "The Empire's regular troops came straight for us. They did not dare stop." The girl patted Manila's back lightly, and instead of replying to that, asked in a low voice, "Do you want to return to your clan? Amma, don't you want me anymore? Amma, I can still be a brood bed. Don't leave me." At those words, Manili clung to the girl with her remaining left arm, holding on tight. The panic in her voice lent a distinct metallic rasp to her plea. The girl tightened her own embrace, rocked the small creature gently, and murmured comfort. After a long while the child calmed. She kissed her tear-swollen eyes and said, "Then come home with Amma for now." A thin crescent moon hung in the sky. The jungle, unwashed by rain, still reeked of rot and blood. Manili was fastened to the girl's back with belts and strips of cloth, riding silently as the girl bounded. The goblin blood that ran through her made her almost enchanted by Amma's agile, smooth, and soundless climbing and leaping. The girl had searched for a long time the night before and found only Manili clinging to riverside plants, hiding in the water. Some strange sense had erased the traces of the other girls. She did not dwell on who had done this or why. For now, she only wished to keep those who were alive. Carrying the fragile life on her back, she darted deeper into the forest toward the northwest, opposite the distant southeastward underground palace. But this route would lead into vast, rugged mountains where few signs of intelligent life were found, primitive goblins aside. As the new moon began to set, the girl dropped onto a mound of fallen leaves and wordlessly began to dig. Soon, she unearthed many plump, pale grubs, tinged faintly brown. She shoved one into her own mouth and another into Manila's on her back, chewing quickly and swallowing before reaching for the next. Manila's small hand tightened on the girl's chest as she pressed upon her own throat, crying as she chewed and swallowed the grub. Amma disliked eating insects. Noticing the little one's mood behind her, the girl dug through the humus for grubs, while laughing and patting the hand clutched to her jerkin. Amma has eaten grubs before. What goblin didn't grow up on them? Look at this little one, white and tender, surely chewy and sweet. Come, open your mouth. Chew chew. Amma, these small ones are really sweet. See, their texture is a bit yielding and glutinous, though not as springy as the large ones in terms of enjoyment. They are softer and far more pleasant. Here, one more. Open up. Chew chew. This was not the first time Manila had slept in a tree hollow, but to carve a hollow high up in the treetops and sleep, there was something she had never even thought of. Though the trunk was thick, the hollow still felt quite cramped, forcing her to snuggle tightly against Amma, yet she felt an indescribable comfort. She tilted her head slightly and affectionately licked the salty sweat seeping from Amma's neck, similar to the sweat of humans and elves, suggesting that Amma's ancestors must have carried the corresponding bloodline, perhaps mutated, and was playfully scolded by Amma for being unsanitary. She did not care about hygiene, as she only felt that this was very intimate and made her feel at ease. The girl could do nothing about her, so she let it be. The bright sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled patches of light, while the fresh green leaves of the broken branches shattered these glaring beams, bringing a sense of tranquility to the two small beings nestled in the hollow. The small axe swiftly flipped through the air, and before Manila could even track its trajectory, it had deeply embedded itself in the brow of a medium-sized Taralgu, the horizontal impact causing the creature to collapse as it lost coordination. The other Taralgu were startled and scattered narrowly, avoiding another roughly made wooden spear that was slightly slower. Amma, next time let me throw it first. Manila pouted as she saw her spear miss again. The girl chuckled and raised her left hand backward, allowing Manila to nibble on it like a little beast. On such a dim crescent moon night with the additional cover of the canopy, the girl was somewhat puzzled as to how the Taralgu could distinguish different types of vegetation. While distracted by her thoughts and dealing with the child on her back, she stepped on the corpse of the Taralgu and pulled out the small axe, a gush of fresh bloody liquid pouring from the wound. As she did so, the girl clearly heard the child on her back lick its lips. With a gentle and loving smile, she grasped the Taralgus antlers with her left hand, while her right hand brought the small axe down with a swift motion. The girl's small hand reached forward to catch the two halves of the brain, narrowly securing one piece into her mouth and the other onto her shoulder. Under the unrestrained goblin bloodline, the acrid taste transformed into a rich and sweet flavor. As the girl savored the Taralgu, her eyes squinted in delight. The completely tender and juicy texture was her favorite, at least in this state. After a long absence, the taste of blood food brought an overwhelming sense of happiness and joy from her mouth to her nasal cavity and finally to her olfactory cortex. Amma, you actually like to eat these two, right? Manila noticed the change in Amma's mood and cautiously asked in a low voice. The girl was still enjoying the pleasure of the fresh blood food, tilting her head back slowly as she savored it, the fats and proteins being dissolved by her tongue into rich juices that enveloped her entire tongue, the involuntary, swallowing motion producing intermittent ha-ha sounds from her throat. After a while, as the last bit of juice was swallowed, the girl slowly opened her eyes and said, Amma couldn't control herself, which is not good. You shouldn't learn from Amma. But why is it bad? Manila genuinely did not understand. Amma always said it was unsanitary and unclean, but so what if it was? The girl had intended to say something about getting sick, but suddenly paused. It seemed she rarely saw any content about Zymonid or higher bloodline primitive goblins contracting diseases while reading the encyclopedia. Upon reflection, all recorded diseases of primitive goblins with sufficient bloodline density were caused by external injuries, with none related to the gastrointestinal system. Not knowing how to respond to the little one on her back, the girl felt a bit embarrassed, so she huffed and retorted, eating raw food is impolite. Who eats raw food in a serious manner? Food sashimi has a long history as a dietary method regardless of the world or earth, and is a preserved genetic memory on the evolutionary path of intelligent life. The girl did not like to eat sashimi or similar foods. She always felt there were parasites and bacteria, it was very dirty, and one could get terrible diseases. Of course, the risk of illness from any raw meat is not low, this is a fact, so she was quite conflicted when facing the Taralga meat sashimi carefully stripped with a small axe. Amma, if you want to eat, let me have some. Cutting it this thin will spoil easily. With a slurping sound, Manila gently bit Amma's rosy ear in protest. Amma really knew how to prepare food, and after slicing it into pieces it felt completely different, but it was just too troublesome. The sound of swallowing saliva became the last straw for the girl. She steeled her gaze, using two specially sharpened straight branches as chopsticks to pick up a slice of Taralgu. It proved that goblins not only have very powerful stomach acids, but the enzymes in their saliva are also far stronger than those of humans. The slices that the girl could cut were naturally not as thin as paper wings, but they were somewhat translucent. When the chopsticks placed the meat slice on her tongue, the eagerly awaiting saliva surged forth, wrapping the succulent taste of intramuscular fat and myoglobin, with an unknown enzyme instantly elevating the flavor to an entirely new dimension. The authors of food manga must all be goblins. This thought inexplicably popped into her mind, but she really couldn't be blamed. The goblins' understanding of food was simply beyond words. What lay before her was undoubtedly golden light. This explosive deliciousness. So why are goblins gluttonous? With such a sense of taste and smell coupled with an iron stomach immune to poisons which intelligent beings could resist. I'm hungry. The girl blushed as she comforted Manila, who was crying as she truly did not mean to. It was purely that her reason suddenly went offline and she could not control her goblin bloodline. Otherwise it would be impossible to explain why she would even eat hoof tendons. A whole medium-sized taralgu approximately 3 times the girl's weight had been completely consumed by her, while Manila only had the initial half piece of brain and a few slices of meat. Burp. I'm sorry, Amma, I'll go get you one shortly. Be good, burp. Don't cry. Shoo. Suddenly the girl covered Manila's mouth and Manila immediately stopped crying. It was eerily quiet all around with no sound at all. Yes, even the chirping of insects had disappeared. The girl slowly maneuvered Manila onto her back. The little one cooperated and climbed onto Amma's back, then carefully tied the straps and cloth strips, drawing the small axe and bending down. In the jungle, the fastest spread was not the sounds or various scents in the air, but the vibrations of the dry leaves. The girl had already moved to a tree clinging to the trunk and slowly climbing upward. In this world, there were seldom any mid-sized or larger ferocious beasts living in the upper layers of the jungle, and the encyclopedias and animal studies from her past life informed her that those large feathered birds and winged giant lizards, monsters during a beast tide resembling a certain type of large pterosaur, were utterly incapable of hunting in such dense forests. Thus, most bipedal sentient beings would not be on guard against attacks from above, except during wartime. The girl did not wait long in the tree before she heard a faint yet crude rustling through the vegetation accompanied by a flicker of light. It was already strange that humans would appear on such a dark crescent night. Now it seemed that the other party was not hunters. Feeling a slight movement in the stomach of the little creature Manila on her back, the girl patted her head apologetically and carefully leaped towards the light. Peering down from the treetop, the girl truly could not understand what was wrong with the minds of this young couple below. After all, this was a forest where Rufus could appear at any moment, and even a Totai beast or a Velocis beast might show up. The girl below had standard light golden hair, and under the delicate glow of a windproof candle one could see the finely woven linen outer garment. Snuggling against the man's arm, her pale arm marked with a few scratches also indicated her considerable worldly status. The man who was trying to manipulate the branches and dry leaves to create a fire had black curly hair, and he was awkwardly fiddling with the twigs, seemingly attempting to start a fire. Amma, look at the meat of the Giacchini nobles and the Kamala nobles. They look so tender. The saliva that Manila secreted from hunger dripped onto the girl's shoulder, and she hurriedly extended her tongue to lick it. Manila never ever eat humans regardless of their race or class. The girl's voice was somewhat icy, completely devoid of the tenderness and gentleness of Amma. Manila shivered immediately, realizing she had gotten a bit carried away. Not eating humans was an unbreakable bottom line for Amma. As a war slave compensated by the church, she vaguely understood the combat prowess Amma had displayed in Taisola town. Sensing the little creature's tremors on her back, the girl patted her head again, then looked down at the path the couple had taken. Although those individuals were hiding, well, they were merely humans, and humans who had long since departed from a beastly existence, not to mention that they had to be vigilant against and drive away nearby beasts. Manila's senses were far inferior to the girl's, as she only knew of other threats around through observing the girl. Gathering all her thoughts, she retracted the hand that had been wrapped around the girl's chest and tightly grasped the cloth and belt behind her back, where she had intentionally left a slipknot. The girl paid no mind to Manila's small actions as she focused intently on observing the various directions with movement. At least 42 individuals had formed several semi-surrounding formations following 3 different routes, coexisting peacefully, but with some discrepancies in their coordination. Are the males, females, and the employer all gathered together? How peculiar. Such indulgence. She thought to herself, carefully climbing a few more steps up the tree to completely conceal herself among the branches. The girl had prepared to watch the drama unfold, though she speculated that it was likely the 2 most pampered children from their families playing a runaway game with their parents, feeling uneasy, yet willing to indulge them. Perhaps the parents also had ulterior motives, silently supporting their endeavor. However, none of that was important. What mattered was whether the 2 budding lovers would produce any thrilling live-action moments amidst this kindling of passion. Too bad there's no one selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, or mineral water. This thought suddenly popped into the girl's mind, her inexplicable associations making her feel a bit dazed. Before the girl, whose emotions were sinking, could sigh, the couple below had already made new movements which instantly perked her up. The delicate and precious girl followed the normal procedure of shedding her clothes, and then slowly laid down on the ground, her face flushed with shyness making the girl swallow hard. The boy seemed a bit flustered. He reached out his hand, but hesitated to touch her. Then he hurriedly removed his outer garment, kneeling beside the girl, appearing somewhat dazed. In the end, it was the girl who took the initiative to lift her hand and wrap it around the boy's neck, slowly pulling him down. Then their lips likely met, and the girl seemed to shift her body slightly due to the emotions stirred within her. To be honest, the girl could not bear to watch for too long. First of all, it was an issue of perspective. One could imagine a drone hovering 20 to 30 meters above, shooting downward. With such a position, perhaps 1 or 2 minutes might be art, but continuing like this would become very boring. There was absolutely nothing to see. Secondly, it was a matter of dialogue. Heaven knows why there were so many nonsensical verses to recite at this moment. How could you recite 10 lines of poetry for a single action? What kind of nonsense is the education of the nobility? In the end, Manili could hardly take it anymore, and the girl had no choice but to take the now grown-up little creature and flee. The girl ran far with Manili, and after spending so much time with girls and skimming through relevant books, she was very aware that goblins could be extremely troublesome when their hormones were excessively secreted. Now Manili's severe injury seemed to have further intensified her physiological responses. The genetic memory of the tribe's survival could not be erased. Finding a relatively clean small river, the girl carefully tested the water for a while, ensuring that it would not easily damage the serum scabs on Manili's wounds before embracing her and immersing her in the icy water. Stimulated by the cold water, Manili finally regained some of her senses, though she did not reject this reaction. Amma. Manili can be a nursery. Shut up. Children of Amma must have a minimum level of dignity. The girl growled fiercely, holding Manili in one arm while cupping water to wash her face with the other. Amma will find you a handsome male as long as you like him. Originally with a dazed expression, Manili's eyes suddenly became incredibly clear. She pressed against the girl and affectionately asked, Amma, can you tie me a night elf? I've heard night elves are great. With a crisp smack, the girl playfully swatted Manili's bottom and scolded, why didn't you say dark elf? Amma's teacher is only a mist elf. After saying that, she suddenly drew out a small axe and threw it towards the shore. With a crack and a thud, the girl had already stood up, carrying Manili out of the water. The axe's blade had completely embedded itself in the head of the Totai beast. The girl did not rush to pull out the axe. She let Manili return to her back and then parted the Totai beast's mane to examine it closely. It was a wild Totai beast after all. To be honest, the vast majority of purely or predominantly carnivorous terrestrial animals are far less palatable than their herbivorous counterparts. Take this Totai beast before us, for instance. Its fat distribution, muscular texture, and intrinsic flavor all fall markedly short of the Traga's. Fortunately, little Manili holds no such reservations. This Totai beast is not particularly large. Its stature resembles that of the Tragu the young woman had eaten earlier, though it weighs slightly more. Manili's tiny belly consumed only the beast's brain, liver, and spinal cord. She had wanted the intestines, but the young woman forbade it, deeming them unclean. The remainder of the carcass, inconvenient to carry, was dragged by the young woman deeper into the woods and hastily buried in a shallow pit. Golden light reappeared along the horizon. After a night of relentless activity, not a single mile had been covered. The young woman stripped off her leather armor belts, garments, and cloth strips, washed each item, meticulously hung them to dry on a tree branch, then dug a hollow in its trunk and curled up inside, with Manili closing her eyes. Traversing dense forest inevitably adds great distance to one's journey. She had entered this vast mountain range from the north of Valeria's territory, heading west, and according to her mental map, she must follow the ridgeline northwestward for a long stretch before turning east toward another range. Without maps or compasses, her sole navigational aids were the rising and setting of sun and moon and the subtle contours of the land. Each day she sought water first, ensuring both herself and Manili drank deeply, then swiftly climbed the nearest high point to confirm her bearings and position before resuming the endless march. Such forest travel is profoundly monotonous and physically draining, yet she finds it deeply fulfilling. No need to fret over churches, elves, or goblin lineages, only an endlessly curious, devoted admirer clinging to her every word. So even the wildest flights of fancy bring pure catharsis, never complication. Amma's tales are countless, so many that Manili can no longer distinguish truth from fiction. So many, in fact, that she has learned to ask only why, without voicing longing for those wondrous things, because each time she does, Amma's mood dims. Though Ama believes she conceals it well, Manili feels it unmistakably. Though Manili received no formal education beyond combat techniques and servitude, she carries over a decade of lived experience. Manili has concluded, after days of quiet observation, that Ama is not truly of this world, not in the sense the elves or others imagine like the fabled Sage's Isle, but rather from a vaster, all-encompassing world Ama describes spanning heavens and earth alike. Manili knows Ama yearns to find her way home. She resists, but feels no anxiety. In this world, even corn cannot truly fly. How then could he possibly help Ama return? But what if Ama truly finds the way one day? Manili hopes then that Ama will consent to devour her, so they may remain together forever across any world Ama might enter. Yet what if Ama refuses? Ama once said, goblins do not eat goblins. No matter. Let Ama fashion her skull into something whimsical to carry always. Then she too will abide with Ama eternally. Having quietly resolved this, Manili grows even more affectionate and obedient, leading the young woman to wonder at last whether she has finally mastered the art of raising a willful child. When the two small figures following the ridgeline finally begin turning eastward, the moon has waned to half its fullness. Ama, there's the scent of goblins. Perched high in the canopy of a massive tree near a mountain peak, Manili tugs gently at the young woman's large ear and points downward. I sensed it long ago. Any thoughts? The young woman twitches her ear, tickled by Manili's touch, and adjusts the leather strap, securing the child more tightly. Could we check their den for females? Might we take one? Manili asks, voice hushed with tentative hope. The young woman reaches back and gives Manila's bottom a playful pat. Lately she's grown oddly fond of it, round, firm, springy. She almost blushes at her own indulgence, then leaps onto a towering pine-like tree, scanning, as she replies, primitive goblin tribes usually possess only 1 or 2 females. Wouldn't taking one doom their entire clan? Besides, we're fleeing for our lives. Why drag others into our peril? Oh, Manili wriggles slightly, then murmurs, I need to urinate. Failing to locate pine cones or similar fruits while clambering up and down the trunk, the young woman clicks her tongue, steadies herself on a sturdy branch, lifts Manili to her chest, lowers her trousers, positions her carefully, and instinctively begins guiding her with a soft, rhythmic shill. Strangely, though this has happened many times, Manili still feels a faint, uncharacteristic flush of shame. Goblins rarely know such feeling. Her cheeks warm, yet her bladder releases freely. She arches her spine, just slightly modulating the stream's flow. Under gravity's gentle pull, the arc of liquid glides smoothly outward. Though Manili instantly relaxes her muscles, a few lingering droplets still trace that same graceful arc onto the young woman's skin. She doesn't dwell on it. Instead, concern flickers. Could Manila's lower limb injury be affecting her neuromuscular control? In an instant, the young woman straddles the branch, gently unfastens Manili, cradles her in her palms, and softly presses her small abdomen, asking all the while whether anything feels uncomfortable or uncontrollable. Manili melts at the sudden tenderness. The haze in her gaze softens, veiling the sharp glint behind her eyes. She mumbles vague reassurances and burrows into the young woman, nuzzling fervently. Relieved to find no serious issue, the young woman exhales, delivers several firm, admonishing pats to Manila's bottom until she settles, then hoists her back onto her shoulders and secures her snugly, preparing to seek water for a proper wash. Typically, ridgelines yield scarce water sources, a daily trial that consumes the most time. With today's detour, much of the day's progress is already forfeit. Toward Manili, the unruly, bearish child, the young woman shows remarkable patience. Not because she truly regards her as kin or cherishes her as a daughter, but because she needs this anchor, this living tether to meaning. Through the blood return ritual, Manili forged a bloodline bond with Yuan-Aisha, and thus indirectly with the young woman herself. Having spent over 20 years in modern society, the young woman cannot endure such solitude. Her illusory emotional need and her body's primal genetic intuition merge, offering at least a bulwark against the crushing weight of present loneliness. This time the spring emerges halfway down the mountainside, a clear icy trickle with a delicate sweetness. The young woman digs gently below the outflow, arranges stones to form a simple basin and dam, then lets the current rinse away suspended silt, transforming it into a small, clean, flowing shallows. Naked and luxuriating in the cool shallows, Manili sighs contentedly, then recalls Amma's promise to take her home and wonders aloud, what is our home like? The young woman blinks, momentarily adrift. Returning to the underground palace wasn't a decision. It arose unbidden from deep-seated blood memory and somatic instinct, as if that place alone could offer her a semblance of peace. Somewhere a goblin would love. You'll see when we arrive. She shakes her head lightly and resumes scrubbing her clothes grain by grain. Is this life destined to be Amma? The girl found it hard to understand, and despite her sharp senses, she always failed to detect the approach of the primitive goblins. Although both she and Manili were completely bare, the sight of these ugly little creatures with innocent wide eyes and drooping ears quietly surrounding them made the girl feel no tension, not even a hint of shyness. Perhaps it was the activation of the blood ritual that triggered something. Her first impression of these ugly little creatures turned out to be oddly cute. There were about 70 primitive goblins scattered around, and unlike those encountered on the wasteland, these ugly little beings all had green skin. However, their gazes were strikingly pure, almost disturbingly so. The girl noticed that the way these little creatures looked at her was a mix of confusion, eagerness to please, and an inexplicable sense of dependency, while their looks at Manili were much simpler, a pure desire rooted in the essence of life. Amma, Manili lay in the girl's arms, her remaining left arm reaching up to wrap around the girl's neck, pulling herself closer. She unabashedly, or rather proudly, displayed her body to the surrounding primitive goblins. Even the gushing spring water could not mask the pungent scent of hormones secreted from her oil glands. This is a healthy tribe, I can take them. Manila's words startled the still-dazed girl. She quickly grabbed a large piece of cloth hanging on a rock washed by the spring water to cover both of them, and then angrily shouted at the innocent primitive goblins watching them, "Turn around and don't look." No matter how far or near, all the ugly little creatures shivered and immediately obeyed, turning away and even covering their faces with their paws. Manili, if you keep being so shameless, Amma will smack your bottom. The girl gave Manila's rear a hard smack, the crisp sound startling even the nearby primitive goblins. Gah! Haha! Manila's eyes widened, her mouth agape, her whole body tense. Her backside visibly swelled from the impact. Don't think that SM can be played casually. Such pure pain could bring no pleasure, only agony. Hastily wringing out her damp clothes as much as possible and putting them on in a hurry, the girl wrapped her arms around Manila's waist and casually pointed to a nearby primitive goblin, asking, "Where's your Amma?" The little creature cautiously turned around, awkwardly pointed at the girl, and whispered back, "Alma." "Ah, just as I thought." The girl rolled her eyes and poked Manila's forehead, who was stifling laughter. Alma is very powerful. When they smell Alma's scent, they have already submitted. Manili rubbed her face against the girl's, not just being affectionate, but also declaring her status to these primitive goblins. What about their own Alma? The girl frowned as she had no intention of disturbing the goblin community. Manili leaned in close to Alma's ear and whispered softly, "If Alma doesn't protect them, well, they will either become breeding grounds or become food." It was the girl's first time seeing female pure-blood primitive goblins. Not that she had ever seen live ones before. This group of primitive goblins had dug a large number of tunnels and several caves from their ancestors and themselves, and the ventilation and waterproofing were surprisingly well done. There were 4 female primitive goblins and 131 males in total, a remarkably high ratio for a primitive goblin tribe. The 4 female goblins appeared indistinguishable in age, looking like human children in their early teens, which was very similar to the girl, but they had more of a goblin and gnome-like dwarf appearance in their facial features and body proportions. With relatively small and slender builds, their heads and limbs appeared somewhat large, and combined with the goblin's big eyes, though starry, it made the girl feel as if she had fallen from a 2-dimensional world into the 3-dimensional one. When the 70 or so goblins outside brought the girl and Manili into the cave, the 4 female goblins initially showed obvious hostility, but just a gust of wind passed by, and their gazes toward the girl transformed to resemble those of the male goblins, confused, eager to please, and that vague sense of dependence. The male goblins were rudely driven away by these 4 females, who cautiously approached the girl, then knelt down and gradually moved to the girl's feet, starting to take turns licking the tops of her feet. Manili is Alma's bloodline, a bit special. The girl stood still, not retreating, allowing the 4 females to lick her affectionately. She glanced at the other male goblins, who seemed to envy the treatment the 4 females were receiving. Manili doesn't know, it might be because Manili is of mixed blood. Before undergoing the blood ritual, Manili didn't feel anything special towards Alma. Manili tightened her grip on the girl's waist as she looked at the 4 females at her feet. The girl nodded slightly, moving her foot just a bit, and the 4 females immediately stopped and obediently lay down. "Can you 4 understand what I'm saying?" The girl placed Manili on her shoulder, letting her sit like a child riding a horse, then squatted down to gently lift one female goblin's face and asked, "Alma, slowly say understand." The female goblin had beautiful yellow starry eyes, and her expression toward the girl was excited and eager. After brushing back her greasy, messy black hair, the girl's voice became slow and gentle. "Why do you call me Alma?" The female goblin froze for a moment, looking confusedly at the other 3 equally bewildered female goblins. Then, with a swift motion, she tore off the ragged cloth on her body, revealing a flat chest similar to the girl's, and pointed with her sharp claw at the area below her left breast, anxiously saying, "Heart tell Nama is Alma." As she spoke her broken words, the other 3 female goblins also tore off the cloth and pointed to their hearts, calling out for Alma. One of them, the smallest with white starry eyes, was so excited that her claw even pierced her flesh, blood trickling out. Seeing that the girl seemed not to believe, immediately Nama became anxious. She straightened her upper body, her claws deeply embedding into her chest, seemingly trying to dig out her heart. This insane act was reminiscent of the red-skinned goblins in the wasteland wanting the girl to eat them. The girl quickly pried Nama's hands apart and stopped another female goblin who was about to follow suit, standing up with a mix of helplessness and sadness, saying, "Alma is hungry." The young members of the Greenstone clan were elated today. After years of exile and forced independence, they had at last found a true Alma. Though none could say precisely what made an Alma true, nor why this one was deemed so, their blood alone whispered the truth. And now Alma was hungry, a matter of grave, dire consequence. There was no stored food in the cave. Several clever little goblins who had bravely resolved to sacrifice themselves as sustenance for Alma were swiftly stopped and sharply reprimanded by Alma herself. Within moments, over 100 green-skinned dwarfs surged forth, brandishing wooden clubs, stone hammers, and all manner of crude implements. Countless nearby creatures would soon learn the cost of their sudden chaotic exodus. "If you depart now, they will pursue you without cease," Manili murmured, her breath warm against the girl's ear as she leaned close. "Impossible. This land is not barren of females, and they could never catch me anyway." The girl glanced toward the 4 remaining female goblins vanishing into the cave, busily tinkering with something unseen, then turned to leave. "They will follow until they die, even those 4 females." Manili suddenly twisted her body, swung around to face the girl directly, and wrapped her arms tightly around her neck, her expression unflinchingly solemn. "They perceive only danger to Alma, not abandonment by Alma." The girl narrowed her eyes, her voice growing taut. "Since when has Manili learned to lie to Alma? Have you forgotten the books Alma has read? In Alma, you know Manili speaks no falsehood," Manili replied, holding the girl's gaze without flinching, her pupils steady and clear. The girl's fist slowly clenched, tightening with quiet intensity, her voice remaining eerily calm. "Among goblin clans, the Alma is chosen through communal election. Upon the loss of an Alma, the males collectively select a new female to assume the role. Only after the Alma's death is confirmed," Manili replied without hesitation. "Only after absolute certainty of death." Her eyes reddened, her lips trembled. Guided by some deep instinctive pull, the girl turned her head, not toward the cave mouth, but toward a blank stone wall. Yet in that moment she saw instead a desolate wasteland, a sprawling network of caverns, and dozens of foolish, shrieking, cannibalistic little creatures whose grotesque faces seemed to leap from memory itself. I must go back. I must see for myself, she murmured, stepping slowly, deliberately, toward the tunnel leading outside. Alma, you must not leave. They will follow you. Manili rose up, gripping the girl's neck firmly, her star-crossed eyes locked onto hers with unwavering gravity. Alma. The girl turned, tears and snot streaking her face, just as Nama strained to lift a large stone bowl brimming with thick, viscous green liquid. She beamed wide-mouthed and radiant. Hungry. Eat. Happy. Manili had secretly watched for hours, yet still could not fathom how one might weep torrents of tears while smiling so tenderly, so joyfully, so profoundly lovingly. Perhaps such grace was Alma's unique gift. Life had been harsh for the Greenstone clan. This fledgling tribe lacked seasoned chieftains or wise Amas to teach them survival. They ate countless insects, wild fruits, and fungi, unlike primal goblins who subsisted almost exclusively on meat. In the end, the 100-odd greenlings returned with only 2 tabogs and an overwhelming mound of wriggling, multicolored insects, alongside a riotous assortment of vividly hued fungi. With a gentle smile, the girl refused every umbrella-shaped fungus, red, blue, green, even black, dripping with ominous moisture. And beneath the horrified, sorrowful stares of her little green followers, pounded each suspicious specimen deep into the earth. Alma's decree, translated and reinforced by the 4 female goblins, was swiftly enacted. Henceforth, no goblin of the Greenstone clan would ever consume these euphoric or soporific joy mushrooms. Alma must depart for a time. Will you wait here, quietly, for my return? The girl tried gently to reason with the cluster of small green beings who clung to her like living ivy. The male goblins remained uncomprehending, but the 4 females surged forward, boldly grasping the hem of her garment, each pair of star-crossed eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Alma promises she will return soon. She gathered the 4 smaller goblins into her arms, unbothered by the grime and grease clinging to their skin. Manili felt a strange, unfamiliar pang, novel yet deeply uncomfortable. She swung once more before the girl, locking her arms tight around her neck and deliberately separating her from the 4 females. Alma, go. We go, Nama declared, resolute, once Manili had gently nudged her aside. A large-scale migration of primal goblins draws little opposition, provided it incurs no excessive damage. The girl grew increasingly troubled. It seemed Manili had spoken truth. These green-skinned children were bound to her irrevocably, and that realization weighed upon her with crushing guilt and regret. She dismissed outright Manili's suggestion to expand the goblin clan's numbers. Primal goblins possessed sufficient strength to hunt beasts in packs, but to make adventurers, mercenary bands, or even imperial legions hesitate in fear required a force numbering in the thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. A single female primal goblin laid 1 egg per Lafamun cycle. Even if the girl set aside all moral restraint and enlisted all 5 females, including Manili, to breed continuously, only 5 eggs would emerge per cycle, 60 per year. Factoring in incubation and maturation, the gap remained impossibly vast. Manili then proposed a reckless scheme and earned a sharp, stinging rebuke to her backside. Capture humans to serve as broodbeds. Each can lay 2 or 3 eggs at once. Reluctant to send her green charges to certain death, the girl reluctantly agreed to remain, for now, accompanied by Manili, whose misguided ingenuity never ceased trying to ease Alma's burdens. Her only hope now lay in education, teaching these greenlings at the very least to distinguish between a journey of far and imminent peril. Even if the greenlings had understood and obeyed her, she could not simply vanish. That bewildering heap of fungi alone demanded vigilance. She must impart far more survival wisdom before departing. Ah, Tikwa, you were the previous Alma. The girl asked, astonished, as she labored alongside the greenlings to shift humus layers for insect farming. Her gaze fixed upon Tikwa, the smallest female goblin, her eyes gleaming with white star-crossed pupils. Are Nama and the others your offspring? Hardly had the question left her lips when 4 male goblins darted nearby, snuffling eagerly around Tikwa, only to be driven off with fierce barks and bared teeth. She was currently incubating an egg. Manili nuzzled the girl's furrowed brow and whispered softly, Alma, you must adapt, swiftly. Do you want me to regard you as beasts or pets? It's quite difficult for me, you know. The girl sighed. Can't you control it? Manili twisted her body and giggled. It's fine. Manili is a half-breed, and what Manili wants our night elf's father has promised Manili. She playfully rubbed the little one's face with her hand, then bent down to continue collecting the humus. Just because she often spent her summers in the countryside as a child didn't mean she had ever done farm work, let alone mastered it. The girl was self-aware enough to realize that after filling half a cave with humus with the little green-skinned ones, it was actually futile. Those insects do not eat the decaying mud and leaves of humus. They feed on even smaller insects. Unlike the girl's previous understanding that the big white larvae were herbivorous, these creatures consumed living bugs. Hence, the large white larvae actually required a vast area to roam, migrating like cattle and sheep across pastures. The girl and the goblins had a habitual misconception that digging into the humus would yield insects. This was because they naturally followed scents and sounds to dig, and every dig was almost guaranteed to find something. But in reality, if 1% of a patch of humus housed large white larvae, that was already quite a lot. As for cultivating fungi, that was another matter entirely. The girl understood the principle that I can survive even if the sky falls in the wild while in a flower pot. If I get an extra milligram of water, I die. She felt somewhat helpless. She couldn't possibly learn to farm the legendary maggot farm, to raise alternative little white bugs, could she? Besides, it seemed like this world didn't have that big-head fly. It must be that the ecological niche was preoccupied by something else, right? The girl simply smiled self-deprecatingly, not feeling too gloomy. Her ancestors had relied solely on gathering and hunting for tens of thousands of years, so it was only normal for her, a pure little white, to fail. She redirected her focus back to the most primitive forms of gathering and hunting. She couldn't help much with gathering. These little creatures were far more familiar with this dense forest than she was. But as for hunting, over 100 little green-skinned ones surrounded Father, watching her skillfully carve out one magical spear shaft after another with her tiny axe. A few energetic ones holding rough stones attempted to imitate her, but just couldn't manage it. Initially, the girl watched the little ones imitating her and smiled, but soon her smile faded as she suddenly realized that these little ones had no metal and could not smelt metal. The tools they could obtain and make were currently limited to plants and stones. The help she could provide had to be confined to these two materials. Perhaps she also needed to consider using beast teeth and bones, just like in the Stone Age. Looking at the pile of spear shafts she had already made, the girl silently put away her little axe and picked up two unprocessed stones that were to be used for making spearheads. These were two natural stones shaped like a shuttle. Theoretically, they only needed to be sharpened and then tied onto the spear shaft to be usable. The girl first struck the two stones together in a cross pattern, then tried to grind them against each other. Under her immense strength, the grinding effect was actually quite good, but soon she realized that this was yet another significant limitation. None of the little green-skinned ones had her strength. She did not get discouraged and beckoned the little green-skinned ones to carry a pile of spear shafts and selected stones with decent shapes to the shallow pool where they had previously encountered each other. The girl went around searching and finally brought back a hard boulder. She dug a large pit in the shallow pool and forcefully inserted the boulder, leaving a platform for water to flow. Then she picked up two stones, using a larger one as a grinding board and the prepared shuttle-shaped stone, trying to control her strength as she began grinding on the water platform. Grinding stone tools with stones without any tools was an incredibly time-consuming and laborious task. The girl ground for quite a while, as she didn't know how long it had been, but as soon as she caught sight of over 100 little green-skinned ones obediently watching her work, her waning patience was instantly replenished by their adoring gazes. Finally, the girl produced a sharp stone spearhead. Just as she was excitedly thinking of attaching it to the spear shaft, she realized that she also needed to make a stone knife or some other flat sharp tool to split the shaft for binding. Taking a deep breath, still maintaining her radiant smile, she set the polished stone spearhead aside. She rummaged through the stones in the shallow pool and found a thick flat stone to begin grinding, needing to create a blade. This time the girl still tried to keep her strength minimal. These tasks would eventually have to be done by the little green-skinned ones themselves. At present, their little brains couldn't comprehend too many principles or had not yet developed the habit of abstract thinking. If she managed to get it done in a few strokes, they would think it wrong to take too long, ultimately producing nothing. The girl had been grinding the stone spearhead since the sun was high in the sky. It wasn't until the light of day turned red that she finally completed a spear. For her first time making primitive tools, this was already quite fast. Next, she began teaching the 10 or so brightest little ones to make spears themselves, a very arduous process. Although primitive goblins are not low in intelligence, their living habits are too primitive and savage. On the one hand, communication is quite challenging, and on the other hand, their self-control over individual character is very low. Just to help these 10 or so little ones adapt to the tedious grinding and crafting process, the girl endured her rising emotions for 4 whole days and nights. After they finally managed to grind out passably qualified stone spearheads independently, the girl disappeared for an entire day. On the distant side of the mountains, strange and terrifying howls and rumblings echoed throughout the day. Manila exerted a great deal of effort to reassure the little ones who had not seen Father, patiently waiting until a sliver of the waning moon hung over the treetops until Father returned looking refreshed, dragging back a massive tragu. The little green-skinned ones had never imagined they could eat such a large tragu, or rather they had never thought they could eat an animal larger than a tabak. This was a grand feast, although there was no fire or seasoning. Being able to feast on bright red meat that they could hardly find throughout the year was already the greatest holiday in their hearts. Lying on Father, watching the little ones joyfully calling out and running around, Manila felt she somewhat understood Father's emotions. Reluctantly using her only left arm to hold Father tight, she softly said, "Father, go hunting again tomorrow, and this time for 3 days." The girl immediately understood her meaning. It was indeed very enticing. Does little Manila want to be their father? Without the protection of the spirit, the blood return ceremony is very likely to end in death. Manila quickly denied the girl's thoughts, leaning her face against hers and smiling. "I have ways to make them obedient. They just need to get used to it slowly." The girl spent a day and a half on her second outing, with half a day dedicated to hunting and the rest spent observing the green-skinned little ones from a distance. It was difficult for Manila to comfort them, but it was somewhat better than expected. Then the girl went out again for 4 days, and upon returning, she had to pause temporarily, as Tikva was about to lay eggs. Although Manilai and the 4 female goblins assured her it was a trivial matter, she still felt a bit worried. The green-skinned little ones had a designated egg-laying chamber, but the girl found it somewhat dirty, so she meticulously cleaned it, and even brought in a thick layer of dried moss and dead leaves. All the male little ones were driven out of the cave, leaving only a few watch posts at the tunnel entrances for communication. The girl's grand display left Manilai quite speechless. She began to feel that Arma was at times truly like a child who had never seen the world. It proved that everything the girl did was indeed quite redundant. Just when the girl started to panic due to the lack of hot water and other matters, Tikva had already laid her eggs and placed them in the egg chamber. After taking a couple of breaths, she ran to tug at Arma's clothes, crying out that she was hungry. Goblin eggs are pear-shaped and resemble emu eggs. Don't ask, just know that the naive girl once bought an empty shell. The girl estimated their length to be about 15 centimeters with a diameter of around 10 centimeters at its widest part. She found it quite unbelievable that Tikva, who was still shorter than her, could lay such large eggs, but unfortunately the girl felt embarrassed to investigate why. The shell of this light green egg should be quite thick. The girl didn't dare to knock on it herself, fearing she might accidentally break it, so she insisted that Manilai knock on it to listen. Only after knocking in several different spots was she satisfied. Goblin eggs generally take about 3 Rapha months to hatch. Newly hatched goblins resemble reptiles just out of their shells, possessing a certain degree of mobility and instinct, but not much. Adult goblins must feed them for at least 4 Rapha months before they can venture outside, and it takes about 7 Rapha months for them to reach the point of independent foraging. The final sexual maturity depends on the specific circumstances of the tribe. Some may fully develop in less than a year, while others could take 2 or even 3 years. For female primitive goblins, sexual maturity requires at least 6 years. In cases where there are more females in the tribe and a lack of resources for expansion, the sexual development of female goblins may even be delayed until after the age of 10, with the latest recorded maturity in encyclopedias reaching 12 years, and it is possible that even later instances exist. Female primitive goblins lack secondary sexual characteristics and do not produce milk, putting them at a disadvantage in raising offspring compared to hybrids. This characteristic may also reflect the meaning of primitive in the name of primitive goblins. The girl could not wait for the egg to hatch, and the goblin's almost non-existent production pressure and risks made her slightly less opposed to or controlling of the interactions between the 4 female goblins and other males. On the 3rd day after Tikva laid her eggs, the girl went out hunting again. This time she crouched for 8 days, observing the situation, and seeing the green-skinned little ones about to go crazy, she ran far and brought back 2 large tarpus. Arma, this time I'm going to be out for a whole full moon. Manilai looked up at the 3-day full moon through the treetops, hugging the girl and repeatedly kissing her face. The girl gently responded to Manilai's unabashed affection without saying a word. She understood what she meant. The girl still did not leave immediately. She spent 8 days raiding the nearest village outside the mountain for 2 decent short knives and axe and a poor quality crossbow. And before all the green-skinned little ones, she engaged in very intimate interactions with Manilai to assert her position. Then on a night when only a sliver of the moon remained, the girl left quietly. She aimed to cross the Valerius territory, the Glang territory, and the borders of the 2 great empires as quickly as possible, and then return to that wasteland to see if she could find any remains of those mixed-colored little ones. Without any hindrances, the girl's pace was astonishingly fast. She was not afraid of any obstacles, whether high mountains, dense forests, cliffs, or rushing waters, nor venomous insects, fierce beasts, or patrolling guards. They could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a gray shadow like wind or lightning, or feel a gentle breeze, or perhaps lose a few lives. When the new moon showed its loving smile on the right side, the weary girl stepped onto the wasteland she had traversed over 100 days ago. The wasteland was still filled with dense grass, almost as tall as the girl, and the seldom trodden path remained. The former tracks of the Barak beast and the cart ruts had long been covered and washed away by wind and rain. Her brain still remembered the scent of those mixed-colored little ones as she walked slowly, carefully sniffing. Suddenly, she caught a familiar scent, a mixture of the mixed-colored little ones and that of the light elf Seki. An idea immediately sprang to her mind, and the original hint of sadness was replaced by urgency as she dashed toward the source of the scent. An unfamiliar tunnel entrance, every inch of earth and stone was strange, yet the scent was so familiar. The girl nimbly squeezed inside, climbing quickly. Although the direction, length, and turns were different, she indeed emerged in a cavernous corridor. A gray-skinned primitive goblin quietly watched the girl emerge from the tunnel. Unlike those goblins who would show affection upon seeing her, its eyes only held calmness. The girl remembered that these gray little ones had even attacked her, though she did not know why they no longer expressed malice toward her afterward. It sniffed the girl's scent, turned around, jumped a few steps, then stopped and looked back at her. The girl turned her head back and forth, sniffing the scent, then perked up her ears to listen carefully before leaping forward. However, she was not following this gray little one, but rather grabbing it by the nape and running toward the familiar sound source. The large stone hall remained unchanged, only the girl's direction of entry had shifted. Both the gray-skinned and mixed-colored little ones were present, seemingly merged into one tribe. In the center, a large fire pit roasted a massive chunk of meat which appeared to be the hind leg of a large tarpy. "You're back." The voice of the light elf Seki had become somewhat normal, but her behavior was still somewhat unusual. The girl dropped the little one in her hand, turned around, organized her words, but still simply replied, just came back to take a look." After a moment of suppressed gasping and silence, the light elf spoke again. "Are you planning to tame this clan this time? I don't mind as long as you treat my children well." The girl frowned and pursed her lips, pondering for a long time before asking, "Do you still remember that you are a light elf and not a goblin's arma?" The light elf appeared to have risen to her feet, staggering slightly, then approached the young woman barefoot, knelt behind her, and gently sniffed at her ear. "In my eyes, we are all descendants of Ymir, so what difference does it make?" With her left arm sweeping forward over the young woman's shoulder to embrace her, and her right hand grasping the girl's wrist and drawing it backward beneath her own body, the light elf parted her lips slightly and affectionately nibbled at the girl's hair. "Your scent is exquisite, and your thoughts bear the refinement of a noble human. How rare." The young woman withdrew her hand, turned to face the light elf directly, and noticed her complexion had improved markedly, yet her scent was strangely discordant. Grasping the light elf's restless hands in one firm grip, the girl pried open her mouth and sniffed carefully, confirming she had consumed meat. "You're not a pureblood light elf." The girl released the elf's wrists, allowing them to wander freely once more, while gently cradling her trembling, unsteady frame as she knelt. "Who decreed light elves eat only plants? That is merely a ritual of faith." The light elf found the girl's leather armor irritating and began fumbling to unbuckle its straps. Seizing the light elf's hand, the girl pressed her mouth lightly against the elf's throat, the sharp edge of her teeth gliding across the skin, then pressing down, causing the elf's body to instantly soften, even tremble. Such pressure was difficult to calibrate precisely, so a trace of blood welled forth. Her long tongue swept the sweet crimson fluid again and again, then sealed the wound entirely by pressing firmly upon it. "Am I a child of the light elves, eh?" They held each other like this for a long while, until the physiological urgency that had stirred their emotions subsided. Only then did the girl finally speak. The light elf slowly rose, bracing herself on the girl's shoulders, then led her to sit beside the fire. Cradling the girl close, she spoke. "I do not know. Your scent suggests absolute purity, but your intellect and appearance resemble those of a light elf's offspring. Perhaps long, long ago, your ancestors included light elves. That explanation carries greater weight. Do you know the surname Reed?" Slumped against the light elf's chest, the girl wrapped her arms around the elf's neck and tried to arch her back toward the elf's face. But her limbs were too weak, she could only writhe faintly. The light elf crossed her legs to lift the girl higher, then gradually unfastened her leather armor, while murmuring softly, "That name appears nowhere, not on any continent." "Oh, is that so?" Freed from the leather armor that had constricted her for over 10 days, the girl sighed with deep relief. Her arms tightened instinctively around the elf's neck, tighter still, until a sharp, brittle crack echoed suddenly. Swiftly pivoting, the girl caught the light elf's head and upper body before gravity could shatter her spine and kill her instantly. Gazing intently into the elf's eyes, she asked, voice edged with quiet disbelief, "Why are light elves so arrogantly dismissive of every other life's will? You truly resist mind magic." Though paralyzed, the light elf, perhaps sustained by residual magic, spoke clearly through her throat. "Primitive goblins possess no resistance to mind magic whatsoever." "What are you?" "I suggest you answer my question first. Why did you attack me? And what did you intend?" The girl realized she possessed disturbingly little resistance to the light elf. Her scent persistently stoked the girl's hunger. "You are extraordinary. Your goblin bloodline is astonishingly pure. So pure that even the mind magic I wove through bloodline resonance cannot fully suppress your emotional responses to me. Thus, any offspring you bear as a mother would be unprecedented, even surpassing both primitive goblins and elves in proximity to Ymir himself." The light elf offered no pretense, no concealment, speaking her thoughts bluntly, as though utterly unconcerned whether they might provoke fury. The girl carefully repositioned the light elf upright, then pressed her palms hard against the elf's cervical vertebrae, applying steady, deliberate pressure until a soft, sickening crack whispered forth. A faint twitch tugged at the girl's lips as she studied the light elf, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, face pale. Aside from pain, she seemed otherwise unharmed, so the girl continued, incrementally increasing pressure upon the vertebrae. Another muted crack, and both girl and elf exhaled a shared ragged breath. "Were you raised by a sedge?" "Ah, you call them Hakams." The light elf sat rigid as a puppet, her jaw barely moving, her voice remained unmistakably magical. The girl did not reply. Instead, she leaned in closely to examine the elf's neck, then placed her ear against it, listening intently, before frowning. "I believe I've damaged your spinal cord. Without treatment you'll die, won't you?" "You were raised by a sedge." Golden light flared brighter in the light elf's eyes. Though immobile and facially constrained, her expression radiated palpable excitement. So primitive goblins can be refined through postnatal education. "Congratulations." Frustrated by their persistent misalignment, the girl drew her small axe and held it inches from the elf's face, enunciating each word with chilling precision. "Can you speak properly now, eh? If not, I'll carve you into a flesh steak for them to use as a nursery bed. I'm not joking." Return with me to the land of light. You shall gain knowledge beyond imagining, and your bloodline may yet be further purified. You could become the living being closest to Emer this world has ever known. Golden light blazed fiercely in the light elf's eyes, light that seemed to awaken latent power within her very bones. Despite her spinal injury, she began impossibly to rise. Crack! With icy detachment, the girl swung her axe, severing the light elf's left arm cleanly at the mid-bicep. Even Korn dares not disregard me. What arrogance gives you a mere sedge such audacity? The light elf stared wide-eyed at her severed limb lying on the ground, then at the spurting stump. Pain and fury finally flickered across her face, the first true signs of sentient anguish. But bewilderment dominated. Why did you do this? I neither attacked nor restrained you. The girl blinked and flashed a radiant, unsettling smile. So your past deeds no longer count. As the words fell, her axe rose again, then struck. Another sharp crack, and the light elf's right arm met the same fate, severed identically. Light elves must purge their arrogance. I know limb loss means little to you, so let me indulge myself first. The size of the small axe was still a bit small, when chopping through thicker materials no technique could achieve a smooth cut with one stroke. Thus the girl had to support the soft and sweet body of the light spirit while making 3 cuts to complete the amputation. From the second arm, which was blocked by telekinesis, it was evident that this light spirit was not so deranged as to disregard life and death. This was good, indicating that there was still a chance for communication. The light spirit was somewhat tall, and after a proper trim, she could maintain a height comparable to the girl. This was sufficient, making it ideal for a girl who lacked strength to treat her as a large doll. You can remain silent if that helps you maintain your dignity. The girl jumped with the light spirit into the cave where she first encountered her, and it was indeed much cleaner than last time, even having a good amount of hay spread around. After carefully checking to confirm that the light spirit had completely sealed all her wounds with telekinesis, the girl earnestly laid her on the hay, then lay down beside her in a comfortable position and closed her eyes. I am very tired, so do not disturb my rest. I hope by the time I wake up you have thought things through. A calm statement followed by the soft sound of the girl's snoring. The girl was uncertain how long she had slept, but she had certainly slept well. However, the sweet fishy smell permeating the cave and the sticky feeling beneath her made her somewhat uncomfortable. The condition of the light spirit was poor. Her face was somewhat pale, and the golden light in her slightly closed eyes was dim and murky. Her entire body felt soft and slightly hot, with the wounds on her limbs dried and scarred, while the hay beneath her was stained with blood and bodily fluids. Has your magical power run out? The girl lifted the light spirit's eyelid and checked, then placed her hand under her armpit and in her mouth to check her temperature. It indeed felt like a fever. She picked up the weak light spirit and walked out of the cave to jump next to the pile of fire that had been maintained, using the firelight to carefully inspect the spirit's wounds. The situation was somewhat strange. The wounds appeared to have closed themselves like Manila's condition, but the degree of contraction was completely insufficient, relying more on magical power to seal the ruptured blood vessels, tendons, and bones. After the magical power had lost its efficacy, a considerable amount of blood and bodily fluids had escaped. Now the entire cross-section was completely scabbed over, possibly because the previous magical power had altered the internal structure of the blood vessels. Although it looked terrifying, there was actually no redness or swelling at the wound, completely different from an infection. The girl frowned and stood up, kicking a gray-skinned little cub that was watching. Go find some clean water, we need a lot. This group of little cubs, who did not know how long they had been staying here without moving, first looked a bit dazed, then suddenly began to jump and shout, "Mama, Mama," rushing towards the side corridors. Watching the little one's strange behavior, the girl couldn't help but smile, then turned her gaze back to the light spirit. Since it wasn't an infection causing the fever, then it was. Here were more than 100 little ones, each bringing back water, but the vessels they used to carry the water were truly varied. They used leaves, beast bones, or stone bowls, and some even used tattered beast skins or dirty cloths to scoop water, while the worst were a few that returned after drinking a bellyful and vomiting. Uncertain whether the light spirit possessed a digestive system as robust as that of goblins, the girl chose several water samples carried in leaves and stone bowls to slowly feed to the spirit. She was indeed very dehydrated, having drunk nearly a third of the girl's body weight in clean water. When the girl fed the last bit of water from a relatively clean beast's skull to the spirit, she fully opened her eyes, though the golden light in her eyes now appeared more like shimmering golden water, piquing the girl's curiosity. Are you planning to use me as a breeding bed for them? Do you wish to conduct research on genetic hybridization? The light spirit suddenly asked, her voice trembling, but clearly not from fear, more like excitement. The girl frowned. The thought process of this light spirit was indeed too strange. If you do not communicate properly according to my requests, I would not hesitate to turn you into a pure breeding bed. You must understand there are many light spirits and many Hakams. You are not irreplaceable. The golden water in the light spirit's eyes returned to a soft golden glow. After a brief moment of eye contact with the girl, she finally spoke. All right, I admit you do possess normal cognitive abilities. So what do you intend to communicate with me? Or rather, what do you wish to know from me? Very well, have you ever heard of the surnames Reed and Cape? Finally, hearing the light spirit speak in a normal tone, the girl grinned, revealing a brilliant smile. The light spirit frowned, Even though her eyes had no pupils, only golden light, it was evident that her focus had become blurry, suggesting she was deep in thought. After a long while, the girl's smile nearly turned sinister before the light spirit shook her head and replied, I have never heard of them, at least in the texts I know. Neither the goblin lineage nor the human lineage has these two noble surnames. However, it is quite normal for many long-lost noble families to have hidden inheritances in unknown places, be it during the Millennium War or the city-state period. The girl scrunched her nose in disbelief. What was this Millennium War? What was this city-state period? What was this hidden inheritance? Why did everything reek of a dense cliché? Wait, what is the Millennium War supposed to be? Don't talk about any nonsense like the millennium has come and the divine sons and daughters descend. If you dare say it, I will let these little cubs completely ruin you. Even though these Chinibu phrases gave her goosebumps, the girl still needed to clarify what the light spirit was talking about. The light spirit did not conceal anything, or rather she was familiar with those histories, but not interested, thus explaining it quite succinctly with a hint of disdain. The so-called Millennium War is a generalized summary of a historical period for the elves, while on the other hand, it is a shameless distortion of the literal meaning by humans to set up monuments for their ancestors. The calendar of Rafa has just over 3,000 years, with the second millennium being the period of the Millennium War. During that time, humanity began to grow stronger and various city-states began to be unified, while the goblin lineage's internal strife reached its peak. The Spirit Continent and the Emer Continent were engulfed in war nearly everywhere except in the territories of the elves and fairies. This chaotic period of conquest lasted for over 900 years until the elves, unable to bear it, forcibly intervened, resulting in the current situation of several unified human empires confronting four goblin nations. Thus, it is not incorrect for the elves to refer to this period as the Millennium War. However, for the first few centuries it was humanity that suffered, yet humans shamelessly painted the Millennium War as a smooth rise of empires, a history of struggle. As for the city-state period, that is even earlier. In the girl's understanding, the so-called city-state period actually falls under the scope of village skirmishes. Whether for humans or goblins, the difference is negligible. Therefore, if one were to consider the noble lineage based on the city-state period, there really is no need to trace it back. The luminous spirit found little use in this for the girl. She was not proficient in magical research and had no interest in physical studies. She was a fervent scholar determined to prove her faith through biological and sociological research. The girl intended to take her to the nearest Liaoer town, but was refused. The luminous spirit, having regained enough vitality from food, said, Since you can resist mind magic, why not let me continue my research here? Don't goblins desire to have pureblood elves for breeding? Unless you let me find a way to abolish or restrict your use of mind magic, I cannot trust what strange experiments you might conduct on these fools. The girl certainly could not feel at ease, as she knew her concern for these little brats was influenced by her goblin blood. However, both rationally and emotionally, she felt there was nothing wrong with it, as these barbaric and backward little creatures were sincere towards her. The luminous spirit still could not comprehend the girl's logic, just as the girl could not understand hers. She felt somewhat inconvenienced after losing her limbs, and the incomplete recovery of her cervical spine led to a delay and discomfort in her magical application. This sense of helplessness and limitation brought an unusual stimulation to her psyche, making it hard for her to concentrate on enchanting the female goblin before her. After struggling against her bodily functions for a while, she suddenly realized that this was also a new physiological phenomenon she had never encountered before. If this phenomenon truly applied to females of other races, it could explain the common logic behind the goblin's rough behavior patterns. Taking a deep breath, the luminous spirit adjusted her emotions, gradually calming down to rationally manage her magical power. She suppressed a common scholarly excitement. The female goblin before her was unique, presenting a very good opportunity. The luminous spirit drew the girl into her embrace, laughing softly. Are you sure it's me doing something to them, and not them doing something to me? How can you be so amoral? The girl managed to pull herself away from the luminous spirit's arms without causing further harm, asking with some irritation. Amoral. The luminous spirit displayed a very surprised expression, clearly having never considered this issue. Why should goblins care about such things? But you are an elf. The girl had stepped back a bit. After eating, a few little brats were getting restless, so she sent them outside to stand guard. The spacious hall made their conversation echo back and forth. But they are all goblins. Ethical considerations would only limit the population growth of goblins. Why emphasize a view that contradicts the survival of the species? The luminous spirit was unsure whether the girl lacked knowledge or had some other reason to impose such behavioral demands on goblins. This forced her to once again question the plasticity of goblins, especially the more intelligent female goblins. The girl hesitated slightly. The luminous spirit was right. For such a unique creature as goblins, there was indeed no need for ethics, a condition that other beings must objectively possess for survival. However, she shook her head and replied calmly, because it is very important. If goblins cannot align with this point, there will forever be war between other races and goblins. The luminous spirit paused for a moment before she began to think seriously. Her research focused on biology and society. Although she had been limited to studying primitive goblins since adulthood, the 80 years prior were not wasted. She instinctively wanted to raise her hand to gesture, but found she had no arms, now reminding her that the female goblin before her was still a savage and brutal primitive goblin. If such a character were to gain sufficient wisdom, know the great goblin serves as an example. Know whether great goblins, or orcs, especially the highly threatening gremlins, had all developed into patriarchal societies due to influences from other races. Compared to patriarchal societies, primitive goblins constrained by strong bloodline ties and facing almost no production risks were actually more suited for matriarchal societies. So, I am truly amazed. The luminous spirit exclaimed, using her magic again to pull the girl beside her, yet refraining from any overly intimate or indulgent gestures. My academic direction dictates that I will certainly do everything I can to stay by your side. I believe we can make some agreements. If you understand the contracts between fairies and elves, perhaps a certain contract would be more suitable for the continuation of our relationship. A bloodline contract. If it's a bloodline contract, I would prefer to use the blood returning ritual on you. The luminous spirit's goodwill did not receive an effective response to her actions, seemed to create a greater distance in the girl's attitude. Can you endure the pain of the blood returning ritual? Having studied primitive goblins for so many years, the luminous spirit naturally knew what the blood returning ritual entailed. It was a very barbaric yet magical ritual capable of altering the thought patterns from the very foundation of the bloodline and planting seeds of thought that would be nearly impossible to change. And she also knew the more hidden and terrifying knowledge. The blood-returning ritual was limited only by whether the being was sentient, but not by race. She shook her head, a gentle smile appearing on her face. The blood-returning ritual is not suitable for our relationship, nor for my race. A fair bloodline contract is much more equitable. The girl stood up, pondered for a moment, and then shook her head. She suddenly realized she had made a serious mistake and seemed compelled to do something against her own morals. The luminous spirit keenly detected the emotional shift in the female goblin, a complex and cold emotion, as if viewing an enemy or prey. She did not understand what had happened or what she might have said wrong, but in her current state of losing her limbs and having diminished magical power, she felt as if she could only be at the mercy of others. The girl furrowed her brow, reaching out to touch the luminous spirit's face. Her feelings were complicated. Both reason and blood urged her forward, yet the moral line was firmly pinned in place. Do you want to kill me? I cannot resist, but can you tell me why? The luminous spirit clearly sensed the negative aspect of the girl's emotions surging like a tumultuous wave. She immediately spoke, plainly sensing it was her last chance. The girl pressed her lips together, her gentle, yet firm hands caressing the luminous spirit's face, still torn in her thoughts. What are you hesitating about? Can you express it? I do not fear death, but I dread dying in ignorance. The luminous spirit exerted its magical power to make its words sound more sincere, carefully constructing a mental magic circuit around the girl's head. This female goblin indeed had a high resistance to mental magic, yet she was not immune. I have done something foolish and now I wish to amend it, but it goes against morality. What should I do? The girl, caught in her own turmoil, spoke unconsciously, which eased her mood a little. Morality is the fundamental standard that defines civilization, and one should naturally adhere to it. This should not be a difficult problem. The voice of the luminous spirit was slow and gentle, and the mental magic circuit indeed had a slight guiding effect, so it should be strengthened further. The girl's grip on the luminous spirit's hands softened slightly, her movements becoming awkward and hesitant. A hint of confusion gradually appeared in her eyes, but that would cause many people to die. The beautiful brows furrowed. This was not a good question to answer. The female goblin did not specify the particulars, making it difficult to determine the direction of thought guidance, especially since life is a very sensitive topic, easily provoking instinctive resistance. The luminous spirit tried to alter the priority of the girl's behavioral strategy, at least to buy some time. Morality exists for the survival of more people, and what you face should be a significant choice. Perhaps you should take a break, relax, and make a decision after you calm down. Releasing a little of its remaining magical power, the spirit gently touched and caressed the girl's body with her limbs, trying to express a high degree of acceptance to indirectly reduce her hostility. The girl slowly leaned down in a daze. The sweet scent of the luminous spirit's flesh added a hint of dizziness to her mind. She pressed her body tightly against the luminous spirit, feeling the softness and warmth as if it were boneless. Her small hands continued to gently caress the luminous spirit's face, ears, and neck, then paused again at the back of her neck, beginning to tighten. I thought carefully and realized you were right. Morality indeed exists for the survival of more people, but if a choice must be made, it is better to let my kin live. Slowly applying strength with both hands, the girl gently touched the luminous spirit's forehead with her nose, inhaling her sweet fragrance. The sound of dislocated cervical vertebrae echoed again. This time the girl was very careful. She did not intend to directly kill the luminous spirit, as that would not yield much benefit. Moreover, she had already discovered that managing this position could greatly suppress the spirit's magical power. I remember some shameless fellows like to say, let the common people suffer, and I will bear the blame. I actually think there is some truth to it, so if I make you suffer a little, I can take the blame for damaging morality. With a crisp crack, the luminous spirit quickly gathered magical power to maintain her heart and lung functions and brain consciousness. Before facing the threat of death, any physical pain was insignificant. All dignity and academic pursuits could be cast aside. Gently placing the soft, luminous spirit on the ground, the girl lightly pressed her ear to the spirit's chest to listen, then carefully turned the luminous spirit over, so she lay face down on the ground. She picked up a small axe that had been discarded with her leather armor and cautiously measured the position of her cervical vertebrae. "Phew, that was closer. I nearly killed you. You should protect yourself with magic, otherwise you might really die." The girl shrugged, gently pressing down on the luminous spirit's head to expose the protruding vertebrae in her neck, and then gripping tightly. The small axe in her right hand exerted a little force and struck down along the spine. The luminous spirit's eyes bulged, suddenly golden light flaring up, her head trembling as saliva dripped down from her slightly open mouth. The girl was not a medical student, nor was she an expert in biology. All her knowledge came from her meager high school education and fragmented science videos. When doing certain things, she also needed to loosen her restrictions on her goblin bloodline to strengthen her resolve. Thus, the luminous spirit had suffered considerably. If it were not for her innate magical talent, she might have died several times already. The girl cradled the soft, luminous spirit in her arms like a large doll, feeding her bit by bit. The spirit's earlier magical self-rescue opened her eyes to a new world. The creatures of this world still adhere to a considerable degree of biological knowledge, where the importance of physiological structure plays a significant role in life. If the cervical vertebrae are damaged, even a magically gifted pure-blooded elf would be helpless. However, compared to creatures with no magical abilities, telekinesis can indeed guide the body to perform acute self-rescue and even actively maintain vital functions. The luminous spirit was now very emaciated. The muscles and fat within her body were rapidly consumed to provide energy for repairing her cervical vertebrae and magical telekinesis. Although her life was preserved and her heart and lung functions remained intact, she had become a patient caught between high-level and low-level paralysis. "So why did you have to provoke me? I might have let you go back then, even though I had already exposed my identity." While feeding the luminous spirit, the girl quietly murmured, and her gentle movements and tone suggested she truly did not intend to harm the spirit. Licking away a bit of meat broth that leaked from the luminous spirit's mouth, the girl continued, "I am very sensitive to and dislike this kind of mind-controlling magic. Since you chose to do this as an adult, you must take responsibility for your choices and cannot blame me. Are you not afraid I will commit suicide?" After swallowing a mouthful of strangely flavored meat broth, the luminous spirit asked. The damage to her spinal cord was beyond her understanding, but she could clearly sense the decrease in her magical capacity and the numbness in her nerves. If she did not seek treatment from a celestial spirit or another elf, she would be completely unable to care for herself. "I will likely become a breeding ground, right? Even if I can use weak mental magic to feel a little better, but I fear death more." The girl transferred the chewed meat broth from her mouth into the luminous spirit's mouth. Looking at the soft body she was holding, she said with a hint of amusement, "If you truly are not afraid of death, why are you still alive now?" After saying that, she bit off a piece of meat from a stone bowl, chewed it, and once again fed it to the luminous spirit. "If I can't go home, then I'll just create one," the girl asked in surprise while teaching the little ones how to clean the body of the light spirit. The expression of the light spirit was somewhat complex, as she felt a deep hatred for the female goblin, yet the scholar's rationality and fervor kept her in a state of excitement from the various new discoveries. On the other hand, she found herself increasingly unable to completely control the separation of her physiological reactions, and she was growing more afraid of death. Amidst the somewhat clumsy movements of the primitive goblins, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The light spirit replied, "Although the final stage of gender change still occurs in the egg and has a certain lag, the requirements for environmental changes are too stringent, and there is currently insufficient conclusion on this matter. Furthermore, there is a 30% chance of female being completely random, so it is commendable to be able to statistically determine the normal ratio." The girl nodded. To her, this was also a natural evolutionary result for the survival of the species. The primitive goblins possess unearthly reproductive advantages and intelligence that surpasses beasts. If they had a male-to-female ratio similar to normal creatures, the primitive biological chain would quickly be disrupted. In fact, when humans and lizard men appeared, two species with no reproductive isolation from goblins, the theoretical threat of primitive goblins to the entire biological chain increased significantly. However, what actually happened back then is something that the scientific productivity of this era cannot decipher. After helping the light spirit clean up, the girl went to the egg chamber to take a look. Inside there were two eggs. One was gray and the other dark red. If she guessed correctly, these represented the skin colors of the goblins that would be born. She carefully listened to the eggs. It seemed that both of them were still some time away from hatching, so the girl decided not to disturb them for now, lest it affect their natural development. As she walked out of the cave and looked down, she saw that in such a short time the little ones had already lost control. Several of them that couldn't squeeze and began to bare their teeth at each other. Noticing that the situation of the light spirit was also not right, she realized that the light spirit still seemed to have neural perception, which was completely different from the condition of a paraplegic. The girl was unsure how to describe her current emotions and thoughts. She felt no shyness and no moral self-reproach, but rather an unprecedented calmness and curiosity, as if she stood at the forefront of a new biology. She shivered. How similar was this cold attitude to the way the light spirit treated the goblins? Shaking her head and taking a deep breath, the girl jumped next to the light spirit, kicked away the little goblins, and squatted down to look at the somewhat dazed light spirit, asking, "Why do you still have feelings?" After saying that, she reached out her hand to touch and caress, feeling the muscle feedback through touch while fixating on the light spirit's face. The passive reactions were normal and responsive, but no matter what the girl did, the light spirit seemed unable to actively control her body, much like a paraplegic. "If this continues, you really will break down." The girl withdrew her hand, her tone somewhat cold. "Then will you let me go?" As the intense stimulation faded, the light spirit smiled with a flushed face, her expression hardly resembling that of a spirit. "I don't know what happened either. I want to know. Life and magic are truly wondrous." The girl stood up and looked at the fidgeting little ones around her, her eyes flashing with complexity. She shook her head and said to the light spirit, "I don't have time to take care of you anymore. Fend for yourself." After saying that, she leaped away, decisively disappearing into the corridor. The noise and suggestive sounds in the cave continued for a long time, long enough for the girl to doubt whether the light spirit would die like this. Only when the sounds of grinding teeth and snoring remained did the girl cling to the high cave wall and slowly sneak back. By the fire, the light spirit lay flat and slept soundly, her head resting on the belly of a gray-skinned little goblin, her body cleaned thoroughly, with several stone bowls beside her, two of which contained clear water. The girl frowned and silently climbed along the dome, searching for a long time before finding a barely concealed, eroded indentation. She hid inside, wanting to see how this strange combination beneath her would develop. By the time she acquired the copper tablet, the girl had stopped fantasizing about going home. At the moment she was ambushed by the riverbank, she felt exhausted. She was just an ordinary university student from an unremarkable family with no exceptional talents. If it weren't for winning the lottery or being transported, she would be nothing. Thus, like other ordinary people, when faced with significant difficulties, she easily thought of giving up. No matter how many grand declarations she had made before, at this moment, she only felt exhaustion and fear, wanting to escape from that feeling. However, deep inside, she was always unwilling to give and always feeling that she should do something. Thus, she was pulled and dragged along, and her life came to an end. At that moment, no matter what, she would not struggle anymore, using an excuse that could deceive herself to allow her life to end with a semblance of dignity. The girl who had accidentally fallen asleep in the indentation was in such a stage of hope and despair, feeling the warmth of redemption only to lose it immediately. She was tired, wanting to escape, yet didn't know where to flee. The flickering firelight and the strange yet familiar lascivious sounds awakened the girl. She didn't immediately peek out. In fact, the sound waves were enough for her to construct the current scene in her mind. She began to reflect again. Mundane people were always like this, self-reflecting in cycles, but without any change. Her mind was still a muddle. She turned over and grasped the edge of the indentation, peeking out to see, her eyes moving with her head scanning her hand, where the large seal character Ku flashed before her eyes. Looking at the light spirit, who had almost completely sunk into physiological responses, and the little goblins who had actually begun to learn how to observe and care for others, the girl unconsciously murmured, "I'm not that great, so I can be selfish enough. Why didn't I think of it before?" As this inexplicable remark escaped her lips, she no longer clung tightly to the dome, her body slowly sliding out before transforming into free fall. The girl nimbly flipped over, landing gracefully on the ground like a feline. She approached the light spirit, who seemed somewhat muddled, and rewarded the little goblin that stopped to look at her with a pat on the head, then leaned down to check the murky golden light beneath the light spirit's eyelids. "Hey, take good care of her. She's a pure-blood spirit. Mama will be gone for a while, and he'll be back in 2 months. You all better behave, understood?" The girl stood up, stretched, and lazily shouted to the little goblins before casually walking towards the corridor. She needed to traverse the mountains to see how things were with Manila. Perhaps it was because a certain confinement within her mind was broken. The girl returned to the Lafshi clan on the night of the full moon in just 6 days. Although Amma did not bring back any prey, just seeing Amma again made the little green-skinned cubs extremely happy. As the girl expected, Manili also had a bulging belly. Watching her act spoiled and mischievous, the girl lovingly and carefully embraced her, showering her with affection. "Amma, you have changed." Manili snuggled in the girl's arms and looked at the little cubs below with a proud posture, but spoke softly with some concern. "Changed? Not really. I am still that short-sighted, timid, cowardly, and greedy girl." The girl gently licked Manila's large ears, which were very similar to her own, savoring the happiness of being needed and cherished at this moment. "I have simply grown a little." Manili grinned mischievously, retracting her left hand, which had been around Amma's neck, to rub against her chest. "Amma hasn't grown up. Tiskama is a pure-blood goblin, so there's no way to grow up." Unmoved, the girl carried Manili into the egg chamber amidst the crowd of cubs, where 4 eggs had already been laid. She raised her eyebrows and rubbed Manila's cheek, asking, "Are you encouraging them to breed?" "Amma needs a lot of population." Manili turned her head and kissed the girl. This was her only way of expressing affection and submission, and fortunately Amma did not mind. "Does Amma's nest have pure-blood elves?" "Yes, a good breeding ground." "I will check back in a month," the girl said as she carried Manili out of the egg chamber. She needed to wash up as she returned dusty and dirty from her travels. Hearing the term breeding ground, a glimmer of joy flashed in Manila's eyes, and she pressed herself tightly against Alma. Alma, you really have grown up. The girl patted Manila's bottom and replied with a smile, no more of that. From now on you stay put. I will find a pureblood elf for you. A soft moan escaped Manila's lips, her big eyes glistening with tears as she tightened her grip around Alma's neck, softly calling Alma. The large stone the girl buried was still there, and the spring had been slightly widened. A rough channel had also been dug out, allowing her to lie comfortably on the flat stone platform. Since she had only one left arm, Manili called over the smallest Nama and Tikwa to wash Alma's body. The two female goblins surprisingly had decent skills, clearly having washed Manili before, which lifted the girl's spirits a bit. She lay on the stone platform, resting her head on a smooth stone, while holding Manili in her arms with the water just barely touching her belly. One hand wrapped around her, while the other scooped water to wash her. In truth, this cool water didn't do much for washing the oily goblin, but the girl was still very thorough, and Manili seemed to enjoy it. Alma, will this be our home from now on? Manili lay on the girl, her left hand gripping the hand that encircled her waist, softly asking. The girl paused for a moment, stopping her right hand, which was washing Manili, then gently caressed her bulging belly. After pondering for a while, she softly replied, no, this place isn't big enough to hold Alma's children. My offspring will be smarter than them. I will teach one to stay here and look after them. Manili replied without hesitation, as if she had long anticipated what Alma would do. Before they are taught, I will guard here, but Alma, you must come back to see me often. Oh, my clever Manili. The girl lifted Manili, slightly aligning their faces, then gently stroked her with her left hand, while rubbing upwards with her right. Mama. The girl put on her leather armor and adjusted her small axe. Though the time was short, the intense movement had left the armor and straps quite worn and damaged. Alma, if possible, try to catch some breeding grounds, preferably half-blood elves. Manili was carried by 4 male goblins on a makeshift but seemingly comfortable wooden lounge chair, reminding the girl of the legendary Dragon Mountain foster mother. With a smile on her face, the girl approached and kissed this clever child, saying, let's see how it goes. You know, Alma only preys on those who eat people, and there aren't many half-blood elves that eat people. Then let's go for pure-blood humans or half-blood primitive goblins. Other races and half-blood offspring have too many variables. Manili responded to Alma's kiss, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right. But Alma might not have time to capture people this time. First, I need to find some clues about them. The girl rubbed Manila's head and gently stroked her bulging belly. I know Alma has to be careful, Manili obediently replied. The girl looked up at the large silver disc and couldn't help but say, the night is beautiful. A foul stench permeated a vast expanse of jungle, and even while traversing the tree canopy 20 to 30 meters high, one could not avoid the faint, irritating odor. Under the moonlight, a gray shadow suddenly fell from a tree of moderate size, then clawed deep scratches into the trunk, pausing in midair. The girl carefully examined the broken bones on the ground. This was not something she had broken. Oh, it should not have fractured in this area at this position. It was quite normal to search, and she leaped up again to inspect this slaughterhouse from 2 full moons ago. There were many people searching, all of substantial build and wearing full armor. The traces on the humus layer would be covered, but the numerous marks left on the fallen trunks and roots by armored boots were not so easily erased. These individuals searched very meticulously. Several previously dug tunnel entrances had already been turned up, but it seemed they hadn't delved deeply, as no unusual scents could be detected from the tunnel entrance. The girl did not dare to gamble, and besides that almost unusable axe aside, there was nothing left in the tunnel. She found the large tree that led directly to the tunnel again, slowly climbed up, and carefully inspected the entrance of the tree hole. It seemed these guys had indeed not conducted a thorough search of the tunnel. She leaped into the depths of the distant jungle, and after a while returned with a tabog, placing it at a tunnel entrance. With a gentle nudge, the creature dove in head first. The girl waited quietly, listening. She heard the sounds of the tabog being hunted. She heard a very weak, whisper-like voice, Alma. Alma, run. The girl stood up, twisting her neck, still unable to produce a cool snap like her teacher. This really forces me not to be human anymore.